Chapter 321. Pa, pa! The sound of heavy machine guns suddenly rang out in the air. The sound lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the continuous sound of falling to the ground was heard one after another in the forest. The 50 members of the Gale Guard, who were surrounded in the middle, held their weapons tightly in both hands, and watched the circles of gray-green special forces surrounding them, like ripples, lying on the ground one after another, deader than dead. Outside the encirclement, there were 100 members of the Dawn Guard, who were quickly collecting their guns. The members of the Dawn Guard quickly completed the task of cutting throats and beheading, and then quickly completed the work of touching the corpse. Collect the team. At the command of Li Xiao, the deputy captain of the Dawn Guard, 100 members of the Dawn Guard immediately returned to the team and quickly climbed up along the metal chains hanging from the sky. In the clouds above the dense forest, the Dawn Guard spacecraft was in stealth mode. In the minefield not far away, the roar of bombs exploding was still playing a surging symphony in the dense forest. Shuowu leaped and quickly jumped onto another giant tree. The thunder and fire shells around him exploded immediately, effectively offsetting the aftermath of the explosive bomb that suddenly exploded under his feet. He glanced at the weapon in his hand. It was not good. The energy of the rare nuclear crystal had dropped below the warning line. They had been trapped in this high-energy continuous minefield for more than 10 minutes. The nuclear crystal energy in the hands of the team members was not saturated because the base withheld supplies. From just now to now, the nuclear crystal has been in a continuous state of high consumption. If they can't find a breakthrough, the two Vanguard teams may be in danger. Damn it! Shuowu was anxiously thinking about how to break the deadlock, when suddenly, he heard dozens of puffs, and large clumps of unknown viscous substances like snot suddenly fell from the sky. In the sky, more than 20 members of the Dawn Guard were suspended on metal chains, holding giant blue flowers that looked like the pea shooter in Plants vs. Zombies, and spraying bright snot bombs at various blasting points in the center of the minefield. The existence of this group of firefighters was the intelligence information provided by Sue Sanson for free. Although the snot bomb cannot directly prevent the explosion of the bomb, its powerful wrapping ability can delay the explosion for at least 5 seconds. And these short and precious 5 seconds are enough for the advanced Gene Warriors. With a crash, 7 to 8 metal chains fell from the sky. The captain of the Dawn Guard, Fei Hong, shouted to Shuowu in a concise way, "Wait for the chain, and leave." 10 seconds later, the hatch of the Dawn Guard spaceship closed again. Shuowu and the other 29 members of the Wind Vanguard sat among the members of the Dawn Guard, with dusty faces, and the corners of their lips were stiff, slightly embarrassed. They were actually saved by the Dawn group of annoying guys. Scar walked out of the crowd slowly, looking at the group of undisciplined tough guys in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Captain Shua, you've worked hard." Shuowu turned his head suddenly and looked at Scar, his pupils constricted. "You knew it a long time ago." Scar spread his hands and raised his eyebrows very innocently. "It's only 5 seconds earlier than Captain Shua to figure it out." "I don't know if this is early." "This acting skill is getting better and better with practice." Shuowu let out a sigh and asked instead of answering, "Why?" Scar shrugged. "I don't know. But what is certain is that someone in the base wants Liming and Jiefling to disappear together." Shuowu frowned and remained silent for a long time, and finally said, "This time Jiefling owes Liming. We will repay this favor." Scar chuckled. "Okay, Liming saved more than 30 of you this time. I hope Captain Shua can keep his word." 2 minutes later, Shuowu and 30 people returned to Jiefeng's spaceship with Scar, and then they saw the 3 teams of Zhao Yi, Sun Peng, and Lu Bo that Scar had sent out alone. Behind the 3 teams were the 12 wounded and exhausted eagles and warriors. It turned out that, after receiving the news from Xie Yuan, Scar learned that the 12 eagles and warriors were heading towards a certain coordinate point near them, and were converging at high speed. So he made a prompt decision, and assigned 3 swift wind teams that he trusted during this period, firstly to pick up the wounded and ensure the safety of the hostages, and secondly, to see the professional ability and loyalty of Zhao Yi, Sun Peng, and Lu Bo. Fortunately, the 3 led the team and successfully completed the task, which was considered to have passed the first test of Scar. After resting for 1 minute, the spaceship of Dawn and the Swift Wind Guard officially set sail for the return journey. They successfully rescued the hostages, successfully kept the reward, and wiped out the enemy. It can be said that they won a great victory and harvested a lot. Shortly after the 2 spaceships left, a completely black aircraft slowly landed, and the shadow troops filed out. When they arrived at the battlefield, they only saw 200 headless corpses and the devastated ruins of the explosion. 30 minutes later, the spaceship of Dawn and the Swift Wind Guard landed at the official parking point outside the South City gate. At the same time, the little broken egg of the quartet team also successfully arrived at the arena mission settlement. Huba and others picked and chose in the aircraft, and compared various things over and over again. Finally, after 5 minutes, they voted unanimously and selected a mutant red fruit flower plant with the worst quality, the smallest size, and the shortest age. The 5 people walked out of the little broken egg with the mission target in a heroic and high-spirited manner. The expected players looked up, and the scene of reporters blocking them could not be said to be completely unrelated, but simply a fantasy. Because on the empty wasteland in front of them, except for the crazy northwest wind blowing, rolling up circles of dust, spinning and flying in the air, blowing the lonely and empty temporary metal house, and shaking and creaking, there was not even a single figure. The 5 people looked at each other, and walked towards the metal house unwillingly. With a creak, the door was unlocked. Huba turned the handle, and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the room, he met a familiar face. Behind the simple long table in the room was a board staff member at the settlement office, who had already started to rot on the spot. The staff member was chewing his fingernails with relish, and his eyes, which were immersed in it and faintly exerting force, suddenly froze on the spot. The air seemed to be still for a moment, and the staff member hurriedly loosened his teeth that were about to exert force, and said uncertainly, "You are Sifong?" Huba shook the octagonal beard under his nostrils, and gently raised his chin. "Yes." After speaking, he immediately spread out his palm, revealing the mutant red fruit flower plant in his palm. The staff was stunned and couldn't help but take a breath. The official berth outside the South City gate was surrounded by reporters from major platforms. When they saw the Eagle and the 12 warriors walking down the spaceship one after another, with the help of the guards, they all rushed to grab the first right to ask questions. Just kidding. Although the previous threatening video had been forcibly removed from the dark web, when the spectators gradually realized the seriousness of the situation, the discussion about the kidnapping incident of the private soldiers in the arena had fermented to a high degree and quickly rushed to the top of the hot search list. Such a hot attention means that whoever can report the follow-up process of the incident first will become the biggest beneficiary of this wave of traffic. However, when the reporters pushed and shoved, scrambled to squeeze to the front row, and handed the microphone to the Eagle and the 12 warriors, they were directly and forcefully blocked by the guards of Liming and Gale. The reporters did not retreat in the face of obstacles. They pointed the microphones directly at the guards and began to ask questions. Is this incident really a long-planned kidnapping? How many hostages were kidnapped? Who are the kidnappers? What is their purpose? Why didn't I see Sifong in Long Wei? Have they confirmed that an accident has occurred? What does the guard think of the difficulty of this mission? Are there any casualties in Liming and Jifeng? Has it been confirmed that the arena mission will be cancelled? Scar frowned slightly, waved away the reporters in front of him, and said lightly, "The Sifong team should have handed in the mission. No other details, please wait for the official announcement." With just 2 sentences, he successfully diverted the attention of the reporters. What? The Sifong team completed the mission? The arena was not cancelled this time. The reporters were stunned by Scar's words. Why are you still standing there? Go find Sifong and grab the headlines. Someone shouted, waking the dreamer up. The reporters who surrounded the parking area in 3 layers scattered immediately. 10 minutes later, when the reporters rushed back to the task settlement place in the arena, they saw a staff member who was dismantling and transporting the temporary metal house alone. Where is Sifong? The staff member turned around and looked at the reporters behind him, and said speechlessly, after completing the task, of course we will go home. At the same time, Xie Yuan finally arrived at the Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain by driving the somersault cloud. As soon as the 3 got off the cart, they saw a colorful light flashing on the chest of Su Sanson in Xie Yuan's arms. The moment the light appeared, it was immediately blocked by the small stone on the chest. Will Watch frowned slightly. Damn it, she can't feel the call of the baby at all now. Chapter 322. In the inner city of base number 103, the Dark Web Exchange Hall. Lao Qin and Si Yin had been waiting patiently at the chip exchange, occasionally glancing behind them, keeping an eye on the betting table in the corner. When the holographic projection above the betting table suddenly lit up, and the name of the Sifong team flashed with golden light, Lao Qin and Si Yin both took a deep breath involuntarily, and quickly stretched out their trembling hands to hand the 2 chip cards to the staff at the exchange. 1 minute later, the 2 looked at the amount of money that suddenly doubled 12 times in their respective light brains, and they were all excited and floating. At this time, a hand suddenly rested on Lao Qin's shoulder. Oops, his heart skipped a beat, He took a deep breath and slowly turned his head. Gao Xian, the captain of the Xuanwu Guard, wearing a purple combat uniform, suddenly appeared behind Lao Qin. "Hello, Scar asked me to come." Old Qin breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the female Jin warrior in front of him, and asked, "Where is he?" Gao Xian coughed lightly. "He just finished the base mission, and can't leave for the time being." "I shouldn't be late." Old Qin snorted. "Girl, you are good, very punctual." Old Qin and Cyan left the dark web exchange hall smoothly under the escort of the Xuanwu Guard. On the way, Cyan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his fingers and asked suspiciously, "Old Qin, are you familiar with this Sifang team?" Old Qin raised his eyebrows and habitually guarded. "It's just a business relationship. I took you with me to thank you for your inner-city pass." Cyan pouted. "Why are you so guarded against me? We have been old neighbors for many years." He coughed lightly and tried to smooth things over. "Next time, remember to call me." Old Qin nodded reluctantly. But he was secretly muttering in his heart, "If I don't call you, can you lend me the pass directly?" Before parting with the Xuanwu Guard, Old Qin transferred 120,000 contribution points to Gao Xian, and Cyan transferred 12,000. This was the price agreed with Scar before, according to 1% of the value of the chips. After Gao Xian left with the Xuanwu Guards, he immediately transferred 66,000 contribution points to Scar, and attached a message, "Next time you can't leave, remember to call me." Scar sat in the meeting room of the guard station, facing the senior executives of the base, and glanced at the news on his head calmly, and continued to tell the story he had prepared in advance. "After we arrived at the coordinates, we adopted a dispersed combat strategy. One group was responsible for the vanguard breakthrough and attracted firepower. One group was responsible for guarding the ransom. One group quickly found and rescued the hostages. One group was secretly observing and waiting for an opportunity to move." The half-true and half-false combat process was surprisingly ups and downs, and full of dangers in his narration. Of course, he didn't intend to hold such a story appreciation conference, but Xie Yuan emphasized in the message that when it is time to sell misery, you have to sell misery. The crying child not only gets milk, but also can use crying to cover up part of the truth. There was no way, he had to bite the bullet, add fuel to the fire, and talk nonsense. 10 minutes later, everyone in Base City 103 received an official message on their computers. It was a report on the kidnapping incident of a private soldier squad on the 12th day of the wind season in the 336th year of the star calendar. 6 members of the Eagle Squad, 6 members of the Warrior Squad, and 5 members of the Quartet Squad were maliciously kidnapped by people from other bases while performing private soldier missions. It has been verified that the mastermind of the kidnapping was an undercover agent from an external base. The 6 members of the Longway team were killed on the spot by Liming and the Gale Guard during the rescue operation. 17 members of the private soldier team were successfully rescued. The base is my home, protecting you and me. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. The base announcement is on the optical brain. As for why there are only 5 people in the Sifang team, this is the modification made by Scar in the process of telling the story according to the requirements of Xie Yuan and Su Sanson. Since Qin Ergo has played the role of Xiao Xiong Su once, let this beautiful misunderstanding continue to take root. The Longway team and the Eagle team, which had a direct confrontation with the 6 members of the Sifang team, one has been annihilated, and the other was rescued heroically, and had nothing to repay, so the secret of the number of people in the Sifang team continued to be preserved. At the same time, by the Tianqi Lake and Shanbai Mountain, Will Watch opened his eyes again and found that everything was normal. He let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he was really going to get into trouble this time. Xie Yuan took the nuclear crystal that was emitting wisps of black energy from San San's hand again, looked at the black energy that was still running, turned his head, and looked at Will Watch. Or you take it and try again to see if you can change it back? Su San sighed, let Will Watch take the nuclear crystal, and started a new round of opening and closing eyes. The wind passes without a trace, but it can't change people. Will Watch looked at the black nuclear crystal in his hand, squatted down helplessly, and tried hard to recall the various scenes in his previous life where the male and female protagonists suddenly exchanged bodies. How did they get back in the end? It seems there are ways to resist the thunderbolt. Su Sanson raised his head and looked at the airless sky, and immediately rejected this method. It seems there is also kissing. So he looked at his body uncontrollably, and couldn't help licking the lips of Will Watch, and finally swallowed his saliva. Oh. No, I'm afraid I can't eat it. Just as he was struggling on his own, whether to touch the corner of his mouth lightly, or to do it in a big way stretch. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly figured out the trick. Although the scenes in this TV series were not thunderbolts or kissing, their essence was to re-experience the scene of the first body exchange. Yes, the scene reappeared. Wheelwatch suddenly turned his head and looked at Xie Yuan. I suddenly thought of a way. Maybe it will work. So when Wheelwatch hurriedly ran from a distance, stood in front of a big tree, then stretched out 2 fingertips, turned his head, and closed his eyes, and was determined to pull down the zipper, a long scream roared uncontrollably in his brain. Ah, how can I look directly at the zipper from now on? At the same time, another calm and self-sustaining voice came from the corner of his mind. That's it? Aren't you an intern? What's so hypocritical? And Su Sanson was not the only one who felt awkward and screamed wildly in his heart. Xie Yuan supported the unconscious Su Sanson and hid in the bushes, his eyes wide open, his eyes straight, and he peeped at the tall and strong man in front of the tree without moving. He breathed rapidly and his heartbeat accelerated. Ah, no! No! Oh my God! Kill him! At this moment, his thoughts were flying, and he felt that he was about to suffocate. On the one hand, he didn't want San to reach out and pull the zipper, and on the other hand, he felt that his peeping behavior at this moment was really... It's hard to say, but before Xie Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and fainted on the spot, Wheelwatch took the lead and suddenly said, I think this trick should still not work. Huh? Xie Yuan took a long breath, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and quickly stood up and agreed, yes, yes. This method will definitely not work, we still. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew fiercely from the opposite side of Tianqi. The wood shook and the gravel rolled. And the black nuclear crystal that was loosely placed in Su Sanson's body was blown up by the wind in the blink of an eye, and snapped and hit the lower abdomen of Wheelwatch, and then snapped and fell at his feet. Su Sanson, who was inside the Wheelwatch, suddenly felt his lower abdomen tighten, and an unprecedented strange feeling suddenly surged into his soul. Then, he heard the sound of splashing water. The liquid that the Wheelwatch was about to release, but had not yet opened the gate, finally couldn't bear it at this moment, and rushed down, rushing thousands of miles. Chapter 323. Tick-tick. A stream of unknown liquid flowed down and landed directly on the black core crystal at the feet of Wheelwatch. With a sizzle, the core crystal that was emitting black gas suddenly went out like a piece of coal that was poured with water. The black gas disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Su Sanson, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes suddenly, looked at the sky in disbelief, and sat up immediately. At this time, Wheelwatch, who had just been washed by the unknown liquid, woke up in a daze. His hands subconsciously wanted to zip up, and his fingers touched. Huh? How come it's zipped up? He just zipped it up. The memory of Wheelwatch was still stuck in the moment before Su Sanson possessed him, and it was obvious that he was still a little confused about the situation. Just when he frowned and felt why his legs were so slippery, a long knife pierced his brain with a puff. The Wheelwatch fell down in a daze. Xie Yuan put away his knife and turned around, quickly ran to Su Sanson's side, pinched her shoulders, and kept looking up and down. How is it? Are you uncomfortable? Su Sanson took a few deep breaths, feeling the extremely tired brain, and felt drowsy, a little tired. As soon as the voice fell, she saw her face suddenly turn pale and miserable, as if the blood had been drained. In a second, she shot out a colorful pure light again, and at the same time, a faint green light began to quickly travel in her body. It's healing energy. What happened to her? Was she injured? Su Sanson lay weakly in Xie Yuan's arms, surrounded by a circle of stagnant element mist, until a full hour later, the sky was completely dark, and the healing energy in her body gradually stopped fluctuating. Su Sanson slowly opened her eyes and exhaled softly. I feel much better, Before she finished speaking, her pupils suddenly became dilated, and the colorful light burst out again. Then a familiar call sounded in her mind. I'm here. Here. 2 seconds later, Su Sanson's eyes regained clarity. She turned her head to look at the center of Tianqi, then raised her eyes, and looked at the angular face in the darkness. I want. No. Xie Yuan was full of worry and firmly opposed. Go home and have a good rest. Let's come again tomorrow, okay? He was really worried about Sanson's current physical condition. In the dark, Su Sanson followed the general outline, touched Xie Yuan's sleeve, shook it left and right, and explained, I'm really fine. I was really weak before, but I feel that the healing energy in my body has helped me recover, so I'm really fine now. Xie Yuan pursed his lips tightly, stared at the girl in his arms, and said nothing. Su Sanson couldn't see his expression, so she continued to shake her sleeves. Besides, I have a feeling that if I don't go to find out today, something big might happen. After that, she added, really. This last reason was not made up, because she really felt that there seemed to be a huge crisis brewing in secret, and the treasure at the bottom of Tianqi was crucial. Xie Yuan was silent for a long time, and suddenly sighed. He really had no way to deal with this little girl. He spoke slowly in a low and magnetic voice. Tell me where it is, and I go okay? Su Sanson smiled happily and nodded. I can't determine the exact location yet. We need to get closer. Xie Yuan sighed again. Okay, wait for me on the cart later. The two of them quickly boarded the board, one in front and one behind, and the god car hero couple duo, under the influence of the mutant durian, flew directly to the top of Chanbai Mountain Tianqi. Come on, I'm here. In my mind, the ethereal voice became louder and louder. Finally, Su Sanson braked suddenly, and the somersault cloud stopped in the center of Tianqi. It should be right below. Su Sanson followed the direction of the call, and pointed to the Tianqi, just below the Fengxian cart. Xie Yuan nodded, and flipped over the board and jumped. With a plop, the splash was suppressed to the extreme. Xie Yuan successfully entered the water, and immediately began to dive. Before the 30th day of the wind season, the temperature had not dropped below zero. Although the water in the Tianqi Lake and Chanbai Mountain had not frozen, it was actually freezing cold. However, such a temperature did not cause any trouble for the advanced gene warriors. It was just strange that after Xie Yuan entered the water, he quickly dived to the bottom of the lake, and after swimming around the point of entry for 2 or 3 times, he found nothing. Except for the heavy rocks at the bottom of the pool, there was nothing special here. Xie Yuan frowned slightly, quickly drew his knife, and was about to try to chop open the rocks at the bottom of the pool to see if there was anything buried in it. Suddenly, the water around him began to move at a very fast speed. There were countless black shadows swimming rapidly in the water. There were living things in this water. Su Sanson stood on the cart, looking at the huge whirlpool that suddenly appeared below through the night vision goggles, frowning, anxious. Oops, did something unexpected happen? Xie Yuan will be fine. She pursed her lips tightly, and the nail of her right index finger pinched the tip of her thumb uncontrollably. Her heart was in her throat. At the bottom of Tianqi Lake, Xie Yuan was surrounded by huge mutant piranhas. The mutant piranhas probably haven't eaten human flesh for too long. Their bloody mouths full of fangs opened and closed rhythmically, and their teeth collided with each other, making a rubbing sound. Xie Yuan's eyes were cold, and he drew his sword, and a whirlpool danced wildly. And Su Sanson stood alone on the somersault cloud, looking at the whirlpool below that was getting bigger and bigger, and was extremely anxious. What on earth did he encounter? She frowned, and involuntarily emerged in her mind scenes of various terrifying creatures attacking Xie Yuan. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, and the more confused she became, the more scattered she became. Her heartbeat began to accelerate unconsciously, and suddenly, another colorful pure light flashed across her chest. At the same time, at the moment when the colorful pure light was emitted, the rock at the bottom of the Tianqi Lake cracked, and suddenly, a pure deep blue light burst out. In an instant, the water of the entire Tianqi Lake began to vibrate violently, and then, countless blue light spots suddenly appeared in the water waves. It was like the starry sky fell into the water, and the diamond was broken. Su Sanson looked at the Tianqi Lake below, and suddenly the stars appeared, and his eyes widened in surprise. Xie Yuan, who was just above the rock, flashed and moved away immediately at the moment when the blue light was emitted. The mutant piranhas that were wailing for food around him were hit by the sudden burst of dim light before they could move. Suddenly, a miracle happened. The hideous piranhas were transformed into giant silver carp in the blink of an eye. Xie Yuan didn't know what silver carp was, but he still recognized the big fish that suddenly changed. Except for being a little bigger, it looked exactly like a small fish that Sanson brought back from the van. What's going on? This blue light actually has the power of 1,000-faced magic? Chapter 324. Su Sanson stood on the somersault cloud with his eyes wide open. Because there were undercurrents and whirlpools on the lake surface before, it suddenly became extremely quiet in an instant, as if the world was completely frozen at this moment. The undercurrents did not move, and the whirlpools suddenly stopped. But the dark blue starlight that suddenly appeared in the entire Tianqi Lake was gathering at an astonishing speed towards the bottom of the lake where Xie Yuan entered the water. At the bottom of the Tianqi Lake, Captain Xie held a long knife in his hand, and looked at the dark blue light spots that were rapidly gathering together in the cracks of the rocks. He was also very shocked. This is energy aggregation, nuclear crystal reshaping? 30 seconds later, when the lake water regained its vitality again, the water surface finally began to ripple again under the blowing of the strong wind, and with a splash, a huge silver carp was the first to fly out of the water. Oh my! What a big silver carp! Sue Sanson was just about to throw out a spider silk stone to fish it up, and then he saw another equally huge silver carp just below the giant silver carp. Synchronized swimming. In the blink of an eye, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth giant silver carp appeared below the second silver carp. Splash! After the silver carp, Xie Yuan's head finally broke out of the water. He paddled with one hand and held the silver carp candied hawes with a long knife in the other hand, staring at the dazed little girl who was still on the wind-swirling cart with a smile on his face. Sue Sanson quickly lowered the cart and handed out a fire-type nuclear crystal. Is it going well? Are you injured? Under the baking of the fire-type energy, Xie Yuan went from a wet chicken to his handsome warrior appearance in 2 seconds. He quickly boarded the board, lowered his head, and whispered in the girl's ear, "Hurry up and talk while walking." Woo! Somersault cloud quickly disappeared over the Tianqi Lake and Changbai Mountain. The shadow troops, which were wandering around the main vein of Changbai Mountain, investigating the battle sites of Dawn and Gale, and trying to restore the truth of the incident, suddenly stopped. Looking at the strong fluctuations captured on the energy detector, they immediately sent a report back to base city number 103. Yue hid in the hood, looked at the energy ripples received on the optical brain, and knocked on the door in a hurry. Bai Ding sat in front of the metal table, playing with the glass in his hand. He raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to ask, "Shadow has found anything?" Yue directly projected the energy ripples in the optical brain. When a water drop-shaped figure appeared in front of him, Bai Ding's pupil shrank suddenly. Water system? Such a powerful water system. Unheard of. In the outer city of Base 103, on the second floor of the private barracks, in the exclusive room of the Sifong team, the 4 people looked around, but did not wait for Xiao Su's news. Hu Bao looked at the 1.2 million contribution points in Guang's brain, shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils, and suggested, adding the 540,000 contribution points earned from the last competitive mission, the team account has accumulated 1.74 million contribution points and has not been distributed. We have to discuss the planning of this money. Yu Ge finished waxing his beard and suddenly said, "How about we buy Xiaopudan?" The wounded general lay on his back, blinked his bright eyes, and immediately agreed, "This is a good suggestion." The little stutterer habitually sniffed his stinky feet and asked back, Now, it's not worth spending money." Everyone was stunned. Yes, the private army camp didn't charge them rent for this little broken egg now, so there was no need to spend money to buy it. For a while, everyone fell into silence again. In fact, the 4 of them knew very well that what they wanted was not a flying machine at all, but a free body that could fly a flying machine and enter and exit freely between bases. At the same time, Sue Sanson and Xie Yuan drove the somersault cloud towards a wasteland in the remnant of Changbai Mountain at a high speed, where Xiaowei was parked. After 15 minutes, the 2 successfully arrived in front of Xiaowei. Xie Yuan moved quickly, locked the 6 giant silver carp into the range of the small stone nest on the top of Xiaowei, and hurriedly put the Yong Yuan core into the card slot. Under the protection of the small stone defense shield, Xiaowei immediately flew straight into the air. Sue Sanson, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked at the dark blue nuclear crystal in his hand, which was even bigger than Qin Ergu's head, and swallowed his saliva. Is this a water nuclear crystal?" Xie Yuan drove Xiaowei at a high speed and quickly evacuated Changbai Mountain, nodding and guessing. From the color and function, it should be a water system. However, this head is indeed a little big. It is a little big. It is simply too big. Those fish are pollution-free. Xie Yuan briefly described the appearance of the blue light and the transformation process of the piranha. Pollution-free? Is it because of the blue light? Sue Sanson stared at the big guy in front of her, surprised. This nuclear crystal is not only big, but also too smooth in appearance. It is different from any nuclear crystal she has touched before. Other nuclear crystals are like irregular gravel, but this one is like a giant water drop that has been deliberately polished, with smooth curves and a silky surface. In addition, she soon noticed a gap in the lower right corner of the water drop that broke its overall beauty. The gap is uneven, and it feels like someone broke a corner. At this moment, the shadow troops, under the guidance of the swing lights, quickly rushed to the edge of Changbai Mountain Tianqi according to the source displayed on the energy detector. In the night, shadows wearing cloaks quickly spread out in the dense forest and immediately searched around Tianqi. 15 minutes later, nothing else was found except a set of torn gray-green combat uniforms and a pile of bone residues left after being eaten by mutant plants. Strange. Bai Ding looked at the latest report in the light brain and frowned slightly. Did the gray-green combat uniforms get to the 404th base city first? In the dark sky, Xiao Wei had completely flown away from the Changbai mountain area. Su Sanson sat in the co-pilot, holding the big water drop in both hands. He glanced at the map on the driving screen with his peripheral vision. Suddenly, he thought of something and immediately said, "Oh right. The aircraft of the Longwei team." Xie Yuan turned his head. "Do you know where they landed?" Su Sanson pursed his lips and analyzed. "Soon after we entered the dense forest from the south, they chased us. So the landing place should be not far from where we landed at that time. How about go and have a look?" Su Sanson's eyes lit up, revealing a sense of excitement of picking up a bargain. Xie Yuan carefully looked at the girl's complexion again. Her face was pink and tender and rosy. Well, she had indeed recovered. So he smiled dotingly. "Okay, I do as you say." Chapter 325. Xie Yuan drove Xiao Wei and began to fly at low altitude with the landing point of Xiao Padan of the Xifang team as the center of the circle. 8 minutes later, a dark green aircraft suddenly appeared directly below Xiao Wei. "Green?" Xie Yuan suddenly spoke. Su Sanson nodded immediately after hearing it. "Yes." When she set out, she paid special attention to the aircraft of the Longwei team. For safety reasons, Xie Yuan did not land Xiao Wei directly next to this aircraft, but deliberately kept it 5 kilometers away. He and Sanson jumped on the somersault cloud again and slowly approached from the side in the open wasteland. Pop! A small stone of stagnation element was thrown by Xie Yuan and hit the fuselage of the dark green aircraft directly. After observing for 10 seconds, the aircraft was still as stable as an old dog, standing still in place, and the two of them drove the wind-spinning flatbed cart and approached quickly. Xie Yuan took out a high-sensitivity detector from the bag of supplies and quickly found the location of the locator. This aircraft is not an official spacecraft, so its configuration is definitely not as good as the large spacecraft of the Yamaguchi group. But low configuration also has its advantages. The most intuitive advantage is that there is only one locating device installed on the driving screen of the entire aircraft. 2. The system firewall level is average, and it is easy to invade. Xie Yuan took out the program cracker that he had just assembled in the metal house of Duyanzhang this morning. He skillfully attached the cracker to the outer shell of the aircraft outside the driving screen, and quickly entered the decoding program on the display screen of the cracker with his fingers. The screen kept displaying commands and strings that Su Sanson couldn't understand at all. After 30 seconds, there was a pop sound, and Xie Yuan made the final decision on the screen and pressed the enter key. Then, the aircraft suddenly emitted a sound of energy startup. Woo! The cockpit lit up. The light was very dim, and it was obviously using the backup energy in the aircraft's built-in battery. Xie Yuan slightly curled his lips, his fingers flew, and another command was issued on the cracker. With a chi sound, the aircraft's hatch was opened. Wow! Su Sanson exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Captain Xie couldn't stop his upturned mouth corners, filled with a full sense of accomplishment. The two quickly boarded the plane. Xie Yuan further cracked the core program of the aircraft, and Su Sanson looked around, searching for all the materials that could be used inside. 2 minutes later, Captain Xie directly chopped the positioning device removed from the driving screen with a knife. The two men immediately closed the hatch, sucked it with a small stone, packed up the whole machine, and drove the somersault cloud back to the Xiaowei docking point quickly. At the same time, in the secret mission department of base city number 404, the location of the Longwei team's aircraft suddenly disappeared on a real-time monitoring screen. The Special Forces soldiers, who were originally responsible for real-time monitoring and dispatching work in the secret mission department, were now in the ruins of the temporary camp outside the West City Gate, investigating the attack tragedy that occurred an hour and a half ago. After all the cleanup investigation work was completed and the entire incident was initially attributed to the rebellion of the head of the Special Forces defense team, We'll Watch, the secret mission department finally noticed that the Longwei team's aircraft had been out of contact for more than 5 hours. The Special Forces soldier was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting it. Why didn't they send someone to recall the aircraft in time? Of course, these are all later stories. At this moment, the phantom thief couple who had just stolen the Longwei aircraft were smiling and heading straight to the stagnation element building in city number 107. Su Sanson drove the somersault cloud alone, placed the dark green aircraft next to the Yamaguchi Gumi spacecraft, and put 5 of the giant silver carp into the small building. Without wasting a moment, he returned directly to the Xiaowei that had been silently hovering and waiting in the sky 1 kilometer away. 45 minutes later, around 10:30 p.m., the two sneaked back to the shantytown hut, one pulling a cart and the other carrying a few sacks of large packages. First, move the giant silver carp covered tightly with plastic cloth on the cart to the basement and seal it in the mist. The silver carp was so big that once it entered the basement, the mist, which didn't have much space left, was completely filled up by it. This is why Sue Sanson threw the other 5 into the stagnation element building. There's really no room at home. After the two of them cleaned up, they took a battle bath one after another, and then entered the most important part of the day, counting the supplies. Xie Yuan hurriedly opened the sack, which contained various nuclear crystals and weapons he had looted from the temporary camp's arsenal. There were not many nuclear crystals, a total of 57, but they were all rare nuclear crystals. 26 isolation crystals, 14 thunder crystals, 7 power crystals, 6 wind crystals, and 4 fire crystals. After counting the nuclear crystals, Xie Yuan pointed to another sack and explained, "I haven't checked the weapons carefully yet, and I'm not sure if there are positioning devices or something like that. Let's keep them in the midst of the small stones for the time being." Sue Sanson nodded quickly, looking at the dazzling array of nuclear crystals and weapons in front of her, very satisfied. With so many nuclear crystal weapons, it feels like they can form a small guerrilla team. The BGM in her head began to ring uncontrollably again. We are all sharpshooters, and each bullet kills an enemy. Hey! Tunnel warfare. Hey! Tunnel warfare. She quickly came back to her senses, shook off the various thoughts that began to diverge in her mind, and pointed at the strange black crystal in front of her, and this. How to deal with it? This crystal, it is indeed powerful enough, but it is also really weird, not to mention the user. The serious physical injuries, just talking about the way the soul returned to its place, was a bit weird. She and Xie Yuan still couldn't be sure whether the moment of successful resurrection was triggered by the scene replay or simply achieved by the unknown liquid. Xie Yuan immediately put on a serious face and emphasized very solemnly, "You can't use this nuclear crystal anymore. It gives me a strange feeling, a familiar sense of evil. So from now on, you don't have to think about it anymore." After that, he packed it with a small stone and confiscated it in front of Sue Sanson. Sue Sanson choked. Should she overreact like that? Okay. It's fine if she doesn't want to do it again. Thinking back to what happened to the wheel watch, it's really hard to describe. What about this big water drop? Sue Sanson suddenly thought of the Do series nuclear crystal in the bamboo forest. It seemed to be quite large, and the whole body was smooth and flat, but it was obviously only half. She pointed at the huge water-based nuclear crystal, and said her bold guess without hesitation. Do you think it will be similar to the Do-based nuclear crystal, and have the ability to breed pollution-free life? Grow pollution-free life. Xie Yuan frowned slightly, thinking over and over again the logic behind this sentence. At present, in addition to the materials and wild duck eggs in the stagnation element building, the bamboo forest courtyard can grow pollution-free fruits and vegetables again. Today, the mutant piranhas were shot by blue light, and they also became pollution-free while transforming. The piranhas looked exactly the same after the transformation as the pollution-free silver carp that had been preserved in the stagnation element building for more than 500 years. In other words, the appearance of these piranhas before the mutation was very likely the appearance of the silver carp in the building, and this water drop. The giant water core crystal of the shape of a water droplet can transform the mutant piranha into its pre-pollution state? Xie Yuan and Sue Sanson looked at each other at the same time, and were shocked. Sue Sanson quickly calmed down and continued to analyze. The water core crystals circulating between bases are very few. Is it possible that the one we got today is a complete water core crystal, and the small pieces of broken crystals that were accidentally obtained by the world before were just the missing corner of this big water droplet? While she was talking, she pointed to the gap in the lower right corner of the big water droplet. At the same time, a silver-gray advanced aircraft from base city number 903 landed lightly at the special parking spot outside the west gate of base city number 103. Du Xiaowei was surrounded by a group of Du family servants, and under the guidance of the auction staff, she quickly entered the inner city of the base. At the East Gate Black Market, Scar's figure appeared in the corner of the second underground floor. After he finished reporting to the top management of the base, he began to investigate the Golden Triangle and the secret base of the Brotherhood. He was just going to take a stroll tonight. It was the first day, so he came to check it out. Who knew that as soon as he turned to the corner of the second underground floor, he saw a ghostly figure, who suddenly flashed and rushed directly into the ventilation duct of the black market. This person was dressed in black and was very agile. He was a genetic warrior who was very good at hiding, Scar raised his eyebrows slightly, turned his footsteps, and followed him quietly. In an underground castle in the inner city of Base 903, Yamaguchi Io was lying flat in a dark secret room with a pale face. His chest rose and fell slowly, and the index finger of his right hand, which was spread on the bed, suddenly moved slightly, and there was a sign of waking up. Chapter 326. Star Calendar Year 336, 13th day of the wind season, 8:30 a.m. Since the wind speed increased sharply after the 10th day of the wind season, the mutant plants also fully awakened, and the risk factor of going out to scavenge increased sharply. In order to save energy, the official scavenge frequency of the base was directly reduced from daily to every 10 days. In other words, the next official scavenge day will be the 20th day of the wind season. Because the temperature dropped sharply when the wind season arrived, most of the shantytown residents were unable to resist the low temperature. They almost closed their doors and stayed at home relying on stored food. Therefore, the unified scavenge organized by the official organization was basically only participated by some small civilian scavenge groups living in the outer city of the base. They generally have a small amount of capital and good mechanical equipment, but for various reasons, they cannot or are unwilling to become gene warriors, so they did not join the private army or the official guard. Sue Sanson slept in, got up, went to the toilet, washed up, and went through the whole process. After eating half a pack of compressed biscuits and drinking a bowl of corn porridge cooked by Xieyuan, he put on his jacket and went to the private army camp to meet up with Huba and the other four. Today, they need to discuss how to distribute the more than 1.7 million contribution points earned by the team in the two competitive tasks. As for Xieyuan, he struggled for a long time, hesitating until he saw the little girl's figure completely disappear at the end of the small street in the shantytown. Then he sighed and blamed himself for not seizing the opportunity in time. After experiencing the ups and downs of yesterday, Captain Xie became more and more certain that Sanson must not be absent from his life. So he tossed and turned all night, thinking about it, privately set up several scenes, and prepared countless opening remarks, thinking that he would confess to Sanson as soon as he got up today. But when he finished cooking the corn porridge, hesitating and considering what to say, the little girl suddenly received a message from Huba and ran away in a hurry. Alas, Xieyuan quickly cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, picked up his toolbox, and went out. It was too hasty in the morning, the timing was not right, and the atmosphere was not good. It was better to wait until noon. He drove the big black and went straight to the second-hand metal recycling station in the southeast corner of the outer city of the base. He wanted to study some interesting technical products with Lao Zhang. As soon as Sue Sanson arrived at the second floor of the private barracks, he received a message on his laptop. It's the 13th day of the wind season. Where's the hot pot we agreed on? If you breach the contract, you have to pay more money. Sue Sanson was speechless when he saw the familiar words more money. Brother Guifeng had been promoted from an escort leader to a manager. Why was his speech still the same, with no improvement? And Jean Guifeng, alone, wrapped in a thick quilt, curled up on her single bed, and was talking to the only customer of Shinjo Aircraft Rental Company. Alas, there's nothing I can do. If it were in the past, during the days off during the wind season, he would basically hang out with his escort leader friends, either bragging or chatting. And this year, as the only one among his friends, who had been on a long business trip and seen the world at the big base, he suddenly touched an insurmountable generation gap. On the other side of the generation gap was his friend with whom he used to chat and talk about everything, but on this side was himself, lonely and isolated from the world. Just the day before yesterday, he enthusiastically shared with everyone that he had drunk simulated beer that made him unconscious in base city number 903. The taste, the texture, the joy of unlimited drinking and wanton bargain hunting were simply indescribable. He thought that everyone would blink their eyes and beg for more information with envy, but in the end, they asked him about his health and looked at him. Fulmer, wake up. Let's just brag. It's not the right time to dream in broad daylight. Jean Guifeng choked, so she had to change the topic. She touched her bald head with her big hand, narrowed her eyes, and pretended to be mysterious. Do you know, I had a free apocalyptic meal in 903. It was delicious. The spicy and fragrant taste, the endless aftertaste of the thick soup, whether it is exotic meat or mutant vegetables, just dip it in it and swirl it back and forth. Gulp. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Jean Guifeng glanced at him. Hee, how is it? Look how greedy you guys are. Who knows? Everyone poured their own wine, and after tasting their own saliva, they laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Fulmer, Your lung capacity has improved after not seeing you for a hot season. This is a boast. It's stronger than the northwest wind. It can go straight to the sky. Brother Guifeng was not understood, and he sighed inwardly that it was a waste of time to chat. If you don't agree with me, you don't talk much, and you talk nonsense with your true feelings. Later, he finally understood from her eyes that some people, once you talk to them, are gone. Once you have seen some things in the world, you can't forget them. Su Sanson looked at the screen full of "add money" on the light brain, and his head was full of black lines. So he had to reply quickly to put an end to this eye-catching pollutant that was constantly refreshing the lower limit. Got it. I will leave today or tomorrow. Wait for my notice. For a whole morning, Su Sanson was in the exclusive lounge on the second floor of the private army camp, and first made a rough plan with the 3 members of the 4-party team for the arrangements for the next few dozen days of the wind season. Since the marshal was injured, he needed to rest at home for at least 15 days to avoid any hidden dangers. Therefore, the Xifang team decided to take a 15-day vacation. Anyway, the team successfully earned valuable rewards in the first 2 competitive tasks, and is currently ranked first in the sea-level ranking. So they only need to do a big job after the marshal returns to make up for the loss of these 15 days at one time. Su Sanson agreed to this. It happened that she could also free up her hands to carefully study the color-fading problem of agricultural products in the bamboo forest courtyard. Next, it is the distribution of task rewards and mutant red fruit flower plants. After discussion, the team retained 240,000 of the 1.74 million contribution points to buy energy system nuclear crystals from Su Sanson. The remaining 1.5 million was directly distributed equally to Su Sanson, Qin Ergu, and the 4 members of the Xifang team according to the quota of 250,000 per person. In this competition mission, everyone picked 5 mutant red fruit flowers at the ginseng planting base under the forest. Considering that the location was guessed by Su Sanson, and the mutant iron wireworm was also killed by Xiaoyu, and everyone had already taken a big advantage in the mission reward, they unanimously decided that the 5 mutant red fruit flowers would belong to Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu. At this point, Su Sanson's discussion in the lounge finally came to an end. As soon as she walked out of the gate of the private army camp, she saw Dahe, and the tall figure next to it. Ah! Why are you here? She was delighted and hurriedly stepped forward with her short legs. Xie Yuan curved his eyebrows and habitually helped her open the car door, and said softly, "It's windy today, so I thought of taking you home." Su Sanson smiled. Her old Xie is really becoming more and more considerate. She walked quickly to the car door, and Xie Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Her smile was always so beautiful, her hair was flying, her mood was beautiful, and the atmosphere was right, the effect was doubled. Well, the timing was good. Captain Xia's brain quickly analyzed and weighed the pros and cons. After only half a second of hesitation, he decided to muster up the courage to speak. Chapter 327. At the same time, in front of the public toilet at the corner of Nanchangmen Middle Street, Qin Erge held a plunger in one hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the other hand. He walked out of the toilet utility room and let out a long sigh. Hey! This morning's work is finally done. Just as he was completely relaxed, enjoying the blowing wind and immersed in this moment of freedom, suddenly, a tall figure rushed out from his side, and then a charming voice sounded in his ears. "It really took me a long time to find you. It turns out that you are hiding here." Du Xiaowei blinked her charming fox eyes, and stared at the handsome boy next to her with joy. Buzz, Qin Erge's body froze, and his brain immediately sounded in alarm. Why is it her? The scheming woman who fell in love with his plunger. Du Xiaowei looked at the handsome boy in front of her, whose limbs suddenly stiffened, and her heart trembled. Why is he reacting so strongly to seeing me? What a pure and lovely little boy. Du Xiaowei's lips curled up, and her heart was clearly in love. The scumbag girl knew whether she was right or not as soon as she made a move. Unless the sister nodded, the brother was not allowed to leave. Du Xiaowei's slender jade hand suddenly reached forward, wanting to hold hands and talk about love. Qin Erge raised his thick eyebrows. Bad, the plunger is in danger. In broad daylight, this woman actually wanted to rob it openly. Humph. He shook his right hand, and immediately transferred the precious magic weapon to his left hand, and used his strong body to separate the plunger and the woman fiercely. Du Xiaowei, who was standing on the right side of Qin Ergu, paused with her hand stretched out in the air. Her eyes moved slightly. You bastard, I knew you were anxious. You actually took the initiative to free your hand. You are quite sensible. Du Xiaowei's face was as red as peach blossoms, and her eyes were full of spring. Perhaps because of the other party's sudden initiative, she actually felt shy in her heart at this moment. She blinked her eyes, her cheeks were slightly red, and she turned her head away embarrassedly, but the hand in the air was unstoppable and continued to reach forward. You? What do you want to do? Chin Ergu asked. He looked at the palm in front of him, which was getting closer and closer, and was suddenly shocked. It was so blatant. Are you going to control my right hand first, and then attack the plunger in my left hand when I am not prepared? Humph! You don't want to succeed. Du Xiaowei turned her back to the little cutie, her face full of shyness, and said delicately, You. Yes. Chin Ergu snorted lightly, with an expression that your low-class tricks have been completely seen through by me, and silently put his right hand behind his back. Du Xiaowei's fully extended left hand directly pounced into nothingness. Her wrist was scratching in the wind, up and down, left and right. Huh? Where's her hand? She turned her head and glanced, and then she found that the little cutie had hidden her hand behind her back. Du Xiaowei chuckled. You are quite good at it. Why are you shy again? She chased after him and stretched her hand behind her back to continue to scratch. Chin Ergu was stunned. He was still coming. He tilted his arm and quickly moved his right hand to the side. Du Xiaowei smiled, not to be outdone, and stretched out her jade hand to take another step. Chin Ergu tilted his shoulder, and his right hand began to sink. Du Xiaowei continued to explore, and Chin Ergu continued to hide. Du Xiaowei began to bend down, and Chin Ergu began to kneel. Du Xiaowei began to kneel, and Chin Ergu had completely squatted down. Old men and old ladies, who came out of the public toilet one after another, looked at the two people squatting next to the manhole cover at the door. They were curious for a moment, and followed them forward. Is there gold under here? Next to the manhole cover, Chin Ergu had nowhere to squat or go down, and his right hand was about to have nowhere to hide. Du Xiaowei's eyes were shining, and her delicate hands were about to succeed. When her fingers were about to touch, Chin Ergu jumped up from the ground with a whoosh, tightly grasped his plunger, and finally exploded in silence. He just shouted, Third sister! Save me! He directly fiddled with his short legs that could keep up with any rhythm, and disappeared at the end of the street corner. The incident happened suddenly. Du Xiaowei squatted in place, watching the figure that suddenly ran away, feeling empty in her heart. Third sister? Could it be? He also likes Su Sanson. Once this love brain is online, the IQ has no lower limit. The bad girl will also fall one day. At the gate of the private army camp, in front of the co-pilot of Dahe, Xie Yuan's eyes were full of burning, and he stared at the girl in front of him affectionately. Su Sanson accidentally met his eyes. Burned by his undisguised passion, bathed in this strong emotion, her little heart was pounding. Here it comes again! Here it comes again! This feeling comes again, Xie! Xie Yuan. Is he going to? Su Sanson felt something, and her cheeks flushed. Her round almond eyes flashed with anticipation. Xie Yuan's eyes were blazing, and his lips parted slightly. Sanson, I have always. Before he finished speaking, a mournful and tragic long howl was heard, flying out from the end of the street corner, straight into the eardrum. Third sister! Save me! In the blink of an eye, Chin Ergu's figure was between Xie Yuan and Su Sanson. Perhaps because he felt the space was too crowded, Erguzi twisted his buttocks with great effort. A big head, anxiously, hit Su Sanson's little face, which was still immersed in heartbeats and sweetness. Xie Yuan's eyes froze, like a heavy rain, directly extinguishing his long-brewing enthusiasm. At this time, Hu Ba, Yu Ge and Xiao Jia Ba, who had been hiding behind a hay and watching the show for a long time, sighed at the same time. Hey! It was almost there. But, what a pity! Su Sanson's face fell, and he raised his eyelids in disappointment, looking at the intact Chin Ergu with a lot of questions. What happened? Is he in danger? When the three eavesdroppers heard that there was danger, their eyebrows raised immediately. Something big happened. So they quickly poked out three heads from behind a hay, lined up in order from top to bottom, with their ears erect, and listened blatantly. Su Sanson looked at the three heads that suddenly appeared from the rear of the car, and his head was full of black lines. Fortunately, Ergu interrupted Lao Xie in time, otherwise. Hey! Chin Ergu was suddenly surrounded by his friends, and felt safe, so he complained, That woman! She came to steal my plunger. Su Sanson was stunned. Du Ziwei is here? What did she do to you? Chin Ergu described everything that happened just now in a concise manner. Su Sanson's mouth twitched, and he said very considerately, Is there a possibility that she may not be interested in your plunger? Chin Ergu frowned. Not a plunger? What could it be? Could it be my frog skin armor? That won't work. Su Sanson rolled his eyes, and pointed out directly, She should be interested in you. I. The middle school boy opened his mouth wide, as if a bolt from the blue had struck him, and a dam had burst. How could it be? She. Hey! Sue Sanson sighed, patted her Guzi on the shoulder, and decided to be a master to the end, to send the Buddha to the west, to break it up, and began to guide him step by step. You are also 19 years old, and it is time to think about this problem. If you like her, the next time you meet, you can say, Ziwei, even if the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united, I dare not break up with you. If you don't like her, then you can refuse in a tactful way. For example, Ziwei, you are crazy and I am stupid. Let's go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Sue Sanson spoke eloquently and gave a personal example. Jean Ergu was confused and his eyes were wide open. Got it? Sue Sanson confirmed again at last. Jean Ergu frowned, not quite understanding. But I'm afraid this won't work. Sue Sanson tilted his head. Why not? Jean Ergu hesitated. She's not called Ziwei. Ah? Sue Sanson was stunned. Isn't she Du's eating sister? Jean Ergu scratched his head. But her name is Du Xiaowei. Sue Sanson choked. Okay, so he quickly changed his words. Come on, sister will teach you a song, Xiaowei. Do you know how much I love you? After much persuasion, Jean Ergu was finally sent away, and Hu Ba and the other two listened with great interest, and were still not satisfied. Sue Sanson raised his eyes speechlessly, stole a glance at Captain Xie, who had been guarding beside him, and sighed secretly. I don't know when the next time will be. Captain Xie felt the little girl's eyes, and immediately gave himself a shot of chicken blood in his heart. No. He had to find another opportunity quickly. At the same time, in the inner city of Base 903, in the underground castle of Napoleon's family, Yamaguchi Io slowly opened his eyes. Ahem. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with his elbow, covered his severely injured heart with his palm, pursed his pale lips, and his eyes were full of murderous intent and anger. Du family. I want you to pay the price. In a room in the inner city of Base number 103, Bai Ding looked at the encrypted message sent by Yamaguchi Io in the light brain and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Good, Du family. You really have treasures. This time, I will make you like those immortals, and be buried for the master. Boom! Over the Du's plantation, thunder suddenly rolled and dark clouds rolled. Sitting on the recliner in Gu Yun, who was leisurely drinking su tea, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. Looking at the fine sand that quickly gathered on the stone plate, his brows were tightly furrowed. A sign of great misfortune, finally. Is it coming? Chapter 328. Woo! The wind whistled past. In the inner city of Base 903, above the Du's plantation, black clouds rolled and the wind swirled. Du's eating stood on the high metal wall, watching the sudden change in the sky, and immediately deployed urgently. C-Class, B-Class. Line up and prepare to meet the enemy. Yes. The Du family servants immediately took the order, and quickly dispersed around the high metal wall of the plantation. Boom! As the black clouds gathered rapidly, they collided with each other, making bursts of thunder. The squad leader of C-Class, Shan Feng, had a cold look in his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Merge the folding fans." As soon as the voice fell, dozens of metal folding fans were immediately thrown into the air from all corners of the metal wall. Swish, swish, swish. The fan bones were split, and quickly reorganized and merged. In the blink of an eye, a giant folding fan was formed in the air. The giant folding fan, with its face open wide, covered the sky and the sun. All the servants in Class C raised their arms high and crossed them above their heads, and the remote simulation devices in their palms kept issuing commands. All they heard was the loud shouting of fan. Instantly, dozens of isolation nuclear crystals on the giant folding fan in the air released energy, just like the banana fan of Princess Iron Fan in Journey to the West, swaying up and down in the sky and flapping wantonly. Woo! Woo! The huge whirlwind generated by the giant folding fan, under the repulsive force of the isolation energy, blew towards the layers of black clouds directly above the plantation at a high speed. Boom! The black clouds were blown back and forth by the whirlwind, colliding with each other, and were immediately dispersed under the strong push of the isolation repulsive force. Huh? Looking at the thick clouds gradually dissipating in the sky, Du Zitong exhaled lightly. However, the next second, the black clouds that were dispersed suddenly stopped gathering towards the center, and instead circled around the metal wall of the plantation, connecting end to end and forming a big circle. The big circle was like a dark dragon in the sky, overlooking the small space of the human world. The Panlong opened its mouth and roared. Lightning flashed, and the black clouds rolled. The Panlong circled around the plantation, spinning rapidly and gradually pressing down. Not good. The black cloud suddenly changed its course and wanted to destroy the metal wall directly. For treasures of the study. Pick up the pen and grind the ink. The class leader of Class B, Mao E, shouted loudly. The speed-related brush, the acid-related thick ink, the strengthening-related cloud paper, and the strength-related stone inkstone immediately flew out from the hands of dozens of servants in Class B. The pen was lifted as if by a god, and the ink splashed as if by a soul. The servants of Class B waved their arms, full of scholarly vigor and arrogance. In an instant, a piece of extremely resilient cloud paper unfolded in the air, and a huge flying pen was writing with great momentum. Dipped in strong acid ink, it actually left a residual image between the coiled black clouds and swam at high speed. In just 2 seconds, a great work of the end of the world was instantly completed. In the middle of this huge circular panlong, a capital demolition appeared. The strengthening energy in the cloud paper was infinitely released, and with its own strength, it was very strong and pulled the lightning black cloud that was about to scatter and reorganize. The warning words of the demolition and relocation office filled with high concentration acid ink collided back and forth between the panlong, quickly agitated, and set an example, resolutely implemented and executed the purpose of early demolition, early benefits, and rewards for moving away. The strong acid mist instantly consumed and eroded the surrounding black clouds. In just a few seconds, the thick clouds in the sky were dismantled and dispersed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a room in the inner city of base number 103, Bai Ding sat on a chair behind a metal table, his eyes slightly closed, and suddenly moved. You are still capable. I really underestimated you. I saw his big hand on the glass suddenly flip up, and a strong black gas quickly emerged from between his fingers. At the same time, in the inner city of base number 903, above the Dews plantation, the panlong gradually dissipated, and suddenly, an unprecedented thick black air wave swept in from the east, and in an instant, a high and huge air vortex fell from the sky. In the vortex, it seemed like a huge hole with no end in sight, filled with countless black gas. It was like a bottomless black mouth that wanted to swallow everything in the world. Hula! In just one breath, the pens, ink, paper and inkstone that Class B was gradually recovering from the air were actually sucked up to the sky, and in the vortex, they disappeared in an instant. Crack, crack. The next second, the metal walls could not hold up and were torn apart by the powerful suction. Those who had no resistance were swept into the sky and disappeared directly beyond the horizon. The wall has been broken, and the plantation is in danger. Not good. This is the power of devouring. In the good pavilion of the commercial street, Guyun, who had been watching with his eyes closed, suddenly had an idea. An unprecedented sense of crisis, accompanied by this strong evil force, suddenly rose in his heart. Is this the natural disaster and destructive power that the master mentioned? Guyun's thoughts were flying, and he did not dare to delay. He quickly grabbed the wooden table and waved his big hand in the air. Paw, paw, paw. Dozens of mahjong tiles burst out of the top. He opened his arms wide, and the materialized nuclear crystal on his chest suddenly glowed. He opened and closed his lips, and a distant voice suddenly came from the horizon. 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, east, west, south, north, center, white hair. In an instant, east wind, west wind, south wind, north wind and red center, each with 4 tiles, suddenly fell from the sky and landed steadily in the 5 directions of the Dews plantation, guarding the 5 directions. With the suppression of these 20 mahjong tiles, the metal walls around the Dews plantation finally managed to stabilize their bodies, and they slowly fell back to their original positions from mid-air. At the same time, 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8 tubes, also with 4 tiles each, quickly flew towards the surroundings of the vortex. In an instant, 108 bright white light balls suddenly rushed out from these 24 mahjong tiles. 108 light balls immediately formed a circle around the vortex, like a white light bracelet, slowly drawing a circle in the sky. Spiritual light surrounds ghosts, pearls hang high, flowing waves become shields, and the defense is boundless. As the low humming sound in the sky endlessly revolves, the 108 light balls rotate faster and faster in the sky. The east, west, south, north, and center guarding the 5 directions on the ground also suddenly brightened at the same time. In an instant, white light suddenly appeared, and it actually made the Dews plantation brightly lit. In the sky and on the ground, white light intertwined, and 108 light balls burst out beams of light, which were intertwined with the 20 mahjong tiles guarding the 5 directions on the ground. A huge light cage completely enveloped the plantation, and fiercely blocked the dark bottomless vortex in the sky. In a room in the inner city of base number 103, the man with the lamp raised his eyebrows and curled his lips slightly. Humph. The person hiding in the dark finally showed up. He suddenly stood up from his chair, raised his arms slightly, and turned his palm suddenly. In an instant, black air overflowed and thick fog filled the air. At the same time, the black vortex above plantation number 903 suddenly expanded. Countless black clouds rolled, and the wind swept. A dark force that was stronger and thicker than before was gathering at a very fast speed, pressing down hard on the cage of white light directly below. Crackle. Boom. When the black air and white light collided, lightning and thunder flashed, and light and shadow intertwined. Guyun's eyes stagnated, his brows slightly frowned, and blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 329. He forced a bitter smile, and his arms quickly overlapped in the air, and then quickly opened wide. A distant voice began to chant slowly from the horizon, "Hold on to the ancestral land, and never let go. The roots are originally in the city wall. After thousands of blows, it is still strong. Look at my east, west, south, and north winds. White light, big fortune." Diao dio dio. In an instant, 8 extremely dazzling white lights burst out from the 4 white boards and 4 get-rich cards, and went straight through the clouds. In an instant, the sky was bright, like daylight. The huge dark vortex became more and more bleak under the direct illumination of the white light. Bai Ding frowned slightly, clenched his back teeth, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force, and a stream of thick black air flew out from his chest. The black vortex above the plantation suddenly began to rotate, carrying a thick black air, trying to temporarily avoid the power of the blazing beam of light. Suddenly, another deep and distant voice came from the horizon at a high speed, repeating the same words quickly like chanting a sutra. "The next player doesn't speak, the previous player can't leave. The next player doesn't speak, the previous player can't leave." Bai Ding groaned, and suddenly his mouth opened wide, and an extremely dense black gas, like a wriggling long snake, flew out of his body with a whoosh. In an instant, the black vortex in the white light suddenly began to tremble rapidly. The vortex kept shaking, and a stream of dense black gas scattered in all directions, constantly swallowing up the surrounding light. Suddenly, there was a click sound, and the 108 white light bracelets around the vortex were instantly dispersed by the black gas, like broken Buddhist beads. The light cage was unstable, and the white light was reduced. The east, west, south, north, and center that suppressed the metal wall was no longer stable, and began to sway left and right, up and down. Ugh! Guyun suddenly covered his chest and sprayed a blood mist. He closed his eyes, and clenched his teeth. The arm immediately turned quickly in front of his chest, and while the materialized nuclear crystal was bright, the ancient stone plate suddenly floated in the air. The fine sand rose up, and quickly returned to the 2 poles. Guyun quickly pinched the word earth in the air, and with a swish, the fine sand instantly moved in the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, and a Kun hexagram appeared immediately. The world was created, and the world was moved, at the same time. At the gate of the private army camp in base city number 103, Su Sanson sent Shin Ergu away, and finally sat in the co-pilot seat smoothly. Suddenly, her heartbeat stagnated, and a colorful pure light flashed. As her pupils were dilated, a distant voice echoed in her brain, but she couldn't hear it clearly. At this time, white light flickered in the sky above the Dew's plantation, and it was about to be swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, the stone plate in the good pavilion rotated, and the fine sand was agitated. In less than half a breath, the fine sand swished and fell on the Kun hexagram again. A colorful pure light flashed by. In an instant, the formation that had begun to collapse seemed to have received a booster shot, and was once again as solid as a rock. Suddenly, the sky brightened and the daylight returned. Ah! The moment, the vortex above the plantation was suddenly dispersed by the white light. Bai Ding vomited black blood and fell to the ground. At this moment in the good pavilion, in the Tai Chi Bagua diagram on the stone plate, the fine sand stayed in a familiar hexagram for a long time, and the gate of life was Kun, around the bamboo forest of Du Fu's thatched cottage. 8 concrete stones of different shapes suddenly darkened and completely lost their luster. At the gate of the private army camp, Su Sanson's eyes regained clarity again. She looked up blankly and looked at Xie Yuan, who was anxious beside her. She frowned slightly and asked, "What happened just now?" At this time, a tall and pretty figure suddenly ran over. Du Xiaowei didn't care about anything and directly grabbed Xie Yuan, who was leaning over the co-pilot seat of Su Sanson. With a pair of seductive fox eyes, she looked up and down at Xie Yuan and pulled him back. Su Sanson frowned slightly and said bluntly, Ergo just left. Why don't you chase him? Du Xiaowei stretched out her index finger and waved it lightly in the air, which was considered an answer. Su Sanson's heart tightened. What was going on? Could this woman not chase Ergo and turn to her old Xia instead? No, 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 no. She was instantly alarmed and immediately stood up, wanting to block old Xia behind her. However, Du Xiaowei suddenly raised her eyebrows and asked Xia Yuan, I heard that you are an auto mechanic. Su Sanson was stunned. What the hell? Do you want old Xia to repair her car? Xia Yuan glanced at the woman in front of him, frowned unhappily, and was silent for a while, and said coldly, Just the fur. That's good. Du Xiaowei exhaled, immediately raised her chest and head, raised her hips, and tightened her abdomen, and turned in front of Xia Yuan. Su Sanson's little heart was in her throat. She. What is she going to do? Xia Yuan frowned and was about to leave, when he heard Du Xiaowei suddenly say, Then take a look. Do I look like a spare tire? Huh? Xia Yuan and Su Sanson were both stunned. At this time, the stutterer, who could not lie silently, took out a big black spare tire from the trunk, held it in his hand, and carefully compared it with Du Xiaowei from all angles. Then he made a serious conclusion. Don't say it, the air is full. Yu Gu and Hu Ba slowly turned their heads and gave him a thumbs up. Xia Yuan didn't understand, so he just raised his hand and pointed at the spare tire in the little stuttering hand, and casually answered, Why don't you compare it yourself? Su Sanson covered her mouth and laughed. Du Xiaowei was relentless, and pointed her sword at Su Sanson. What's wrong with my brother? Su Sanson was full of questions. Are you asking me? Your brother? Xia Yuan's eyes darkened. He dared to mention that pretty boy in front of Sanson. Just as the three of them were talking to themselves, suddenly, the plum blossom card nail in Su Sanson's cloth bag flashed, and an encrypted communication request came from his brain. Su Sanson looked down and saw that it was Grandpa Du. She quickly glanced at Xia Yuan beside her, then quickly returned to the co-pilot of Dahe, closed the door, and connected the connection. Miss Su, this is Du Zicheng. Grandpa Du said solemnly and anxiously, I want to ask you for a favor. Su Sanson asked reflexively, What favor? Grandpa Du said concisely, I would like to ask you to save a person. Save him at the cost of my other half of the nuclear crystal of the Du family. At the same time, Du Xiaowei's optical brain also received an urgent message from Du Ziting. Big news. Come back quickly. At this time, Wang Chongnong, the chairman of a practice group of the Democratic Party, suddenly felt a stagnation in his heart and fell to the ground. In his eyes and eyebrows that were in close contact with the ground, a stream of black air rushed out uncontrollably. The roof of Gu Pavilion in Bay City number 903 was broken with countless holes. In the middle of the hut, Gu Yun was pale and lying in a pool of blood. He was breathing weakly, holding a life-extending grass in his mouth, and was surrounded by several senior doctors. At the entrance of Gu Pavilion, there was old Master Du, holding a carved walking stick tightly in his hand. His expression was solemn, and he could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Du Ziting put his cloak on the old man and asked tentatively, Can she be saved? Old Master Du's wrinkled fox eyes moved slightly, staring at De Jiuxiang and Su Cha opposite him, and whispered, Don't forget, she is a member of the Su family. Chapter 330. Outside the south gate of base number 103, Jean Guifeng put on her thickest coat, held tightly to the straw hat on her bald head that would blow away at the slightest touch, and ran wildly in the strong wind. Why is it always like this? He has transformed from the head of the escort agency to the manager of the aircraft rental company. Why does he have to rush to the business line? Jean Guifeng was out of breath and finally ran to the special parking spot of Shanfeng. Looking at this micro-aircraft that was not only not repaired and upgraded, but also became more and more vicissitudes and unkempt, she secretly said that it was bad luck. Su Sanson's mouth is a lie. It was clearly agreed that after renting the aircraft, it would be immediately fully inspected. What about now? Isn't this a blatant rental scam? How dare you not do it according to the agreement? Add money. Must pay more. As soon as he boarded the plane, before he could even say add money, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted on the second row of seats. Su Sanson quickly put away the said nuclear crystal. Xie Yuan quickly fastened the seat belt for Jean Guifeng, and quickly climbed onto the top of Xiaowei. After setting up the stagnation element small stone protective cover, he hurried back to the cockpit. With a whoosh, Xiaowei suddenly took off under the blessing of the Yongyuan Corps, and disappeared into the dark clouds with a whoosh. Su Sanson sat in the co-pilot seat, looking at the wild duck egg in her arms. Her heart was clenched again. Last time she went to the reeds, she stole a total of 4 eggs. Xie Yuan and Guzi ate 1 each, and Tietue and Ulung shared 1. The one in her arms was her last stock. Oh, I really can't bear to give it up. But I immediately recalled the promise of Grandpa. Do the old man actually guess that she had the other half of the Do series nuclear crystal? Which detail was exposed? Su Sanson couldn't figure it out for a while. However, compared to the Do series nuclear crystal that can be used for farming and making money, it is not impossible to pay a wild duck egg. But what kind of person can make Grandpa Do willing to give up the other half of the nuclear crystal to save him? Su Sanson thought alone and remained silent, while Xie Yuan on the side was flying his fingers and driving Xiaowei to fly. In the inner city of Base 903, Grandpa Do stood in front of the Gu Pavilion, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "The Djiuxiang opposite is too fragrant, it's just a stumbling block on his way to health." He raised the wooden carved crutches in his hand, raised his feet, and turned directly into the Gu Pavilion behind him. With a click, the door closed. If you can't smell it, you won't be greedy. If you don't see it, you won't be annoyed. He glanced at the big hole on the roof that had been repaired and nodded with satisfaction. He walked quickly to the center of the hut, and looked at Guiyun, who was still lying on the ground, his eyes full of melancholy. "How is it? Is he stable now?" This question was the 10th time that old Master Du asked in these 10 minutes. The medical doctor patiently answered again, "It's hard to say. All the internal organs have been severely damaged. It seems that there is poisonous gas invading. Now we can only change a life-extending grass every 10 minutes to keep him hanging for a while. But I'm afraid he won't last long." "Ah." Old Master Du sighed, blinking his cloudy fox eyes. He held the carved cane tightly in both hands, and emphasized in a firm and sonorous tone, "We must do our best to hang on for another 4 hours." The medical staff lowered his head, and answered silently. Old Master Du looked at the departure message sent by Su Sanson 5 minutes ago on the light brain, and prayed secretly. "You said 4 hours, you must not be late." At 3:45 p.m., Xiaowei sped all the way, forced through the northwest hurricane belt, and finally arrived 5 minutes ahead of schedule. When landing at the special parking space in the inner city of Base 903, Xie Yuan immediately jumped and quickly jumped to the top of the plane. Taking advantage of the moment, when the Du family had not approached, he hurriedly gathered the small stones of stagnation elements scattered around, and put them back on the antenna on the roof of Dahe. Old Master Du, supported by many servants of the Du family, walked to Xiaowei with a wooden carved cane. Looking at this strange shape, like a broken aircraft, he was shocked. Is this the legendary beggar machine? This machine looks plain, but it took less than 4 hours to fly from number 103 to number 903 Base City. It's simply unscientific." Old Master Du's thoughts were racing, but he didn't show it on his face. He walked briskly to Su Sanson, and got straight to the point. "Let's go. Are you going to see the patient in person?" Su Sanson coughed lightly and nodded. "I guess so." Xie Yuan carried Jean Guifeng with one hand, and stuffed him into the back seat of Dahe, then called Sanson, "Get in the car." Su Sanson turned around, and got on the co-pilot of Dahe. Soon, with the Du family car leading the way, Dahe arrived at the door of Djiuxiang in less than 2 minutes. Su Sanson got off the car and followed Old Master Du into the Gu Pavilion opposite, while Xie Yuan drove Dahe directly into the backyard of Djiuxiang. It was more than an hour before dinner time. Tietue and Ulung, who were busy preparing food in the kitchen, walked over quickly, and took over the still unconscious Jean Guifeng from Xie Yuan. After Su Sanson stepped into the Gu Pavilion, she saw Guiyun lying in a pool of blood. It turned out to be him, the fake old man who gave her 233 dice. Su Sanson immediately squatted down and felt Guiyun's breath. It was so weak that it was almost gone. He was really dying. "Everyone, get out. I have to save people quickly, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be too late." Su Sanson immediately asked to clear the area. Although Old Master Du was extremely curious, he also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't waste any more time. He bargained with Su Sanson and asked to watch, and immediately led a group of Du family servants and medical practitioners out of the gate of Gu Pavilion. At this moment, Xie Yuan hurried over from the Jiuxiang on the opposite side. Su Sanson hurriedly called Xie Yuan in, and then with a pop, he directly locked Old Master Du, who was still trying to stretch his neck to look inside, outside the door. Su Sanson took out a linen bag from the cloth bag, which contained the scalpel and surgical scissors she brought with her when she first crossed over. Xie Yuan took out a metal bottle from the bag of supplies. In the metal bottle, there were raw duck eggs that had been beaten in advance. Xie Yuan supported Gu Yun's upper body with one hand and pointed the mouth of the metal bottle at Gu Yun's mouth, which was still slowly bleeding. At the same time, Su Sanson walked around behind Gu Yun, picked up a scalpel in one hand and a pair of surgical scissors in the other, and pretended to trim Gu Yun's hair back and forth. The moment the egg liquid entered Gu Yun's mouth, a strong healing energy immediately swept through his body. The green healing molecules quickly moved between the dilapidated internal organs that were about to lose their vitality. Chapter 331. Old Master Du stood outside the Gu Pavilion, surrounded by a group of servants, watching the real-time rescue images transmitted in the optical brain, and gently sighed. How could this tall guy block the camera directly? What is he doing while supporting Gu Yun? What is this Su Sanson doing with a pair of scissors, cutting people's hair? Does this treatment start from the hair? Old Master Du frowned and watched the live broadcast, thinking and wondering. As for Su Sanson and Xie Yuan in Gu Pavilion, one of them acted with flying hands, directed and acted by himself, and seriously imitated the shaman barber, making random styling. One of them used his body as a shield to cover the pinhole camera installed next to the wooden table, and his palms were fast and steady to throw Gu Yun's eggs. 5 minutes later, Su Sanson put away the knife and stood up, and Xie Yuan stuffed the metal bottle into his arms and put Gu Yun down on the ground again. With a creak, the door of Gu Pavilion opened from the inside. Okay, let the medical doctor come in and take a look. Su Sanson suddenly appeared at the door. Old Master Du was in a hurry and quickly cut off the real-time picture in the optical brain. He smiled awkwardly and pretended to be calm and hurriedly called the medical doctor to come in and check. Su Sanson's mouth twitched, pretending that she didn't see it. Anyway, she had guessed that this old man must have bad intentions and had a backhand, so she just acted out like that. As for the captured picture, let Old Master Du figure it out himself. The medical doctor took the instrument and scanned Gu Yun back and forth for several rounds. Old Master Du frowned and hurriedly said, "How is it? Is there any problem?" The medical technician hesitated, nodded, shook his head, and exclaimed in disbelief, All healed. This is unscientific." Old Master Du was delighted at first, and then asked back, "All healed? Saved?" The medical technician displayed the data on the instrument, nodded, and explained, "The vital signs are stable, but he is still in a coma. His consciousness should still be dormant. He will probably wake up after a few more days of recuperation." Old Master Du's wrinkled peach blossom eyes widened. He is saved now? No need to infuse some repair potions or life-extending potions. The medical technician waved his hands. It's a waste. Old Master Du took a breath of cold air, and then his thoughts flew. Such a treatment effect. I'm afraid it must be the healing energy. It seems that this Su family really has a lot of secret inheritance. Su Sanson saw that the medical technician had given a clear diagnosis, which was equivalent to her having successfully fulfilled her promise, so the next step was Old Master Du. Su Sanson curved her eyebrows and grinned at the old man. She looked calm, but she was secretly complaining in her heart. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and express your opinion. Self-awareness is a traditional virtue of the Yen people. Old Master Du held the carved walking stick in his hand, gently leaned on the ground, exhaled, and his wrinkled peach blossom eyes were full of love, as if he was looking at his precious great-granddaughter. He stared at Su Sanson tenderly and affectionately. Hey, Miss Su. Thank you very much this time. Don't worry, our Du family always keeps our word. We will never break our promises on the conditions we have negotiated before. Su Sanson smiled brightly, looking harmless. No matter where, we are all businessmen. Integrity is the cornerstone of our cooperation. But he couldn't help but complain in his heart. You are a profiteer, and you want to peep with a camera. People's hearts are really unpredictable. We have to be on guard. The two of them boasted about business to each other for a few more times, and then Su Sanson and Xie Yuan went directly back to the Jiuxiang on the opposite side. Old Master Du looked at the petite figure disappearing at the door. His fox eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurriedly sent a message to Du Ziting, shouting, "You must quickly take down this Miss Su. She now holds half of the Du family's family business." Alas, looking at the message being sent smoothly, Old Master Du beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting why he had made such a condition at that time. It's really a big loss. That's the great treasure of his Du family that was lost outside. Alas, at the same time, around the bamboo forest of Du Fu's thatched cottage, the 8 concrete stones that were originally dull suddenly lit up, flashing a faint halo. In a basement in the inner city of base number 103, shadow members wearing hooded cloaks were pouring cans of blood into the pool. Bai Ding lay on his back in the pool, his whole body immersed in bright red blood. On his shriveled head, black air was constantly seeping out from his pale lips. In the deep eye sockets, his eyes were slightly closed, like a 1,000-year-old mummy. If it weren't for the barely perceptible breathing sound, proving that he was still alive at this moment, otherwise, Bay City number 103 would have lost 2 highly respected generals at the same time on this day. Yes, at 11:35 noon today, the chairman of the Democratic Party, General Wang Chongnong, had a sudden heart attack and was announced to have passed away. Of course, this news was only reported to the top management of the base, and ordinary people have not received a formal official notice. Wang flashed and sneaked into the Democratic Party's morgue. He came to the ice coffin quietly, gently opened the coffin lid, and looked at the corpse with countless black air wandering inside. His eyes sank. He took out a glass bottle from his cloak, and the acid energy in the bottle instantly overflowed. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Zhongyang's body turned into a pool of deep red blood. The black air in the corpse was quickly absorbed by the moon's shadow. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Du Xiaowei, who had just arrived at the northwest hurricane belt and was about to start circling, sat in her exclusive cabin and hung up the video call with Grandpa Du. She couldn't help but frown slightly. How could Su Sanson arrive at Bay City number 903 so quickly? They clearly set out at the same time. What secrets does the Su family have? In the inner city of base number 903, in a Chinese-style courtyard with pavilions and towers, Du Zidong sat at a carved wooden table and suddenly said, "How is the investigation going?" A man with a big pot on his back. The sturdy man answered respectfully, "We can rule out the families of Louis, Hugo, and de Gaulle. The most suspected ones at present are Mackinac and Napoleon." Du Zidong tapped the folding fan in his hand. "Mackinac? The one that uses chemical reagents to produce simulated sweeteners?" The voice of the scapegoat sounded again. "Yes. On the day when the metal wall was besieged by the Yamaguchi Gumi, our Jiazi class happened to send people to the simulated sweetener factory to purchase goods. At that time, someone caught a glimpse of a group of mosquitoes taking off from the corner. Later, everyone reviewed the situation and suspected that the group of mosquitoes that took off might be the mechanical mosquitoes that broke through the metal wall barrier that morning." Du Zidong thought for a while, nodded, and continued to ask, "What's the situation with Napoleon's family?" The sturdy man pulled the big pot on his back, his expression serious. "Their family has a piece of land near the artificial sweetener factory, which has been abandoned for many years." Du Zidong's fox eyes narrowed slightly. "Very good, this matter will be handed over to your Jiazi class. Be sure to keep a close eye on it." "Yes." The sturdy man, with the pot, disappeared instantly. In the back kitchen of Dijiuxiang Hot Pot Restaurant on the commercial street, Xie Yuan was diligently preparing dishes with his knife. Suddenly, the light brain on his wrist flashed, and an encrypted message came. He frowned slightly. The only person who could send him an encrypted message, except San, could only be Scar. He had thrown Scar an encrypted communicator in the metal house of One-Eyed Zhang before. The signal network used by this encrypted communicator was externally expanded through the serializer on the roof of Dijiuxiang. Therefore, their communication is relatively safe. Even if someone monitors Scar and successfully intercepts his communication signal, it can only be traced back to base city number 903. As for whether Dijiuxiang in the inner city can be further tracked, it may be necessary to break the firewall of the Du family first. Although the communication between the two has a certain degree of security, both parties tacitly agree that they are more inclined to use the nutrient solution air tube and agree on a time and place for a private meeting. Therefore, Scar will not use this encrypted channel unless it is absolutely necessary. Xie Yuan looked at the message on the optical brain. Quick reply, there is progress. He pursed his lips tightly, and his thoughts flew. It seems that Scar has found a key clue in the East City Gate black market. Chapter 332. Star Calendar Year 336. Wind Season Day 13, for 25 p.m. Xiaowei took off again, whoosh, disappeared in the airspace of base city number 903, and headed towards base city number 103 at high speed. Su Sanson sat in the co-pilot seat, a little worried. Leaving Jean Guifeng in the store, is it okay? Xie Yuan's fingers quickly operated on the driving screen, whispering to comfort, "Don't worry, Tiechui and Ulung will arrange it." Su Sanson breathed a sigh of relief. Well, she was mainly worried that this big brother would wake up and yell for more money. What if those two people were inexperienced and fooled? Oh, forget it. Now is not the time to tangle with this problem. Su Sanson saw Xie Yuan's serious face and his hand speed flying, knowing that something must have happened to Scar, so it was not good to disturb him too much. So she quietly thought about her own things alone, such as how to solve the problem of discoloration of agricultural products. Xiaowei was flying in the sky, rushing back at a high speed. At the same time, in the inner city of Base 103, a group of Democratic Party officials quickly gathered in the morgue, preparing to start the memorial ceremony, and were surprised to find a pool of blood in the ice coffin. What's going on? Where's the forensic doctor? The coroner? The coroner? What on earth is going on? The officials were shocked on the spot, and their first reaction was to hold the forensic doctor and the coroner, who were responsible for guarding the ice coffin, accountable. Suddenly, a scream came from the workshop next to it. Ah, dry corpse. Following the scream, the officials quickly came to the door of the workshop and found two bodies that had been drained of blood and fell to the ground. From the outer clothes of the corpse, it was initially determined that these two people were the forensic doctor and the coroner, who everyone was preparing to hold accountable. What happened? How did they die? Why did the blood on their bodies disappear? At the same time, the vice chairman of the Democratic Party suddenly received an urgent message in his brain. 12 Democratic Party members were found dead at home, and the blood of the dead was all taken away. And these 12 Democratic Party members were all the colleagues who had carried out a practical group work discussion with Chairman Wang Chongyang in the conference room at noon today. So, these 12 Democratic Party members were witnesses to Wang Chongyang's heart attack, all dead. Why? Could it be that the chairman's death was not caused by a heart attack, but was it murder? The 12 witnesses present knew the truth, so they were all silenced, and the coroner and forensic doctor who were responsible for the burial and identification were also silenced because they found something wrong with the body. So, what secrets did Wang Chongyang's body hide? The Democratic Party officials were thinking, and they felt more and more that this matter was strange. The original simple accidental death was immediately secretly classified as a case of deliberate murder. The vice chairman immediately began to deploy tasks. This case is of great importance and extremely bad nature. In order to ensure the stability of the Democratic Party, it must be kept secret before the truth is found out. The fewer people who know, the more casualties can be minimized. I hope you will be careful and cautious. In the inner city of Base 103, by the blood pool in a secret underground room, Yuang's entire cheek was hidden in the hood, and the blood in the metal can in his hand, which was still warm, was poured into the pool. Looking at the shriveled pendulum inside, he asked in confusion, "General, why don't you just let those dozen people disappear? If we leave a handle like this, won't it be easy to be exposed?" The pendulum in the blood pool was motionless, and Yuang's eyes hidden in the hood suddenly changed. He actually began to ask himself and answer, "If I don't leave some clues and find something for them to do, how can I buy enough time to let me recover?" Once the Democratic Party makes public the news of Wang Chongyang's death, it will hold a memorial service within 3 days, and all the top leaders of the base will have to attend. Yuang's eyes lit up, the corners of his lips curled slightly, and he nodded. The general is still farsighted. Yuang smiled faintly, and suddenly, his chest rose and fell, and he began to cough constantly. Cough, cough. The coughing continued for more than 10 seconds before it gradually stopped. He stretched out his right hand, and his palm groped for the metal can in his hand, as if he was playing with a glass cup. Like a man staring at the light in the pool, he slowly said, This body is still useful. It needs to be restored as soon as possible." Wang's eyes were stern, and he answered respectfully, "Yes." He looked at the blood in the pool that had begun to turn black, coughed a few times, and frowned slightly. The blood can be extracted and absorbed. The repair energy is still too little. Wang's expression moved. "You mean you need healing energy?" At 8:05 p.m., Xiaowei landed on the Wasteland outside the South City Gate. After Xie Yuan drove Dahe to send Su Sanson back to the shantytown, he immediately ran towards the East City Gate Black Market. At 8:25, Xie Yuan, dressed in black, met Scar in the corner of the second floor of the East City Gate Black Market. The two figures flashed, one in front and one behind, and entered the ventilation duct silently. When Xie Yuan went down to the underground secret room of the Brotherhood along the pipeline opened by Lao Jiao of the Golden Triangle, he saw the metal cage in the center of the secret room through the gap. In the metal cage, a genetic warrior, with dull eyes and slightly open lips, walked back and forth unconsciously. His eyes were out of focus, and his dark eyeballs looked no different from those of a normal person. Scar frowned slightly. Something was wrong. Why was it different from what he saw last night? Scar crouched at another fork in the ventilation duct, his lips tightly pursed, and quickly gestured to Xie Yuan next to him. Frowny face. Last night, there was black air flying in his eyeballs, but now, there is no more. Very strange. Xie Yuan did not express his opinion, but continued to observe quietly. At this time, the door of the secret room was pushed open, and Jack Su walked in quickly from outside. He walked straight to the metal cage, looked at the experimental subject who was still pacing back and forth, frowned, and muttered to himself, "Why is it still like this? Wasn't it fine yesterday?" Xie Yuan and Scar in the ventilation duct immediately looked at each other. It seems that the genetic warrior in the cage really had an accident. Jack Su immediately took out the optical brain, surrounded the experimental subject, who had lost his consciousness in the metal cage, took pictures and recorded, and then silently connected with the Brotherhood's high level. At this time, a hoarse voice came from the optical brain. "How is it? Has it recovered?" Jack Su's voice trembled a little. "Not yet. Not yet." Suddenly, a spy's voice sounded from the optical brain. "Humph. There was an accident in the experiment. You'd better explain it to the general in person. Otherwise, you know?" Jack Su trembled all over, and the general's look of wanting to kill last time immediately echoed in his mind. He shivered. "Yes." Xie Yuan and Scar immediately raised their heads and raised their eyebrows at the same time. "General?" Chapter 333. In the secret room, Jack Su hung up the phone and looked at the unconscious experimental subject in the metal cage, feeling anxious. This experiment was basically fully responsible by him. If he had to report to the general, the Brotherhood would definitely push him to the front to take the blame. And this experiment was very smooth until yesterday. He thought he could directly carry out mass production, according to the ratio. Who knew that the experimental subject suddenly had problems at noon today? What to do? If the general held him accountable, he would definitely not be able to escape, but he didn't want to die yet. Jack Su was uneasy and anxious in the secret room, thinking quickly about countermeasures. His eyes suddenly turned, he calmed down, and quickly sent a message in the light brain. If this trip is dangerous, he must bring another person to stand in front of him. After wandering alone in the secret room for a few minutes, Jack Su finally calmed down and walked slowly towards the independent toilet next to the secret room. At the same time, Marilyn, who received the news, had a bright look in her eyes. She actually had the opportunity to meet the general. In the previous summons, she was only qualified to stand at the door waiting. Unexpectedly, Jack Su was willing to take her in today. What a godsend! Excited, she immediately dressed up and set off from the secret base of the Brotherhood, quickly running towards the East City Gate Black Market. In the secret room, Xie Yuan looked at Jack Su, who was about to enter the toilet, and a flash of inspiration came to him, and he quickly gestured to Scar. Scar was startled and looked back at Captain Xie with puzzled eyes, but Xie Yuan had already turned over and went down into the secret room through the vent, then moved quietly and quickly to the door of the toilet, and his pair of sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes immediately pointed at the crack of the door. Scar was startled, his eyes wide open. "No way, Captain, you, when did you develop such a hobby? Love peeping?" Xie Yuan's eyes followed the crack of the door and secretly glanced inside. Jack Su was facing the wall with his back to the wall, making preparations. With a sizzle, the sound of a zipper sliding was heard in the air. Xie Yuan's eyes were stern, and his wrist moved. A black nuclear crystal suddenly appeared in his right palm, and suddenly, a trace of black air began to spread at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, Jack Su trembled all over. At the same time, Xie Yuan's body fell to the side without any warning. "Oh my!" Scar was startled again. He rushed forward in a flash, and quickly supported his body according to Xie Yuan's instructions. Then he saw a strange black crystal in his right hand, which was rapidly releasing wisps of black air. This power. Why is it familiar? Scar was very shocked. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard the sizzle sound from the toilet again. The zipper was closed. The next second, Jack Su's voice slowly sounded, "Find a place to hide first. My body will be handed over to you temporarily." "What? Your body?" Scar looked up in shock and saw Jack Su suddenly appearing behind the toilet door. You. He opened his eyes wide, looked at Jack Su, and then at the unconscious Xie Yuan. In a flash, he understood everything. "No, I understand. But what kind of operation is this? I've never seen such a thing before." While complaining crazily in his heart, Scar carried Captain Xia's body, jumped directly, and returned to the ventilation duct. 5 minutes later, the door of the secret room was opened, and Marilyn came in with a happy face. "When do we set off?" Jack Su, who was possessed by Xie Yuan, had already turned on the optical computer and checked the message he had just sent, so he answered calmly at this moment, "Now." Marilyn was very excited and pointed at the experimental subject in the metal cage. "Are you going to report on the experiment?" Xie Yuan manipulated Jack Su, nodded slightly, and took out a pass belonging to the high-level office area of the base from the inner pocket of his coat and handed it to Marilyn. Opportunities are rare, and you will lead the team today. Marilyn took the pass, smiled knowingly, and said shyly, "Thanks. If the general takes a fancy to me, I will definitely not forget you." Jack-Su curled the corners of his lips, and just smiled and nodded. When Marilyn walked out of the secret room door ecstatically, Jack-Su glanced at the vent without leaving a trace. Scar understood, this is to let him follow the high-level office area in the inner city of the base. Who knows which general's office it is? He was agile, and hurriedly carried Xia Yuan's body, and left the East Gate Black Market at a high speed. Marilyn took the pass, and walked quickly towards the inner city of the base with Jack-Su behind her. She was anxious, and took Jack-Su to walk through the streets and alleys. Through the alleys and shortcuts, just to see the general quickly and start reporting. When the two of them passed a narrow alley, one in front and one behind, Jack-Su suddenly stopped. My God, why did his legs suddenly stop working? Xia Yuan was stunned, and then quickly reacted. There must be a problem with the energy transmission. I fainted. Isn't Scar nearby? Where did he go? Marilyn, who was walking in front, was chattering about the precautions she needed to know in advance when she met the general. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Why was no one answering her questions? So she turned her head quickly and looked. Huh? Why is this Jack-Su standing still? The key is, why is he blocking the door of the public toilet? Marilyn was speechless and walked back quickly. Standing at the door of the public toilet, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why don't you leave?" Jack-Su rolled his eyes in his heart. Did he not want to leave? He smiled bitterly and awkwardly made up a reason. I suddenly felt a little interesting. I thought I should brew it up, so as not to get excited when I meet the general later. Marilyn's eyes lit up. It turned out that there was this one. She quickly tightened her lower abdomen and began to check herself. At this time, a big hand suddenly pushed Jack-Su from behind. Jack-Su almost lost his balance, but Xia Yuan reacted quickly and reached out to hold the door frame, which helped him keep his balance. The next second, an old lady squeezed out from behind Jack-Su. The old lady looked disdainful and said in a sarcastic tone, "There are so many perverts in Fengji, men blocking the door of the women's restroom. Are you sick, Pa?" Jack-Su was startled, raised his eyes, and slowly looked at the sign above his head. A huge female was on his head. 10 minutes later, when Marilyn finally came out of the women's restroom, Scar, who had returned to the guard post halfway and specially changed Xia Yuan into a set of Swift Guard combat uniforms, finally appeared at the intersection of the alley again. Jack-Su, whose legs were freed, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and walked quickly with Marilyn to the general's office in the inner city of the base. 15 minutes later, Jack-Su, led by Marilyn, quickly arrived at the high-level office of the base. He looked at the metal sign at the door, the Reform Party. He understood that it was a pendant lamp. At the same time, Scar carried the unconscious Xia Yuan, and used his privilege as the captain of the guard to bypass the security checkpoint and directly came to the Special Welfare Application Office just below the high-level office. He asked the staff in a fake manner whether a guard member like the one he carried on his back, who was seriously injured on duty during a mission, could have an on-site medical assessment here, and then apply to the base for personal follow-up medical or pension benefits based on the assessment results. Of course, this so-called medical assessment and welfare application were just excuses to successfully bring Xia Yuan into the base service hall. Jack-Su and Marilyn waited at the door of the high-level office of the Reform Party for a while, and then the door was opened. A secretary on duty from the Reform Party slowly spoke. The general had something to do today and left work early. Do you have an appointment? Marilyn cleared her throat, thinking that the general had summoned them, so she answered frankly and inexplicably confidently, "Yes, the general made an appointment with us." The secretary on duty was stunned. Was it the general who made the appointment? He was suspicious, but he didn't dare to neglect it, because he hadn't contacted the general for an afternoon, and it was very likely that there was some information asymmetry in the middle. So he looked back and forth at the two people. Although the woman was unfamiliar, he had seen the man twice. It seems that it is possible that this is the person the general has made an appointment with. The secretary slowly opened the door and motioned the two to go into the lounge first, and he would contact them later. Jack-Su and Marilyn entered the room, and Xia Yuan immediately began to look around. This is the outer room of a suite, with several metal benches placed outside, which is obviously the waiting area for visitors. At the farthest end of the waiting area, there is a metal door, and the door should be the office of the general with a lamp. The secretary entered the office and said that he was going to inform the general. but he had been in for almost 1 minute and had not come out yet. I wonder if he encountered any accidents. At this time, the door of the outer room of the suite was knocked again. Jack-Su looked at the door of the office and saw that the secretary seemed to have not come out yet, so he stood up and took the initiative to open the door. Click, the door opened, and at this time, a man dressed as a secretary of the Democratic Party appeared at the door holding a box covered with black velvet. He glanced at Jack-Su and couldn't help but frowning slightly. "Where is the secretary on duty?" Jack-Su pointed to the office door. "Inside, I'd be out in a while. Just put the things on the table." As he said that, he made way for a passage with a sense of ownership. The secretary of the Democratic Party pouted, obviously dissatisfied with the rudeness of the secretary of the Reform Party. But there was no way, he had to do the task assigned to him by the leader, swallowing his anger, otherwise he would be in trouble in the future. The moment Jack-Su passed by the secretary of the Democratic Party, he quickly lifted a corner of the black velvet. Xie Yuan only took a quick glance, and was shocked on the spot. Under the velvet, there was a glass thermostat. And in the thermostat, there was a giant egg, a wild duck egg that he was very familiar with. Chapter 334. Xie Yuan couldn't help but hold his breath. The wild duck egg was too special to him. So, he would never make a mistake. This was a giant egg full of healing energy, but this wild duck was at least a 5-star beast. It was impossible to be easily killed without alerting the Dawn and the Gale Guards. So, where did this duck egg come from? Did someone steal the egg? Just as Xie Yuan was thinking about it, the office door opened. The secretary of the Reform Party walked in quickly. After seeing the secretary of the Democratic Party and the velvet box in his hand, he smiled and greeted. The general said that he remembered Director Tian's kindness and would repay it double in the future. The secretary of the Democratic Party raised his chin with a proud look, looking like a benefactor. The director said that he got the thing by chance from a dark web during the hot season. It was bought at a high price from a middleman. Presumably, if there is one, there will be 2 and 3. He is in the logistics department, and his means are limited, but he is looking forward to the general's ability. The secretary of the Reform Party pressed the button to end the recording, nodded, and shook the light brain again. "I will convey it truthfully." Xie Yuan immediately figured out everything when he heard it, the middleman of the dark web. So this egg was sold by San to Lao Qin at that time, and Lao Qin resold it through the dark web. Unexpectedly, this egg fell into the hands of the Democratic Party. What did he mean by that sentence just now? If there is 1, there will be 2 and 3. Oh no, they are not going to steal eggs or kill wild ducks. Jack-Su sat on the metal bench, thinking quickly, without saying a word. Marilyn was excited and looked at the secretary of the Reform Party with expectation. After the secretary of the Democratic Party left, the secretary of the Reform Party suddenly turned his head and looked at the 2 people on the metal bench. "I'm sorry, the general said that all appointments for today are cancelled directly. Please go back." After that, he stretched out his arm towards the door and made a gesture of invitation. Marilyn's excitement just now was directly poured with a basin of cold water. And Jack-Su nodded silently, slowly stood up, and greeted Marilyn to come again tomorrow. Marilyn stood up in despair and reluctantly stepped out of the door she had been looking forward to for a long time. She didn't walk 2 steps in the corridor, and she heard Jack-Su suddenly say, "Wait for me, I forgot to take something." As he said that, he just stretched out his right foot outside the door, and suddenly turned back to the door. With a click, the door closed. The secretary turned his head, and was about to scold him impatiently, "No rules," but heard a snap sound, and a knife chopped his neck. Jack-Su moved quickly, lifted the black velvet cloth, opened the glass thermostat, and took out the iced wild duck eggs inside. Click, the door opened again. Marilyn was stunned when she saw Jack-Su taking off his coat. Why did he rush to ask for sick leave in such a cold weather? Jack-Su followed Marilyn as if nothing had happened and walked out of the office area quickly. At the same time, Scar downstairs was arguing with the staff on duty, listing 1, 2, 3, and 4, and arguing with the staff on duty about why the special welfare office could not open a night shift window. Suddenly, he saw the instructions sent by Xie Yuan on the encrypted communicator, so he perfunctorily said, "Okay. 9 to 5, 9 to 5. I think they deliberately chose to open the door when everyone was at work." Then, without looking back, he carried the hurricane wounded on his back and left quickly. At this time, Li Xiao, deputy captain of the Dawn Guard, stood in the Nuclear Crystal Energy Monitoring Center in the office area. He and 2 other Dawn members hurriedly helped the 3 unconscious monitors sit down on the metal chairs again, and then quickly deleted and subtracted in the monitoring history database. Li Xiao glanced at the retreat signal set by Scar in his mind. His eyes were stern, and he immediately used the other 2 team members to. The 3 of them jumped up and climbed out of the window of the monitoring center. The moment the 3 disappeared, there was a swish sound. In the corner of the monitoring center, the plastic sheet that had been covering the independent camera was pulled by a thin metal hook, and the camera finally saw the light of day again. After Jiaxu returned to the underground secret room, Scar carried Xie Yuan and jumped down from the vent again stealthily. Before he could ask what he found, he heard Jiaxu suddenly say, "Come on, come to the toilet with me." Scar didn't understand what was going on until he carried Xie Yuan and stood facing the wall with Jiaxu. He looked at the urinal below and couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at the person next to him with a strange look in his eyes and an unbelievable look. "No, Captain Xie, are you sure? Is this really okay?" He was afraid that his little heart would be irreversibly traumatized from now on. Jiaxu next to him took a deep breath, waited for the 10,000 horses in his chest to finally run away, gave Scar a look of forced calmness, then exhaled and emphasized again, "In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, every step must be precise enough." Scar's eyelids twitched wildly, and he looked at the urinal below with a little hesitation. His already shaky worldview completely collapsed on the spot. Time was running out, and he dared not delay. He had to hastily gather his shattered 3 views, quickly pack them up, force himself to calm down, and calculate the angle again. He said with deep doubt, "Okay. Okay." So he carried Xie Yuan back to the door again, and closed the toilet door. Scar exhaled foul air, sneaking on the surface, but thundering in his heart, supporting the unconscious Xie Yuan, and began to peek seriously. With a sizzle, the zipper slid. Scar's eyes and feet were quick, and he gently hooked his toes. The black crystal in Xie Yuan's hand was kicked directly into the air. With a pop, the black crystal hit Jiaxu's lower abdomen, and then popped and fell to his feet. Then the sound of running water came out. Oh my god, it's hard to describe. At the moment when Scar was shouting wildly in his heart, Xie Yuan outside the door suddenly opened his eyelids. Jiaxu looked at his feet that were completely wet with confusion, and was stunned. What the hell? How come he can't aim at it? Just when he was wondering if he had an incurable disease, he heard a whoosh sound, and a metal knife pierced directly into the back of his head. Scar withdrew his hand, and quickly looked at Xie Yuan, whose face was pale, and was horrified. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become so weak? Xie Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him, and only gave him a look to pay attention to the surroundings, and then immediately closed his eyes, feeling the rapid movement of the healing energy in his body. I don't know if it's because the double yolk egg is really strong and domineering, but Xie Yuan only lay still for less than 10 minutes, and his pale face completely recovered. He didn't dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly got up and cleaned up the crime scene. 3 minutes later, he and Scar quietly left the East Gate Black Market. In the night, the figures of the 2 people shuttled quickly in the shadow corners of the base alley, and Xie Yuan shared today's discovery concisely. Scar was surprised, and curiously glanced at the black crystal in Xie Yuan's bag of supplies. This thing is really too weird. At the same time, a hooded shadow member, the figure ghostly flipped into the office with lights, looked at the secretary who fainted on the ground, and the empty glass thermostat on the table, and immediately started an investigation on the spot. 5 minutes later, Yuang looked at the urgent information on the computer and frowned slightly. Someone got there first. Yuang's figure suddenly froze, and she immediately flew into a rage, and the metal bottle in her hand was thrown heavily to the ground. Go immediately. This strange beast must be captured. Chapter 335. At 10:10 p.m., Xie Yuan returned to the cabin. Without waiting for Su Sanson to speak, he anxiously said, "Come with me. Wild duck may be in danger." Su Sanson was shocked. Was she discovered as a single duck? She turned around and ran to the basement, quickly collected some supplies, and immediately followed Xie Yuan to run toward Xiaowei. At 10:30, Xiaowei, with the blessing of the Eternal Source Core, whooshed into the air and disappeared into the night. While controlling Xiaowei with his fingers flying, Xie Yuan told Su Sanson everything that happened tonight. As long as they continue to investigate according to the transaction time of the giant egg, they can easily lock on to the number 9 Wasteland, where the Al-Qaeda organization was on a scavenging mission. Su Sanson nodded. It turned out to be the lamp. So the mastermind behind the pursuit of you is also him. At the same time that Xiaowei set off from the number 103 base city, 3 completely black aircraft also took off immediately, and flew in 3 different directions at high speed. The destination of one of the aircraft was exactly number 9 Wasteland. When Xiaowei successfully landed in the reeds under the defense of the stagnation element small stone, A completely black aircraft also landed on the wasteland of number 9 Wasteland at the same time. More than a dozen shadow members wearing cloaks came out one after another, each holding an energy detector, and immediately scattered. In the reeds, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan quickly disguised Xiaowei as a reed pile that was slightly overnourished and slightly higher than the surrounding reeds by half a meter. Then one of them held a mutant chestnut shell, and plucked a few reed stalks on the spot, quickly stuck them on his body, and rushed towards the historical coordinates of the wild duck egg nest under the fragrance of the mutant durian. Right there. Su Sanson pointed at a familiar pattern in front of him through his night vision goggles, his eyes shining. Xie Yuan looked at the reeds. Only a small corner of coffee-colored was exposed, and nodded slightly. This should be the nest. He hurriedly looked around, but did not feel any breath of strange beasts around. So the wild duck is not there? The two looked at each other, and tiptoed towards the wild duck egg nest. Oh my god! There are 3 more giant eggs. This single duck is quite fertile. Xie Yuan was quick and put the wild duck egg into the mist range of a small stone of stagnation element tied to the blade of the long knife, and quickly wrapped it with the mutant reed, and a huge reed straw bag was formed instantly. What should I do? The wild duck is not there. Su Sanson looked around anxiously. It's probably hunting. Didn't you say last time that it would leave the nest when it gets dark? Xie Yuan analyzed the current situation while quickly thinking about the next countermeasures. At this moment, a small metal flying saucer suddenly appeared in the sky. The small flying saucer was protected by isolation energy. A thin antenna stretched out from the front of the small flying saucer. At the top of the antenna, a precise healing energy detector was flashing red light. Xie Yuan's pupils froze, and he took off the long knife on his back and quickly hid the long knife and the reed grass bag on the top of the long knife in the reeds. He hurriedly pulled San San beside him and laid down in the nest. The 2 salted eggs with mutant chestnut shells directly replaced the pillars and temporarily acted as the offspring of an unknown heavy-tasting beast. The small metal flying saucer in the sky, with a metal antenna, was like an old turtle that had become a spirit, dragging its tail that flashed red light, circling over the reeds. On the energy detector of the metal flying saucer, 2 healing energy fluctuations appeared and disappeared from time to time. The metal flying saucer hesitated in the air for 2 seconds, and then headed straight towards the direction of the wild duck nest. Xie Yuan frowned. The 3 wild duck eggs had been put into the mist, and could not be discovered. The direction of this metal old turtle was so determined that it could only be. The healing energy on him, and San San was detected. Xie Yuan grabbed with his big hand, and hurriedly took another small stone of stagnation element prepared in advance from the top of the long knife, and immediately placed it between him and San San. The mist instantly enveloped the 2 boiled eggs, and the metal old turtle suddenly paused in the air. The healing energy fluctuations on the detector, which were not very obvious, completely disappeared. After the old turtle turned a few more times over the reeds, it finally turned around and left unwillingly. The alarm was lifted. Xie Yuan led Su San San to slowly stand up, observed for a moment, and after confirming that there were no enemy detectors, the 2 hurriedly explored around. Since the lights have activated the metal flying saucer to explore directly in the air, it is only a matter of time to find the wild duck. They don't have much time left. They must race against time to save the wild duck before the metal flying saucer. After the plants in the windy season have completely recovered, the possibility of finding footprints, duck feathers, or even duck feces left by wild ducks in the reeds will become very small. Su Sanson looked at the small river not far away, and said, "It should be down to the river. Last time I was here, I heard the sound of water splashing. What's more, ducks are fond of water. The river water has not completely frozen yet, and the wild ducks are likely to go down to the river to hunt." The 2 hurriedly moved to the river bank again. The river flowed slowly from west to east, so should they go west or east? Su Sanson hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the left. The probability of going west is higher. During the hot season, she drove the little broken egg from west to east and accidentally entered this reed bush. The mutant vulture behind her seemed to be very afraid of wild ducks, so it retreated in advance and stopped attacking the little broken egg. In other words, wild ducks at least often appear in the wilderness to the west, otherwise, the mutant vultures would not have such a strong reaction. Let's take a gamble. Su Sanson was not sure, but time was running out, so he could only choose a direction with a relatively high probability. Woo! The god car hero couple duo immediately took off, and the somersault cloud flew quickly along the upper reaches of the stream. After the wind whirl car flew for a full 30 minutes under the dark night sky, suddenly, there was a plop-plop sound of entering the water from a distance. Su Sanson's eyes shone, and he quickly drove the somersault cloud down, approaching the source of the sound quickly. Plop! There was another sound of breaking water. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan stood on the wind-spinning flatbed cart, looking at the figure of the big flat head that was raising from the lake in front of them, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. What a big duck! The duck's mouth on the big flat head opened and closed, quickly swallowing a fat-headed piranha that had just been caught. Suddenly, the neck twisted, and a pair of small mutant green bean eyes stared closely at the flying objects behind him, only to see a coffee-colored nest full of its duck's breath, floating in the air very illogically. In the nest, 2 boiled eggs of obviously wrong color actually began to shake. Crack, crack. With 2 consecutive sounds, Xie Yuan's hand speed was just right to break the 2 branches on the nest. Su Sanson cooperated very well. With the mutant chestnut shell on her head, she slowly raised her head, with a pair of ignorant big round eyes, looking blankly at the pitch-black darkness in front of her. This expression can only be said to be lively and vivid, very accurate. Su Sanson blinked hard. Since she crossed over, she has changed so many scripts and performed so many plays. Today is the first time she has broken through herself and tried across fields. The key, without night vision goggles, she is really in the dark at this moment and can't see anything clearly. The mutant wild duck looked at the 2 boiled eggs that suddenly broke out of its nest, and its small mutant green bean eyes instantly widened. The flat duck head kept sniffing in the air. My duck, God, his eyes. It actually has cubs, and 2 at a time. Twins. Chapter 336. The wild duck was very excited. Its huge head was probably filled with healing energy, so it had no extra brain capacity to worry about how this small nest could fly here by itself. It flapped its wings, and suddenly jumped from the river surface. The wild duck quickly shook off the river water on its body in the air. Puff! The whole duck covered the twins that had just broken out of their shells tightly. Woo! Woo! The wind-whirling cart suddenly whimpered in the air, trying hard to bear the sudden duck strength. On the somersault cloud, the twins with their bodies wrapped in wreaths and their lower bodies sticking out of the bird's nest were suddenly wrapped tightly by the duck-down blanket that fell from the sky. Su Sanson felt the familiar heaviness, twisted his neck, and quickly winked at Captain Xie, who was also covered with maternal love and caressed back and forth. Captain Xie was ordered to take the task, and hooked his heels in the air. A small stone hanging on his ankle was thrown into the air with a whoosh. With the precise control of his body, Captain Xie stretched out his arm, and caught it steadily. At the same time, a metal big turtle flashed a dazzling red light in the dark night, and suddenly flew from the horizon at a high speed. The wild duck was happy to have a baby, and it was still releasing its long-accumulated excitement. The twins, who were completely blinded by maternal love, were still covered under the duck-down quilt, and were unaware of the danger coming quickly in the air. Suddenly, there was a crack sound, as if something broke. The twins suddenly realized something was wrong, looked at each other, and immediately squeezed their heads out from the duck-down quilt. The wild duck's hardcore duckbill, with a tender yellow beak, was chewing a broken metal old turtle. The red light at the tail of the old turtle had lost its luster due to a short circuit. Su Sanson hurriedly took out the night vision goggles from his cloth bag and put them on. Oh my, is the mouth of a live duck so hard? After a few poo-poo sounds, the old turtle that was bitten into pieces fell directly into the water with a few splashes. The wild duck looked at the 2 little ducklings that suddenly appeared, and finally remembered that it hadn't taken a close look at its own children, so it narrowed its green eyes, curled its duckbill, and looked a little disgusted. This naked body, with not much hair, why do I feel a little ugly? The wild duck tilted its big flat head, and quickly hypnotized itself. It is a little ugly, but it is a wild duck that is determined to be the best duck mother in the world. It would never dislike its own ugly duckling. What's more, its round eyes rolled. The smaller one. The duckling has a pair of round eyes, bright and lively, and looks like it was carved out of the same mold. Look at it a few more times, it doesn't seem so ugly. It's indeed its most beautiful child. It's simply a beautiful duckling. As for the big one next to it, it's indeed a little too dark, but it's big in size. It's indeed its big one. It's ugly, but it has muscles. It's black, but it doesn't suffer. The more the wild duck thought about it, the more excited it became. Its eyes lit up immediately, and it stretched its neck immediately, caressing its own children, the beautiful duckling and the ugly duckling. Xie Yuan was quick-witted and took advantage of the moment when the duck's head was rubbing back and forth on his body, and quickly put the spider silk stone pendant in his hand on the duck's neck, and a string of stagnation element necklaces was immediately hung on the wild duck's neck. The mist with a radius of about 2 meters directly enveloped the whole wild duck. All the healing energy emitted by the wild duck was completely locked in the mist. I thought that the plan to save the big duck tonight could finally come to a successful conclusion. Unexpectedly, the next second, dozens of metal old turtles suddenly appeared on the horizon, and countless black shadows wearing cloaks quickly surrounded them in the grass by the river. Oops, it must be the old turtle that was chewed up just now. Before it died, it sent back a detection signal. If they directly locked the appearance characteristics of the wild duck, then today's plan would fail. Xie Yuan and Su Sanson were shocked. They couldn't be exposed now. The two ducklings shrank on the spot, and under the cover of duck down, they quickly pulled up their combat masks. At the same time, the hidden weapon and keychain borrowed from Qin Ergu were instantly opened and released energy quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two real ducklings snuggled tightly under the wings of the mother duck. Xie Yuan waved his arm and picked up the long knife, while Su Sanson held a small stone in his hand, ready to face the enemy head-on. The wild duck was a mother for the first time, and she was strong as a mother. She flapped her wings twice and shook her neck towards the metal old turtle that was constantly rushing in the air. Paw paw paw. After the metal old turtle was trapped in the mist around the wild duck, it was immediately chewed alive by the hardcore duck's beak. Crunch. Crunch. A series of crisp sounds rang in the air, and countless metal residues fell down in a brisk rhythm. The shadow troops wearing cloaks quickly gathered on the shore. Bang bang bang. The heavy firepower gun in his hand attacked the wild duck fiercely. Quack quack. The wild duck was eager to protect its young, and without blinking, it directly spread its wings and made a big duck spread its wings. Oops. Su Sanson was shocked. How could the wingspan of this wing be so wide? It exceeded the mist range of the small stone. With a whoosh, the spider silk stone in Su Sanson's hand, with a mist of only 10 centimeters in radius, quickly flew into the air. In a critical moment, he could not care about more and could only take as many bullets as he could. Paw paw paw. Countless bullets were directly blocked by the mist, and the part beyond the mist range was puff puff directly shot into the wings of the wild duck. No. Su Sanson screamed silently, but in the blink of an eye, a green light flashed, and a strong healing energy directly forced the bullet out from the wide-open duck wings. In less than a breath, the duck's wings instantly recovered. Oh my god, this wild duck is so awesome. No wonder the mutant vulture is so afraid of it. This indestructible body can withstand damage without losing blood. Su Sanson swallowed her saliva, really underestimated her cheap old duck mother. The cheap old duck mother glanced at the dense rain of bullets still flying on the river bank, twisted her neck, and was really worried about the cubs behind her, so she changed her previous strong attack style, flapped her wings directly, and fled to the downstream of the river. Su Sanson was quick-witted and hurriedly drove the wind-whirling cart under her feet to follow. Xie Yuan grabbed Su Sanson's shoulders with a big hand to help her stabilize her body. Woo! Woo! Somersault Cloud took off with all its strength. The wild duck flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. It was only a moment into the air when it glared. Damn it! It can actually fly into the sky. Chapter 337. The wild duck spread its wings and flew freely in the air. Don't be afraid, little one. The old mother will take you directly to the sky. The somersault cloud whirlwind suddenly rose, and it tried its best to resist the duck force and move forward. The little one rushed left and right, dodging the rain of bullets behind him, while driving the cart, working hard to drag the wild duck, who was determined to fly to the sky. After 30 minutes, the somersault cloud lived up to everyone's expectations, and once again returned to the sky above the reeds, and the shadow troops behind him were still chasing closely. Su Sanson frowned. This is not a solution. The wild duck has been completely exposed. I am afraid that it can no longer stay in Wasteland number 9 as a target. It must migrate immediately. The wild duck continued to flap its wings, and very proudly showed the little cub under it the territory that its old mother had built over the years. Look at the reed manor that your mother has occupied for you. And the little cub was concentrating on driving the wind-whirling flatbed, constantly circling over the reeds, and quickly thinking about the details of how to move. This place is not suitable for long. It must be evacuated immediately. 5 minutes later, hundreds of cloaked monsters suddenly surrounded from all directions, and completely surrounded the reeds. Oops. The number of cloaked monsters has increased dramatically. Their reinforcements have arrived. Unsure of what powerful supernatural weapons Bai Ding has in his hand, Su Sanson's first reaction is that he is outnumbered and must escape quickly. Paw paw paw. Countless heavy firepower bullets and shells flew from all directions towards the wild duck in the air. The wild duck flapped its wings and resisted strongly. At this time, a sudden strong wind blew in the dark night sky, and black clouds piled up layer by layer, and a vortex darker than the night gradually appeared. Sue Sanson's heartbeat quickened. Through the night vision goggles, she looked at the vortex above her head and felt inexplicably panicked. This sudden change in the weather was similar to the celestial changes that Chiechue and Ulung had mentioned in City 903 that day. What is this? She frowned, and an unprecedented sense of crisis swept through her body in an instant. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a micro-aircraft with an uneven appearance came through the wind. With another whoosh, it flashed past and completely disappeared into the sky. With it, the old duck in the air, and its duckling who was less than an hour old also disappeared. Xie Yuan's hand speed increased, and he used the energy of the Yongyuan core to the extreme. And just above Xiaowei, a small stone of stagnation element tied to the metal antenna tightly imprisoned the board of somersault cloud. On the cart, Sue Sanson held the metal ring tightly with one hand, and held the old duck's thin leg with the other hand, and flew with the wind wrapped in a duck-down blanket. It turned out that when the cart returned to the reeds, Xie Yuan slipped away alone to start Xiaowei. Whoosh! The wild duck faced the strong wind, with its eyes wide open, excited. Look, little kids, this is the first lesson your mother will teach you. Flying duck. The wild duck's hair was blown messy, and it flew back and forth in the air. Xiaowei always kept flying at a low altitude, flashing over the wasteland. Near the reeds, 3 black aircraft took off one after another, chasing in the direction where Xiaowei disappeared. In the sky, the thick clouds dissipated, and the vortex subsided. In an underground secret room in the inner city of base number 103, Yuang covered his chest and kept coughing. Perhaps due to excessive consumption, he suddenly lost his balance and fell directly to the edge of the blood pool. Cough! Cough! 1 minute later, the coughing sound disappeared. Yuang's face, hidden in the hood, was a little flustered. He frowned and said anxiously, "General, you are injured. You must not use your divine power again before you recover." In the night sky, Xiaowei was firing at full speed. In the cockpit, Xie Yuan looked at the alarm that suddenly lit up on the radar and frowned slightly. It's catching up so quickly. He pushed the control stick in his right hand forward suddenly, and Xiaowei accumulated power again, rushing forward again. With a whoosh, it disappeared in the night sky again. 10 minutes later, Sue Sanson looked at the message popped up on the light brain, felt the gradually slowing wind speed around him, and immediately raised his head from the duck-down quilt. She hurriedly checked the energy converter of the wind cyclone cart and the wind cyclone area of the wind core crystal to ensure that it was not trapped by the stagnation element stone on the top of the Xiaowei antenna, and then quickly turned on the switch of the somersault cloud, and the wind cyclone suddenly rose. At the same time, Xie Yuan sat in the cockpit of Xiaowei, closed his eyes, and the joystick in his hand was already in neutral. Somersault cloud successfully took over the baton of Xiaowei, and under the control of Sue Sanson, it once again took up the duck force, and quickly moved towards a small building 3 kilometers away. Yes, they have arrived above city number 107, and are rapidly approaching the stagnation element building. 5 minutes later, Sue Sanson parked the cart above the steel jungle, and Xiaowei was firmly stuffed into the corner. The main reason was that the large spacecraft of the Yamaguchi group and the aircraft of the Longwei team had occupied most of the area. If Xiaowei was not small enough, it might not be able to fit into this space. Xie Yuan closed his eyes, and came out of Xiaowei based on his memory. Sue Sanson pulled up his sleeves, and quickly patted the duck's wings, signaling it to follow. From the moment the duck slowed down to the moment it completely landed, it began to be alert to its surroundings. This place has a strange shape. No green trees and green mountains, no rippling blue waves. It is really not a good place. The big flat head turned around again. There were many strange species drooling around, staring at it. It really couldn't understand why it, who looked so ethereal, would bring the little ones to such a ghost place. The wild duck's round eyes turned around, as if it couldn't figure out its already blocked brain circuit. Seeing the little ones jumping and playing happily in front of it, it had no choice but to move its feet and follow them lovingly. However, the heart of an old mother duck could not be calmed down. It is really small, but it is very curious. Hey, walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. The wild duck quack quack, and Sue Sanson immediately turned back, raised his index finger, and made a gesture of silence. The old mother duck choked. Little cub, I just said one sentence, and you actually start to complain about my nagging. You really want to challenge your old mother before your feathers are fully grown. Humph. Just be thankful that you are the luckiest little cub in the world, because you have the most reasonable old mother in the world. The wild duck closed its tender yellow duckbill obediently, and with a click, its 2 feet shook and swayed. closely following its two naughty little cubs. Su Sanson led Xiaoyu on, and the two climbed into the small building again. Suddenly, a strong stagnation force swept through their bodies. The wild duck looked at the two infected sculptures that looked like door gods at the door of the small building, and felt that they were really annoying. So it swept the two infected sculptures that had been posing here since the hot season with its duck bowl, and finally they were lifted down. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan had just adapted to the strong stagnation force when they heard a crackling sound coming from behind them. Chapter 338. Su Sanson turned his head and saw a yellow hardcore duck mouth chewing 3 mutant cockroaches hanging on the roof of the small building with relish. The wild duck stood outside the small building, stretched its neck directly, and ate supper at the entrance of the small building. Su Sanson's mouth twitched. Okay, as long as you are happy, as long as you don't. Before the 4 words feed her could be formed, a hideous cockroach head was seen, and it hit him in front of his eyes with a snap. Oh my god, what you fear will come true. Xie Yuan couldn't help but frown when he heard the crispy sound. This wild duck must really treat them as cubs. If it chases them and feeds them every day, they will definitely not be able to bear it. The wild duck saw that Little Beautiful Duck and Ugly Duck were indifferent to food, so it pushed the cockroach head directly to the feet of Little Beautiful Duck. Little Beautiful Duck shuddered, pulled up the arm of Ugly Duck, and quickly hid behind. The Ugly Duck felt the warmth on his arm, and his heart trembled. If it was this kind of feeding, it would be okay to do it more often every day. The wild duck blinked his green eyes, pouted, and muttered to himself. He is picky about food at such a young age. He is really a newborn duckling who is not afraid of tigers, and does not know the suffering of the wasteland in the end of the world. The tender yellow hardcore duck opened its mouth, and killed the mutant cockroach head on the ground in 2 or 3 strokes. In the sky above city number 107, 3 black aircraft flew back and forth in the air, and 200 hooded shadow troops surged quickly in the ruins. Except for the infected bodies flying out one after another, there was no trace of the healing wild duck. It evaporated and disappeared as if it could move the universe. Wang hid in the hood, looking at the news in the light brain, frowning. Could it be that City 107 has the same teleportation power as the Napoleon family? In the center of the blood pool, Bai Ding closed his eyes slightly, and his shriveled head was bloodless. Wang thought for a while, and finally said, General, use blood. In the center of the blood pool, black gas was steaming. Bai Ding slowly opened his eyes, and a majestic, but weak voice came faintly. Hurry. Yes. Wang respectfully accepted the order. In the stagnation element building, the wild duck was too big, and its fat duck but finally squeezed into the building. Because the duck neck was too long, it had to lie on its 2 feet, lower its head, and crawl forward in the building. Su Sanson patted the wild duck's wings, and then put his palms together, making a good night and sleep gesture. City number 107 must be surrounded by water now. They need to stay here for at least a few days to wear out the patience of the cloak monsters before they can make the next plan. However, people are confused when talking to ducks. Alas, Su Sanson sighed lightly. Just as she was thinking about how to express with body language that she had to spend the night here today, she suddenly had an idea. Her mouth opened uncontrollably, and a yawn was true and just right. As expected of a universal physiological language across species, the wild duck understood it in seconds. It flapped its wings and covered its twins that had just hatched today under the duck-down quilt. It put its big flat head behind its buttocks and immediately went into sleep mode. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan were covered under the same quilt. They were stunned for a moment and simply stopped struggling. They leaned on the fat of the wild duck and fell asleep. The next morning, there was no rooster crowing, no light brain, only a big flat head scratching around. When Su Sanson opened her eyes, she saw a huge silver carp head in front of her. Oh my, isn't this the big silver carp she had stored in the building before? The wild duck opened its eyes wide, full of excitement. This was the top delicacy it found without any effort early in the morning. Come and smell it, little ones. Isn't it delicious? Eat up quickly and grow taller. Although this broken place is weird, it is safe enough. I will just stay here with you to spend your week period. After that, you have to return to the wilderness and do your best to bring more duck power to this bizarre world. The wild duck was full of passion and stubbornly planned the growth plan for the ducklings. As for the fake ducklings, Su Sanson's heart was bleeding. She looked at the corner where she had put the silver carp before with great heartache. Few? Fortunately, there are still 3 left, including the one in front of me. This wild duck should have consumed only 1. On the morning of the 3rd day, there was no rooster crowing, no light brain, and there was still only a big flat head scratching around. And there were only 2 silver carp in the corner, one less. Sue Sanson screamed wildly in her heart. No, she still wanted to keep it for boiled fish and chopped pepper fish head. On the morning of the 4th day, Sue Sanson opened her eyes early and hurriedly looked at the corner. Few, fortunately, including the one she and Xie Yuan didn't eat yesterday, the 3 silver carp were still alive. However, the pair of round mutant green bean eyes, and the big flat head that was shaking back and forth were missing. Where's the duck head? Sue Sanson frowned slightly, quickly got up, and looked forward along the neck. Oh my god, how did this big flat head get into the area behind the car arhut? The stagnation force in there is quite strong. She and Xie Yuan tried several times, but failed to break through successfully. What happened? Xie Yuan woke up quickly. Sue Sanson hurriedly told him about his discovery. Just as Xie Yuan was about to speak to comfort him, he heard a crisp crack sound coming from behind the car arhut. The two raised their eyebrows at the same time, and couldn't help but feel a bad feeling. The next second, the duck's neck suddenly retracted, and the long-lost big flat head finally retracted from behind the car arhut. With a series of crisp clattering sounds, a long string of small stones fell from the tender yellow duck's beak. Following another muffled bang, the duck's beak suddenly opened, and a large stone at least 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, about the same size as the largest form of the wind-blown flatbed car, suddenly fell in front of Sue Sanson. This. Sue Sanson opened his eyes wide, and he and Xie Yuan felt the sudden increase in the power of stagnation, and they were all stunned on the spot. This wild duck actually found so many stagnation element stones at once? And the wild duck glanced at the ugly stone that appeared on its chest at some point. Although it was a little ugly, since it was hanging on its neck, it belonged to it. How could the old mother's things be missing 2 little cubs? Looking at the pile of small stones on the ground, the big flat head nodded with satisfaction. He quickly pushed the small stones in front of his dragon and phoenix twins, and urged the two to quickly choose a few that suited their hearts, and wear them. As a family, of course, it must be complete, and need to be stylish. Today is the 336th year of the star calendar, and the 16th day of the wind season. They have been hiding in this small building for a full 3 days. In the small building, there were several crackling sounds, clattering sounds, and bang sounds. Finally, Sue Sanson, wearing a newly acquired small stone necklace, quietly walked out of the steel jungle under the repeated cover of layers of mist. In the early morning of the Wasteland city, apart from the whistling wind, there was the constant hissing, coughing sound of saliva slurping. It was really a pure world. Sue Sanson hid himself as a concrete block and quickly explored the ruins for half an hour. During this period, he used the power of mist stagnation to kill more than a dozen infected bodies. After opening 7 to 8 energy system nuclear crystals, there was no other harvest. In other words, the cloak monsters with lights have completely given up monitoring and searching here. Xie Yuan was not very reassured, and took the high-precision detector he made and checked it again 5 kilometers away from the small building. After successfully dismantling 6 monitoring devices, he hurriedly called Sue Sanson to set off immediately. They must move today. Chapter 339. Star Calendar Year 336, Wind Season Day 16, 9:30 a.m. A giant spaceship, all pure white, with the blessing of the Eternal Source Core, whoosh rushed up to a height of 10,000 meters. However, the original fiery red ball at the bottom of the spaceship turned into a bubbling red oil hot pot. Because of limited conditions, there was no way to do more disguise. Sue Sanson had to use a can of spray paint collected from the car arhut to simply add a frame to the big red ball, and added a handle on the left and right of the frame. Finally, he hastily outlined a few boiling bubbles in the middle of the soup pot, and a 50-cent product placement advertisement for Jiuxiang was completed. Fortunately, the Yamaguchi-Gumi's spaceship was large enough. After Xie Yuan successfully cracked it, Sue Sanson directly put Xiaowei and Longwei Xiaolu into the cargo hold, and led the wild duck into the cabin. Because the duck neck is too long, the wild duck can only shrink its neck, lie on its feet, and crawl in this unfriendly giant spaceship. The wild duck looked around with a pair of round green eyes. For some reason, it suddenly felt that it could fly to the sky even if it lay down. At the same time, in the inner city of Base 103, a metal sign, with a 5-day sick leave, was hung at the door of the office with lights from the 14th day of the wind season. In the underground secret room of the Brotherhood, Jack Sue's body was just discovered by the cleaning staff in the morning. Scar led a team of special investigation team members to surround the underground second floor of the East Gate Black Market. During the search, the investigation team found 3 unconscious Gene Warriors, and 1 Gene Warrior, who was locked in a metal cage and completely lost his mind. All members of the Brotherhood, from top to bottom, were arrested and brought to justice. At this point, the tragedy of the Yinji Summary Conference of the Guards was revealed. Before being brought to trial, the core members of the Brotherhood, a woman with a shrill voice, codenamed Scorpion, a man with a hoarse voice, codenamed Sang, a tall woman, codenamed Marilyn, all died suddenly in prison without any warning. However, a silver needle was pierced into their foreheads, and the silver needle was quenched with a huge poison that could kill them instantly. The historical records of the three people's optical computers were also remotely cleared at the same time as they were arrested. Only a secret ratio data recording the complete experimental results was quietly transmitted to Yuang's hands. The case was solved, but it seemed unsolved. Scar sat in the captain's office of the Gale Guard, carefully analyzing the current situation. 3 important witnesses were directly silenced, and the members of the investigation team who carried out the arrest mission were all conservative members specially selected by him, indicating that the power of the lamp holders had infiltrated the core of the Conservative Party. Did Wu Feng know? If there is not enough evidence, it would be very difficult to bring down a general who is highly respected and has a deep foundation. The key is, what is the purpose of this experiment? What does this have to do with what they have been looking for in Xieyuan? Knock, knock. The captain's office door of the Dawn Guard was knocked. Come in. Wu Feng raised his head from the table. He was busy winning over other guard members recently, just to win more votes, when competing for the position of director of the guard station. Scar walked into the room quickly, closed the door, and glanced meaningfully at the information covered on Wu Feng's desk. The tragedy at the end of the Yinji period has been solved. I wonder if there are any new instructions from above. Wu Feng raised his eyebrows and thought, is this a trick to get you to tell me something? So he asked instead of answering, how did you find out about the Brotherhood? Scar sneered in his heart, expecting you to ask. So he quickly clapped his hands with his fists, his eyes deliberately showing his excitement. Hey! You know, I'm a frequent visitor to the East Gate Black Market. What a coincidence. On the night of the 13th, I was wandering around the Black Market, and suddenly I had to pee urgently. When I was looking for a toilet, I found someone sneaking into a vent. I was worried that someone might do something bad, so I followed him. And then I found out. Wu Feng frowned slightly, tasted this speech, and didn't find any loopholes, so he curled his lips and smiled. You're lucky, kid. The Parliament should have given me a medal, right? Scar touched the back of his head and smiled. Haha. They said they would give me a promotion. Wu Feng's eyes moved slightly. Promotion? To what position? Director of the guard post. There was a hint of probing and scrutiny in his eyes. Scar chuckled in his heart. So you have been missing recently, and you are planning to become the head of the guard station. He leaned back in his chair and said casually, but I have never been interested in being an official, so I took the initiative to propose that if possible, I hope to be in charge of the 2 guards, Liming and Jifeng. After saying that, he looked at Wu Feng with a smile on his face. Wu Feng frowned slightly and said directly, you came here specially just to tell me that you have no idea about the position of director? Scar spread his hands. I didn't even want to be the captain of the guard. If you hadn't invited me repeatedly, I would still be my deputy captain in Liming. Wu Feng thought for a moment, and was about to speak when he saw Scar suddenly stand up, pat his shoulder with his hand, yawned again, and left lazily. It was so weird. Wu Feng's eyes twitched, and he was about to complain when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something extra in his trouser pocket. At this moment, a miniature camera was running silently in the keyhole of the metal door lock of Wu Feng's office. Wang sat in front of the monitoring screen, savoring the conversation between Scar and Wu Feng. So Scar led people to surround the Brotherhood. Is it really just a coincidence? Keeping him here was originally to contain Wu Feng, and at the same time to catch Xieyuan's trace. Since Xieyuan was reluctant to show up, and Scar seemed to have boarded the Conservative Party again, then there was no need to keep this person. Soon after Scar left, Wu Feng's light brain suddenly received a secret message from the Conservative Party. Base 404 was breached last night. In a secret underground room in the inner city of the base, members of the Shadow Force, wearing cloaks, were pouring blood from metal bottles into the blood pool one by one. The blood of tens of thousands of people soon filled the huge blood pool. In an instant, a faint red light continued to gather in the center of the blood pool. The shriveled head of the pendulum lamp became ruddy at a speed visible to the naked eye under the lingering light. The blood seemed to be filled with healing energy. Bai Ding slowly opened his eyes, and his majestic voice sounded again. Well, the ancient method is the most effective. In the blood pool, the blood that was bright red a second ago has now turned dark red and dim, as if it has completely lost its vitality. Wang stood up from the monitoring screen and walked quickly to the blood pool. Congratulations, General, for your new life. Bai Ding waved his hand. I'm afraid I need to recover for some more time. Yuang hid in the hood and bowed his head respectfully. I will definitely live up to the general's trust. Bai Ding nodded slightly and changed the subject. Since Director Tian can buy healing wild duck eggs, it is very likely that Xie Yuan can survive because of this. Check. Find the source of the egg seller, and you will definitely find Xie Yuan's trace. Yes. Yuang immediately took the order. Chapter 340. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a giant spaceship with a pure white body and a red soup hot pot painted on the bottom suddenly began to land. With a light chi sound, the Jiuxiang exclusive spaceship landed outside the bamboo forest of Du Fu thatched cottage. Thanks to the wild duck's tireless hard work in the stagnant element building early in the morning, the huge spaceship has been supported by circles of small stones of different sizes by metal sticks. Under the threat of multiple layers of mist defense shields, the mutant bamboos in the outermost circle of the bamboo forest had no choice but to shake their slender bodies helplessly, making rustling threatening sounds. As soon as the hatch opened, Su Sanson got off the plane first, followed by the wild duck. While the wild duck was looking around and taking in the surroundings, Su Sanson quickly climbed onto its neck and put the small stone necklace that might affect the performance of the spacecraft back on the wild duck. The wild duck's big flat head turned back and forth, and its round green eyes observed the surroundings vigilantly. After confirming that there seemed to be no potential danger in the nearby ruins, it immediately stared at the lush bamboo forest in front with shining eyes. After all, it is an animal, and of course, it has a more natural affinity with plants than ruins. The wild duck quacked twice, flapped its wings, stepped with its 2 big feet, and swaggered towards the bamboo forest. Kids, let me explore the way for you first. After Su Sanson and Xie Yuan placed the big spaceship and used the stagnation element small stones for defense, they looked up again and saw a fat duck butt swaying between 2 mutant bamboos, which frightened the mutant bamboos and quickly moved to the sides. And the duck but completely disappeared in the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest rustled and began to sway its body from near to far, making complaints. The wild duck swayed and continued to explore with great curiosity. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan looked at each other and hurried to catch up. The wild duck seemed to like this bamboo forest very much. It wandered around every corner of the bamboo forest and marked its territory without hesitation. Su Sanson and the other person followed the swaying of the bamboo forest and followed closely behind. After dozens of minutes, except for duck feces and duck urine on the ground, they had not completely caught up with the rocking steps of the wild duck, and suddenly heard a plop sound of entering the water from a distance. Is there a river here? Did the wild duck go into the water? The two were obviously surprised, so they quickened their pace and ran quickly following the sound. 10 minutes later, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan found a small river about 10 meters wide in the depths of a bamboo forest surrounded by mutant bamboos. Oh my god! There is a river in the bamboo forest. The two walked down along the river, and 40 minutes later, they found that the river actually extended outward along the bamboo forest into the ruins. Because the collapsed buildings on the ruins completely covered the river's surface, the river that originally flowed through Du Fu thatched cottage has now become a hidden underground river in the ruins. Su Sanson recalled that when he was playing near Du Fu thatched cottage in his previous life, he seemed to have eaten a bowl of local specialty ice jelly by a river nearby. What was the name of that river? Huanhua Creek? No matter, if there is water, at least the wild ducks can migrate here with peace of mind and temporarily avoid the sharp edge. At the same time, in the inner city of Base 903, in Good Pavilion, Old Master Du looked at the young man lying on the wooden bed in the corner with a worried look on his face. He looked at the medical technician beside him and asked, "Why haven't you woken up yet?" The medical specialist scanned Guyun again and explained, "There is nothing wrong with his body functions. The instrument shows that his spirit is still dormant and is still repairing itself." Old Master Du tightened the wooden carved cane in his hand and pressed further, "Give me an accurate awakening time." The medical specialist lowered his head, pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and tentatively said, "At least 15 days. In the Dijiuxiang hot pot restaurant opposite Good Pavilion, Jean Guifeng wore a metal mask and habitually showed 8 teeth. With a professional fake smile, he stood in front of the reception desk, holding a menu and shouting seriously, "Sorry for the long wait. Come on, please come in." He led the guest to the 4-person table by the window on the first floor very skillfully, and whispered mysteriously, "You can add me as a friend. Before you come next time, just let me know in advance. As long as you pay more, I will guarantee to arrange a seat for you. You only need to prepay 250 points to make a reservation in advance and eat whenever you arrive. How about it?" As he said, Jean Guifeng directly scanned the light brain with a hammer, and another reservation fee was credited to the account. Since Jean Guifeng woke up, Lang arranged a position as a lobby manager for her, saying that she could eat, drink and live for free. How could such a good thing be possible? Jean Guifeng was stunned. He came here to enjoy kickbacks, but how could he suddenly become a worker? He was about to say add money when his eyes suddenly turned. These two Su Sansen's lackeys would definitely not be the ones to add money, so he changed the subject directly. Work is fine, but you must add more dishes to the hot pot every night. Adding money became adding dishes, which was a proactive consumption downgrade. Lang also agreed very readily, mainly because the store was really short of staff now. So Jean Guifeng became the lobby manager and gold medal salesperson of Dijiuxiang, mainly responsible for the sales expansion of reservation fees. As for Lang, who was finally freed, he was riding a rented second-hand bicycle, shuttling through the streets and alleys of the inner city of Base 903, with a metal box on the back seat of the bicycle. With a squeak, the bicycle stopped at the door of a Chinese-style courtyard. Lang got off the bicycle, picked up the metal box, and pressed the doorbell at the door of the courtyard. "Hello? Excuse me." A woman's voice came from the doorbell. Lang cleared his throat. "Hello, your takeaway has been delivered." With a click, the courtyard door opened. Lang took out 2 cups of su cha from the metal box, and asked politely, "What is the last number of your optical brain?" The woman answered with surprise. 2,525. 10% of the takeaway fee, nuclear crystal or transfer? The woman hesitated for a few seconds. Nuclear crystal. Lang took the nuclear crystal and handed over the su cha, and did not forget to add a sentence according to Su Sansen's request. "Thank you for choosing Meichan takeaway, and I wish you a happy meal." The bicycle set off again. The temperature was getting lower and lower. The northwest wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the rich were becoming more and more reluctant to go out. Lang had 39 orders waiting for him to complete in his delivery list. In Bay City number 103, Wu Fengyan walked out of the captain's office calmly, and came to the rooftop of a building alone. He glanced around and confirmed that there was no one else around, then carefully took out a note from his trouser pocket. On the note, Scar gave a concise reminder. The Conservative Party has infiltrated the lamp-hanging people. There may be undercover agents. Also, be careful of being monitored. Chapter 341. In the bamboo forest, while the wild ducks were flopping back and forth in the river, Su Sansen and Xie Yuan hurried to the bamboo forest courtyard behind the red wall. The small stone used to seal the grass house former resident's stone tablet was still lying quietly on its back. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this place had not been discovered so far. Su Sansen hurriedly took out the seeds that she and Xie Yuan would save after each harvest from the mist of the sealed stone tablet, and started the new farmer mode of the end of the world again. "Since I'm here, I always feel a little bit disappointed if I don't plant some crops, so I saw the pepper trees blooming and bearing fruits one after another, and grapes, apples, tomatoes, winter melons, and other fruits and vegetables were also taking root and sprouting one after another. Just when a new batch of tomato seeds were put into the soil, and a small green seedling just emerged, the wild ducks that had finally marked their territory suddenly clicked and swayed into the bamboo forest courtyard behind the red wall. The wild duck flapped its wings and quacked, "Little ones, how come you're so naughty just after you passed the weak stage? It's really hard for your mother to find you. Why don't you learn to paddle properly? Why do you come here to play in the mud?" Hey, if Su Sansen could understand the wild duck's inner thoughts, he would definitely roll his eyes. What's so good about paddling? Isn't it just like fishing? These are basic skills that social animals learn without a teacher. The wild duck's round green eyes quickly scanned the small courtyard. Hey, although this place looks shabby, why does this mellow and rich atmosphere always give the duck a sense of déjà vu? It's as if it was very familiar with it in the last life, or a long, long time ago. Well, this place is good. The kid has small eyes, but his vision is not bad. The wild duck started to mark their territory without saying anything. After hearing a few puffs, a few bubbles of rich duck shit directly covered the tomato seedlings that had not yet completely broken through the soil. Xie Yuan was shocked. "It's over." Su Sansen's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't she think of it earlier? 1 minute later, the grief-stricken Captain Xie saw that the vines soaked in duck shit actually produced big, bright red tomatoes. Looking at these brightly colored tomatoes, Xie Yuan was speechless and looked at Sansen beside him. Su Sansen was excited and said as expected, and hurriedly called the captain to start harvesting. It turns out that the pollution-free fruits and vegetables from the stagnation elements building can only bear the most beautiful fruits in this apocalypse by fertilizing. Sue Sanson smiled. The problem of discoloration of agricultural products was finally solved. The two worked hard for another afternoon and found that the wild ducks had begun to build nests in the bamboo forest, so they were completely relieved. This wild duck is really worry-free. It has settled down here so consciously. It must be given a 5-star praise. And the wild duck, while working tirelessly to build its new nest with mutant bamboo, muttered softly, "These two cubs are really worry-free. They have been playing in the mud for an afternoon without doing anything." Its round green eyes glanced at the fruits and vegetables piled high next to it, and its flat big duck mouth curled again. They are really two picky eaters. Why don't they understand that they should eat more meat at a young age so that they won't have to worry about growing up? Oh, the old duck is really worried. Xieyuan unpacked the harvested vegetables and fruits and put them into the giant spaceship of the Yamaguchi group, while Sue Sanson stood in front of the wild duck, gesticulating with a serious face. "We have grown up, our wings are hard, and we are ready to fly out by ourselves and go home in a few days." The wild duck's big flat head tilted, and its round green eyes showed helplessness. Okay, I don't want to learn how to paddle. I don't know how to fish. Since you insist on flying, then paddle yourself. Who said that your mother is the most reasonable old mother in the world? Sue Sanson saw that there was suddenly a kind look in the wild duck's eyes. She didn't know if it was the healing energy flowing in her blood that produced a chemical resonance. She actually opened her arms and gave the wild duck a bear hug directly to his fat chest. The wild duck's snow-white wings gently flapped on Sue Sanson's body a few times, and then quacked twice. "Go to the sky quickly." Recalling the past, "It took me many sunrises and sunsets just to practice taking off. You too, just hold on." After Sue Sanson hugged the wild duck goodbye, he met up with Xieyuan, and the Jiuxiang hot pot spaceship whoosh flew straight into the sky. The wild duck looked at the big round cake flashing in the sky, and its flat duck head tilted, whose big cake was blown directly into the sky. At 10:20 p.m., on the Wasteland 3 kilometers outside the city of Base 903, Tietue and Ulun got off the second-hand truck, looked at the giant spaceship in front of them, and couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is also the sponsor. The sponsor's father? Xieyuan pushed out 2 more aircraft from the cargo hold, and without waiting for the two to continue staring in surprise, he asked directly, "Have you brought everything?" Tietue and Ulun quickly came back to their senses, and while answering "I brought it," they took out several boxes of parts, tools, and special spray paints that Xieyuan had ordered in advance from the trunk of the truck. Of course, the source of goods was ordered with the help of the Du family. After all, Sue Sanson saved their Du family's great benefactor, Gu Yun, and held the other half of the Du system nuclear crystal in his hand. This relationship is not to say that there is no calculation, but it is absolutely close. But at least for now, it must be regarded as an ally of the same camp. If an ally has something to do, then you must fully support it, not to mention that this transaction also paid a price, 100,000 energy points. After Xieyuan took over the metal box, he called Tietue and Ulung to start a major transformation of the spacecraft and 2 aircraft. Dingling clang, the 3 of them worked for nearly 3 hours, until around 1:40 in the morning, it was barely completed. Sue Sanson, who had already taken a nap, yawned and poked his head out of the trunk of the truck. "Oh my god! How did the Yamaguchi Gumi's spaceship turn into a 3-legged pot? No, this bright 3-pointed logo. Don't you really need to ask Mercedes-Benz for some advertising placement fees?" Seeing Sue Sanson wake up, Xieyuan smiled and walked forward, pointing to the hot pot handles that had just been welded at both ends of the spaceship, and asked tentatively, "Is it okay?" Although Sue Sanson's emotional intelligence is not high, he is definitely not a person who likes to pour cold water, so he nodded vigorously. He took the spray paint next to the spaceship and started to create, with the help of the nuclear crystal searchlight. At the same time, a giant military spaceship with a gray-green body was bypassing the northwest hurricane belt and moving rapidly towards the direction of base city number 903. On the military spaceship, Park Jae-fan bowed his head and said respectfully, "Marshal, it is expected that we will arrive at base city number 911 in 3 hours. The Seidel family has sent an invitation letter to enter the city." In the inner city of base number 103, in a certain underground secret room, the lamp was immersed in a pool of blood, and a majestic voice suddenly sounded, "Is everything arranged?" Wang hid in the hood and answered respectfully, "Yes, Seidel has signed a cooperation agreement." Chapter 342. Year 336 of the Star Calendar, Day 30 of the Wind Season, 8:30 a.m., 15 days after parting with Wild Duck. In the remote courtyard on the edge of the inner city of Base 903, Xie Yuan saw the little girl's eyelashes fluttering slightly, knowing that she was about to wake up. So he got up quickly, and put the little girl wrapped in a quilt steadily in the middle of the big bed, and then he quickly laid down on the straw mat and pretended to sleep seriously. This play has been performed countless times. In short, Captain Xie has already been familiar with the script, and his acting skills are also polished to perfection and easy. Su Sanson opened his eyes, stretched, turned his head, and habitually looked at the man on the straw mat beside him. Xie Yuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, with a moment of confusion in his eyes, which is the natural reaction of a person just waking up. A set of movements were well controlled, and the timing was precise. His eyes moved, and he met Su Sanson's eyes very well. "It feels so good to see you as soon as I open my eyes." Su Sanson curved her eyebrows, then turned away embarrassedly. Xie Yuan raised the corners of his lips, looked at the little girl's back, and smiled dotingly. In the small courtyard, everyone got up one after another. Jean Guifeng yawned and came out of the kitchen. When she saw Su Sanson, she started to complain. "I am a lobby manager after all. Why can't I have a bedroom of my own?" As she said that, she pointed at the simple metal folding bed in the kitchen with an indignant look. "That's right, Jean Guifeng has been sleeping in the kitchen all this time. There is no way. There are only 3 bedrooms in total, Tiechui and Ulung, Ian and his sister, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan. He has a big bald head, and it's not suitable for him to squeeze with anyone." Su Sanson rolled his eyes, and folded his hands in front of his chest. "The exclusive bedroom is an employee benefit. Is manager Jean going to switch from Shenzhou Aircraft Rental?" Jean Guifeng choked. Is he an employee of Shenzhou Aircraft Rental? How could he forget such an important thing? Damn it, it must be because of the large number of reservations every day recently. He is so busy that he doesn't know who he is anymore. Seeing Jean Guifeng's face that she suddenly realized something. Su Sanson rolled his eyes, and took advantage of the situation. "Actually, if you want a room, bedroom, not impossible." Jean Guifeng took a step back, and raised his eyebrows. After dealing with him so many times, he still had a bit of the bald man's sixth sense. "Let's make it clear first. None of the terms in the aircraft rental contract can be missing, otherwise you have to pay extra." Su Sanson smiled and looked harmless. "Come on, listen to me." At the same time, in the outer city of Base 103, Qin Erge pushed the toilet cleaning car, and just arrived at the door of the internet celebrity toilet on West Street, he saw a tall figure blocking the way. The woman has a pair of fox eyes, which are particularly charming. Du Xiaowei gently lifted her right hand, and her big waves swayed in the wind, and a charming fragrance floated with the wind. ABC, who came out of the men's restroom, and passers-by A, B, and C, who walked down the side street, couldn't help but look back in the wind and stop. Who is this woman? Is she a toilet spirit descending to earth? She's so beautiful. Qin Erge's eyes widened. Why is it her again? Didn't she leave? It's here again? He hid the plunger behind him reflexively. Just as he moved the magic weapon behind him, he suddenly remembered what his third sister said before. This woman is not interested in the plunger. She is interested in me. This is the first time that a poor student has encountered a relationship problem, and the questioner is so unconventional. He instinctively wants to choose C, but how can a relationship problem be a simple multiple-choice question? Du Xiaowei saw that Qin Erge was stunned in the same place, and did not run away directly like last time. She was quite satisfied in her heart. She secretly encouraged herself. As long as my brother looks good, his 3 views follow his 5 appearances, the previous routines are useless, a sincere heart is the most important. She took a deep breath, raised her legs and walked straight to Qin Erge, and decided to be reserved and proceed step by step. So she pointed to the metal bench on the side of the road and said, "I know you are busy at work, so I will delay you for 5 minutes." Qin Erge looked at the toilet order on the light computer. Well, he can still afford to delay for 5 minutes. The third sister said that the fastest toilet in the world will be unblocked. He will speed up in the afternoon, and he will definitely catch up. Yeah, the two sat side by side on the metal bench under the gaze of the squatting friends and passers-by. Du Xiaowei moved an inch closer to Qin Erge. Qin Erge smelled the increasingly strong fragrance, and felt it was extremely pungent. This was a huge contrast to the atmosphere he was most familiar with. He slowly exhaled, moved to the side without making a sound, and half of his buttocks were directly suspended in the air. Okay, the time to test the buttocks has come. Du Xiaowei went straight to the point. What do you think of me? Qin Erge frowned slightly, recalling the answer that the third sister taught him. You have seen countless people, but I am afraid of you. Du Xiaowei hurriedly explained. They are all your foreshadowing, you are my real first love. Qin Erge turned his head away. His father said that wild flowers on the roadside should not be picked randomly, and women outside should not be brought home. So he directly refused. We are not suitable, the gap is too big. Du Xiaowei was stunned. Too big? Is this the reason why he has never accepted me? Too big? Is it the height or the distance? Does he dislike that I am taller than him? Or does he simply have no confidence in long-distance relationships? Height is not a problem. It's a big deal. She took off her high heels. The distance can be overcome. There are so many interracial relationships. They are only more than 10,000 kilometers apart. How can they overcome it? Du Xiaowei immediately proposed a solution. I can wear flat shoes. Qin Erge was speechless. It's not about height. Du Xiaowei was happy. That means she didn't want to have a long-distance relationship. So she argued, have you heard the story of the Little Mermaid and the Prince? Do you know the love between the White Snake and Su Xian? Qin Erge had a question mark on his forehead and shook his head blankly. Du Xiaowei beat his chest and stamped his feet, unwilling to give up. Long-distance relationships are not a problem at all. People can love passionately even if they are interracial. Have you heard of the red carp, the green carp and the donkey? Just a beep. The alarm clock in Qin Erge's brain suddenly rang. He looked at the stopwatch that had returned to 0, and hurriedly got up. 5 minutes are up. Then he ran towards the public toilet as if he had been pardoned. Du Xiaowei looked at the receding figure and fell silent again. If the donkey is unwilling to go into the water, will the Sea King be forced to go ashore in the end? At the same time, in the Dijiuxiang Hot Pot restaurant in the inner city of Base 903, Jin Guifeng used the signal concatenator installed on the roof to call the boss of Shanfeng Escort Agency's optical computer. Boss, I have a new idea that can immediately earn tens of millions of dollars. And I want to report it to you. A big pie is sweeping towards the boss of Shanfeng. Chapter 343. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan worked in the store until the evening. After seeing off the last customer, they saw that the takeaway business was on the right track, so they prepared to leave. Before leaving, Xie Yuan pulled Tietue and Ulung and told them, with the sudden drop in temperature, the number of dine-in customers in the hot pot restaurant will definitely decrease, and the takeaway business will definitely become the main force in the future. The feedback of Su Cha's takeaway is not bad at present, and it can also be promoted to Jiuxiang's customers in the next few days. Tietue and Ulung nodded frequently, but still hesitated to raise the biggest problem in the store. If the takeaway is also rolled out in the hot pot restaurant, there will definitely not be enough manpower. Xie Yuan nodded. Don't worry about the manpower, I will arrange it here, you guys hold on for a few days. Remember, don't let the Du family interfere with the business. After the two received the order, Xie Yuan and Su Sanson said goodbye. Because they were in a hurry to save the duck, they did not drive the big black, so at this moment, the two of them were rarely strolling on the streets of the inner city. The wind was whistling. Xie Yuan walked in front, blocking Su Sanson with his tall body. These days, they have been saving ducks and busy with the hot pot restaurant. Finally, they have a moment of relaxation at this moment. Su Sanson gathered the hood of her jacket, looked at the tall back in front, and suddenly felt relieved. From the first day she crossed here, this man has been by her side. I can't imagine how she would survive in this doomsday if she hadn't met Xie Yuan at that time. Su Sanson fell into memories, and her steps slowed down unconsciously. Captain Xie, who was walking in front and blocking the wind, suddenly felt a chill behind him. The breath from the little girl seemed to have become farther away, so he hurriedly turned back and walked back to Sanson's side. Seeing that the little girl seemed to be distracted again, he smiled slightly. It was good to be distracted, which meant that she was relaxing at this rare moment. He looked at the girl's small palms hanging slightly by her side, half of which was tucked into her sleeves, and the other half was curled up by herself, and it was a little red from the cold. Captain Xie felt very distressed, so he subconsciously stretched out his big hand and grasped the girl's small hand. Suddenly, a warm feeling enveloped Su Sanson. She came back to her senses slightly, and then she found that Xie Yuan's tall figure was close at hand, and her hands were tightly held in his palms. Xie Yuan lowered his head and made eye contact with the girl. Only then did he realize how abrupt he was, and actually, just held hands like this. He immediately regretted it. He hadn't expressed his feelings yet. Would he be disgusted? But her hands were really cold. Xie Yuan's eyes struggled for only a moment, and then he immediately became firm. A pair of narrow eyes, revealing a burning heat. Su Sanson looked up, and her heart was burned as she looked at him. She felt the burning heat coming from her hand, her cheeks flushed, and her heart became warm. She moved her finger slightly, and was about to take the initiative and hold Xie Yuan's big hand tightly. Suddenly, Captain Xia's eyes darkened, and his body shook, protecting her tightly behind him. There was a bang, gunshot, and a heavy firepower bullet hit the metal pole on the side of the road directly. In the corner, a ghostly figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Xie Yuan did not dare to stay, and immediately took Zhu Sanson's hand and hurriedly ran out of the city. If the person just now was targeting him, then it means that there are also spies in the inner city of base 903 with lights, and it is no longer safe here, and he must leave immediately. At the end of the alley, Yamaguchi Io looked at the tall back figure captured in the light brain and immediately started the automatic comparison program in the background. The back figure captured seemed to be a few centimeters taller than the one in the database, but other than that, all other data matched. So, is this man the Xie Yuan that the general has been looking for? Yamaguchi Io's eyes were full of excitement. Just as he was about to turn around and solve the target directly, suddenly, a big pot fell from the sky. At the same time, Tietue and Ulung, who were checking accounts in the lobby, received a reminder from Xie Yuan at the same time. The two looked at each other, and immediately closed the store, and locked the door. The squad leader of Jiazi squad, Guo Biaochao, gradually emerged from the shadows. He turned off the hidden weapon switch in his hand, walked quickly to the big pot, walked around the big pot again, turned on the special communicator, and immediately reported, "We caught an outsider, suspected to be the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi. Please give instructions, young master." Du Ziting sat on the carved wooden chair, watching the picture from the communicator, his fox eyes narrowed slightly. "Daring to shoot in the Bay City," he said directly and sternly. "Immediate execution." "Yes." Guobuchao shook his arm, pulled out a fire stick from his waist, and asked the air in the corner, "Braised or steamed?" A shovel suddenly appeared in the air, and a voice hesitated. "Squad leader, I am responsible for stir-frying." Guobuchao choked. Right, he was chasing in a hurry at that time, and only the shovel could barely keep up with his speed. He waved the firewood stick in his hand and sighed. "Oh, forget it. Let's just simmer it." Yamaguchi Io was trapped by a powerful isolation force, and it was pitch black around him. He couldn't see through it, and couldn't hear anything. Crackle. Boom boom. Hee-hee-ha-ha. In the darkness, there was a sudden thunder and lightning, strong light, ghosts howling, and devil sounds all around. But no matter how he launched thunder, light, or sound wave attacks, all the energy was like passing clouds under this extremely domineering isolation power, and could not stir up any waves. The big black pot was turned upside down on the ground, as stable as Mount Tai. Yamaguchi Io was sweating on his forehead, as if sitting on pins and needles. The squad leader of Jiazi class, Guo Bangchao, picked up the fire stick and hammered the black pot heavily, and heard a boom. A powerful fire power spread instantly. This is a dual-type black pot with both isolation and fire powers. In order to speed up the speed of the stew pot, Guo Bangchu's fire core crystal in the fire stick also lit up immediately. Since the young master is in a hurry, let's add more fire. 1 minute later, the big black pot that was burned red began to shake in place, and Yamaguchi Io inside struggled hard in it. 1 minute later, the big black pot stopped shaking, and when the pot was opened, there was only a charred corpse, emitting black smoke. Du Ziting took a sip of Mingqian Longjing tea, and tapped the wooden table with his fingertips. "Explore the wasteland of Napoleon's family at night. Don't alert the enemy." "Yes, young master." After receiving the order, Guo Bangchao immediately assigned tasks to the cooks in his cooking team. At the same time, in a secret room in the underground city of Base 103, he turned on the light, took off his coat, coughed a few times, and slowly walked into the blood pool. Wang hid in the hood, looking at the message sent by Yamaguchi Io 3 minutes ago in the light brain, and immediately reported, "Inner city number 903, Xie Yuan's figure was found." In the single dormitory of the guard post, Scar was lying on the single bed, slightly closing his eyes, gradually falling asleep. Suddenly, hundreds of silver needles fell from the sky, flew out, and pierced his face and chest. Chapter 344. Shwa shwa shwa. The silver needle fell, making a puff sound. At this time, there was a dong 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 knock on the door of Scar's dormitory. The two shadow members looked at each other, turned around neatly, and swooshed out of the window. On the single bed, Scar's figure suddenly disappeared, and more than 100 silver needles were directly inserted into the straw bag. In the dormitory next door, Scar was lying on the bed facing the wall. Just after closing the copy and paste weapon in his hand, he heard a trembling man's voice suddenly coming from beside him. "Xiao! Captain Xiao, you have been sleeping here for several days." This is a single bed. On a 1.2 wide single bed, two strong men about 2 meters tall were lying tightly together with their arms against each other. Scar rolled his eyes, making it seem like he was willing to squeeze in here. If he hadn't followed Xie Yuan's request and dismantled the Brotherhood, officially becoming a thorn in the eyes of some people, would he have to be so depressed every day? Xie Yuan, you must be responsible for me. The deputy captain of the Dawn Guard, Li Xiao, saw that Scar hadn't replied, and his heart began to beat. The Gale Guard has been saying that Captain Xiao is a little weak recently. He couldn't have any special fetish. Li Xiao's hair stood on end. He is still a virgin. He will find a woman to pair up with in the future. Scar's left arm suddenly felt empty, and he felt the long-lost sense of air circulation. He turned his head and saw, my goodness, how did Li Xiao move directly to the edge of the bed? Isn't it a single bed? Sleep this late at night. Don't do any side-to-side hanging training. Do you have to work so hard? Scar was speechless, leaning towards the wall, and muffledly replied, I will sleep here for at most 5 more days. Then he closed his eyes. Li Xiao was delighted when he heard this, and his body relaxed. He lost his balance and rolled off the bed. Shuawu, the leader of the Gale Vanguard squad standing at the door of Scar's dormitory, knocked on the door again. Looking at the message Scar sent him 30 seconds ago on the computer, he was about to yell, What are you doing? It's late at night, and you asked me to find you, but you opened the door. At this time, another message suddenly appeared on the computer. Thanks, go back to sleep, good night. Shuawu frowned slightly. If this was not a prank against him, then there must be a conspiracy. Could it be that the base has taken action again? Is it still against them, the Gale? In the inner city of base number 903, Xie Yuan dragged Su Sanson through the streets and alleys, and quickly ran to the special parking spot for spacecraft in the outer city. Their DGXing special hot pot spaceship has rented a berth through the Du family. However, since the berths in the inner city have been occupied by various noble families, Su Sanson can only settle for the second best and rent one in the outer city first. When there is an empty space in the inner city, they will go in. At this time, Su Sanson's number 903 City Light Brain suddenly received a message from Du Zitong. I have dealt with the person, and his identity has been confirmed. The leader of the Yamaguchi group is Yamaguchi Io. Xie Yuan glanced at the message, and first expressed his dissatisfaction with the sender reflexively, and then began to analyze the crisis hidden behind the message. It is obvious that the Yamaguchi group is a lackey of the Baiding faction. He shot at me, most likely because he recognized my back, not the spaceship. After all, the Yamaguchi Gumi's spaceship has been transformed beyond recognition, and is completely different from what it used to be. Yamaguchi Io recognized me, which means he tracked me with the lights. Fortunately, Sansen's figure was blocked in time, and should not be exposed. But we still have to prepare for the worst. The two of them came to the anchorage, set up the stagnation element defense shield, and then took off directly, heading towards the northwest hurricane belt. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the big hot pot landed outside the bamboo forest of Du Fu's thatched cottage. The wild duck heard the noise, click, click, and its 2 big feet were thrashing fast. It ran from the depths of the bamboo forest, swaying and swaying, looking at the big pot that suddenly appeared on the ruins, and its round green eyes were very vigilant. It was not until it saw 2 little cubs coming out of the big pot that it flapped its snow-white wings in joy, hurried forward, and poked this and pecked that with its tender yellow hardcore duck beak. The duck family was missing each other for a long time. The beautiful duck and the ugly duck finally returned to the nest under the leadership of the old mother duck. The two looked at each other, lay back directly, leaned against the old mother duck's fat butt, covered with a duck-down quilt, and closed their eyes. The next morning, in the 336th year of the star calendar, on the 31st day of the wind season, when Su Sanson opened his eyes, the wild duck had disappeared, and he was covered with his and Captain Xia's jackets. On the jacket, a small fire nuclear crystal was releasing heat energy, and the surrounding temperature had dropped to minus 15 degrees, and Xie Yuan, at this moment, was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, walking back and forth around the bamboo forest courtyard, as if measuring something. Is it cold? She was worried that Xie Yuan would catch a cold. Xie Yuan turned around and looked at San San, whose face was flushed from sleep, and smiled and shook his head. Gene Warrior, such a high temperature is not a problem. Su San San choked. Okay, the Gene Warriors are really resource-saving. So she quickly put on her clothes, and put the fire nuclear crystal in her arms. From today on, she would start using fire energy to keep warm. Su San San washed herself with the water Xie Yuan had prepared in advance, and then began to follow him around in the bamboo forest. Xie Yuan pointed to an area outside the courtyard and suddenly said, "This is the leeward side. The terrain is relatively high, and there are bamboo forests all around to block it. How about building a few houses here?" Su Sanson was stunned and asked, "You mean, we will live here in the future?" Xie Yuan nodded and analyzed. Putting up lights can allow the secret line to help the Yamaguchi Gumi sneak into the 903 base city, and then plant insiders in other base cities. In case we are desperate. Instead of moving between bases, why not build a house here? Su Sanson's eyes lit up. It makes sense. There are fields, rivers, and wild ducks here. As long as you are not discovered, it is indeed the best choice for hiding. The important thing is that the comfort here is several levels higher than the stagnation element building. Although the small building is hidden enough and can be used to avoid the sharp edge temporarily, it is definitely not a place to live for a long time. This place is different. It can be built into a paradise for the two of them. Su Sanson nodded with excitement. Xie Yuan looked at the girl with a rosy face and innocent smile, and his heart was filled with joy. It was as if he had drunk a cup of sunset glow, and he suddenly felt a sweet feeling, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Xie Yuan coughed lightly, and continued to talk about his plan to build a house. His fingers hanging by his side uncontrollably brushed against the back of the girl's hand. Su Sanson listened seriously, but a ripple appeared in his heart. This damn fire core crystal, why is her hand not cold at all now? Chapter 345. In a Chinese-style courtyard with pavilions and towers in the inner city of base number 903, Du Xiaowei rushed back from base number 103, looking depressed and puzzled. She went there with great enthusiasm, thinking that she could finally relieve the pain of missing her lover, but she never expected that the longing for so many days would turn into a broken heart. She is the eldest daughter of the Du family, and she is famous for walking through thousands of grasses without getting a single leaf on her. But now, among 3,000 strong grasses, she picked only one seedling. I don't know whether it is the blessing of many years of cultivation or the hatred accumulated over many years, and it is finally coming back to me. Grandpa Du was lying on the rocking chair, looking at his great-granddaughter's droopy look, and said unhappily, "Hey! What's so good about those wild men outside? One is more unreasonable than the other. Come, listen to your great-grandfather, and look for her in number 903. It's close to home, easy to talk about, and more convenient to divide." Du Xiaowei sighed lightly. Is it a problem of distance for her now? It's clearly a problem that she can't talk about now. Great-grandfather, you don't understand. Du Xiaowei sat down on the chair with a depressed look on her face. Old Master Du rolled his eyes. Humph. What do I not understand? It's nothing more than that you love him, but he loves her, and she doesn't love him, but he has to love her. It's just that simple. Du Xiaowei didn't want her broken heart to be publicly punished again, so she changed the subject directly. Where's my brother? Old Master Du raised his eyelids slightly. Your brother has been busy catching ghosts recently, and has no time to improve his relationship with Miss Su. Du Xiaowei sighed in her heart. The brother and sister must be lacking peach blossoms recently, and they need to supplement some of Su Cha's peach juice to change their luck. Grandpa Du glanced at his great-granddaughter and snorted. Your brother is too focused on his career and doesn't care about his own affairs at all. Look at the two of you. It would be great if you could balance it out. Du Xiaowei choked. What does it mean, saying that she is not doing her job and is actually in love? Why did the topic come to her again? So she retorted unconvincedly. Now the ratio of men to women is so unbalanced. What's wrong with me having more love affairs? Grandpa Du pouted. I was talking about your brother. You? Before he finished speaking, an urgent message suddenly appeared on the optical brain. Base number 707, the city was broken. Grandpa Du frowned. It was 404 before, and now it is 707 again, plus the earliest base number 307. 3 bases have been broken this year. Why did the frequency suddenly increase? He clearly remembered that in the past few hundred years, the frequency of breaking bases has basically been maintained at 1 every 30 years. Could it be that the Du families? The reason for the previous analysis is wrong? The city was destroyed not because of the Great Beast Tide every 30 years, but because of other factors? Grandpa Du immediately called Uncle Zhong and asked him to carefully question the Du family members, who escaped successfully from the auction of bases 307, 404, and 707. And make sure to find out the exact reason for the destruction of the city. After Uncle Zhong left, Grandpa Du sighed, looked at Du Xiaowei, and said earnestly, Hey! One of them doesn't look for a girlfriend for a long time, and the other doesn't look for a long-term boyfriend. The situation between the bases is so unstable now. Can you two be a little more stable? Du Xiaowei choked. Why are they unstable? Aren't both of them stable and unloved now, and in a helpless state? On the other side, in the flower hall, Du Zitting sat on a carved wooden chair, looking at the giant metal frames and the strange paintings in the metal frames in front of him, frowning slightly, his fox eyes revealing confusion. Is this what we found in Napoleon's underground castle last night? The squad leader of Jiazi class, Guobiachao, with a big black pot on his back, scratched the back of his head and explained. In addition to these strange paintings with very rough painting, 5 servants were also captured. But after interrogating them all night, they didn't know anything, and seemed to know nothing about the inside story. Du Zitting pursed his lips and thought for a moment. It should be transferred. The inner city of base number 903 needs to be immediately under martial law. Yes. Guobiachao immediately took the order and disappeared in an instant. Du Zitting's fox eyes narrowed slightly, and he was planning the next security deployment. Suddenly, he raised his head and met the eyes of a long-haired woman in a painting. The woman was wearing a dark long dress, with a clear European face covered by a transparent handkerchief, and her eyes stared at Du Zitting with a smile. Du Zitting was startled and looked at the name of the painting, Mon Paris's Smile. He glanced at the signature on the lower right corner of the painting and muttered to himself. Sneeze? Was she worried about sneezing? So she covered herself with a handkerchief? At the same time, a supersonic aircraft had just bypassed the northwest hurricane belt and was speeding towards base 103. On the aircraft, 2 worn-out tires were locked in a carefully crafted metal box. In the bamboo forest, Xie Yuan's palm was on the back of the girl's hand, and he tried back and forth twice. Su Sanson pursed his lips and glanced at the hand that had not yet been held. He felt anxious and shy. Xie Yuan suddenly turned his head. What do you think? Su Sanson's attention had long been wandering, and she didn't hear a word of what Xie Yuan said just now, so she could only blush her little face, blink her big round eyes, and nod her head. I think it's good. Xie Yuan looked at the 2 blushes on the girl's cheeks and smiled gently. What he had just asked was that time was running out, and it couldn't be delayed any longer. What do you think? This answer was obviously distracted again. But Captain Xie liked Sanson so much that he couldn't wait to spoil her, so how could he expose her in front of her and embarrass her? So he stared at the little girl with his narrow eyes, and his big hand actually took the initiative to hold her hand. Su Sanson's hand suddenly felt hot, her heart skipped a beat, and she shyly looked up at Xie Yuan. He wanted to show. Sanson, Xie Yuan's deep and magnetic voice interrupted the girl's fluttering thoughts. I'm holding your hand because I want to hold your hand. Xie Yuan's words were gentle and powerful. It may not be appropriate to say this now, but although the future will be dangerous, I hope. Xie Yuan was about to get to the point, when suddenly, he saw Sanson in front of him, his pupils instantly dilated. Boom! Su Sanson's heart stagnated. An unprecedented feeling of suffocation suddenly swept over her body. Her stomach was churning, as if something was struggling inside her body, and as if something was trying to suppress it. 2 contradictory forces were stirring back and forth in her chest. She suddenly trembled violently, and soon lost consciousness. Xie Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly reached out to hug the fainted San. At the same time, a flying machine flashed past at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the bamboo forest. In the flying machine, 2 broken tires locked in a metal box suddenly flashed white light. At the same time, 8 concrete blocks outside the bamboo forest suddenly lit up. In Gu Pavilion, Gu Yun was lying on a wooden bed, and his eyelashes trembled a few times. Chapter 346. Inside Gu Pavilion, the medical staff stood in front of the monitor, watching the fleeting fluctuations just now, thinking that the unconscious person was finally waking up. But the monitor returned to calm again, and Gu Yun, who was lying on the bamboo bed, only fluttered his eyelashes for 2 seconds, and then continued to fall into silence. In the bamboo forest of Du Fu thatched cottage, Su Sanson lay in Xie Yuan's arms, and slowly opened her eyes. Xie Yuan stared at her anxiously. You fainted, don't talk, and have a good sleep. Su Sanson was startled. She fainted? Why didn't I remember it at all? Strange. She looked at Xie Yuan's anxious and nervous expression at the moment, and then felt the state of her limbs. Well, everything was good, and there was no discomfort. You? She was about to speak, but Xie Yuan had already walked up to Xiao Wei at a very fast speed. Let's go back to 903 now, and let the Du family find the best medical doctor for you. Su Sanson was shocked. No, it would take another 4 hours to get back to 903. She didn't feel any discomfort now, so stopped struggling. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Look, I'm rosy and full of energy now. As he spoke, He stretched his hands directly into the air and performed a move of Wing Chun. It ran very smoothly. Xie Yuan looked at the little girl fluttering in his arms, worried that she would accidentally toss herself down, so he tightened his hands and increased the strength. The little girl in front of him really looked fine, and he frowned slightly. Why did she suddenly faint just now? Could it be related to the 7-colored pure light in her body? Xie Yuan frowned on his face, but he was a little relieved in his heart. If it was a 7-color pure light, it was probably a special trigger mechanism that had just happened. The heart that was hanging finally returned to its place, and the soft touch of the fingertips began to transmit quickly, instantly occupying the entire nerve center. Xie Yuan felt the sweet and soft little girl in his arms, and was reluctant to let go for a while, staring at Su Sanson's pink face with fiery eyes. Su Sanson felt the burning heat, and her arms waving in the air paused, and then she realized that she was being held in Xie Yuan's arms like a princess. Thoughts returned. Did he want to confess before? Su Sanson's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she became unnaturally shy. Now this posture feels a bit ambiguous. She began to dodge her eyes habitually, and simply buried her face in Xie Yuan's solid and strong chest, muffled. I'm really fine. No need to go back to base city number 903. Xie Yuan felt the warm touch from his chest, the strength of his fingertips gradually increased, and said softly, "Okay." Su Sanson grabbed Xie Yuan's clothes with one hand and pressed his chest with the other hand, listening to the strong heartbeat, and didn't know how to proceed to the next step. They are now clear, or not? If this man, what he wanted to say just now was not a confession, but some important follow-up plan, then Su Sanson began to think wildly, and was torn between taking the initiative and passively enjoying. Xie Yuan looked at the shy girl in his arms, and couldn't let go. He wanted to speak, and continue the feelings that he had not finished just now. But he suddenly became superstitious, worried about what to do if San San fainted again at this moment. After all, he had tried to confess 3 times without success. The first time, he was interrupted by Erguzi. The second time, he was attacked by Yamaguchi Io. The third time, San San fainted directly. Could it be that even God thought it was not appropriate to speak at this stage? Xie Yuan was in a dilemma. He was really worried that the strange power in San San's body would cast a strange curse that could not be confessed. If, because of his impulse, he hurt San San, he would definitely regret it to death. The two of them were just like this, each struggling with their own little thoughts, maintaining this ambiguous princess hug posture, one unwilling to let go, and the other unwilling to get up. Until a glimmer of light flashed. It was the little button that Xie Yuan pinned on his chest, which suddenly received the message. Both of them were stunned, and immediately came to their senses. I'm down. Su San was unnatural and hurriedly twisted down from Xie Yuan's arms. Xie Yuan's eyes followed the little girl closely until her feet landed on the ground. Then he coughed lightly, and hurriedly opened the little button. No need to guess, the news can only be from Scar. Hurry back. I can't hold on any longer. At the same time, a flying machine carrying 2 broken tires flew over the number 107 Wasteland. In the small building of the stagnation element, in the dark abyss, a theta symbol like a black hole suddenly flashed by. 1 hour later, a flying machine shaped like a metal pancake with too much stuff stopped at the special parking spot for the downwind, outside the south gate of the number 103 base. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan got off the plane. The former went straight to the private barracks, while the latter carried a large bundle of bamboo to completely cover his figure, went straight back to the hut in the shantytown, and then drove the big black to the southeast corner of the base, the second-hand metal recycling station of One-Eyed Zhang. Su Sanson took the elevator to the second floor of the private barracks and smiled at Sister Xiaoji at the front desk. Sister Xiaoji curled her lips and rolled her eyes. Who wants to see you smile? Then she continued to apply the flower yellow in front of the mirror. Su Sanson was not angry. Anyway, she was used to Sister Xiaoji's different treatment. She patted the metal table and said directly, "Contact Boss Sui and tell him that the thing he has been thinking about is finally available." Sister Xiaoji suddenly raised her head when she heard the 3 words Boss Sui, squinted her eyes, raised her eyebrows, and looked Su Sanson up and down. "What is the thing you are thinking about?" Su Sanson curled the corners of his lips and whispered, "Of course, it is something that is neither north nor south, and it is both on my mind and on my mind." Lin Pingji choked. "This woman, how could you have secretly learned his Tai Chi rhetoric?" Su Sanson turned around and left. As soon as he pushed the door and entered the lounge of the Sifong team, he received a message from Jean Guifeng on his laptop. "Add money. Must add money." She smiled slightly. This righteous tone seemed to mean that the matter was settled, so she quickly replied, "Okay. Not only add money, but also add a bed for you, okay?" Jean Guifeng's message came again. "Yes, add a room. Add a separate room." "Separate? Regular south-facing, bedroom with window." Okay. Su Sanson agreed immediately. Then a coordinate and time point were sent over. Everyone in the Sifong team looked at Xiao Su, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. As soon as he entered the door, he was smiling, so they winked at each other. "I'm afraid something good has happened." After Su Sanson processed the message, she looked up and met the marshal's bright eyes. She asked quickly, "How is your recovery? Can you go on a mission?" "His." Immediately, everyone in the four-way team took a breath. Sure enough, as long as Xiao Su came back, it meant that the next mission was coming. The marshal nodded and bulged his biceps, indicating that he had recovered well. So everyone immediately opened the dark web and started to choose a new mission. At the same time, Xie Yuan drove the Big Black and drove the One-Eyed Zhang in the co-pilot towards the outer city area A of the base, the rich area closest to the inner city. There, Jean Guifeng finally helped them successfully make an appointment with the boss of Shafeng Escort Agency, so that they could talk about the survival of Xiaowei. Chapter 347. In a closed metal room, the boss of Shafeng Escort Agency looked at the masked man sitting opposite him with disdain in his heart. He coughed lightly and began to speak in a habitual tone. "Ahem, this aircraft, everyone knows that the most important thing is the engine parts and high-performance energy converter inside. These two are controlled consumables, not circulated in the base, and not easy to buy on the black market." After saying that, he made a technical pause, raised his eyes, and glanced at the man opposite him, and wanted to continue to manipulate and raise the price. But who would have thought that the masked man was motionless, without any small movements, and he couldn't see the other party's micro-expressions, which made the boss of Shafeng wonder for a while whether the usual opening remarks just now had the effect of paving the way for raising the price. The air in the room paused for a few seconds, and the boss of Shafeng had to cough again and continue his monologue. "So, what I mean is very simple. This aircraft is not an ordinary item that can be sold just by saying so. As for me, it was because Guifeng mentioned it several times, saying that you were in a hurry, and you were a sincere buyer, so I agreed reluctantly. Of course, it was also to give Guifeng face." The boss of Shafeng paused again. Of course, he would not say that he was willing to sell Xiaowei in the end. In fact, it was because he lost twice in a row in the arena betting. He bought the most popular teams, but he never expected that he was defeated by a dark horse called Sifong twice, causing him to lose nearly 8 million contribution points in a row, if it weren't for the fact that the capital chain on hand was about to break, which would affect the operation of the escort agency next year. He would never sell the aircraft. Although this micro-aircraft is an old antique that is about to retire, it can still last for a few more years. It's not too late to collect some rent, and then sell it. However, Boss Shafeng talked endlessly for a long time, and saw that the masked man opposite him was still sitting like a bell, motionless. So he curled his lips, thinking that this man might be deaf. So why is he talking here? Isn't it a waste of saliva? Boss Shafeng clapped his hands. His saliva was dry, and he didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. "How about this? For Fenger's sake, the price is 12 million. The masked man didn't respond, and Boss Shafeng felt a little uneasy. He deliberately added 2 million to the price he had agreed with Jean Guifeng before, just to see if Jean Guifeng deliberately falsely reported the price to the other party in order to get kickbacks. However, the masked man didn't say anything, so the boss of Shafeng was a little unsure. "Well, you name a price?" The boss of Shafeng really didn't want to continue his stand-up comedy. In negotiations, you still have to go back and forth to slowly raise the price. The masked man didn't speak, paused, and simply made a gesture. The boss of Shafeng looked at it, and saw the middle finger, ring finger and pinky finger standing upright. 3 fingers? 3 million? What the hell? Why don't you just rob it? Is Jean Guifeng really capable of doing things? The boss of Shafeng was heartbroken and said sternly, "Don't even think about it without 10 million. The masked man paused, still holding out 3 fingers and shaking them in the air. The boss of Shafeng gritted his teeth. "Damn it. 3 million, who are you looking down on? This is an aircraft, controlled means of transportation." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. In a rage, he stood up directly. He would not do this business anymore. If you want to buy, buy. If you don't want to buy, forget it. The minimum is 8 million. If it works, just transfer it directly through the optical computer. If it doesn't work, get out of here. The boss of Shafeng finally stopped talking in official language. He threw out a harsh word and was ready to leave. Who knew that just when he was about to turn around, he heard a beep and a notification of face-to-face transfer from the optical computer came. 8 million arrived. Remitter, Zhang Dawei. The boss of Shafeng was stunned by the message on the optical computer. When he looked up again, he saw that the masked man had stood up and limped out of the room. 1 minute later, when One-Eyed Zhang just returned to Dahe, Xie Yuan asked, "Is it going well, Master Zhang?" One-Eyed Zhang took off his mask and snorted. "Didn't you say it's best not to expose yourself too much? I tried to keep silent and didn't say anything. Guess what? In the end, I met a fool who couldn't understand the OK gesture. The price was directly reduced from 12 million to 8 million. Xie Yuan was stunned. Didn't San say that the price was 12 million? One-Eyed Zhang looked at the extra 4 million in his account and hesitated. What about the rest? What should I do? Xie Yuan came back to his senses and curled his lips slightly. It's very useful. After Xie Yuan sent One-Eyed Zhang back to the second-hand recycling station, he hurried to the Shafeng special parking spot outside the South City gate. Since Xiaowei has been bought, it must not be parked at Xuanfeng's position anymore. When Xie Yuan successfully moved Xiaowei to the wilderness 5 kilometers outside the South City gate, the boss of Shafeng Escort Agency suddenly received a service notification from the parking point. The aircraft parked at the number 19 parking position, number 95338, has been discontinued. The parking position has been released, please be informed. Picture, the boss of Shafeng looked at the high-end and cool metal pancake in the news, which looked full of technology at first glance, and his eyes widened. Is this the retired elderly phone that can't be broken anymore? How could it be modified like this? This. With this shape, it's no problem to sell it for 100 million. Damn it, does Jean Guifeng want to quit? How dare she trick me? Just when he was about to contact the Human Resources Department to directly deduct Jean Guifeng's annual performance for next year, suddenly, he received another message on the optical brain, a resignation letter. Boss, the world is so big, I want to see it. Don't miss it. Fomer. At the same time, Scar wore a protective mask. While guarding against the tail not far away, he commanded the people of the Gale Guard. Be careful. Be careful. Oh. Don't spill it. The captain of the Gale Pioneer team, Shua Wu, straightened the protective mask on his face, glared at Scar, who was still shouting, and continued his work with a constipated look. What kind of job is this? In the corner, Niu Qifeng, the patrol captain who was responsible for tracking Scar, looked at the members of the Gale Guard who were busy carrying the dung buckets, and his eyes twitched. Scar might have been entangled by the toilet spirit in the West Street toilet. Why do I feel? My brain is a little twitchy. In the shadows, 3 shadow members wearing cloaks were also reporting Scar's coordinates to their superiors. Wayne looked at the message received in Guang's brain, sneered, and replied, "It's okay, let him enjoy one last day. Tomorrow is the day he and Jifeng Liming die." At the door of the public toilet on West Street, Qin Erge held the plunger tightly, and came out of the storage room. This internet celebrity toilet has such a large flow of people every day, the base didn't know to send someone to dredge the sewer, so they have to carry out artificial sewage disposal now. It's speechless. Daba shouted at the Jifeng guards again, then walked quickly to the door of the storage room and whispered, "Today's job is a big job, your father. They always give 1% commission over there, and your thing doesn't have a market price. How do you calculate the fee?" Qin Erge turned on the light brain and directly let Doba see the message from his third sister. The fee will be owed first, and the settlement will be made tomorrow. Doba choked. Why is the salary still in arrears? Thinking about the task that Xie Yuan asked him to perform tomorrow, his eyes sank, and he muttered to himself, "Let's settle it tomorrow." Then he turned his head and said to Ergu, "Tell your third sister that the interest for 1 day is also money. We have to settle it together when the time comes." Qin Ergu waved the plunger and nodded. In the private army camp, Su Sanson pointed to a competitive task on the dark web and said directly, "Let's take this one." Everyone in the 4-party team was shocked, looking at the task with a reward of 5 million, and took a breath of cold air. Huba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose and said tentatively, "This is not good." Yugu stroked his waxed beard and was a little worried. "Is it too dangerous?" The marshal blinked his bright eyes and sighed softly. "What if something unexpected happens?" The little stutterer added, "If I get out of control." What to do? Su Sanson quickly glanced at the other tasks again, frowned and said, "Only the coordinate range of this task is the most suitable. There are risks for sure, but we have made arrangements in advance. so it shouldn't be a big problem. Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard and said loudly, "Okay. For freedom." Yugu, the marshal and the little stutterer also said in unison, "For freedom." For. Bye. At night, in the office of the inner city guard station of the base, Scar sat at the metal table, looking at Wu Feng opposite, and said, "Are you sure you still won't lead the team tomorrow?" Wu Feng glanced at the metal door lock hole inconspicuously, his eyes fixed on Scar, and then sighed dejectedly. "There are a lot of things recently. I asked for a long vacation, Dawn. Over there, the deputy captain Li Xiao will temporarily take charge." Dubal leaned back on the chair carelessly, looking indifferent. "Okay. Then wish us a triumphant return tomorrow." Wu Feng curled his lips and pulled out a smile. "Wish us a triumphant return tomorrow." In the inner city of the base, in a certain underground secret room, Bai Dane took off his general uniform, slowly entered the blood pool, slightly raised the corners of his lips, and a majestic voice sounded, "Is the blood volume sufficient?" Yueying raised his head from the monitor screen and replied respectfully, "There is still 15 days of supply." Bai Ding nodded, "Very good. Before the snow season, he will be able to recover completely. By then, these bastards will just wait to die." He looked at the two broken tires in the corner, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. The corners of his lips rose silently, and his body was completely immersed in blood. Yueying recalled the conversation between Scar and Wu Feng on the monitor, squinting slightly. It was a pity that Wu Feng would not go on a mission tomorrow, otherwise, he could be wiped out in one fell swoop, leaving no one alive. After leaving the office, Scar walked quickly to the lounge of the Gale guards, looking at the two teams of Gale and Dawn standing clearly in front of him, and sighed in his heart. "Okay, this grudge will have to be dealt with slowly." He coughed lightly and said, "Tomorrow's mission is the highest yield mission issued by the Rose Shoe family. High returns also mean high risks. Have a good rest tonight, remember. Tomorrow, you must be fully armed, prepare all rare nuclear crystals, treat it with caution, and be serious." "Yes." Chapter 348. On the second floor of the private barracks, Boss Wei walked quickly to the end of the corridor, and pushed open the door of the exclusive lounge of the quartet team. Looking at this simple room without even a set of tables and chairs, he frowned slightly. "I heard that you found slightly polluted high-purity salt crystals." Hu Ba was still a little scared in front of his boss. He shook his octagonal beard under his nose and pretended to be calm. "Yes. I heard that you have been looking for this material, so we want to make a deal with you." "Boss Wei." He raised his eyebrows. "Trade? What you found is mine, isn't it?" He sneered in his heart, but he was still very friendly on the surface. "Oh? Let me see the goods first. Then we can talk about whether to trade or not." Yugu stroked his octagonal beard, and felt a little unhappy in his heart. Why did he feel that this was not sincere? She was a little defensive in her heart, and winked at Hu Ba, and then took out a slightly contaminated high-purity salt crystal prepared by Su Sanson in advance from the metal box of the stuttering little. The salt crystal was not big, only about half a fist, but the quality was very good. Boss Wei had seen the real high-purity salt crystal, so he could confirm that it was the real thing with just one look. He was shocked, but suppressed his excitement. "Where did you find it?" Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard and replied, "We didn't find it either. We got it through connections." Sway Boss paused. "Didn't you find it?" He was suspicious. What kind of connections could a mere C-level team have? He looked back and forth between the four people in the room, trying to see some clues from their micro-expressions. The little stutterer heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the captain was telling the truth. Otherwise he, who couldn't lie, would definitely be exposed if he was looked at like this. Seeing that the others looked normal, Boss Sway coughed and said, "Tell me about your deal first." Hu Ba pondered for a while, and said, "We have a total of 4 slightly contaminated high-purity salt crystals. Of course, they are all the size of a fist. If Boss Sway can erase the information of the 4 of us in the internal archives of the private army camp, these 4 salt crystals will be yours." Boss Sway was stunned and chuckled. "Oh, do you want freedom?" Hu Ba nodded, "Yes. Freedom." Boss Sway tilted his head and looked Hu Ba up and down, saying disdainfully, "You want to enjoy A-level treatment here with 4 slightly contaminated high-purity salt crystals? Naive. Ha ha. Really naive." Hu Ba's octagonal beard under his nostrils trembled, and he was about to compromise and change the requirement from erased data to become a temporary worker. Yugu suddenly bumped his arm, signaling him not to give in, and then took the initiative to interrupt. "Then I wonder what price Boss Sway thinks is appropriate? Do you want pollution-free high-purity salt crystals?" Boss Sway raised his eyelids, glanced at the bearded female genetic warrior, and sneered, Ha ha ha. You are right. If you can produce pollution-free high-purity salt crystals, I will immediately give you freedom. Humph. A bunch of ignorant guys who want to take shortcuts. Don't think about getting out of my control. Yugo smiled slightly. Okay. Boss Sway is a man of his word. So please notify the technical department immediately to erase the data. As she said that, she pushed the slightly polluted salt crystal in her hand forward. This small one will be used as a deposit. After the data is successfully erased, the pollution-free high-purity salt crystal will be delivered to the private army camp tomorrow morning. The corners of Sway's lips were raised and suddenly froze. What? This team actually has pollution-free high-purity salt crystals? How is it possible? In the early morning, Pancake Man Xiaowei flew through the night sky with a large number of densely packed plastic barrels on his head. From a distance, it looked like the newly permed curly hair of the landlady in the Axe Gang, or like the Lesan giant Buddha with a head full of egg rolls, saving all living beings in the night. With a chi sound, Pancake Xiaowei landed outside the bamboo forest of Du Fu's thatched cottage. Xie Yuan and Qin Erge got off the plane quickly. The two of them moved quickly moved down the dung buckets on the top of Pancake Man, and used several stagnation element small stones for protection. Qin Erge looked at the dung bucket in front of him with a proud look on his face. The third sister said that what he is doing now is a big thing related to his future livelihood. As the saying goes, people take food as heaven, and fields take dung as food. If you want to have a full meal, irrigate it well. That's right. Since Su Sanson was inspired by the wild duck's dung, his thinking pattern has been completely opened. Since pollution-free plants need pollution-free duck dung to nourish, they will definitely not reject pollution-free human dung. After all, wild ducks leave dung everywhere and enclose land everywhere, so the quota that can be allocated to the fields in the bamboo forest courtyard is quite limited. So, at the critical moment, we still have to rely on people. The two of them acted quickly and soon collected dozens of buckets of dung water. At this time, the sound of clicking footsteps suddenly came from the bamboo forest. Xie Yuan paused, and quickly threw a mutant chestnut shell at Qin Erge's head. So Erge followed his third sister's previous teachings, and performed an ugly duckling shell-breaking situation drama in the night sky. The wild duck, who was happy to have its third child, had round green eyes shining with golden light, and rubbed its flat duckbill back and forth on Qin Erge's head. After being curious for a long time, he quacked twice and ran away with his wings flapping. Oh my god, although the third child looks a little uglier than the beautiful duckling and is a little smaller than the ugly duckling, his muscles are real. The key is that the third child's proportions are really good, and his head is big enough. If he grows up, he will definitely be the leader duck, walking in the front. He will definitely be conspicuous enough, and those following behind will never have to worry about getting lost. You will definitely not get lost. The wild duck was too excited to have another one, so it swaggered away to stay up all night to expand its nest. In the shantytown, Su Sanson lay in an empty hut, gathered the fur of the exotic beast covering his body, and turned over under the energy of the fire core crystal, and fell asleep again. In the inner city of Base 903, in a Chinese-style courtyard with pavilions and towers, Grandpa Du gently sipped the Mingqian Longjing tea in his cup and slowly said, "How is it? What did the servants who withdrew from the auctions of the three bases say?" Uncle Zhong stood behind the carved wooden table and answered respectfully. It was said that the protective shield suddenly malfunctioned, which led to the destruction of the city. Protective shield? All three bases are caused by this reason? Grandpa Du's wrinkled fox eyes narrowed slightly, and there was suspicion in his somewhat turbid eyes. Uncle Zhong lowered his head and continued, "The servants didn't know enough details. The scene was chaotic at the time, and they all heard gossip from the official high-level officials while fleeing." Grandpa Du rubbed the carved walking stick in his hand. If it is really because of the protective shield, not a mechanical failure, then there is an insider. After speaking, he paused. "Go, contact the Shu family, and all the protective shields of Base 903 must be fully inspected." Chapter 349. Star Calendar Year 336, Wind Season Day 32, 7 o'clock in the morning. Su Sanson went straight to the second floor of the private barracks, pushed open the door of the exclusive lounge of the Sifong team, and saw Hu Ba and his four companions, who were excitedly checking the information in the light brain. She felt relieved and smiled. "How is it? Have they all been deleted?" Hu Ba shook his eight-cornered beard under his nostrils, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light, and nodded, "All deleted, all deleted." Yugu also happily echoed. "Just now, I received a message from Boss Sway, saying that we have completely regained our freedom." The marshal blinked his bright eyes, and grinned almost to his ears. "Xiao Su. Thank you for your salt mine crystal. The little stutterer didn't even bother to smell his stinky feet and hurriedly echoed, Thank you. Sue Sanson smiled and waved his hand. I didn't suffer any loss. Didn't we agree that you have to work hard for me to pay off the debt later? Yes. This debt must be paid off. We must work hard. Must. The few people laughed and joked for a while, then immediately packed up their equipment and ran towards the unified starting point of the arena outside the South City gate. Before entering the elevator, Sue Sanson took out a piece of pollution-free high-purity salt crystal wrapped in plastic from his cloth bag, and left a bag for Sister Xiaoji, and left without looking back. At 7:30, Sue Sanson hid in the little broken egg, and Qin Erge ran to join everyone with a plunger. There were a total of 4 teams participating in this competition mission. In addition to the 4 parties, the other 3 were the A-level team from the Free Union, Thanos, the A-level team from the Private Army Camp, Rocket, and the old acquaintance, the B-level team, Eagle. The 5 members of the quartet team, who had received some attention due to 2 big upsets, appeared in front of the aircraft very punctually as usual. Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils, cleared his throat, and looked at the reporters who were quickly surrounding him, eager to try, and quickly reviewed the speech prepared last night in his mind. Who knew that when the 3 microphones were about to be handed to him, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, A-level Thanos and Rocket are here. In the blink of an eye, there was no one in front of Ba. As expected of an A-level boss, he is very popular. Thanos and Rocket, who came late, were directly surrounded by reporters and short video bloggers. On the other side, the old team, Flying Eagle, relied on its fan base accumulated over the years. After 2 consecutive defeats, it quickly lost fans. After the Great Waves, there was only one loyal blogger left, struggling to support it. A lone microphone was pointed at the Captain Yao Fei. Excuse me, Captain Yao Fei, facing the 2 A-level teams this time, do you have anything to say to the supporters? Yao Fei glanced at the 4 directions not far away, and smiled meaningfully. Everything is possible. Sometimes the new wave of the back wave shakes lightly, and the front wave is directly beaten to death on the beach. Without waiting for the die-hard fans to continue to delve into this topic, Yao Fei directly led the Flying Eagles and turned around to board the aircraft. Ba shook the octagonal beard under his nostrils and looked around, as if he was still unwilling to wait for someone. Qin Erge shook his head and patted Ba on the shoulder. No need to wait. Li Mingming has already interviewed me in front of the toilet door on West Street early in the morning. She said she won't come now. Ba choked. What? How could this happen? After the teams boarded the aircraft one after another, the 4 aircraft took off immediately and headed straight for the destination of this mission. According to Sue Sanson's understanding, the coordinate range of this mission should be the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. The mission goal is to find a long-lost illusion plant. The plant has a powerful deceptive energy. The flowers are bright red, and the fruits are dark green spherical. As long as they are slightly stained with the white liquid in the fruit, whether it is a human or a beast, they will instantly lose their mind and become the walking corpse of the operator. This plant is an important raw material for making bullets to kill 5-star beasts. It is also a powerful means for the base to defend against enemies on a large scale during the beast tide. Sue Sanson, in fact, was the main. Everyone should pay attention to the mission coordinate range. Until today, when I carefully looked at the mission target in the aircraft, I frowned slightly. Looking at this description, why does it feel like poppy flowers? Stay away from poppy flowers. Drug control depends on everyone. This thing is so dangerous, it won't be used by someone with ulterior motives to do bad things. She was a little nervous. At the same time, the spacecrafts of Dawn and Gale Guard also took off one after another. Yesterday, they took on the land reclamation mission issued by Rose Shu for the first time. The mission coordinate range is located in the underground cave area in the southwest corner of the Rooster Plate, where a large number of acid, poison, and sound wave monsters live. Because the level of the monsters here is very high, and it is relatively far away from Base 103, the southwest area has not been completely included in the daily scavenging range of the base for hundreds of years. However, due to the increasing number of people in the base, the mineral reserves of the nuclear crystal mine are limited after all. In order to control the overall cost of purchasing nutrient solution from Base 903, Base 103 had to continue to expand its territory to remote areas and expand the daily scavenging area to ensure sufficient supplies for the base. So there was this mission issued by Rose Shu. Although it was said to be issued by Rose Shu, it was actually a resolution voted and passed by the base council, but it was sponsored by the Rose Shu family. The territory after the reclamation will of course be under the jurisdiction of the base, But during the reclamation process, all the materials obtained will be divided equally between the Rose Shoe family and the guards. Of course, the above statement is just a written agreement reached between the council and the Rose Shoe family. But behind the scenes, Rash's real purpose is to use this mission to catch the Dawn and Wind guards, who have been completely incorporated by the Conservative Party. In the inner city of Base 103, in a certain underground secret room, the pendulum lamp was immersed in a pool of blood. He was surrounded by thick black fog, his lips opened and closed, and a strange sound of sizzling came out of his cavity. Instantly, the whole basement seemed to have a magnetic field resonance, and the 2 broken tires in the corner suddenly lit up with white light. 2 seconds later, the white light disappeared, and the air returned to calm again. Wang hid in the hood, looking at the pendant lamp in the blood pool with expectation. "Have you contacted the master?" Pendant lamp slightly closed his eyes. His whole body was trembling due to excessive consumption. He shook his head. "Not yet. Let's try again at night." Wang was a little worried. "But mother, your body has not recovered yet. Now overusing your strength, I'm afraid." Pendant lamp waved his hand. His attitude was firm. "If we can't contact before the end of the snow season, we will have to wait another 30 years. I think the master is unwilling to wait any longer." Wang dared not object anymore, so he had to bow his head respectfully. "Yes, mother." Pendant lamp soaked for another 30 minutes, walked out of the dark and decayed blood pool slowly, put on the uniform of the high-level reform party again, and quickly returned to the office in the inner city of the base. In the office, a thin man had been waiting here for a long time. Bai Ding looked at the man in front of him, curled his lips slightly, and showed a wicked smile. "Your uncle always mentions you, saying that you are capable and can always surprise people." The thin man raised his eyes and said modestly, No, I dare not take credit." Bai Ding stroked the glass on the metal table and said, "Then tell me, who made the healing giant egg?" The thin man habitually pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his index finger, and said slowly, "My good neighbor in the black market, Lao Qin." Chapter 350. At 8:40 a.m., the little broken egg of the quartet team had already flown to the mission coordinate area. Hubei pressed the metal button on the little broken egg driving screen, and a beam of isolation energy instantly enveloped the little broken egg. This was a defense barrier tailored for the little broken egg by Xie Yuan using the isolation nuclear crystals looted from the temporary warehouse of Base 404. Hubei drove the little broken egg and began to descend, preparing to find a wasteland suitable for landing in the low-altitude area. At the same time, the 2 A-level teams Thanos and Rocket not far away seemed to have quite accurate coordinate points. The 2 aircraft whooshed around the little broken egg, brushed past, and continued to fly directly to the south at high speed. Su Sanson looked at the 2 aircraft that quickly disappeared in the dark clouds, and raised his eyebrows. It is worthy of being an A-level team. This knowledge reserve and information analysis ability are amazing. She just recalled that the poppy cultivation areas mentioned many times in the drug control documentaries in her previous life were basically distributed in the Ruili area at the southernmost tip of the Yunnan-Duizhou Plateau, bordering the Golden Triangle. Su Sanson looked at the map. Little Broken Egg was in the central area of the Yunnan-Duizhou Plateau at the moment. He had to continue to go south to reach Ruili. But, with their strength, it is obviously impossible to fight against the 2 A-level teams of Thanos and Rocket. But if they landed directly here, I always felt that the climate conditions might not be suitable. That's not right. The climate conditions of the end of the world have changed a long time ago. In the hot season, there is scorching sun everywhere, and the temperature is off the charts. When the windy season arrives, the entire first continent is shrouded in the dark clouds of the northwest hurricane belt. So from the perspective of sunshine alone, the climate of the entire Yunnan-Duizhou Plateau is not significantly different. Then the only difference is in the water source and the landform. Do poppies like water or not? It's over. Her shallow anti-drug knowledge has long been forgotten. Now, in addition to the place names such as Ruili and Cambodia, there is only one word left in her mind, poppy. Because the flowers of poppies are very similar to the non-toxic and harmless varieties of poppies, there are always drug traffickers in the anti-drug short films of the previous life, disguising poppies as poppies and illegally planting them in the garden. Just when Su Sanson pursed her lips and hesitated, suddenly, a message from Little Button was received on the light brain. The message was sent by Xie Yuan, and was a coordinate point. Su Sanson opened the map, and saw that the coordinate point was located in the central area of the Yunnan-Duizhou Plateau. Wasn't it near where they were at the moment? She stopped worrying about it. She always felt that the target of this mission would pose an irreversible threat to humanity itself. It didn't matter if she couldn't find it. She hoped that all the teams would not find it, so as to avoid a disaster in the future. It was difficult for humans to survive in the end of the world, so don't make it more difficult for yourself. What's more, the main purpose of their operation this time was not to complete the mission, and accepting the mission was just a cover. Their real purpose was to put on a big show. Ba drove the little broken egg in the air, circled twice, and finally selected a black mountain stone forest and parked the aircraft on a bare black mountain stone. Little broken egg had just landed successfully, and the eagle, who had been silently observing and tracking the quartet team, also parked the aircraft on a black mountain stone not far away. With a cheese sound, the hatch opened. Sue Sanson put on a combat mask and wrapped a flowered scarf around his head 5 times in a row until his little head was about the same size as Chin Erga's big head. Then he gathered his jacket and quickly followed the 4 members of the Sifong team out of the aircraft. But in the dense forest, on a tall old tree, behind a dark green broadleaf, a mechanical flyer that mimicked the leaf was turning the pinhole camera on its compound eye and quietly watching the front. The Sifong team quickly took their positions. With a woo, the somersault cloud took off. Yu stood behind Sue Sanson, Ba hugged Xiao Jieba tightly and hung at the front of the Fengxian flatbed cart. Da Shui carried a sniper rifle and a machete wrapped in plastic cloth, and held a big stone about 1.6 meters high in front of his chest, hanging at the end of the Fengxian flatbed cart. Between the big stone and the marshal's chest, a plunger was carefully protected. The whirlwind cart began to descend into the dense forest below the Blackstone forest, and the members of the Sifong team immediately opened the isolation necklaces hanging around their necks. An isolation energy immediately formed a materialized barrier around everyone. These 6 isolation nuclear crystals naturally came from the generous donation of the 404 Special Forces. The cart descended and quickly passed through the treetops and entered the depths of the dense forest. In an instant, there was a gray mist in front of my eyes. Sue Sanson frowned. Is this fog or poisonous miasma? At the same time, in the office with lights in the inner city of Base 103, Cyan habitually pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his index finger and slowly said, as far as I know, Lao Qin and this Sifong team have an unusually close relationship. Bai Ding raised his eyebrows, stroked the glass of simulated beer with his big hand, looked at Cyan across the metal table, and asked curiously, Oh? Very familiar? At this time, Yueying immediately pulled out the internal files of the private army camp, and quickly entered the word Sifong Squadron on it. However, there was no information except for a temporary worker ID Xiao Xiongxiu. He frowned slightly. Why is there no information? Immediately logged into the dark web forum to check, except for a user with the ID Sifong and Xiao Xiongxiu who posted a few toilet cleaning advertisements. The search was also fruitless. Is this information erased? What special hobby is this toilet cleaning advertisement? Yueying hurriedly called up the monitoring results during the hot season, which clearly mentioned that the scavenger, who was very close to Lao Qin, joined the South Gate private army camp as a temporary worker. And in the database of the private army camp, there is only this one temporary worker record. Cyan curled his lips slightly and chuckled. I went to the auction with this scavenger. She is short, with thick eyebrows and a mustache. The key is that she has a very three-dimensional matchmaker mole on her right cheek. Cyan pushed his glasses and suddenly changed the subject. General Bai Ding, don't forget the conditions you promised before. Bai Ding took a sip of the simulated beer in the glass, nodded, and gave the other party a confirming look. What's her name? Cyan raised his eyes, and his eyes stared at Bai Ding opposite through the reflective glass lens. Sue Sanson. Bai Ding's pupil shrank suddenly. Sue Sanson? She's actually surnamed Sue? Could it be? The descendants of those immortals? Impossible. How could it be? Back then, they were completely wiped out. Suddenly, Yueying received a message on her light brain. The mechanical mosquito has successfully locked the target. Chapter 351. With a click, the four-way team landed in the dense forest. Sue Sanson put away the wind-whirling flatbed cart, stepped on the soft fallen leaves, and looked at the plants around him through the hazy mist. On the top of his head, there were green tints that covered the sky and the sun. The insufficient sunlight could only be sprinkled through the mottled gaps of the tints. The scattered beams of light were also blocked by the gray-white mist floating in the air, and the light projected to the bottom of the dense forest was even scarcer. But fortunately, there were strong winds blowing through the dense forest from time to time. Soon after the thick fog gathered into a pile, it would be blown away by the strong wind, making the dense forest flickering, like the theme of the ancient tomb in the escape room, and the weird atmosphere deliberately created by the merchant. In this looming and sometimes invisible light, the vines and broad leaves around swayed with the strong wind, making a rustling sound. Although the isolation barrier can greatly weaken the influence of the surrounding environment, Sue Sanson can still clearly feel that the temperature in this dense forest is not low, at least above 0 degrees. Because on the giant petals and green leaves around, you can still see crystal dewdrops condensed into a shape. The dewdrops flickered under the strands of light. Suddenly, a mutant stick insect climbed up along the green rhizome. Its sharp mouth parts opened and closed, quickly sucking the dewdrops on the leaves. And the next second, the leaves schwa and quickly closed, and the mutant stick insect struggled hard for a few times in the green spring roll, and soon lost its vitality. 10 seconds later, the green spring roll stretched out again, and at this time, the mutant stick insect was no longer seen, and instead, there was a more crystal clear dewdrop. Hiss! The members of the Sifong team immediately took a breath of cold air. Are all the mutant plants in this fog so capable? Several people continued to go deeper into the dense forest. After walking a few steps, they saw the light pink boots, which were simpler and cruder than the green spring rolls. The giant boots had their boots lids wide open, like big mouths crying for food, facing the sky directly and without any disguise. At the boot mouth, there seemed to be wisps of gas slowly floating out. Suddenly, a mutant longhorn beetle that had been fumigated by the gas for a long time not far away finally couldn't resist the tempting smell. It took off with a click and got into this wonderful boot. With a click, the boot lid closed, and the mutant pitcher plant began to enjoy its delicious food with satisfaction. The little stutterer raised his eyebrows, looked at the big boots in front of him, and quickly glanced at the stinky boots on his feet. His eyes turned again, and he even had the urge to bend down and take off his shoes. Sue Sanson's eyes twitched, and he hurriedly stopped him. This mutant pitcher plant can emit a sweet fragrance that attracts insects. You two are not on the same track, so there is no need to imitate. The little stutterer paused. It turned out to be sweet. Since the secret of his stinky feet was revealed, the last big stone in his heart has completely fallen. Because his stinky feet not only became the only 2 biochemical weapons in the team, but also directly saved the team a lot of rare nuclear crystal expenses. So much so that the relaxed little stutterer has been a little obsessed in the past 10 days, and wants to directly use his stinky feet as a blueprint to develop a new weapon with a strong sense of explosion. So, he just had a thought and wanted to take off his shoes and do the experiment right there. The 4-way team continued to move slowly in the foggy forest, looking around. But Sue Sanson would glance at the optical computer with his peripheral vision every few minutes. At this time, the mechanical mosquito that had been following behind was quietly resting on a vine. Behind a pinhole camera, Yuang sat in front of the monitor and carefully observed this strange-looking team. The 5 people had a circle of flowered scarves wrapped around their heads. 4 of them had heads that were almost the same as a square, and the other dwarf's head was surprisingly large. The key is, why is there a pair of eyes that are tightly holding a big stone? Is this group of people a little crazy? At the same time, the 6 members of the Eagle team, each wearing a protective mask, and above their heads, a mechanical bamboo dragonfly that keeps spinning is rapidly generating an electromagnetic wave that can effectively hide their breath and repel the mutant plants and insects around them. Yao Fei led the crowd, looking at the Sifong team that was looking for the mission target in the distance, gently raised his hand, made a gesture, and signaled everyone to be careful. Once you find that Sifong has a harvest, attack immediately. Above the south gate of base 103, Scar stood in front of the window of the swift airship, turned his head, and quickly looked at the base city below. His eyes sank, and immediately turned to the driving screen to deploy today's combat mission. With a whoosh, the 2 official spaceships disappeared in the air at the same time, rushing towards the mission coordinates released by the Rose Shoe family, the cave area in the southwest of the Rooster territory, and rushed away. And this so-called underground cave area, in Sue Sanson's words, is the karst landform of the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, an underground cave. West of the Northwest Hurricane Belt, a golden aircraft took off from base city number 808 and headed quickly towards base city number 903. On the aircraft, a 30-year-old Yin countryman, dressed in work clothes, hung a delicate wrench around his neck, with 2 Chinese characters faintly engraved on the wrench. But because the wrench is old, the Chinese characters can no longer be seen clearly. Only vaguely recognized, there seems to be a U character. The man quickly operated on the driving screen with one hand, and pressed the connection button of the optical computer with the other hand. A projection instantly rose in the air. In the projection, an old man was bending his wrinkled fox eyes, smiling kindly. "Xiao Shu, have you set off yet?" Shusa politely replied, "Just took off, estimated to arrive in 4 hours. I happen to live on the west side of the Northwest Hurricane Belt this year. It is quite convenient to get to base 903. Grandpa Du nodded, and his big hand holding the carved walking stick loosened. Okay. I will ask someone to prepare it immediately to welcome you. Shusa smiled shyly. Okay, thank you Grandpa due in advance, there are 3 of us here. At the southernmost tip of the Unonguejo Plateau, the A-level team, Thanos and Rocket's aircraft had just landed on a pile of rocks, ready to start the mutual attack mode immediately, when suddenly, a clattering sound came. Immediately afterwards, a corner of the sky suddenly appeared in a dark mass. The captain of the rocket team, Jian Nanchun, had a stern look in his eyes. Not good. This noise should be the man-eating moth. He hurriedly opened the hatch, called the team members, and immediately returned to the aircraft. As the name suggests, man-eating moths feed on humans. The moth powder that falls from their wings will immediately penetrate into human blood once it sticks to the skin. And humans marked by moth powder, no matter where they hide, caves, aircraft, rivers, or metal houses, they can immediately lock you, and then slowly eat you up through various means. Moth powder is like a high-precision long-range sensor for man-eating moths, accurate and efficient. The Thanos team, which noticed the abnormality, also made the same reaction. Less than 5 seconds after landing, the 2 aircraft immediately took off again and returned to the original path. No one survived wherever the man-eating moth passed. But it's only the middle of the wind season. How can there be man-eating moths? Isn't this a level 1 beast tide that should appear before the snow season? Chapter 352. In the central area of the Unonguejo Plateau, the Sifong team continued to move slowly in the dense forest. They seemed to be looking for the mission target, but in fact they were stalling for time. Su Sanson looked at the message received on the light brain. Liming and Jifeng had set out for 20 minutes, and it was estimated that they would arrive at the Cars Cave area soon. She hurriedly winked at Huba and others, indicating that everyone should not go too far, so as not to be inconvenient to move later. And at this moment, the commander holding the big stone suddenly blinked his bright eyes, pointed at the faint bright red in the dense forest ahead, and exclaimed, "Oh my God! What is that?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a bright red flower, which was still half covered by petals, and slowly swaying behind a large broad leaf. Oh my God! How come the shape looks so similar to the flower in the mission details? Huba quickly turned on the light brain, and the little stutterer immediately came forward to carefully identify it. Yuga quickly glanced at Su Sanson beside him, and raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Didn't you say that the main goal today is to complete the mission? This? Su Sanson's eyes twitched, and he returned a look that said any similarities are purely coincidental. However, the next second, Huba suddenly laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha! Then, he stretched out his arm, picked up the stinky feet of the little stutterer, and shoved them directly into his face, and immediately said, "Thank you for your support and attention. Thank you for the dark web for providing such a fair competition platform. Thank you to my deceased parents for bringing me to this cruel world, and then abandoning me when I needed care the most, so that I had the opportunity to meet the group of teammates, companions, and even relatives around me who can entrust their lives. Of course, our achievements today are inseparable from." Huba suddenly started to talk about his interview. But halfway through his speech, he suddenly loosened his right hand, and with a click, the stuttering foot finally regained its freedom and hit the ground. Huba turned around in a panic, muttering, "Where are my nail clippers? Where are my nail clippers?" Su Sanson frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Was he suddenly possessed? The stuttering foot next to Huba shrank his stinky foot and suddenly laughed. He. I can finally taste you. So he kicked off his combat boots and bent down to bite his stinky foot. Oh my God! Su Sanson opened his eyes wide. This is... What kind of foot-biting habit? Fortunately, the little stutterer's body lacks flexibility. He crosses his legs and kowtows on the ground, but it seems that he is always 1 centimeter short. At this time, the marshal suddenly loosens his hands, and the big stone he is holding slips out of his arms. This big stone is actually a golden rooster standing on the ground against gravity. Su Sanson hurriedly put on night vision goggles and winked at Chin Ergu. The big stone then tilted his body, hid the plunger behind him, and fell to the ground with a bang. And the marshal was rolling his eyes with a ferocious face. But because he wore beauty contact lenses, no matter how he rolled his eyes, to outsiders, he still had a pair of bright eyes. Su Sanson hurriedly raised his hand and patted Yuga beside him. Retreat, there may be something wrong with that flower. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her hand being grabbed by someone. Yuga was pulling Su Sanson's hand excitedly and touching his waxed beard. Look, my beard is gone. Ha ha. My beard is gone. Su Sanson looked at the trembling 8-cornered beard under Yuji's nostrils, and then stared at her eyes that were full of excitement at the moment, and suddenly her heart skipped a beat. It's over. The quartet was completely wiped out. Was this an illusion? She quickly turned her head and looked at Chin Ergu, who was still lying on the ground. Fortunately, although his eyes were dull and a little bit second-ear, he was no different from usual. This meant that she and Ergu were still sober now. Could it be because of the healing energy? After thinking about the reason, Sue Sanson hurriedly comforted Yugo beside her. Yes, that's great. The beard is gone. Congratulations. So she took advantage of the moment when Yugo was so happy that he couldn't control himself, and immediately pulled back her hand and slowly approached the bright red flower. It was not until then that she noticed that there seemed to be some tiny red powder floating in the air with the wind. Could it be because of these red powders? Sue Sanson looked at the source of the powder, thinking that the powder was emitted by the bright red flower, but when she continued to approach and pushed aside the large emerald green leaves blocking the outside, she saw that under the bright red flower, there were more than a dozen water-red mushrooms growing densely. Mushrooms? That's right. Sue Sanson suddenly realized. This is the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. Isn't it the best area for picking mushrooms in the previous life? Red umbrellas, white poles. Let's lie on the board together after eating. Yunnan Hospital, your best choice. Stunning. These people are poisoned by fungi. Sue Sanson looked at the small piece of red fungi in front of her, which was still emitting spores, and frowned slightly. But that's not right. Each of them is protected by an isolation barrier, and it is impossible for them to inhale spores. So, how do these spores make people hallucinate? Can they break through the isolation barrier? She carefully observed her surroundings, and saw that these water-red spores were suddenly bounced away by a beam of energy when they were about to touch the isolation barrier. This is isolation energy. It means that they cannot touch the human body. So how do they work? Sue Sanson suddenly had an idea. Eyes. Through vision. As long as you see the spores, you will be controlled by the illusion. She wanted to know everything clearly, hurriedly took out 3 small stones with a mist diameter of about 30 centimeters from the cloth bag. The 3 small stones were entangled together, and the mist overlapped with the mist. Putting them in the cloth bag would not pose a threat to the people around. But if separated, the range of the mist could be expanded by 3 times. Sue Sanson hurriedly put the 3 small stones into the fungus, and suddenly, the spores that were still escaping were instantly imprisoned. After locking the source, she hurriedly turned on the wind vortex on the cart, and blew away the spores floating in the air around. She pulled out a few more plastic sheets, and covered them directly on the heads of the 4 people in the Sifong team. After more than 10 seconds, the 4 people in the Sifong team finally came back to their senses. Huba stopped and looked at the plastic sheet on his head in a daze, then stared at the nail clippers in his hand, frowning slightly. Why am I holding a nail clipper and looking for a nail clipper? The stuttering boy looked at the stinky feet so close to him and shuddered all over. Oh my god! What am I doing? Damn! Why is it so smelly? The marshal rubbed his eyeballs. My eyes are so sore. Will they really become pairs of eyes? Yuga touched the 8-cornered beard under his nostrils and felt disappointed. Actually, are they all fake? The 4 members of the Sifong team gradually came back to their senses. Chin Ergu was alone, still conscientiously following his third sister's instructions, lying quietly on the ground, like a piece of stubborn stone, motionless. And Sue Sanson kept moving his hands, and hurriedly dug up the red mushrooms in the ground one by one. This thing has such a strange effect. Of course it must be packed up and taken away. The magical thing is that when Sue Sanson's hand touched the red umbrella caps, the originally pink and moist skin turned into a dark purple. Could this be the popular poisonous fungus in the previous life? The mutated green-handed fungus? Sue Sanson was surprised, and she quickly put the mutated green-handed fungus and the small stone into the sack. Suddenly, her heart stagnated. Boom! Boom! Boom again? Sue Sanson's eyes were distracted for a moment, and the colorful light was quickly blocked by the mist on her chest. She was familiar with the way, followed the guidance of her subconscious, and hurriedly dug under the soil layer of the mutated green-handed fungus. Not long after, a piece of pink nuclear crystal was held in her palm. Chapter 353. Hallucination Nuclear Crystal? Without time to think, Sue Sanson put the nuclear crystal into the cloth bag and hurriedly turned back to look at the people of the 4-party team who finally regained consciousness. Seeing that everyone was still a little dazed, they had finally woken up from the illusion. She suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then she had the mind to turn back and look at the bright red flower again. The petals of the big flower were slightly open, like bright red silk, surrounding the tender yellow stamens in the center, lightly wrapped into a circle. So beautiful. She quickly opened the light brain and compared it carefully with the picture attached to the task details. It was exactly the same, except for one thing. Sue Sanson looked at the dense white hairs on the flower stem, and his eyes lit up instantly. This is actually a poppy. Poppy is non-toxic, but poppy is poisonous. In terms of appearance, the biggest difference between poppy and corn poppy is that the former has hairy roots, while the latter has natural beauty. She rolled her eyes and started digging. This corn poppy is a good thing. Maybe it can be put to good use. At this time, she suddenly received a message from Little Button in her light brain. It was Xie Yuan's countdown notice. Actors, please take your positions. The show is about to begin. Sue Sanson immediately turned his head and shouted to the Sifong team, "Look! I found it!" The Sifong team members suddenly froze and looked serious. This sentence did not mean that they had really found something good, but the action code they had agreed on long ago. As soon as Sue Sanson finished speaking, he immediately raised the corn poppy in his hand and waved it in the air a few times. The Eagle team, which had been lurking not far away and paying close attention to the Sifong team, suddenly stopped. Yao Fei looked at the monitor, the picture sent back by the metal crow, his eyes stern. They found it. Everyone get ready. Suku, Ding Shirong and others immediately pressed the metal switch in their hands. With a whoosh sound, the mechanical rotors started instantly. In the dense forest, the commander hurriedly picked up the big stone on the ground, which was still I am still, and jumped towards the wind-spinning cart that had already started. The four-party team maintained their usual formation and took off immediately on the somersault cloud. At the same time, in the underground cave area in the center of the Yunanguizhou Plateau, the spacecrafts of Liming and Jifen quickly landed in the barren stone forest. Scar glanced at the optical brain, took a deep breath, looked at the dawn and the wind guards in front of him, and emphasized again, "Attention, all teams, follow the command, and do not act on your own." Then he pulled up the combat mask and distributed all the isolation shields he applied for from the armory of the guard to the captains of each team. 15 people in a group, everyone be careful. Scar glanced at the spaceship behind him, and was the first to step into the cave. The cave was pitch black, but this was not a problem for a group of genetic warriors. About 5 minutes after going deep, they heard rustling sounds all around. Shuawu volunteered to lead the 30 members of the Wind Guards, divided into 2 groups, and lined up at the front left and right wings of the team. The elite teams on the 2 wings took the lead in drawing their swords and slashed at the mutant wood lice that suddenly appeared from all directions. Behind the vanguard team was the main force of Dawn and Gale, led by Li Xiao. They were also on guard, killing the escaped bugs in the front while observing their surroundings vigilantly. Once something unexpected happens, they will immediately form the second and third lines of defense to counterattack. At the end of the team, Scar led the 3 teams of Gale to cover the rear. The team leaders of these 3 teams were Xiao Yi, Sun Peng and Lu Bo, who passed Scar's first round of tests in Chanbai Mountain last time. After the vanguard team and the main force in front swept away the mutant wood lice, they began to clear the nuclear crystals and detect the pollution level with ease. 2 minutes later, the team continued to move forward. Not long after, there was a drip-drip sound of water. If you go deeper, you can see gray-white stalactites like gyroscopes falling vertically from the top of the cave, or suddenly rising at your feet. Suddenly rising? Shuawu, who was walking in the front, immediately stopped and looked around again. He saw that the stalactites that were originally hanging upside down on the top of the cave suddenly began to spin rapidly and shot straight down, and those giant gyroscopes standing on the ground suddenly became more and more numerous, and they were forcing towards them at the same time. Be careful. The 2 vanguard teams reacted quickly and dodged sideways immediately. Scar listened to the movement in front and immediately raised his eyes, and saw that 30 members of the vanguard team suddenly began to roll on the spot and jump up and down. He frowned. What's going on? Is this an illusion? He immediately stopped the team. Fortunately, there was a distance of about 30 meters between the main force and the vanguard team. At this moment, the members of the Dawn Guard standing at the forefront of the main force, listening to the drip-drip sound, their eyes gradually began to blur. Suddenly, they drew their machetes and chopped at their companions behind them without any warning. Bang! The sound of metal against metal reverberated in the cave. Scar flew to the front and braked immediately when he was about to approach the stalactite area of the main force. His eyes were stern, and he frowned slightly as he looked at the water droplets dripping rapidly along the top of the cave in front of him. In the water droplets, there were dots of light pink floating back and forth. Not good, it's psychedelic algae. Retreat immediately. Scar gave an order, and the main force immediately withdrew from the stalactite dripping area. But the 40 people who had been infected and affected by the psychedelic algae in the water droplets were still spinning in place, flying over the eaves and walls, or slashing at the imaginary enemies from a distance. Oh, this team is really hard to lead. Dalba was a little tired, and immediately called Li Xiao beside him and ordered, "Tie him up first, and then tie him back to me." At this time, in the dense fog forest, the somersault cloud of the Sifong team took off again, and the mechanical rotor of the Eagle team followed closely. After a few swish sounds, the metal flying saucer of the Eagle team suddenly approached Su Sanson, and immediately shot a metal chain towards the poppy in her hand. "Oh no! Someone is robbing!" Su Sanson shouted. Hu Ba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils and shouted loudly, "Return to the aircraft immediately." The marshal blinked his still somewhat sour eyes and echoed, "It's the Eagle." "Damn! This cunning B-level team." The little stutterer waved the acid water gun in his hand. Don't even think about it." Su Sanson turned sideways and quickly avoided the sneak attack of the metal chain, and hurriedly drove the somersault cloud towards Little Broken Egg. At this time, suddenly there was a clattering sound from the distant horizon. What sound? She immediately turned around and saw a large black mass of unidentified objects sweeping towards them. And right in front of this large black object, the aircraft of Thanos and rocket team were retreating from far to near at a high speed. Yao Fei was about to launch the next attack of the Eagle. Looking at the sudden large black object, he frowned. Why is it different from what we agreed? Is the script changed temporarily again? In the dense forest, behind the pinhole camera of a mechanical mosquito, Yuang stood in front of the monitor and raised the corners of her lips slightly. At the same time, in the black market of the south gate of base 103, her eyes left the office with the lamp and went straight back here. Dong dong dong. He knocked on the small door next door that was integrated with the wall. Who? I for eyes. With a click, Lao Qin opened the door and stuck his head out. For eyes pushed the glasses on his nose and smiled slightly. Aren't you going to the dark web exchange today? Lao Qin raised his eyebrows. Wow, it's rare that you are so proactive. So he replied unhappily, wait for me to change clothes. Chapter 354. Above the dense foggy forest, Su Sanson stood on the somersault cloud, looking at the dark mass in the distance, and suddenly a sense of panic rose. What is this? Suddenly, 2 loudspeakers were heard in the sky. Retreat! The man-eating moths are coming. Man-eating moths? Run! It was the aircraft of the 2 A-level teams of Thanos and Rocket that were broadcasting loudspeakers. Man-eating moths? What? The illiterate team, everyone in the 4 directions was confused. At this time, the Eagle team not far away suddenly shouted, What are you standing there for? Go back to the aircraft and escape. Su Sanson frowned. No, this was the key scene, who suddenly jumped out to tamper with her plot. Although she was unwilling, the somersault cloud was still very obedient and rushed back to the parking point of the Little Broken Egg. Woo! With a sound, the Little Broken Egg immediately took off and headed northeast. In the aircraft, Su Sanson quickly sent a message to Xie Yuan's little button to ask for information about the man-eating moth. Xie Yuan looked at the question on the little button and frowned. So he immediately explained the terrifying aspects of the man-eating moth in a concise manner. Su Sanson looked at the information sent back and her thoughts raced. So, this is the beast type coming? She looked behind her through the window and saw a large black mass that had been following the Little Broken Egg. There was a dense black fog around the moth group, which should be the tracking moth powder mentioned by Xie Yuan. The terrifying aspect of the tracking moth powder is not only because it can penetrate human skin silently, but also because it can penetrate the isolation system nuclear crystal barrier, and can also invade the aircraft through the exhaust holes, or energy converter gaps. Su Sanson had a bad feeling in her heart. Are they also going to fly to the northeast? Northeast, that is the direction of base city number 103. Are they going to attack 103 directly? Once the man-eating moths arrive, the poor people outside the base city may not be able to escape at all. Damn, that's hundreds of thousands of lives. Su Sanson paced back and forth. No, she had to do something to live up to her conscience in the face of a powerful enemy. So she hurried into the toilet and took out the 5 stagnation element stones that she had placed here in advance just in case. The 5 stagnation element stones were stacked together, and Su Sanson filled the mist area with a diameter of about 1 meter with broken stones. Such a spherical stone placed in the toilet would not accidentally hurt anyone. She picked up the big stone, stood at the door of the cabin, turned her head, and said to Hu Ba, I will deal with this emergency, and we will proceed as planned later. Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils, and wanted to dissuade him, but he hesitated for a second and held back. Xiao Su has always been a person with his own ideas, so he had to nod. Yugu stood up and patted her shoulder. Be careful. Su Sanson nodded, looked at Araguzi in the corner, and said again, be careful when using small stones. Qin Arago touched the small stone in his pocket with a miss range of only about 30 centimeters, and nodded solemnly. She. With a sound, the cabin door opened. Su Sanson faced the strong wind, and flew towards the dark moss behind her on the somersault cloud. She had a small stagnation element stone with a mist diameter of about 1 meter hanging on her chest and waist. After completely covering himself in the mist, the other 3 small stones in his hand, tied by the spider silk, also faced the strong wind and were eager to go in the clouds. Oh my god! Who is this person? Are you going to die? Rocket and the members of the Thanos team looked through the window at the retrograde, who suddenly appeared in the air, and they all took a breath of cold air. At the same time, in the inner city of Base 103, Lao Qin and Si Yin, who came to the dark web exchange hall again, walked straight to the betting table in the corner. Si Yin pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, looked at the time on the light brain, and was secretly happy. General Bai Ding was going to catch Lao Qin and use him as bait to fish out Xie Yuan. So now, he can take the opportunity to make another fortune. He cleared his throat, immediately put on a cautious look, and whispered, Do you have any inside information? Brothers have to count on you today. Lao Qin hummed in his heart, You always count on me. But his face was still friendly, and he quickly glanced at Guangnao and smiled mysteriously. This mission is difficult, but there has been a turnaround. Sifong has found a substitute, and it should be possible, but we still have to gamble. Siam was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Okay. I knew you are capable. The two came to the dealer and looked at the real-time chip distribution above. Thanos team, total chips 28 million odds 1. Rocket team, total chips 26 million odds 1. Eagle team, total chips 8 million odds 5. Sifong team, total chips 0 million odds 10. Familiar distribution, familiar opening. Lao Qin smiled slightly and said to the dealer in the middle, Sifong, 100,000. Si Yin frowned when he heard it, and quickly pulled Lao Qin and whispered, Why only bet 100,000? Lao Qin sighed, I also want to bet more. Didn't I buy a piece of land a few days ago, and spent all my contribution points? How about you lend me 1 million? Si Yin raised his eyebrows. He heard that he had bought a big item before. At that time, he thought it was a rumor, but he didn't expect it to be true. Borrow money? This old guy will be captured by the general soon, and his account will probably be frozen immediately, and the contribution points in it will definitely not be withdrawn. Si Yan's little eyeballs turned, and he whispered, How about I help you place the bet? The handling fee for this real-time large transfer is not small. Saving a little bit is a little bit. Lao Qin thought about it, and it made sense. After exchanging the chips, he could slowly transfer them back to him in small amounts and multiple times. After all, the two have been working together for a long time, and are so familiar with each other. So he nodded and whispered, Then help me bet 1.5 million. For Eyes raised his eyebrows again, so confident? So he rubbed his hands and added to the dealer, Follow 2 million. Above the dense fog forest, Su Sanson drove the somersault cloud straight towards the group of man-eating moths. The big gray-black moths with hideous looks suddenly became excited when they saw the humans who suddenly fell into the trap. Their sharp mouthparts instantly stammered and flew towards Su Sanson. Of course, the result of such a pounce is obvious. Before the mouthparts really touched Su Sanson, the wings and antennae were imprisoned by the mist. Su Sanson waved the spider silk and small stones in his hand, constantly sweeping the man-eating moths in the sky. Oh my god! What kind of grabbing weapon is that? So powerful. Thanos and the rocket team, who had been running in front and watching, were shocked. The Eagle team breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Sifong is still so evil. Ha ha ha. In the swarm of man-eating moths, Su Sanson looked at the 3 large moth balls with a diameter of about 1.3 meters in his hand, and then looked at the moth swarm that continued to fly towards the northeast, frowning. Her current destructive power is simply a drop in the bucket. And it can't solve the fundamental problem. What to do? We have to think of a way to trap the entire moth swarm here. Chapter 355. Su Sanson waved the gray-black big hydrangea among the moths while thinking about countermeasures. Suddenly, she had an idea. Although the taste of these man-eating moths is unique, they are still a group of big moths after all. Moths are phototropic. Come on, let's see if you also believe in light. Su Sanson quickly took out the high-energy knife from the cloth bag and put the fire core crystal into the energy slot of the high-energy knife. Then he stretched the high-energy knife out and extended it out of the mist range. With a click, the switch was pressed. Boom! Instantly, a strong stream of fire immediately lingered around the blade of the high-energy knife. Sue Sanson waved the stream of fire and gently burned the 3 big hydrangeas. Crackle! The fire spread rapidly on the wings of the man-eating moths, and 3 fireballs took shape immediately. Woo! The wind whirls up suddenly. Sue Sanson drives the somersault cloud, swinging 3 big fireballs and rushing to the front of the moth swarm. The moth swarm looks at the 3 fireballs that suddenly appear in the cloudy sky, and their eyes light up immediately. They lose their minds in an instant, flap their wings, and fly directly towards the fireballs. Sue Sanson feels relieved when she sees this. There's a chance. She drives the somersault cloud in the opposite direction of the large army, quickly retreating to the center of the Unanguejo Plateau. She wants to leave these hateful moths in this foggy forest. Thanos, Rocket, Eagle and Seafong, who are busy escaping, look at the moth swarm that suddenly turns around behind them, and they are stunned on the spot. At this time, Xiao Su's voice suddenly came from Hu Ba's light brain. Little stutterer, get ready. Deep fry these damn moths for me. So Thanos, Rocket and Eagle saw the little broken egg of the quartet team suddenly break in the air, and then rushed towards the army of man-eating moths. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the explosive bombs chased the buttocks of the man-eating moths and exploded instantly. In an instant, shrapnel flew and sparks flew. Thanos, Rocket and Eagle's aircraft hesitated for only a second, and then immediately turned the nose. The 3 captains issued an order at the same time. Be careful of the moth powder, long-range attack. So in the next 10 minutes, a big-headed short man wielding a flaming meteor hammer, stepping on a metal cart, jumping up and down in the air, a group of black and gray man-eating moths that had completely lost their minds were testing the law with their own bodies, interpreting the persistence and courage of moths flying into the fire. Behind the army of man-eating moths, various bombs and bullets flew out of the 4 aircraft from time to time, and they fought and dodged. While dodging, the moth powder scattered in the air, it devoured the army of man-eating moths. Another 30 minutes passed, and about 80% of the man-eating moths were directly disabled. At this time, a leading moth that had been leading the army of man-eating moths suddenly flapped its wings and hid in the depths of the foggy forest. Its compound eyes turned faintly, and a wisp of black air flowed out of its eyeballs. Next to the leading moth, a mechanical fly stood quietly beside it. Behind the pinhole monitor of the mechanical fly, Yuang hid in the hood and suddenly said, "General, that Su family member seems to have some ability." Sitting behind the metal table, Bai Ding had a wisp of black air between his fingers and squinted slightly. Since she destroyed my moth group, then we will directly destroy her and her team. The corners of Yuang's mouth hidden in the hood suddenly stretched to his ears, and a chi-chi-chi sound came out from his face that looked like a human, but not a human, as if he was laughing or shouting. In the sky, the 4 private soldiers opened fire at full power. After more than 10 minutes, they finally got rid of the remaining man-eating moths. They were just breathing a sigh of relief, thinking about finding a landing point again and continuing to complete the competition mission. At this time, several strong air currents suddenly came from the sky. The next second, there were 3 consecutive explosions of heavy firepower bombs. Oh my god, it's a silencer bomb, official product. Thanos and Rocket Team looked at the sudden explosion of fire not far away, and their hearts sank. Oh no! Sue Sanson listened to the explosion sound close to her ears, and with a buzz, her body was blown away by the air wave. She and the Windwhirl truck were hit at the same time. And the little broken egg in the sky was also attacked in the same way. With a boom, the little broken egg tilted its body, emitting black smoke, and fell vertically. Ding! Level 1 warning. The driving screen is damaged. Please evacuate immediately. Inside the little broken egg, the mechanical voice kept repeating the same words. Hu Ba was knocked to the ground by the shockwaves. He looked back at the broken cockpit screen, his beard trembling. Why is it not consistent with the agreed hitting point? Does this flying eagle have any accuracy? Yu Ge and the marshal felt the sudden weightlessness, and their hearts sank. Could there be an accident? The Flying Eagle team looked at the aircraft falling straight down towards the Grand Canyon below, and their hearts sank. Oh no! Who threw those bombs? Their weapons haven't been loaded yet, and Sue Sanson was blown away by the shock wave just now. At this time, her optical brain suddenly sent a warning. There are 500 meters left to the boundary of the temporary protective shield. Please adjust the route in time. It's over. The distance between her and Little Broken Egg was completely widened by the bomb. The whirlwind cart has been blown away again. She only has a thin mist to protect her body now, but without the temporary protective shield, she is also of fragile skin, there is no hope. At the same time, in the cave area of the Unanguejo Plateau, suddenly, a burst of explosion sounded. Liming and the Gale guards immediately turned their heads, and at this moment, a huge rock fell at the entrance of the cave, and soon, the entrance of the cave was completely sealed. At this time, Liming and Jifeng, who were in charge of driving the spaceship, looked at the positioning coordinates on the optical computer and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! The spaceship coordinates are shifting." Someone drove the spaceship away. Then, an alarm suddenly sounded on everyone's optical computer. 800 meters away from the boundary of the temporary protective cover. Please adjust the route in time. Li Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Scar. For the safety of this operation, the base required that the temporary protective cover must be placed on the spaceship. Someone had set up a trap to kill Liming and Jifeng. Scar sighed in his heart. What was coming finally came. He looked at the number on the optical computer, which was getting smaller, and frowned. Xie Yuan. Where are you? Where is the promised contact? In the inner city of Base 103, at the Dark Web Exchange, Cyan's 2 million chips had just been placed, and then, a sudden noise was heard from the crowd. Follow, Sifong, 500,000. Follow, Sifong, 800,000. Follow, Sifong, 1 million. Within 1 minute, the total number of chips of the Sifong team actually surpassed Feiying and reached 16 million. Due to the change in the proportion of chips, the odds of the Sifong team directly dropped from 10 times to 5 times. And the odds of the Feiying team increased from 5 times to 10 times. At this time, Lao Qin suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little bad. So he raised his eyebrows to Cyan beside him. "Oh, I suddenly have a stomachache, you help me first, I go to the public toilet and come back." After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the public toilet outside the trading hall without looking back. Cyan frowned slightly at Lao Qin's figure, so he quickly sent a message on the light brain. Wang led a group of patrol team members, and had already waited at the intersection of the street where the trading hall was located. He curled his lips slightly and waved his hand. "Go in and search directly." Chapter 356. In the central area of the Unanguejo Plateau, the little broken egg of the Sifong team was emitting black smoke and falling rapidly from the sky towards the Grand Canyon below. In the sky, the Eagle, Rocket and Thanos teams, who were caught off guard by this sudden accident, were preparing to drive the aircraft to dive and rescue people. Suddenly, there were several booms and more than a dozen explosive bombs exploded one after another. The 3 aircraft had been prepared in advance and barely avoided the sneak attack at this moment, but the fuselage was inevitably damaged. The captains of the Rocket and Thanos teams looked at the bottomless canyon below, closed their eyes tightly, and decided, retreat. On the Eagle team's aircraft, Yao Fei clenched his fists and was struggling with how to respond. Suddenly, he received a message from Hu Ba on the optical brain. Retreat. Yao Fei frowned, no longer hesitated, and hurriedly commanded the team members to evacuate the missile area. At this time, the little broken egg of the quartet team had already disappeared completely at the bottom of the canyon with billowing smoke. Boom! Boom! There were several explosions at the bottom of the canyon, followed by flames rising into the sky. The next second, countless thick smoke rose and spread in the air. On the other side, Su Sanson, who was blown away several kilometers away, closed his eyes and felt the air flow around him. His brain became extremely calm at this moment. So this is the calm before death? Su Sanson listened to the warnings that continued to be issued in his brain, and listened to the gradually decreasing numbers. He laughed at himself in his heart. It's really cleverness that makes people stupid. At the critical moment, why be a hero? Forget it. Being able to live again is already a blessing from God, but the progress bar of this blessing will be reset to 0 today. Oh, I'm so reluctant. I'm unwilling. I can't eat hot pot, I can't drink tea, it's a pity. Will I become an infected body if I open my eyes again? She opened her arms slightly, ready to say goodbye to this world in a graceful and unrestrained manner. At this time, the warning sound of the optical brain sounded again. Ding! About to leave the temporary protective shield range. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and her small body instantly fell into a warm and strong embrace. Su Sanson was stunned, opened her eyes, and saw Xie Yuan's narrow eyes staring at her. Sorry, I'm late. Xie Yuan's low voice was full of guilt and fear. Su Sanson opened her eyes wide, tears gradually gathered in them. She stretched out her hands and hugged Xie Yuan's neck tightly, her voice gradually choking. I thought I would never see you again. Xie Yuan held Sanson's slender waist tightly with one hand, and buried the little girl's head in his chest with the other hand, as if he wanted to rub her whole body into his body. He stroked the back of Sanson's head and comforted her softly. "It's okay. It's okay. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Xie Yuan stepped on the somersault cloud, carried the long sword he used on his back, hugged Sanson in his arms with both hands, and rushed towards the dense forest of fog and miasma. And on the metal buckle of his belt, a small ball of light was flashing white light. The white light was like a layer of mist, tightly enveloping Xie Yuan and Su Sanson. This is the energy of a temporary protective shield. If Scar were here, he would be shocked. Isn't this the light that Captain Xie took from the light of dawn at the gambling venue? In the dense forest of fog and miasma, the leading moth was emitting black gas, and its body was directly split in half by the blade. Next to it was a mechanical flying mosquito that was also split into pieces by the blade. In the inner city of base number 103, Bai Ding narrowed his eyes slightly. Black gas came out of his hands, and he gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. "Xie Yuan." At the gate of the private army camp at the south gate, Boss Sui was surrounded by several patrol team members from front to back. Niu Qifeng raised his chin and said in a cold tone, "Turn on the background monitor." Boss Sui frowned slightly. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years, and he had never been scolded by the patrol team like this. But looking at the high-energy weapons in the other party's hands, he snorted in his heart. A good man would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he honestly called up the private army camp back in database in the optical brain. Niu Qingfeng's fingers quickly called up the optical brain coordinates of several people in the 4-party team on the light screen, looked at the positioning cursor that had completely turned gray, and nodded to himself. Then he took the opportunity to call up the temporary protective shield and aircraft coordinates belonging to the Xifeng team. The cursor of the aircraft was now motionless at a certain coordinate point, which was the bottom of the canyon in the central area of the Yunnan Plateau. The cursor of the temporary protective shield, like the optical brain, no longer flickered. Niu Qingfeng was completely relieved. Finally, it has been too long since I have enjoyed the joy of successfully completing a task, and Boss Sui, who was standing motionless next to him, was looking at the completely dark cursor in the optical brain, and his heart tightened. What's going on? Didn't the Xifeng team just spend a lot of money to buy his freedom? How come they are all wiped out now, including the temporary workers? No, you are destroyed. So why is there no cursor on the temporary shield? What the hell is going on? This temporary shield is a scarce resource. After leading the patrol team away, Boss Sui hurried to the 2nd floor of the private barracks. He said to Lin Pingji at the front desk, "Where is the stuff?" Lin Pingji was obedient and hurriedly took out a plastic package from the drawer under the front desk, where he usually put his bag. Boss Sui tore off the plastic in a few seconds, and a fist-sized salt crystal appeared in front of him. He stagnated his breath and habitually glanced around. Fortunately, there was no one else except the front desk. He looked a little wary and coughed lightly. "I used the conference room for a while, you keep an eye on it." After that, he turned around quickly and walked into the huge conference room with double doors. Alas! Sui. Lin Pingji hadn't finished speaking yet, looking at the empty front desk, with only Erkong's hand stretched in the air, reluctant to put it down. Boss Sui hid in the corner of the conference room, and hurriedly took out an advanced detector from his arms, and quickly scanned the salt crystal. Ding! Pollution-free high-purity salt crystal. His eyes lit up, and he was about to laugh out loud. Suddenly, there was a dong-dong-dong knock on the metal door of the conference room. Boss Sui frowned slightly, and hurriedly stuffed the pollution-free high-purity salt crystal into his arms, and said impatiently, "Who is it?" Lin Pingji stood at the door, with a plastic bundle in his arms. "I. Xiaoji." 1 minute later, Boss Sui looked at the 5 slightly polluted high-purity salt crystals, and a note in the plastic bundle, and fell into silent contemplation. On the note, Su Sanson wrote in beautiful handwriting, "These 5 slightly contaminated ones will be considered as compensation. You're welcome. Don't worry." Sui Boss raised his eyebrows. Compensation? Compensation for what? Temporary protective shield. At the same time, in the inner city of the base, on the street where the Darknet Exchange Hall is located, Wang personally led the team, and went straight to the public toilet where Lao Qin was. Bang! 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 The pit doors were violently kicked open. Looking at these empty pits, Wang's face hidden in the hood became more and more gloomy. Pop! Until the last pit door against the wall was opened. Looking at Lao Qin shivering on the toilet, Wang's lips curled up slightly. Don't struggle, guess if Xie Yuan will come to save you. Chapter 357. Wang chuckled and stretched out his hands. However, As soon as his palm touched Lao Qin's arm, he grabbed nothing. What? Wang's pupils froze. Is this actually an illusion of light and shadow? At this time, more than a dozen carts were slowly passing by the public toilet. Gao Xian, the captain of the Xuanwu Guard, was leading more than a dozen Xuanwu team members, diligently pushing the plastic manure bucket in front of him. She twitched her mouth wildly and complained in her heart, "Scar, you are so good. Is this the high-income job you introduced to me?" When Wang rushed out of the public toilet gate with a group of people, he saw the Xuanwu guards lined up in a long line, pushing manure carts slowly passing by. He immediately retreated 2 meters, pulling up his mask with some disgust, as if he was afraid of being fumigated by the stench inside. Are these guards seriously ill? Why do they all take up the job of pushing the manure cart? As for Lao Qin, he was sitting alone in one of the manure buckets at this moment, nervously closing the copy and paste weapon that Qin Ergu had prepared for him in advance. His heart, over 50 years old, was pounding, and he held his breath in the manure bucket, shivering. Couldn't this damn Qin Ergu arrange a better retreat route? The world is really going downhill. The world is going downhill. When Wang followed the positioning coordinates of the optical brain and entered the dark web trading hall, he saw a chip card and an optical brain belonging to Lao Qin, lying alone in an inconspicuous corner. Search for me. He left half of the people to search nearby. He led his people to run towards the second-hand store in the South City Gate Black Market. When he kicked open the door of the second-hand store, he saw an empty room. In the room, except for an empty counter and a broken chair that had been in disrepair for a long time, even the shelves were gone. At the same time, at the bottom of the canyon in the central area of the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, Xiao Jieba hurriedly threw the last smoke bomb out of the hatch. The optical computers of the 4 of them had been smashed one by one, and together with the aircraft positioning device that Yuan had disassembled in advance, they were now lying in the fire, burning the splendor of the last moment of their lives. Yugo hurriedly took out a basket of metal fragments from the cargo hold, swoosh, swoosh, threw it into the fire, and then immediately manually closed the hatch and pulled out the hatch key at the reserve built-in keyhole. Qin Ergu opened the temporary protective shield belonging to the Demon Wolf team, and then put the temporary protective shield of the Sifong team and his own optical computer directly into the small stone prepared for him by the 3rd sister. At this point, the 5 people of the Sifong team and their temporary protective shields were completely out of contact. The marshal blinked his bright eyes, observed the situation outside through the window, and reported, "The road conditions are good, we can take off." Hu Ba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose, looked at the remote control in his hand with a serious face, and pressed the switch with his finger. With a pop, the little broken egg started again after completely driving away from the driving screen. The driving screen of the little broken egg had been completely shattered by the explosive bomb, and could no longer perform any command operations. But it doesn't matter, there is still a remote control. Hu Ba curled his lips slightly. Ha ha. Xiaoyu is awesome. This little broken egg is actually the Taijiang No. 001 manned aircraft that Xie Yuan and One-Eyed Zhang worked together for many days, and finally upgraded last night. The biggest feature of this model is that no matter whether there is someone in the aircraft or not, as long as you hold the remote control, you can achieve remote or short-range control. Qin Ergu hurriedly took the small stone in his hand, and placed it on the exhaust port of the driving screen that was emitting sparks. In an instant, the little broken egg finally stopped emitting black smoke. Next, Hu Ba's fingers flew, and the marshal pointed the way accurately. The little broken egg quietly sneaked along the bottom of the canyon. After 15 minutes, it successfully went from the west side of the canyon, bypassed a big bend, and came to the east side of the canyon. Hu Ba looked at the coordinates on the note and said sternly, "Let's go!" The little broken egg quickly took off and soon disappeared in the dense forest. On the somersault cloud, Xie Yuan hugged Su Sanson tightly and quickly shuttled through the foggy forest. Su Sanson twisted her body slightly, her cheeks slightly red, and whispered, "Put me down." Xie Yuan pulled his arm back heavily, hugged the little girl in his arms tighter, lowered his head and whispered, "Don't move. This temporary protective shield has a small range, only enough for one person. Stay close to me." Su Sanson's ears were red, her arms were tightly around Xie Yuan's neck, her legs unconsciously wrapped around the man's strong waist, and her pink little face, which was almost laughing out loud, was deeply buried in his strong chest. Yao Fei, the captain of the Eagle Squad, hesitated again and again, but still came to a coordinate point in the Blackstone Forest according to the previous agreement. "Hey!" He blinked his slightly moist eyes and sighed. Last night, Su Sanson and Hu Ba found him and said that they hoped that their eagles could help them perform a big drama of an accidental plane crash in this mission. His first reaction was to refuse. What kind of weird request is this? Man-made accidents are no joke. If something unexpected happens, it will be a disaster. Who knows? Sue Sanson said mysteriously, if you want to make money, just do it. I guarantee you can double your money by betting outside the field. Yao Fei fought for 5 seconds, but finally succumbed to the temptation of getting rich overnight. Thinking of this evil Sifong team, I just believe you for once. Who knows, the unexpected accident actually happened. He had already given up hope, purely to fulfill the agreement, and dejectedly asked the team members to land the aircraft at a coordinate point agreed with the Sifong team before. Look! What is that? Suku looked at the bright red outside the window, and suddenly widened his eyes. Yao Fei was startled, pulled Suku away, and hurriedly looked down. Oh my god, isn't this the big red flower? How could it be? There was surprise in his eyes. This Sifong team is really weird. The flying eagle landed immediately, and Yao Fei walked forward. Looking at this big red flower that was almost the same as the one in the mission description, he was about to cry with joy. He quickly opened the note wrapped around the rhizome of the big red flower. On the note was the cursive writing of Chin Ergu. Third sister said that before handing in the mission, you must remember to remove the hair from it, otherwise it will be all over. In addition, there are illusion spores in the green fruit next to it, so don't touch it. Finally, third sister said, don't forget the half of the mission reward and the money earned from betting. If you miss us, you can come to 903 to eat hot pot. Remember, burn after reading. Yao Fei laughed softly with tears in his eyes. Damn this Sifong team. The next second, the note was burned to ashes under the fire energy. On the edge of the canyon, the Shadow Army looked at the gradually disappearing smoke and fire, and looked at each other. Let's go. Go down and confirm. So dozens of chains went down the canyon, and the Shadow Army found 4 optical computers and a damaged aircraft positioning device in a piece of red-hot metal debris. Shadow looked at the scattered wreckage around and nodded. Soon, an accident confirmation report was transmitted to the optical computer by Ding. Bai Ding looked at the message in the optical computer and laughed softly. Ha ha. Xie Yuan. What if you hide well? This descendant of the Su family and her team have been buried with you. At this time, Yuang's message came immediately. Old Qin is missing. What? Bai Ding clenched his fists, and a thick black gas filled out instantly. In the cave area in the middle of the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, the little broken egg of the Sifong team slowly landed. The marshal blinked his bright eyes, looked around, and said uncertainly, Captain, did you remember the coordinates correctly? Is Yuan talking about this place? Why can't I see the cave? Hu Ba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils. Now that the optical brain was gone, he couldn't even see the historical records, which made him a little uncertain. At this time, the little stutterer pointed to a pile of rocks not far away and suddenly said, Explosion. Explosives. Traces. Traces. Everyone immediately looked at the pile of rocks, which did seem a bit too abrupt. Several people looked at each other. It was bad. Liming and Jifeng might have encountered an accident. Chapter 358. The 4 members of the Sifong team and Qin Ergu hurriedly ran towards the pile of rocks. When they got closer, they found that the rocks in the pile were very huge. Without some special tools, it was still difficult to move them with the flesh and blood of the genetic warriors. The little stutterer hurriedly took out the metal box and prepared to configure a few explosives to directly carry out blasting and demolition. Hu Ba hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. He approached the pile of rocks and tapped the cracks in the rocks with the metal handle of the machete. Dong dongda, dong dongda. After 5 seconds, a muffled voice suddenly came from the cracks. Fuck. It's finally here. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. The voice was weak, but it was full of heart-wrenching determination. Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils and breathed a sigh of relief. He's still alive. He should be right behind the pile of stones. It's probably not appropriate to use explosives. At this time, Qin Ergu suddenly looked at the small stone of the stagnation element in his hand, and an idea flashed. Let me try. 5 minutes later, when Qin Ergu used the stagnation element to finally remove the last large stone blocking the cave entrance, the people of the 4-way team saw a huge pile of more than 200 guard Jin warriors, face to face, chest to chest, arms tightly entangled together, like a pile of monks. On the periphery of the pile of people, rubbing the edges of clothes and hair, a circle of faint white light was tightly shrouding it. Hu Ba looked at the pile of people, suddenly turned his head, staring at his hundreds of eyes with burning eyes, frowning slightly. Why didn't he recognize any of them? So he shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils and tentatively said, "Tankings, wait for Xiaoyu." Scar was surrounded by more than 200 genetic warriors in the middle. He rolled his eyes, and almost suffocated. He squeezed out the second half of the sentence from his teeth. "And I've been waiting for you." "Oh my god, who came up with this code? Can it be more reliable?" "Huh?" Hu Ba was completely relieved when he heard this word-for-word answer. Yes, I finally found you." Scar was full of black lines, continued to grind his teeth, and said in a muffled voice, "No, can you open your temporary protective shield to the maximum first?" This mini temporary protective shield in his hand was specially emphasized by Xie Yuan last night. He must find a way to get one from the base's arsenal, just in case. He originally thought it was troublesome and didn't want to do it, but Xie Yuan kept asking him, so he had to submit an application to the base. Who knew that he applied countless times, but they were all rejected. At this time, Scar tasted something wrong. So in the end, he simply borrowed one from Gao Xian, the captain of the Xuanwu team, and asked Xie Yuan to remove the positioning device on it overnight. To express his gratitude, Scar was very friendly and introduced Gao Xian to a business that could make extra money. Not only did he not take a commission from this business, but the employer Lao Qin also agreed to prepay the fee in advance, 20,000 energy value nuclear crystals. However, he never thought that this mini temporary protective shield, which was just in case, would actually work. Hu Ba listened to Scar's question, shook his octagonal beard under his nose, and said in confusion, "Oh, I forgot to say that our temporary protective shield has always been open to the maximum." Scar was stunned, and quickly stretched out his hand to pull away the dozen mouths that were pressed against his face. The moment they touched the fresh air, he didn't have time to breathe, and hurriedly looked at the light shield in the air. Finally saved. "No! Such an obvious protective shield. Can't these guys see it? Why are they still sticking to me?" He hurriedly shouted, "Get down." Scar gave an order, and more than 200 genetic warriors of Liming and Jifeng suddenly shook their figures, immediately pulled away, and stood in a neat group. Scar, who felt relieved, took a deep breath, raised his eyebrows at Li Xiao, who was sticking to him the closest, and glared at him unhappily. This guy, before he lent him half of the single bed, he was desperate, and had to retreat to the edge of the bed in the middle of the night to practice hovering. Now, it's a matter of life and death, and he doesn't disdain to stick to him. Li Xiao scratched the back of his head and explained, "No, Captain Xiao, didn't you say that we should follow orders and not act on our own? Everyone, we are all following your orders." His voice became smaller and smaller, and Scar kicked him directly. Li Xiao dodged and escaped. The Reborn Dawn and more than 200 genetic warriors of the Wind Guard, led by Scar, successfully got out of the cave. So everyone saw an egg-shaped metal body parked at the entrance of the cave, with a big hole clearly blown out on the cockpit screen. Scar's eyes twitched, and he looked at Qin Ergu, trembling and extending his index finger, pointing at the broken egg in front of him, which could only hold about 10 people at most, and asked in confusion, "That's it?" Qin Ergu smiled honestly. "Third sister just said that we should gather here." Scar raised his eyebrows. "So he couldn't leave now? What happened? Where's your brother Yuan? Why hasn't Xie Yuan appeared yet?" Qin Ergu looked at Hu Ba. Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard and immediately looked at Yugu. Yugu looked directly at the marshal reflexively. The marshal blinked his bright eyes, and had to turn his head to stare at the stuttering boy. The stuttering boy, who was the last one to run, scratched his toes, and had to answer truthfully, "No, no. Oh my, we have to wait." Scar was complaining crazily when suddenly a whirlwind blew, and a cart flew from a distance. Scar looked at the two people on the cart and gave a thumbs up in his heart. "Captain Xie, you are the best." "Awesome." Xie Yuan's clairvoyance quickly confirmed the look of Scar below. He coughed lightly, and hurriedly carried San San and turned his back to confirm that they had successfully entered the temporary protective shield in the hands of the Xifeng team. So he said softly, "We are here, shall I carry you down?" Su San San's body stagnated, and his legs loosened immediately, and he slid down from Xie Yuan in a hurry. The divine car couple landed. Xie Yuan got off the board, and walked slowly towards Liming and Jifeng. Hiss! More than 200 Gene warriors took a breath at the same time. This person, could it be? Xie Yuan did not take off his mask, he just whispered, "Everyone, long time no see, but this is not the place to reminisce." After that, he looked directly at Scar. "You take everyone to clean up first, I go drive the spaceship." As he said that, he spread his palm, ahem. "Lend me your mini temporary protective shield." Scar raised his eyebrows, glanced at the small light spot on Xie Yuan's waist calmly, and didn't say much, and directly handed over the mini protective shield. Go quickly and come back quickly. Xie Yuan nodded, pulled Su Sanson, and under the protection of the mini protective shield, the two went directly into the little broken egg. After pressing the switch of the remote control, there was a whoosh sound, and the little broken egg took off and disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. The four-party team, and Qin Ergu, and 5 people hurried to help Liming and the Gale Guard clean up the battlefield and do a series of subsequent camouflage work. 20 minutes later, Qin Ergu used a mist of small stones to seal the last boulder again. Then everyone saw a big pot suddenly flying from the horizon. At the bottom of the pot was a huge red ball, but a closer look revealed that the red ball was actually a hot red oil soup pot. The soup pot in the painting was bubbling and gurgling, staring down at the earth. Chapter 359. The hot pot spaceship landed slowly, and Xie Yuan opened the hatch. Get on board. The four-party team entered the spaceship first with joy. More than 200 genetic warriors of Liming and the Gale Guard, led by Scar, entered the hot pot in amazement. With a chi sound, the hot pot spaceship took off again. In the spaceship, Xie Yuan sat in the cockpit and headed quickly towards the bamboo forest of Du Fu's thatched cottage. In the cabin, Scar looked around, walked slowly to Su Sanson, and whispered, "Official spaceship?" Su Sanson raised his eyebrows. His eyesight is not bad. Nodding gently, he added, "Yamaguchi Gumi." Scar took a deep breath and gave a thumbs up. 10 minutes later, the hot pot spaceship landed again. Everyone looked through the window at the bamboo forest not far away and the surrounding ruins, all with question marks on their foreheads. At this time, Xie Yuan came out of the cockpit, took off his mask, and revealed his proud upturned nose, sausage mouth, and a circle of beard. In the eyes of more than 200 pairs of surprised eyes, he slowly said, "Someone in base city number 103 wants Dawn and Gale to disappear completely. I believe everyone has already deeply realized it. You are all good men of the guards, and the main force of the base to defend the country. I don't want to, and can't watch you die in vain, so I and the quartet team work together to save you." Xie Yuan paused for a moment, looking at more than 200 pairs of eyes that were gradually filled with tears, revealing disappointment and dissatisfaction, sighed lightly, and continued, "But it doesn't matter. Someone wants to drive away Dawn and Gale. It doesn't matter. Then we will be self-reliant and start again. This will be your new base, a brand new shelter that we will build and establish by ourselves." When more than 200 Gene warriors heard this, they would personally build a base of their own? A dazzling light instantly burst out from the pairs of young and fearless eyes. Xie Yuan chuckled and said, "As you can see, the base is still a ruin, so it requires everyone's unremitting efforts. Of course, we have prepared enough energy and nutrient solution to ensure everyone's basic survival needs. However, how life will be in the future requires everyone to create it together." After a round of encouragement, the crowd was excited and enthusiastic. After more than 200 genetic warriors drank this bowl of chicken soup together, they immediately rolled up their sleeves and prepared to do a big job. At the same time, after exploring the crash site of the quartet team, the shadow force of the Grand Canyon was driving a black flying saucer to land in front of the fallen rocks in the cave area. Swoosh! The leader was wearing a hooded cloak and gave an order. After hearing a few bangs, the rubble was shattered by heavy firepower bombs. The cave entrance finally reappeared, and the shadow force. The members immediately entered the cave, looking at the fragments of combat uniforms, hair, blood, knife marks and bullet holes all over the ground, and found 242 damaged optical computers from every corner of the cave, and couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. Soon, the optical computer with a lamp received an accident confirmation report. 242 people from the Dawn and Gale Guards were confirmed dead. In the ruins outside the bamboo forest of Du Fu's thatched cottage, in the hot pot spaceship, Su Sanson looked at the group of ragged genetic warriors in front of him, and felt that they were a bit uncivilized, so he turned his head and looked at Xie Yuan. "We still have to go to base city number 903 and replenish some supplies." She didn't want to become the leader of the beggar sect, sitting in the beggar's machine with beggars every day to beg for alms. Xie Yuan raised his hand and rubbed her little head, his eyebrows curved, and said softly, "Okay. I listen to you." He walked to the cargo hold of the spacecraft again, and took out the souvenir that Uncle Zhong gave to San San when he first went to City 903, a super large tube of high-quality nutrient solution. The nutrient solution is very large and belongs to wholesale specifications. According to the measurement of 15 milliliters of a single tube of nutrient solution generally circulated on the market, this large tube is about 120 liters, which can be divided into about 8,000 small tubes. Xie Yuan carried the big tube and threw it to Scar. Just make do with it for the next few days, and stay in the spaceship at night. Don't worry about the defense, I tell you in detail later. Scar raised his hand to take the oversized tube of nutrient solution, and raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had seen such a large nutrient solution package. How many contribution points would it cost? So rich. Xie Yuan asked Scar to sort out the troops and materials first, and let the members of Liming and Jifeng regroup, and then he led everyone to the cockpit. With a pop, the hatch closed, he took out a giant egg from a sack, handed it to Scar, and said, "Eat it." Scar ate the giant egg with a shocked face, and saw Xie Yuan took out a small black stone with holes all over it, and heard him say, "Use this for defense at night, but remember to limit everyone's range of activities to avoid accidents." After Xie Yuan explained to Scar, everyone got off the ship one after another. More than 200 genetic warriors of Dawn and Gale immediately began to clear the concrete blocks on the ruins according to the plan. Xie Yuan led Scar to the edge of the bamboo forest, pointed to the ruins next to him, and said, "There is a river below. The upper reaches have been opened up, and the lower reaches are still hidden under the ruins. You lead people to open up a piece of open space outside the bamboo forest, then dig a pond, divert the river water into the pond, and then open an outlet for the pond to the lower reaches to ensure that there is always running water in the pond. For the water used in the next few days, use the water core crystal in the warehouse first." Scar recalled the various core crystals and stones that Xie Yuan had just shown him. "I have recovered from the shock. What is he talking about now? The living water of more than 200 people, using water-based nuclear crystals. No, what kind of lewd words are these? Are they such a ragtag group so extravagant?" Xie Yuan glanced at him, obviously guessing what he was thinking at the moment, so he added, "That piece of water-based nuclear crystal is very large, and it is not the kind that will be used up after a little use. Don't worry, you can't use it up." The two continued to talk for a few more words, and immediately returned to the main force. At this time, a click-click sound of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the bamboo forest. More than 200 Gene warriors immediately alerted their whole body, and the weapons in their hands immediately stood up. Then, the bamboo forest shook, and the next second, a stupid big flat head staggered out. Su Sanson and Qin Erga hurried forward. The wild duck's small green eyes were wide open, staring closely at the more than 200 bipeds that suddenly appeared outside the bamboo forest. It was very alert. Could its cute little beautiful duck and ugly duckling have been kidnapped by these hateful bipeds? Where is its ugly duck? Why is there no duck? Quack, quack. In a hurry, the wild duck shouted twice, and its 2 huge feet swayed back and forth, and it was about to rush towards the crowd and open its mouth to attack. At this time, Xie Yuan hurriedly flew a mutant chestnut shell to Scar, and then quickly winked. Scar gritted his teeth, put on his helmet with a look of resentment, and then staged a small drama of boiled egg breaking its shell in front of a group of Gene warriors. The wild duck's eyes stagnated, and its flat big head tilted suddenly, looking at Scar with confusion and joy. "Sky Duck, how come it is going to be a mother again? Look, how pitiful this little cub is. How come he has a wound on his eyes when he was born? Let the mother take a good look." The wild duck flapped its big wings violently, and directly pulled Scar into its arms, and its flat hardcore duck beak kept pecking at Scar's head. "No! Is this the hug of love you mentioned? Where is Xie Yuan? Xie Yuan, why are you running? Come back here. What about sharing happiness?" The wild duck warmed its newborn duckling with passion, while the Dawn and Gale Guard soldiers watched with horror as Captain Shao rolled back and forth in his down quilt after being pecked. Suddenly, a piece of transparent crystal fell. Xie Yuan raised his head abruptly, looking at the sparse ice crystals in the sky, and immediately frowned. "It's snowing? It's snowing. The snow season has arrived early." Chapter 360. On the ruins outside the bamboo forest, Scar and the others also looked up at the sky at the same time. All of them were amazed. How could it suddenly snow? It's only the middle of the wind season. How could it happen? Xie Yuan hurriedly opened the temporary protective shield of the magic wolf to the maximum, and put it in the card slot of the energy converter. On the other side of the card slot, an energy system super high-level nuclear crystal immediately began to convert energy. The continuous energy was input into the temporary protective shield of the magic wolf, and the white light shield covering the ruins gradually strengthened. After touching the white light shield, countless snowflakes and ice crystals suddenly became soft and gentle, like grains of pure white sand, slowly falling down. The wild duck stretched out its long neck, looking at the sudden snowflakes, and its green eyes suddenly widened. "Mom, the weather is getting colder. We have to reinforce the nest for the cubs. So it looked up to the sky and quacked twice, and quickly flapped its wings, floating directly towards the mountains and forests upstream along the small river it had opened up in the past few days. Just floating, the water began to condense into ice. The wild duck quickly retracted its 2 feet, click, click, shaking on the ice, and started to slide again. Scar finally succeeded in getting rid of AI's embrace, and hurried to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan called Hu Ba again, and the three of them immediately discussed how to deal with it. Xie Yuan first handed the temporary protective shield and the energy converter to Hu Ba, and said seriously, "This year's snow season has arrived early. Although we don't know the reason yet, we must take care of the present first. As you know, once the snow season arrives, the effectiveness of the temporary protective shield will be greatly reduced due to the corrosiveness of snowflakes, and it must be dormant every few hours. We now have a total of 4 temporary shields, 1 from Sifang, 1 from the Demon Wolf, 1 from Xuanwu, and the one on my waist that I took off from the Light of Dawn. I just checked it, and the Demon Wolf has the strongest effect at the moment. In the bamboo forest, we will use the Demon Wolves first. Although I added an energy converter to charge it in real time, it is temporary after all. It is estimated that it can only last for 48 hours at most. After 48 hours, it must be shut down and dormant. I will go to base city number 903 with San to find a solution. If we can't come back before 48 hours, then once the Demon Wolf shield shows signs of dormancy, we will immediately use Sifang's to connect it." Hu Ba nodded and solemnly took the temporary shield and energy converter that Xie Yuan handed to him. Ba sighed softly. "I have to return this mini shield in my hand to Gao Xian." Xie Yuan sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "Return it a few days later, at least until San and I find a solution." Ba pouted. He borrowed this money to save his old face. How will he tell Xuanzi when the time comes? Xie Yuan hit him. The original plan was to let you act at night, but now it's snowing and the temperature has dropped sharply. I'm worried that the 2 old people can't stand it. And Xian's uncle should cooperate with Bai Ding. To avoid any accidents, you should set out now to meet him. It turned out that when Xie Yuan possessed Jack Su and robbed the wild duck eggs in Bai Ding's office that day, he heard the secretary mention the 3 words Director Tian and immediately sounded the alarm. Tian Luo, the director of the Democratic Party's logistics department, is Xian's uncle. If Tian Luo and Bai Ding united their front, then it is very likely that Lao Qin has been exposed. So he and San began to plan such a drama of everyone faking their death and retreating. It was just that there was an accident in the middle, but fortunately, he should be the only one who was completely exposed. Anyway, the fact that he was still alive should not be a secret for a long time, so if it is exposed, it is exposed. Scar nodded. Then which protective shield should I use? Xie Yuan raised his hand and pointed to the temporary protective shield of the Sifang team, whose locator he had just destroyed, and said, "Use this, go and come back quickly. Gao Xian's one, I will keep it for you temporarily." Scar choked. "No, what about the trust you promised? Xianzi's one can be given to him. Can it be used? He won't really give it back to her secretly. Is the basic trust between people so vulnerable? At the same time, outside the city of base number 103, under the manhole cover next to a public toilet in the shantytown, Lao Qin curled up, smelling the particularly enchanting stench around him, and could not bear it any longer. He muttered viciously, "Who on earth thought of the meeting place?" One-eyed Zhang rubbed his already sore tailbone, with a huge dark circle under his eyes, and sneered, "Be content, you have only been here for less than an hour. I fucking slept here last night, okay?" After saying that, he gathered the thick quilt wrapped around him. Lao Qin curled his lips, tightened the thick quilt on his body, and took a few steps to the side of One-eyed Zhang, muttering, "Can you turn up your fire nuclear crystal a little bit? I'm about to freeze to death." One-eyed Zhang rolled his eyes. "This is a rare nuclear crystal. If the energy is turned up too much, it will be easily detected by the monitor. Xiaoyu specifically reminded me that it must not exceed 0.01 gears." Outside the city of base 903, a golden aircraft passed through the base's protective shield and slowly landed at a temporary parking spot. Xu Su, a 30-year-old Yan national, quickly got off the aircraft. He was dressed in work clothes, with a delicate wrench hanging around his neck. There were 2 Chinese characters faintly engraved on the wrench, but because the wrench was so old, the Chinese characters could no longer be seen clearly. I could only vaguely recognize that there seemed to be a U character. Behind him were 2 assistants dressed in work clothes, one carrying a large metal box, and the other carrying 2 large sacks. Follow closely. Old Master Du, leaning on a carved cane and taking small steps, hurried forward to greet him. "Xiao Shu." I've finally seen you here. The maintenance of our 903 base shield is counting on you. Shusu smiled and nodded. He just got off the plane and took a few steps. When he looked up, he saw snowflakes falling from the sky. He frowned immediately. How could it be? The snow season has come early? Old Master Dew's wrinkled peach blossom eyes looked at the snowflakes gradually falling from the sky, and his pupil shrank suddenly. The snow season has really come early. Could it be that the balance that has been maintained with great difficulty for more than 500 years, is it going to be broken this year? He hurriedly asked Shu Su and the other two to get in the car, and he secretly took out the Dew family quotations that had already experienced many vicissitudes from his coat inner pocket. His fingers trembled, and he finally turned to one of the pages with great difficulty. The first thing that caught his eye was a line of machine-typed text. The first snow of 2002 came earlier than in the past. Next to the machine-typed text, there was a line of handwritten comments. Old Master Dew's eyes were fixed on this line of comments. The blue-black ink had already begun to fade, but the handwritten text on it could still be distinguished clearly. The snow season is coming early. The world will change. Find him her. The key to everything. Find him her again. And similar comments also appeared next to the previous Sioux clan song. Old Master Dew fell into deep thought. And Shu Su in the car was absent-mindedly groping for the metal wrench on his neck. This is the family emblem of their family, passed down from generation to generation. Along with the inheritance of the family emblem, there is also a motto that only the head of the family has the right to know. With my flesh, I will save all living beings. With your inheritance, I will benefit future generations. If there is a change between life and death, all opportunities, the top of the world. Chapter 361. Bay City Number 103. The poor people living in the shantytowns and refugee camps outside the city suddenly received a base announcement on their brains. The snow season has come early. Everyone should gather at the South City Gate immediately, and the base will send everyone to the snow season shelter. The shantytowns were suddenly noisy. The snow season has come early? Strange. In the past, it was only said that people could go to the shelter voluntarily during the snow season. Yes. Why is it required that everyone go to the shelter this year? Strange. All residents in the Bay City also received a base announcement on their brains. The snow season has come early. To ensure everyone's safety, everyone should gather at the inner city gate immediately, and the base will send everyone to the snow season shelter. The residents in the Bay City reacted even more strongly, and all kinds of speculations and doubts were flying everywhere. Why do we, the people in the inner city, need to go to the shelter? That's right. This has never happened before. Yes. Are there any human rights left? However, this is not the most explosive thing. Immediately afterwards, everyone received an official notice. In the 336th year of the star calendar, on the 32nd day of the wind season, which is also the first day of the snow season, the Dawn and Gale Guards, a total of 242 genetic warriors, were tragically killed while performing a level 1 dangerous mission, and no one survived. What? How could this happen? Is it because of this reason that the base has to gather everyone together? Did Dawn and Gale encounter a beast tide? The snow season has arrived early. So is the beast tide coming too? Oh my god! Is this world going to let people survive? In a room in the inner city of base number 103, Bai Ding sat behind a metal table, groping for a glass of simulated beer, and a majestic voice sounded, "Has the message been sent?" Ewing nodded. "It has been sent, and everyone has already started moving." Bai Ding chuckled. "Okay. After everyone is gathered, directly shrink the range of the base's protective shield. I want to see where Qin Yaopei can hide." In the inner city data center of the base, patrol team leader Niu Qifeng stood in front of the light screen, looking at Qin Yaopei's light brain transaction records for the past 10 days, frowning slightly. 3 days ago, he used all the contribution points he earned from the dark web arena, about 15 million, to buy a piece of land in the southeast corner of the base. So far, there are only 100,000 contribution points left in his account. And these 100,000 contribution points have been consumed on the betting table in the arena this morning. Niu Qifeng thought this was strange, so he immediately took people to check the land that Lao Qin had spent a huge amount of money to buy. When everyone arrived, they saw a shabby factory with a signboard of a second-hand metal recycling station, standing on the land in a very desolate manner. With a creak, Niu Qifeng pushed open the iron door, and inside the iron door was empty. There was not even a metal house that could shelter from the wind and rain. Niu Qifeng looked at the scratches left by the friction of various metal objects on the ground, and his first reaction was, "Everything has been moved out. Damn! Is the building empty?" Suddenly, A familiar sense of mission frustration began to hit him again. He hurried back to the base real estate transaction center to check the registration information, and then he found that the original owner of the second-hand metal recycling station, Zhang Dawei, was once a technical R&D personnel of Taijiang UAV Machinery Factory. Many years ago, due to a mechanical accident, he was forced to buy out his seniority, and then used his life savings to buy this second-hand metal recycling station. But when he bought this second-hand metal recycling station, he only spent 450,000 contribution points. Although so many years have passed, this southeast corner, a no-man's land with no supporting facilities and no school district, how could it be worth 15 million contribution points? Then, Niu Qifeng quickly called up Zhang Dawei's optical brain positioning. Sure enough, the positioning disappeared. Yesterday, Zhang Dawei actually spent a huge sum of 8 million to buy a flying machine from the boss of Shifeng Escort Agency, and spent more than 10 million to go to various black markets to purchase various metal building materials and spare parts. Oh no, I'm afraid this is not a premeditated escape. At this time, outside the number 103 base city, the shantytown began to bustle, and countless poor people wrapped in quilts, carrying large and small bags of household items, went out one after another, and walked slowly towards the south gate. In the crowd, an old lady about 160 centimeters tall, with a flowered scarf wrapped around her head, was tightening her hips, and taking small steps towards a public toilet. With a creak, the door of the last stall near the metal wall of the public toilet was slowly pushed open. Qin Ergu looked around, and after confirming that there was no one, he immediately got into the door, and locked it with a click. Then he pushed open the back door he had opened and advanced on the metal wall with ease. Behind the back door was the toilet utility room he was most familiar with. He moved the metal box in the middle of the utility room, where the mop was placed. Under the box was an underground tunnel entrance. Qin Ergu jumped directly into the underground tunnel. After a few steps, he successfully entered the sewer system. Qin Ergu approached silently, and when he was about to enter a corner, he suddenly raised his hand and poured a basin of toilet cleaning water in front of him, and then sang in a breathy voice, "Ah, I give you a basin of desperate water." One-eyed Zhang wrapped in a thick quilt, his body stagnated, his huge dark circles, his eyeballs flashed with a faint light, and he quickly stammered his lips, and replied eagerly, "It's my turn to stay awake all night." Old Qin hurriedly poked his head out of the quilt, trembling, and continued, all the sincerity, "Let it snow and blow." And then the two old men said with tears in their eyes at the same time, "The debt paid can't be taken back." Qin Ergu turned his footsteps, and gently lit the flashlight given to him by his third sister in the stinking darkness. The flashlight was very weak. This was the mosquito killer lamp that Sue Sanson brought back from the stagnant element building. 10 seconds later, an old lady, with small and vigorous steps, followed by two old men wrapped in small quilts, continued to walk along the underground passage to the outskirts of the base. 5 minutes later, Scar opened the temporary protective shield of the quartet team, stood at the entrance of a huge toilet sewage channel, and paced back and forth. This is the sewage outlet of the south gate of base 103. Seeing a faint light flashing not far away, he hurriedly said, "The stars light up and illuminate your home." Qin Ergu hurriedly echoed, "Let the child with sticky shit find the person who came here." The few people met smoothly, and Scar calmly pulled up the combat mask and hurriedly asked, "Did you leave the note?" Qin Ergu smiled and nodded. Scar breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly took a few people with him. A minute later, an aircraft shaped like a dark green footbath took off and headed quickly towards the bamboo courtyard of Du Fu's thatched cottage. This foot-washing basin aircraft was designed by Sue Sanson and modified by Xie Yuan himself based on the dark green flying saucer of the Longwei team. As the saying goes, high-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. And high-end aircraft also only need the most down-to-earth outer packaging. In the evening, in a basement in the inner city of base 103, the light bulb was placed in the blood pool, and suddenly black gas came out of it. The black gas was very thick, and soon completely enveloped the center of the blood pool. Through the thick black gas, there seemed to be something like a mouthpart, stretching back and forth. Then, a chi-chi-chi sound was heard in the air, and thick black liquid was continuously secreted from the mouthpart. 1 minute later, the black gas dissipated, and the light bulb was holding a metal bottle, which was full of thick black liquid. A majestic voice slowly sounded, "Give this bottle of holy water to Rose Shu, and let them realize mass production as soon as possible according to the mixing ratio determined by the Brotherhood. The snow season is coming early, the balance here is about to be broken, and our chance has come." Yuang hid in the hood, revealing a rampant smile. Yes. Mother. Bai Ding exhaled. Rest for another 10 days, and I will be fully recovered. If I still can't find the key by then use the blood sacrifice of all mankind to open the door to the Lord. At the same time, on a rooftop in the inner city of the base, Wu Feng looked at the snowflakes floating in the night sky and suddenly said, the lights are probably in league with the Democratic Party. Haio's red hair was blowing in the wind, and he frowned slightly. The Democratic Party has been unusually quiet recently, and it's so low-key that it makes people feel strange. Wu Feng pondered for a moment and tried to make a suggestion. I feel that the lights are probably completely connected to the Democratic Party, and our Conservative Party leaders may have also mixed into the lights. Haio suddenly turned his head and stared at Wu Feng's eyes. What did you find? Wu Feng clenched his fist, and in his fist was a small note that Scar left in his pocket after he found him last night. The note read, be careful. The lights are probably able to control others. Chapter 362. The snow season has arrived. But strangely, the northwest hurricane belt, which is unique to the wind season, has not subsided. Therefore, the base federation immediately issued a notice to designate today as the first day of the snow season. In the 336th year of the star calendar, the first day of the snow season, at 7:30 in the evening, the sky was already dark. Under the protection of the mini temporary protective shield, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan passed through the northwest hurricane belt and successfully docked Xiaowei, which had been upgraded to Jinbingman, at the exclusive parking spot of Dejui in the outer city of base 903. Xie Yuan hurriedly unloaded Dahe from Jinbing, then stepped on the accelerator and headed directly towards the remote courtyard in the inner city. Since he was discovered by Yamaguchi Io that day, De Jiuxiang and Su Cha have suspended the dine-in business, but the takeout business is still operating normally. Because Jin Guifeng had officially joined the Dijiuxiang Leather Bag Company, in order to quickly meet his entry benefits requirements, Tietue and Ulung rented a larger courtyard next to the courtyard. There were a total of 9 rooms in the new courtyard next door, and Jin Guifeng finally had his own single dormitory. Tietue and Ulung transported all the ingredients stored in the warehouse of Dijiuxiang Hot Pot Restaurant back, and piled them all in the 2 largest rooms next door. The kitchen where Jin Guifeng originally lived has been temporarily upgraded to the temporary kitchen of Dijiuxiang and Su Cha. As soon as Su Sanson and Xie Yuan pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard, they saw Jin Guifeng cutting fruits quickly, and little Ian and sister Aisha were also busy washing and picking vegetables. Jin Guifeng only looked up and glanced at Su Sanson, and then complained unhappily, let's talk about it first. The labor contract we signed before clearly stated that I was applying for a sales position. A sales position that only requires talking. You see, what I am doing now has far exceeded my job scope. More money. Must increase the money. Su Sanson rolled his eyes. Okay. Backstage operation position. Monthly salary 3,000. You can't go to work normally for the previous sales position due to force majeure, so you can take a leave of absence without pay. Jin Guifeng choked. No! Shouldn't you get 2 salaries? Su Sanson put his hands in front of his chest. Or you can work part-time as a writer. I can consider giving you double salary. Jin Guifeng glanced at the snowflakes outside through the window, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on her bald head. She pointed to the takeaway order receiving machine beside her. Then I am responsible for taking the order? Su Sanson pointed to a large cup of homemade Su tea next to his chopping board and snorted. Then you also drank unlimited refills of Su tea for free? Jin Guifeng was stunned. Okay. At this time, there was a ding-dong sound, and the order receiving machine suddenly made a mechanical sound. You have a new takeaway order from Mei-chan. Please handle it in time. Jin Guifeng curled her lips and dialed the light computers of Ulung and Tietue with ease. The order is coming again, and there are more than 30 orders piled up. Who of you 2 will take it? Ulung was panting on his bicycle in the wind and snow. I still have more than 10 orders in my hand. Tietue closed his mask and replied, Me. I will come back after delivering the last order in my hand. Xie Yuan pursed his lips. The takeaway business is developing very fast. Now he finally has someone on hand. It seems that it is time to set up a takeaway night group. On the ruins outside the bamboo forest of Du Fu Thatched Cottage, more than 200 genetic warriors worked hard for an afternoon, and their efficiency was very high. A piece of open space of about 50 acres was directly cleared outside the bamboo forest. And there were soldiers who couldn't stay idle, and they killed more than 300 infected bodies that were poking their heads and swaying around here. Scar stood in the bamboo forest, looking at the familiar plastic dung buckets in front of him, widening his eyes, and looked at Qin Ergu beside him in confusion, Hey! No! Why are they cleaning up the ruins outside, and I have to move the dung buckets here with you? Chin Ergu imitated his third sister and rolled his eyes very well. Didn't brother Yuan give you eggs? Now there are only 2 of us who have eggs here. The treatment is different, and the responsibilities must be different. Scar took a deep breath and refused to obey. No. What does this have to do with eating eggs? We are talking about dung buckets now. Don't talk to me about food. Chin Ergu stretched out his finger and pointed at the dung bucket. The stagnant element missed. What is this? Are only those who have eaten eggs qualified to touch it? Besides, third sister said that eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating are the 4 most important things in life. We are now laying the foundation for doing big things. Brother Scar, you should feel proud and honored. Scar looked at Chin Ergu with a strange look, quickly pulled up the combat mask, took a deep breath. No, if you are not poisoned, then you must be really stupid. You also enjoy this poisonous chicken soup? If you throw such a big broken cake to him, he can choke to death on the spot. How can you chew it slowly, absorb and purify it by yourself, and taste some essence? Hey! No! Why would he want to eat and drink in front of a pile of dung buckets? Chin Ergu, you are poisonous just like your third sister. Duba followed Chin Ergu tirelessly, and took out the plastic buckets packed in the mist one by one. Chin Ergu led Duba to the bamboo forest courtyard, demonstrated it by hand, and patiently explained, this action is called flipping the spoon. The third sister said that an inch of wasteland is worth an inch of gold, and it takes care to irrigate the inch of gold. In the future, we have to do this every day. Don't underestimate this piece of land. It is the main source of income for our new base. Time passed by minute, and the plastic dung buckets were gradually emptied. Erguzi talked endlessly and eloquently. Duba listened attentively, using his hands and eyes. The fields in the courtyard were equally blessed with rain and dew, and everyone was well fed and well fed. Finally, half an hour later, Scar looked at the 6 large plastic barrels that had been emptied in front of him, and then looked at the more than 10 large dung barrels that were stored in the mist behind him, and confirmed again in disbelief. Is that all for today? Are the 10 more behind really not needed? Chin Ergu looked at the absorption of the fields and nodded. Yes. Third sister said, take it step by step. No one can become fat in one meal. Scar breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn around and leave, but Erguzi spoke again. These 6 empty barrels, just right for building a public toilet. Let's go, Scar. I've chosen the location. Scar's knees softened. No. He is a high-level genetic warrior. Is he really going to be trapped in a public toilet and can't get up? 2 hours later, the 4 members of the quartet team stood in front of a row of small metal cubicles that suddenly appeared in the open space, and said excitedly, is this the antique public toilet from more than 500 years ago that you mentioned before? Chin Ergu smiled proudly and said, yes, let's experience it quickly. Everyone opened the door and saw 6 squat toilets, neatly lined up in front of them. Chapter 363. Outside the city of base number 103, the shantytown was completely empty. The Xuanwu guards, who were responsible for patrolling the night during the snow season, were divided into 5 teams, walking back and forth in every corner outside the South City gate, carefully checking whether there were any signs of strange beasts, so as to send a warning of the beast tide to the inner city as soon as possible. Generally, at the end of the windy season and the beginning of the snowy season, due to the sudden change in temperature, many strange beasts will spontaneously begin to migrate. Once this migration begins, a large-scale beast tide will occur. Gao Xian walked to the edge of the shantytown and stood in front of the public toilet where she escorted Lao Qin in the afternoon. She quickly glanced around and confirmed that there was no one. Then, she dodged and slipped directly into the innermost pit of the women's toilet. In the corner of the pit, under an inconspicuous plunger, there was a note that Chin Ergu had left for Scar. The note read, the base is dangerous, be careful. I need to borrow the protective shield for a few more days. Thank you. Gao Xian blinked her eyes sparkling. Damn it, I knew you were lucky, you would not die. She breathed a sigh of relief, immediately burned the note, and walked out of the public toilet quickly. In base city number 903, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan were helping in the kitchen. Suddenly, a message from Grandpa Du flashed in her brain. Miss Su, why is DGXiang closed? I have a few guests to entertain here. I wonder if we can have hot pot today. Su Sanson hurriedly looked at Xie Yuan. They were going to find Grandpa Du today to talk about the base protective shield, but the 2 of them had not figured out how to start. One reason was that they were worried that the wall had ears. After all, the identities of all of them were sensitive now, and the establishment of a new base had to be carried out in secret, and the fewer people knew about it, the better. Secondly, it was hard to fool Mr. Du. He was a profiteer by nature. Sue Sanson was worried that once she opened her mouth, he would ask for something from her. Pollution-free fruits and vegetables were fine, but the most worrying thing was that he would ask for the improved version of genetic medicine. She only had 2 wild duck eggs left, and she had more than 200 genetic warriors waiting in line for upgrades. How could she have extra resources to exchange? Alas, I wonder if wild ducks can lay more eggs during the snow season. In this way, she could help give birth to more puppies. But before Sue Sanson had figured out a strategy, Mr. Du came to her on his own initiative. In that case, it was just right to go with the flow. Sue Sanson quickly replied to the message. So she and Xie Yuan packed up the ingredients, drove the Big Black, and personally delivered the takeaway. The Big Black drove into a Chinese-style courtyard with pavilions and towers. Sue Sanson and the other person were led into an antique wing room by the servants of the Du family. In the wing room, Du Ziteng stood up first, and his pair of seductive fox eyes were lit up, staring straight at Sue Sanson. Xie Yuan's alarm bells rang, and he took a step forward calmly, blocking Sanson's small body behind him, directly blocking Du Ziteng's sight. Du Xiaowei sighed lightly and patted his brother's arm gently. The road is long and difficult, and the task is heavy and long. Grandpa Du walked quickly to the door with a carved cane, and said with a smile, Miss Sue, come on, let me introduce you, and raised his hand to a 30-year-old Yin country man at the round table. This is Xu Su, the head of the Xu family this generation. Sue Sanson showed a proper professional fake smile, and nodded slightly. Hello, hello. Xu Su stood up, and also greeted politely. He didn't show it on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. Miss Sue? Could the Miss Sue who was solemnly introduced by Mr. Du be the legendary Sue family? He hurriedly introduced himself. Hello, Miss Sue. Xu Su, a craftsman, is not as famous as the Du family. To be honest, the only thing the Xu family can show off now is the skill of repairing the protective cover. Xu Su said a few words humbly and courteously. But Sue Sanson and Xie Yuan were shocked when they heard this. Protective shield. He can actually repair the protective shield? The two looked at each other, and Sue Sanson immediately entered the drama state. Mr. Xu is too modest. The protective shield is the most important material in every base. This repair skill must be a family secret. Sue Sanson hurriedly sat down. She had to join such a heavyweight dinner. Xie Yuan quickly glanced and found that there was only one empty chair next to the round table, and Sanson had already sat down. So he put the hot pot takeaway in his hand on the table, and very considerately moved a small round stool from the corner, next to Sanson's carved wooden chair, close to Sanson's arm, and sat down directly. Du Ziteng looked at the two people close together, and his breathing suddenly stagnated, and he was about to explode. Who knew that old Master Du suddenly patted his thigh, signaling him to be honest. Then, he asked the servant to close the door of the wing room, and with a smile on his face, he said to Sue Sanson, Miss Sue, this wing room is equipped with the highest level of soundproofing equipment. Tell me the truth. Did the ancestors of the Sue family leave any important secrets? For example, ancestral precepts, such as prophecies? Xu Su on the side also nodded, his eyes echoed that of old Master Du, and he also stared at Sue Sanson intently. At this moment, he was already extremely sure that the little girl in front of him was the descendant of the legendary Sue family. Sue Sanson was stunned. The hot pot hadn't started yet, so why was it linked to the Sue family? These two people might have set up a trap together to get the secret of her genetic medicine. Sue Sanson's thoughts were flying, but his face was still practicing Tai Chi. Old Master, look at what you said. Don't you know all the secrets of our Sue family? Old Master Du's smile faded slightly, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Miss Sue, the snow season has come early. Sue Sanson paused, turned his head, and looked at Xie Yuan beside him. Xie Yuan frowned slightly and slowly said, You mean, the balance is broken, the world may. Is it no longer stable? As soon as he saw the snow falling from the sky, Xie Yuan had a very bad feeling, a feeling that the world was about to change. Old Master Du looked at Xie Yuan very seriously and felt that this tall genetic warrior was indeed, as the housekeeper A Zhong said, very special, full of masculinity, sharp eyes, and sharp words. He was secretly surprised in his heart, so he nodded. To be honest, our Du family has always had an ancestral motto, to find a person, a key person who can turn the tide of this end of the world. As soon as old Master Du finished speaking, his eyes turned immediately, and stared closely at Sue Sanson beside Xie Yuan. Sue Sanson frowned. This key person, it can't be her. But she is a fake. I'm afraid she can't take on this important task. It's over. This play has completely trapped me. At this time, Shusu's eyes suddenly brightened up, and he suddenly realized that the opportunity mentioned in the Shu family's ancestral precepts was the descendant of the Su family in front of him. Shusu calmed down, exhaled, and looked at Su Sanson solemnly. Miss Su, to be honest, the Shu family is not the Shu family. Since the war more than 500 years ago, our family has completely hidden its name and changed Gongshu to Shu. Su Sanson was stunned. Gongshu? What an uncommon surname. She suddenly looked at the metal wrench hanging on Shusu's neck, her mind raced, and an idea flashed. Wrench. Craftsman. Oh my gosh, could the Shu family's ancestor be Gongshu Ban? Lu Ban? Su Sanson couldn't help but think of the Du family's ancestor, Du Zime. Du Fu blinked and tentatively said, could your ancestor be Gongshu Ban? Shusu's body was shocked, and he looked at Su Sanson in disbelief. She actually knew? This is a family secret that only the head of each generation of the Shu family is worthy of knowing. So is she really the opportunity mentioned in the proverb? Shusu nodded in amazement, slowly took off the metal wrench from his neck, and under the amazed expressions of the people at the table, he disassembled the Lu Ban lock that looked like a wrench, and then reassembled it with ease. Soon, a small metal cube full of scratches was placed in his hand. Shusu handed the cube to Su Sanson. Su Sanson took it and looked at it. He saw a few lines of Chinese characters engraved on the cube. With my flesh, I will save all living beings. With your inheritance, I will benefit future generations. If there is a change between life and death, all opportunities, the top of the world, at this time, Shusu's voice sounded faintly. Do you know why there are so few protective shields on the market? Without waiting for Su Sanson to answer, he just paused and continued directly. Because the energy used by the protective shield is the power of faith more than 500 years ago, the real body relics of the monks or bishops. Chapter 364. It is said that after the Great War more than 500 years ago, the Earth's self-defense system completely collapsed, and there was suddenly a lot of pollution in the air. Most of the elderly died on the spot, and the adults were polluted, and did not last long before they became the first generation of infected bodies. After they completely lost their minds, they roamed and destroyed the cities wantonly. Human civilization was severely damaged and destroyed in just a few months. The only ones who could survive the air pollution were teenagers, children and babies under the age of 12. Their cells are extremely active and are in a period of rapid growth and development. They can rely on their own strong regenerative metabolic ability to barely resist the pollution. But the first generation of infected bodies, who have completely lost their minds, seem to have great hatred for humans. They desperately hunted the children in the city. The children hid from place to place, many babies died, and older children died on the spot to protect the weak. Fortunately, there are still dozens of places in the world, which we call holy places. At the moment when the Earth's defense system collapsed, there were people of high moral character who keenly sensed the invasion of pollution, so they resolutely and decisively used their bodies as shields, releasing a large amount of white light to protect the surrounding humans. Only then did a small number of adults over 12 years old survive by chance. And these large amounts of white light are the power of faith accumulated from generation to generation in the history of human development. It is also the main energy of our current base shield and temporary shield. Shusu told the story slowly. This was the first time he made the secrets of the Shu family public. He spoke passionately and movingly, and everyone present listened carefully, feeling melancholy. Shusu picked up the water cup at hand, moistened his throat, and continued. Later, not long after, the flesh of the respected man burned out, leaving only a few crystal-clear relics of his true body. The flesh disappeared, and the relics continued to emit white light. The people who were protected soon gathered around the relics as the center of the circle, resisting the first generation of infected bodies, while starting human self-rescue actions, and the prototype of the base gradually took shape. And our Shu family ancestor was very lucky on the day of the war, just in time for the regular repair and maintenance work in the main hall of Panlong Temple. When the Earth's defense system was torn apart, the abbot of Panlong Temple and a group of monks sat cross-legged in the main hall and used their flesh to. It held up a white light for the humans in the temple at that time. Before the abbot died, he looked at my ancestor and left a few words of advice. He also warned everyone present that the power of faith is only a temporary lifeline for humans, not a long-term solution, and that they must keep the secret before defeating evil. Later, my ancestor followed the abbot's advice, devoted himself to studying the energy of the relics, and continuously expanded the radiation range of the power of faith. Finally, he developed the current base protection shield. Grandpa Du opened his eyes wide. So that's why. No wonder his ancestor Du once left a self-narration in the quotations. It was pure luck that he survived that year. If he hadn't checked in at a place called Notre Dame de Bari at that time, and had the honor of being blessed, I'm afraid there would be no Du family in Bay City number 903 today. Su Sanson took a deep breath, and couldn't help but look at Xie Yuan beside him. His brain began to digest the information he had just heard uncontrollably. The highly respected person mentioned by Gong Shusu was most likely either a high monk, or a living Buddha, or the Pope or a bishop. These people have long been worshipped, admired, prayed, and prayed by the people, so they have inherited a lot of so-called power of faith. And they have a compassionate heart to save all living beings, so they voluntarily sacrifice to save all living beings. So, this earth is really the earth where she lived in her previous life. But what kind of war was that war? Why did the earth on which human beings depend for survival be destroyed so badly? Su Sanson sighed lightly, and quickly gathered her scattered thoughts. Now is not the time to be entangled in the war. We must focus on the present, and solve the problems in front of us first. Yes. Protective shield. Her new base needs a protective shield. Su Sanson hurriedly turned his attention back to the real body relics. If the raw materials of the protective shield are these compassionate monks and bishops, who if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell, then this is completely a non-renewable resource, and the quantity is extremely limited, so it is difficult to buy temporary protective shields on the market, let alone base protective shields. These scarce resources must have been completely monopolized by the big families. Then how can they get the protective shield for their new base? Su Sanson raised her eyes, and looked at Xie Yuan again, then turned to Shu Su, and said carefully, "So, what does this have to do with the motto left by your ancestors? What do you mean by key people and key opportunities?" Shu Su frowned and looked back at her. "Miss Su, you don't know, we just inspected the protective shield of base city number 903, and found that the energy value of the protective shield has been greatly reduced, and the defense is far less than before. More importantly, the snow season has come early. The first snow of this year has snowflakes that are significantly sharper than the peak of previous years. According to this trend, even if the protective shield of base city number 903 survives this year's snow season, it will probably fail completely next year, the year after next. The condition of the base's protective shield is still good, at least it can withstand this year's snow season, but the temporary protective shield is hard to say." As soon as he finished speaking, Grandpa Du Zedong and Du Ziwei immediately took a breath of cold air. They looked panicked, as if struck by lightning. Grandpa Du's wrinkled fox eyes suddenly opened wide, and with a trembling voice, he confirmed again, "Xiao Shu, did you really say it?" Shu Su sighed, "Hey, Grandpa Du. It's true. I wanted to talk to you about this tonight, and now, the time is right." "Hey!" Su Sanson was shocked. "What do you mean? The shield of base city number 903 can't last for 2 years? What about other base cities? What about number 103? Oh my god! How did things turn out like this? She just came to deliver takeout and eat hot pot. Why does it feel like the end of humanity, and the end of the world is coming?" As she blinked in disbelief. When she tried to confirm whether this was a nightmare by opening and closing her eyes, she suddenly saw Grandpa Du, Shu Su and others staring at her. Su Sanson was a little scared by the stare. What do you mean?" She quickly argued, I am a poor man. How can I solve the problem of the protective shield of base 903? She herself wanted to find someone to help solve the problem of the protective shield of her base? How did this matter suddenly become the other way around? Grandpa Du leaned on his carved cane and said solemnly, "Miss Su, you are the key person." Shu Su also quickly agreed, "Miss Su, the opportunity has come. You can't just stand by and watch her die." Su Sanson quickly hugged herself, and complained wildly in her heart. Yes, her body may really be a descendant of the Su family, but her soul is a genuine counterfeit from the 21st century. She doesn't know what ancestral mottos the Su family's ancestors left behind, nor does she have any memories related to the war. How can she save this? Instead of waiting for her to save, it is better to seek another help, which is more reliable. Chapter 365. Xie Yuan saw that everyone was staring at San San with burning eyes, which frightened the little girl. Feeling unhappy, he stretched out his big hand, gently patted San San's shoulder, lowered his head, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. No one can force you to do something you don't want to do." Su San San raised her eyes. Her almond eyes were wide open, and she stared at Xie Yuan with great gratitude. Xie Yuan touched the little girl's head again, and smiled slightly to comfort her. Seeing the girl's expression ease, he looked at Shu Su and slowly said, "Mr. Shu, Since the base shields were all developed by your ancestors, I wonder if you have a list of the number of existing shields? It would be even better if there was a distribution map of the sources of all the real body relics. Old Master Du's wrinkled fox eyes suddenly lit up. You mean? Xie Yuan smiled and nodded. Revisiting the old place, maybe there will be some discoveries. Shu Su was overjoyed and quickly turned on the light brain and put out a distribution map that Gong Shu had kept for more than 500 years. Su Sanson looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar world map and frowned. How could this be? Why are there only 2 continents left on it? One is the first continent, which is the Eurasian continent in the previous life. The other is the second continent, which is the African continent in the previous life. Where is the Mi continent? Where is the Great Yang continent? Su Sanson hesitantly extended his finger and pointed to the area on the right side of the Abyss Sea, the original Mi continent, and asked, Here, has always been the ocean? Shu Su nodded and moved his finger downward. Miss Su is indeed a descendant of the Su family. You mean this place, right? Su Sanson looked at Shu Su's fingertips, where the Great Yang continent was located. Shu Su's voice soon sounded. This was once the third continent, but it completely sank 400 years ago. Su Sanson frowned. So the Great Yang continent sank. And from the tone, Shu Su didn't know the existence of the Mi continent. In other words, the Mi continent was either directly wiped out by some strange force, or during the war, this continent was directly destroyed, and the surviving adults had no time to take care of this huge change. After all, when humans are in danger of life and death, this geographical change far across the ocean is really not that important. So it also led to the fact that generations of newborns didn't know its existence at all. Well, no matter what the reason is, in short, North Mi continent and South Mi continent are completely gone. Her attention immediately shifted to the small icons on the map, which were the sources of the relics recorded by Gong Shujia. Su Sanson looked at them one by one, comparing the geographical locations on the map while recalling the travel knowledge from his previous life. There is a temple with a lot of incense here. No wonder. Oh! Isn't there the largest church in Europe here? I see. Su Sanson saw that some places were marked with large icons, and some places were marked with small icons. The large icons are the base protection shields, which are basically located on large temples or cathedrals with more incense and more believers. The small icons are probably temporary protection shields, which are generally distributed in some less famous small Buddhist temples. It seems that there are quite a few protective shields, and many people should have survived at that time. Who knows, Shu Su suddenly added, these relics are the initial distribution map, but unfortunately, many survivors died when resisting the first generation of infected bodies. And many of the relics here were consumed in a subsequent war of alien beasts, and finally after more than 100 years of development, humans have the current base federation. But the base federation is not absolutely safe. Didn't 3 bases have been breached this year? No wonder, she always felt that people in this world didn't seem to know much about human history. It turned out that the adults, who really understood the past, had almost died out long ago, and the teenagers who survived in the end of the world, in order to survive, naturally used their limited time and energy to pass on skills such as force, black technology, and military strength that can better solve the current dilemma. So those so-called humanities and history were gradually abandoned from generation to generation. Only a small number of adults who survived relied on the scarce resources such as the real body relics obtained at the beginning due to various favorable factors, and survived in the end times with difficulty. They multiplied from generation to generation and gradually developed into the major families today. To be more precise, they are families with cultural heritage. The more Su Sanson thought about it, the more she thought about it. Strange. She just finished her thoughts and suddenly saw a large empty area on the map. She frowned immediately. Why is there not even an icon here? It shouldn't be. She quickly looked up and looked at the wrench hanging on Shu Su's neck. Can I take another look at those proverbs? Shu Su immediately took off the wrench, put it together into a cube, and handed it to Su Sanson. With my body, I will save all living beings. With your inheritance, I will benefit future generations. These 4 sentences were just the last words of the Shu family, and she skipped them directly. If there is any change between life and death, all opportunities, the top of the world. Su Sanson kept reciting the last 4 sentences, especially the last 4 words. The top of the world. The top of the world. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the empty area on the map again, the area north of Mount Everest, which originally belonged to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. No way, all these opportunities, the top of the world, could it be? The highest plateau in the world, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau? And what is in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau? The place of faith, The Burifa Palace. Su Sanson turned her head in disbelief and looked at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan looked at the little girl's eyes that suddenly lit up, and immediately knew what was going on. Sanson must have seen the clues and found a way to break the deadlock. So, is she really the key to the end of the world? Xie Yuan quickly suppressed his thoughts and nodded to her to show encouragement. Su Sanson took a deep breath, calmed himself, pointed to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau on the map, and asked, "No one has been here?" Du Ziding looked at the map, nodded, and shook his head. "There is snow all year round, the climate is bad, and the terrain is dangerous. The Du family servants once tried to explore it, but the whirlwind there was too terrible, and it was difficult for the aircraft to land, so they had to give up." Shusa also spoke at the right time. "I also heard that many bases have tried to open up Wasteland there, but basically all ended in failure." Old Master Du narrowed his wrinkled fox eyes slightly. After so many dealings, he still has a certain understanding of Su Sanson. This girl basically doesn't ask meaningless questions. He frowned slightly and looked at Su Sanson. "Miss Su means that the key to saving the world is here?" Su Sanson swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to guarantee. "I'm just guessing, but I can really try. Because there may be the power of faith that can prolong life." Chapter 366. The hot pot meal overloaded my brain and made me dumbfounded. Due to the huge amount of information, the Zhoushiang hot pot, for the first time, had many dishes left before they could be put into the pot, and everyone was full. Although people were panicking and the food was not fragrant, fortunately, under the leadership of Su Sanson, everyone came to a unified conclusion that they had to go to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. This trip was a top-secret operation. As the actual manager of Base 903, Grandpa Du was not going to report the matter to the Base Federation. Firstly, this operation might not be successful. If the news was released in advance, wouldn't it be embarrassing if it was slapped in the face? Secondly, this was related to the survival of mankind and the important raw materials of the protective shield. This extremely scarce material must be in their hands. Of course, Grandpa Du could only hold the part of Base 903. Because Xie Yuan clearly stated at the dinner that the commander-in-chief of the entire operation must be Su Sanson, and the final distribution of the results must also be decided by Su Sanson alone. If this matter cannot be negotiated, then there is no need for everyone to act together. Old Master Du quickly weighed the pros and cons. Their 903 also sent people to explore the uninhabited area, but they have not been successful due to climate reasons. So this time, if they do not cooperate with the Su family, they may not even be able to land smoothly. He didn't know why, but subconsciously felt that if he followed Su Sanson, it would definitely work. So in the end, he had to agree to Xie Yuan's request very firmly. As for Shu Se, he was born as a craftsman. Although he was also an intermediate gene warrior, he was not good at guessing people's hearts because he had been dealing with machinery for many years. He was also not interested in the profit-seeking behavior of merchants, who hoarded goods and waited for the price to sell. Therefore, he did not take the initiative to apply to go. However, as the only technical talent of the protective shield present, he had to go even if he didn't want to go. If by chance, everyone brought back a bunch of walnuts that looked like real body relics, wouldn't it be all in vain? And this mission is extremely difficult, and it needs to be kept completely confidential, so the number of people who go to the team should not be too large, but they must be good enough. At around 11 o'clock that night, the members of the exploration team had been decided. Su family, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan. Du family. The cooking class cook team led by the squad leader of Jiazi class, a group of 4 pots, bowls and pans. Shu family. Shu Se, his 2 assistants, need to stay in 903 to carry out the later maintenance of the base protective shield to prepare for future troubles. Because the mission location is very close to the Sichuan Basin, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan decided to go back to the bamboo forest first, and wait for Du Jia and Shu Se to successfully bypass the northwest hurricane belt in the aircraft, and then the 2 teams will meet at the specific coordinate point and go together. Before leaving, Su Sanson made a very long list of supplies with Old Master Du, and then hurried back to the courtyard in the inner city with Xie Yuan. Old Master Du looked at the list in his hand and nodded. This Miss Su is really thoughtful. However, as he looked at it, he felt something was wrong. What do these 1,500 sets of combat uniforms, combat boots, and 250 number 903 base optical computers mean? And they must be prepared within 1 hour? Why does he feel that Su Sanson is carrying private goods? Du Ziding sat on the carved wooden chair, looking at the charming figure that had disappeared at the door, and secretly clenched his fists. Ha, woman. Why do you only recruit genetic warriors in your exploration team? Are ordinary people not worthy of debuting in a group? Humph! He, the eldest son of the Du family, can't even reach the threshold of a group, and that big fool, he was so close to you, didn't you feel it? Why didn't you know to hide? So slow, if you were taken advantage of, you probably wouldn't even know. How can he let you go on a mission alone with a bunch of men? Ah, Du Zetian gritted his teeth and beat his chest. Du Xiaowei sighed softly, and the bystanders saw clearly. Forget it, some injuries have to be suffered before you understand. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan stood at the special parking spot of Dijiaxiang in the outer city of the base, watching the snow foam slowly falling from the sky, and Su Sanson couldn't help but raise his hand to catch it. Xie Yuan gathered the hood of her jacket for her, and adjusted the fire energy on her chest a little bit larger. Su Sanson raised her eyes, and looked back at Xie Yuan with curved eyebrows. Xie Yuan rubbed the little girl's head, and resisted the urge to hug her in his arms. He suddenly turned his head, and asked vigilantly, "Who?" At this time, a strong man, with a big black pot on his back suddenly jumped out of the darkness. The squad leader of Jiazi class, Gua Bangchao. Xie Yuan stretched out his right hand. "Hello, Yuan." Gua Bangchao stretched out his right hand, and shook it solemnly. He could feel that the genetic warrior in front of him was very powerful. With these 5 senses and this energy, he must be a master of flipping the spoon. Oh no, he must be able to cut the dry dumplings with his hand speed. Hey, with such excellent qualifications, how could he be recruited by the back kitchen of Dijiaxiang in advance? If he came to their Du's cooking class, wouldn't he be promoted to the head chef in the back kitchen in a few minutes? Hey, Gua Bangchao nodded, and stretched out his hand from the darkness, and 30 huge sacks appeared in front of him one after another. Xie Yuan raised his eyebrows. What a powerful hidden energy. Gua Bangchao handed 30 large sacks to Xie Yuan. There are 1,500 sets of combat uniforms and combat boots in here. After that, he took out a hemp rope for drying vegetables from the big black pot behind him. On the hemp rope, there was a string of optical computers from base city number 903. This is an optical computer. All the inter-city accounts on the optical computer have been opened, but the user names are all default numbers, and users need to do facial recognition themselves when the time comes. Xie Yuan took the optical computer string again and smiled. Thanks, see you then. Gua Bangchao nodded and turned away, turned around, and disappeared on the spot. Xie Yuan stuffed the optical computer into one of the sacks, and piled 30 sacks into the mist on the top of the Jianbing Xiaowei machine. With a whoosh, the Yongyuan core quickly released energy, and Jianbing Xiaowei took off immediately, and soon disappeared in the snow curtain. At about 4 a.m., a piece of Wangwang snow cake suddenly fell from the sky. Scar was the first to feel the movement, and opened his eyes suddenly. Since eating wild duck eggs, his 5 senses have been greatly improved. He can immediately feel any slight movement, which has caused him to have some neurasthenia and insomnia tonight. He opened the hatch of the hot pot spaceship and quickly got off the ship, and saw a piece of snow cake landing in front of him. Then, Xie Yuan hugged Su Sanson, who was still sleeping, and got out of the aircraft. Scar was shocked. He came back so soon? He was about to speak, but Xie Yuan gave him a look to shut up. Then he settled Su Sanson in the small room reserved for her, in the hot pot spaceship. Then he led Scar to unload the goods and explained, "Here are combat uniforms and combat boots. You can distribute them to everyone after dawn. There are also 250 optical computers here, one for each person. Register yourself." After that, he pulled out several tubes of wholesale nutrient solution and several large bags of exotic beast meat from the trunk of Dai. These were prepared in advance by Tietue and Ulung. Brothers have worked hard, and they still need to eat meat every now and then. The two finished their chat quickly, and Scar choked. It seems that the issue of the protective shield has not been resolved yet. Then when can he return the mini protective shield that he borrowed from Xuanzi? If it takes too long, Xuanzi will be angry. Xie Yuan glanced at him. The protective shield will probably have to wait until tomorrow. We will focus on building it today. You can take 10 people to set off in the evening, and choose the more stable ones. Scar yawned. Got it. The two went to catch up on their sleep. Chapter 367. 2 days later, in the 336th year of the star calendar, the 3rd day of the snowy season, early in the morning, a dark green footbath-shaped aircraft landed at the exclusive parking spot of Master Geo in the outer city of Base 903. Scar led 10 Dawn and Gale genetic warriors, wearing brand new combat uniforms and combat boots sponsored by Old Master Du, and got off the plane with his head held high. Tietue and Ulung drove a second-hand truck and had been waiting here for a long time. Scar smiled and Tietue scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He had always misunderstood Scar before, and punched him several times. Scar patted Tietue on the shoulder. Let's go. Leader of the Knights, take us country bumpkins around this luxurious bay city. Tietue smiled innocently, and then drove a second-hand truck with Ulung, and rushed to the courtyard on the edge of the inner city. The delivery staff they had been waiting for finally arrived. The Meichan Takeaway Knights can finally expand their organization today. In the truck compartment, Scar and 10 Dawn Gale genetic warriors were looking through the window with shining eyes, looking at this ancient-style large base city with a look of curiosity. At the same time, in the bamboo forest outside Du Fu's thatched cottage, Jianbing Xiaowei suddenly took off under the blessing of the Eternal Source Core. Xie Yuan's fingers flew, and he operated the driving screen with a smile on his face. And Su Sanson, with her arms around Xie Yuan's neck, lay in Xie Yuan's arms, and complained shyly, "Why is the white light space of your single-person protective shield so small?" Her voice was muffled, and after she finished speaking, she quickly buried her little head in Xie Yuan's chest. Why is this happening? Isn't it because the temporary protective shield of the quartet team had to stay in the new base, outside the bamboo forest, ready to take over the work of the temporary protective shield of the demon wolf at any time, and Scar had to take 10 people with him to relieve the huge workload of Meichan Takeaway, so the mini protective shield borrowed by Gao Xian was naturally taken away by Scar again. So Captain Xie had to be willing, and happy to use the light of the cramped dawn light again. 15 minutes later, Jianbing Xiaowei quickly docked at the meeting point agreed with the Du family. At the coordinate point, a gray-black streamlined flying saucer with a very high level of style had been waiting here for a long time. Xie Yuan copied a message to the squad leader of Jiazi class, Guobiao, indicating that the other party should expand the range of the temporary protective shield. After confirming that the opponent's temporary protective shield had covered Jianbing Xiaowei, Xie Yuan and Su Sanson immediately got off the plane and quickly entered the opponent's flying saucer, and successfully met with the 4-member team of Jiazi class, and Xu Su who was accompanying them. Let me introduce you. This is Wanyan, this is Piogui, and this is Pengli. Guobiao introduced his team members one by one. Su Sanson looked at the pots, bowls, and pans combination in front of him, and his mouth twitched. It's worthy of being the first team of the kitchen class. I just don't know if you have firewood, rice, oil, and salt, or frying, stewing, and stir-frying and other combinations. After a few simple greetings, Xie Yuan said, for safety reasons, everyone should take our aircraft. The 4 pots, bowls, and pans glanced at the small pancake parked outside without any expression, and secretly gave a thumbs up. This shape, it's a perfect match for their kitchen team, so everyone accepted Xie Yuan's proposal. Of course, Xu Su, as the logistics technician of this operation, was very self-aware, and did not express his opinion on such front-stage decision-making matters. His main point was to obey orders and follow the crowd. Su Sanson glanced at the temporary protective shield in Guobangchu's hand, paused, turned to Xu Su and asked, "Did you bring the heirloom protective shield you mentioned?" Xu Su patted the big pocket on his work clothes and nodded. "I brought it. I will replace it before landing." He just simply didn't want to use it. Su Sanson was relieved, and looked at Xu Su's painful expression, and he understood it very well. Thinking back then, hey, there's no need to think about it. She is very stingy now. Su Sanson sighed. This kind of mentality of consuming scarce materials can only be digested slowly by herself. So she greeted everyone and hurried to Jianbing Xiaowei. Xiaowei only had 4 seats left besides the driving row, but fortunately there was only one more person. Guobangchao gave up his seat, and simply stood behind the driving row, near the cabin door. Su Sanson glanced at the people on this plane and took a deep breath. Why did he suddenly feel like a tour guide leading a group? It was a 7-person boutique group, with no shopping and no forced consumption. The main point was to have fun and make money. With a woo, Jianbing Xiaowei quickly took off with the blessing of the Yongyuan Corps. They were all people from big families, who had seen the world. They looked at the golden light flashing in the energy converter under the driving screen and were stunned. It was actually the Yongyuan Corps. The Su family is indeed wealthy. Jianbing Xiaowei quickly rose to the height, and arrived near the Qinghai Tibet Plateau 15 minutes later. However, before it was completely close, everyone could feel the thick fog ahead through the window. Guobangchao, who had once explored, frowned slightly and immediately said, "This is the storm cyclone that shrouds the sky all year round. We specially selected the hot season to descend, but we also failed. Now it is the snow season. I am afraid it will be more difficult." Before he finished saying be careful, he saw Jianbing Xiaowei sticking directly to the outermost side of the storm cyclone, and falling at a high speed. Xie Yuan's fingers flew on the driving screen, and soon arrived at the bottom of the storm cyclone. The bottom directly bordered the storm cyclone with undulating glaciers. Above the glaciers, and below the boundary of the storm cyclone, was a falling ice belt hundreds of meters high. As the name suggests, the ice belt has countless stalactite-like ice cones, falling straight down from the boundary of the storm cyclone to the glacier. Su Sanson blinked his eyes, looking at the ice belt in front of him like Tetris, and his brain twitched. This is how it falls. There is no automatic reduction function of the system, so it will accumulate more and more, and then break the sky, and the game is over? This is unscientific. Just as Su Sanson's thoughts were scattered, suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Boom! Then, the sound of crashing came from far to near, and the next second, a huge glacier collapsed in front of everyone. This is an avalanche? No, it's an ice avalanche. Xie Yuan frowned slightly and tentatively analyzed. It should be that there are too many ice cones falling, and the glacier below can't support it, so it collapsed completely. Su Sanson pursed her lips tightly. The glacier can't support it. Is it hollow below? Otherwise, how could it collapse downwards? Xie Yuan patted the little girl's head to comfort her. He signaled Shu Su to quickly open the temporary protective cover of the Shu family's heirloom, and then whispered, "Get ready, we're officially leaving now." As soon as the voice fell, there was a woo sound, and Jianbing Xiaowei directly stuck to the bottom of the glacier belt and flew away at a high speed. Be careful. There are ice cones. The pots, bowls, pans, and basins group of 4 was immediately shocked. I thought Xie Yuan would use his super reaction to dodge at high speed, but who knew that this pancake would rush forward and rush indirectly? The 4 people were quick-eyed and quick-handed, and reflexively put the big black pot, big gold bowl, big silver ladle, and big copper basin on their backs on their foreheads. Guobangchao also took advantage of the situation, and pulled Shu Su under his black pot. Several people held their breath, and were ready to face the critical hit. At the moment, they watched the ice cones swish falling around them, but they only saw them falling, but did not hear their sound. There was silence in the aircraft, and Pancake Xiaowei just passed through the ice belt safely for nearly 3 minutes. The 5 fully armed people looked at each other. All of them were shocked and looked at Su Sanson and Xie Yuan in the driving row. Su Sanson had no time to care about the people behind her at this moment. She was looking at the map and the vast glaciers outside the window, trying hard to recall the specific location of the Bulala Palace. Xie Yuan drove Jianbing Xiaowei and continued to speed on the White Glacier. And what about Jianbing Xiaowei? With the blessing of the stagnation element Xiaoshi, the icicle crown on the top of the head overlooked the snowy glacier in a very domineering manner. The Jianbing man in the air was mighty and domineering, and Su Sanson in the co-pilot seat frowned and sank in his heart. It's over. How did the Qinghai Tibet Plateau become like this? A vast expanse of white, except for glaciers. Glaciers. This is completely different from the plateau landforms in her memory. How can she find the Bulala Palace? Chapter 368. Su Sanson quickly zoomed out the map. There was no other way. The entire landscape in front of her had completely changed. There was no way to confirm the best landing point through the window, in the most intuitive way. She closed her eyes, and recalled the specific location of Lhasa City that she saw on the weather forecast after the news broadcast every night when she was a child, and prepared to use the radar to finally locate it. However, when she zoomed out the map and scanned the radar imaging again and again, she found that the real-time positioning coordinates of Jianbing Xiaowei had disappeared. It's over. It must be because of the interference of the storm belt. There is no signal here at all. The radar is completely ineffective. Su Sanson frowned. No, we have to find another way quickly. She thought for a while, turned her head, and looked at Xie Yuan beside her. Can we quickly go around the edge of the ice belt? She must find a familiar reference in this area first. Xie Yuan glanced at the ineffective radar and nodded. Jianbing Xiaowei immediately turned around and returned along the original route, then started from their starting point and quickly circled along the border. 20 minutes later, suddenly, a steep and magnificent stretch of glaciers stood straight in front of everyone. The stretch of glaciers was looming in the vast fog. Su Sanson looked through the window and looked at the glacier in front of her, which was like the back of an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this what the roof of the world means? She widened her eyes and stared at one of the ice peaks that was obviously higher than the other glaciers. She secretly clenched her fists and was very excited. I saw that this ice peak was steep and majestic, like a sharp sword piercing the sky, so she found it, this silent giant Mount Everest. Look! Guobangchao, who had been standing behind the driving row, suddenly exclaimed. With a boom, countless ice cones fell, and Mount Everest just collapsed. What? Sue Sanson opened her mouth wide. No, it's her Everest, it just disappeared. As this ice peak collapsed, the number 2 ice peak not far away rose rapidly under the accumulation of countless ice cones, immediately replacing the previous highest peak and becoming the new Mount Everest. Sue Sanson swallowed his saliva. Did you guys discuss it and take turns to be the banker? Xie Yuan drove the Jianbing Shaowei around the glacier, which was rising and falling, and taking turns to be the banker, for about 10 minutes. It was confirmed that although the glacier belt in front of him was extremely unstable in shape, the overall altitude was indeed the highest in the entire area. Sue Sanson finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't find Mount Everest, the glacier in front of her, that was constantly changing in shape, was most likely the Himalayas. Hey, it's not bad to be able to locate the Himalayas. She recalled the map and turned to look at Xie Yuan. Follow this glacier, let's go northeast. Xie Yuan followed Sue Sanson's instructions, and drove the Jianbing Shaowei slowly toward the northeast. After a few minutes, Sue Sanson pointed to a very flat place below, which could even be said to be faintly reflective, and reminded, wait a minute, descend and see what that is. Everyone looked in the direction of Sue Sanson's finger, and saw something below that was not quite regular in shape, but felt like a mirror, and was slightly flashing. What is this? Everyone was puzzled. Sue Sanson was talking to himself in his heart. If I'm not wrong, it might be Nanso, the famous lake on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Jianbing Shaowei slowly descended, and suddenly, a huge vortex of wind rose from the bottom, whoosh rising up. Xie Yuan was quick-witted and quickly drove the aircraft to rise to avoid it. In order to ensure that the aircraft can have airflow and fly smoothly, the bottom of Jianbing Shaowei has no stagnation element protection. The moment the strong vortex rose, the ice belt above the head swished and dropped countless ice cones. The ice cones shot straight at the mirror below like spikes. However, the mirror seemed to have a premonition and raised a whirlwind directly. With a few clicks, the ice cone was crushed into fine powder by the whirlwind. Like falling snow, it fell gracefully. In the blink of an eye, the mirror regained its calm again. At this time, a crisp pop sound suddenly came from the cabin. Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that a spider web suddenly cracked at the bottom of the pancake Shaowei. Oops, is it the whirlwind just now? This strangling force is so strong. Xie Yuan immediately drove the pancake Shaowei and continued to climb the altitude. From this point of view, the ice falling belt is not the most dangerous. On the contrary, the closer to the bottom, the greater the uncertainty. Sue Sanson looked back at the mirror that had just passed by, and then looked in the direction of the east by the northeast. If that place is really Nanso, then the original Lhasa city should be nearby. If we find Lhasa city, we can find Bulala Palace. We have to find a way to get down. Hiss. The Pots and Pans team and Shusu all took a breath. They all thought that the crack in the aircraft meant that the operation had failed. Everyone had already prepared themselves mentally to retreat immediately, go back to redeploy, and fight again next time. But what did Miss Sue mean by that? Find a way to get down? Now, as the 5 people were quietly retreating, they heard Xie Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Well, if we want to go down, we definitely can't take the aircraft anymore. The 5 people were shocked again. No, we can't get down even if we take the aircraft. If we don't take the aircraft, are we going to give ourselves up? Are all the Sue family members so reckless when they go on missions? At this time, Xie Yuan continued to analyze. We can hover Shaowei in the air. I feel that this altitude is in the high ice zone and is relatively safe. Let's just fly down and have a look. After speaking, Sue Sanson nodded. He looked at the 5 people behind the driving row who were dumbfounded. Do you have wind-type mobile weapons? The 4 Pots and Pans suddenly looked terrified and questioned, and immediately showed a stiff smile of courtesy, frugality, and gentleness. The 4 people quickly took off the pots and pans on their heads and handed them forward, showing no sign of retreat or cowardice. They said in unison, yes. Shuso looked left and right, and wrapped his work jacket tightly with great worry. Hey, no, how come this change of face is faster than turning over a pot? The majestic retreat drum. At this moment only Shuso was left, beating a sparse rhythm, and soon drowned in the sound of Xie Yuan's deployment. Sue Sanson took over his family's ancestral protective shield directly from Shuso, and then expanded the range little by little according to Xie Yuan's requirements. When the white light just overflowed the bottom of the aircraft, the picture sent back by the external camera of the aircraft showed that there was a mist rising suddenly, and the white light disappeared in the air in an instant, Oh my god, is the pollution here so strong? The energy of the temporary protective shield handed down by the Gongshu family was consumed so quickly. Chapter 369. Xie Yuan quickly input a series of commands on the driving screen, and Jianbing Xiaowei immediately entered the hovering mode. Then, there was a chi sound, the hatch opened, and a biting cold wind blew. Xie Yuan turned his head, and helped Zhu Sanson adjust the fire energy on his chest to the maximum, and then he stepped out of the hatch directly. At this moment, the white light of the temporary protective shield passed down by the Gongshu family was just between the stagnation elements on the periphery and the aircraft cabin wall. Xie Yuan quickly climbed to the top of the aircraft, left enough small stones for Jianbing Xiaowei, and then took down 6 metal sticks about 3 meters long from the top of the aircraft. Each metal stick had a small stone with a missed range of about 1 to 1.5 meters on the top. When Xie Yuan returned to the hatch again, he directly ordered everyone to carry the oxygen tanks prepared by the Du family in advance. The oxygen outside was very thin, so thin that it could be said that there was no oxygen at all. Xie Yuan also temporarily installed 4 fluid metal plates around Zhu Sanson's small cart, and the small cart was upgraded to a small metal compartment on the spot. So when everyone was fully armed and the hatch was opened again, they saw that a Cyclone small compartment was carrying the God Car Hero couple duo. A Cyclone big black pot was boiling. Oh no, it was filled with Guabangqiao and Shusu. Wan Yin was sitting in a Cyclone big golden bowl. A Cyclone big silver ladle was scooping up the ticket ghost. Peng Li was sitting in a Cyclone big copper basin. But each of them had a long metal stick on their backs, and at the top of the metal stick, a small black stone was silently supporting the sky above their heads. Zhu Sanson officially took over the Gongshu family's ancestral temporary protective shield. The range of the temporary protective shield was not open to the maximum, and the white light always remained inside the cardboard and the pots and pans. It's better to save some energy in a place that consumes so much energy of the protective shield. There are stagnation elements above everyone's head, and special metals around, and at the bottom barely resist. Although the white light emitted by the temporary protective shield is still gradually being eaten away by the surrounding airflow, at least the 7 people are not invaded by any pollutants. Shusa sat in the pot, looking at the white light that was being atomized outside the big black pot, and his heart was bleeding. Oh my god, is the ancestral relic that his family has been reluctant to use for dozens of generations going to be completely broken by him today? Alas, he can't take the blame for this. On the somersault cloud, Xie Yuan's tall body hugged the little girl in front of him tightly, and pulled a hood on her head for her, whispering, "Are you cold?" Zhu Sanson's face turned red from the cold, and he took a deep breath of oxygen, his teeth trembling, and shook his head with a stiff smile. Xie Yuan frowned, holding the little girl in his arms, using his body to block the airflow around her, and quickly took out another fire-type nuclear crystal from the bag and stuffed it into her arms. 2 minutes later, the pots, pans, and bowls began to slowly descend towards the east of the mirror and slightly north under the guidance of the somersault cloud. After crossing a glacier, a vast expanse of white snow gradually came into view. Everyone was delighted. Could it be? That's what they found? Such a flat terrain seems very suitable for human habitation more than 500 years ago. So, below is the legendary Bulala Palace. Just when everyone was overjoyed, suddenly, a gust of wind blew over, making everyone unstable, and the formation was about to be disrupted. With a clattering sound, chains flew out one after another, and the chains immediately connected to each other, tightly tying the somersault cloud and the pots and pans together. Fortunately, Xie Yuan was well prepared. The 7 of them now only had a temporary protective shield, and they must not get separated. However, just as everyone stabilized their bodies in the air, suddenly, another more violent gust of wind blew, and at the same time, ice cones fell one after another. Then, a powerful voice suddenly rose from below. Where did this monkey come from? The sound waves vibrated like thunder. Boom! The glaciers in the distance were directly shaken by the sudden roar and collapsed. Somersault cloud and pots and pans had no time to stabilize their bodies again in the strong wind just now, and everyone was stunned by this sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. What? There are people here? Only Zhu Sanson had a strange look on her face, with an expression that said, I'm hallucinating. Isn't it possible that Guanyin Bodhisattva or Tathagata Buddha lives below? Otherwise, how could she hear the word monkey in the end times? This is simply outrageous. Seeing that everyone seemed to be only surprised that there was someone below, they didn't pay attention to the word monkey. Zhu Sanson shook her head, thinking that her brain must have been frozen and she had hallucinations. But just as the somersault cloud and pots and pans slowly landed on the snowy plain, Suddenly, that powerful voice rang out again. You naughty monkey. Don't even think about getting out of my 5-finger mountain. In an instant, a series of sharp and tough glaciers rose directly from the ground, and surrounded the somersault cloud and pots and pans tightly. Hey! No! How come it's really Tathagata Buddha? This doesn't fit the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Sue Sanson screamed wildly in her heart. But Tathagata Buddha didn't seem to mind this overly mixed plot. The glaciers continued to rise rapidly one after another. Sue Sanson widened her eyes and struggled desperately. No, Buddha, you got the wrong person. They are not those ignorant monkeys. As if Tathagata Buddha could hear what she was thinking, he suddenly snorted. Humph. Monkey, I think you are itching for trouble. Such a careless lie, you actually said it out of your mouth. Don't you know how to look in the mirror? Sue Sanson frowned. What does it mean? She quickly looked at the 5-fingered icebergs around her, and then hurriedly examined her and everyone else's looks. How to say it? Although it was a bit too fake, everyone did step on the wind whirl weapon and carry a long stick on their backs. But this is not the somersault cloud and the golden hoop stick. Such a sloppy shape. Buddha, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Besides, there can't be 7 monkeys at the same time, right? The number doesn't match. However, at this moment, Guabangqiao, who was in the big black pot beside him, suddenly stood up in a hurry, looked at Sue Sanson with horror, and shouted, Oh no! Big brother, the master was kidnapped by the monster. Huh? Sue Sanson widened his eyes, rubbed his ears, followed Guabangqiao's eyes, and pointed at himself hesitantly. Me? Big brother? Guabangqiao hummed, and suddenly made 2 pig calls. Sue Sanson swallowed her saliva and looked at Guabangqiao, who was sitting alone in the black pot, patting his round belly. She was shocked. What's going on? Where's Shusu? Why is Shusu gone? She turned her head quickly and looked at Xie Yuan behind her. However, at this moment, 2 identical Xie Yuans suddenly appeared behind her. The 2 Xie Yuans smiled at her at the same time. Sanson, I wear a white dress, okay. White? White dragon horse? Ah, what's going on? Where's Xie Yuan? Where's her black Xie Yuan? Chapter 370. Sue Sanson looked at the 2 Xie Yuans who were acting the same, and rolled his eyes. Stop it! It's already so late. Hurry up and turn off the copy-paste weapon. Shusu is gone. However, the 2 Xie Yuans in white were very puzzled and tilted their heads, as if they were very dissatisfied with Sue Sanson's answer, and said angrily, You tell me first, do I look good in white? He seemed to be very persistent about this question. Sue Sanson frowned. What's wrong with Captain Xia? Is he under a spell? Why would he ask such an inappropriate and meaningless question? Sue Sanson was a little annoyed, but still answered according to his heart. Looks good. You are the most handsome. Okay. Hurry up and follow me to find Shusa first. Who knew that Xie Yuan suddenly became stubborn and unreasonable? Then who do you think looks good, me or him? The 2 Xie Yuans pointed at each other, as if they wanted to see who was better at this moment. Sue Sanson was stunned. Is there any difference? Aren't they both you? She was speechless. If you turn off the copy-paste weapon, I tell you. Brother, can we stop worrying about this issue? At this time, the 2 Xie Yuans smiled at the same time. How can there be no difference? One is my body, and the other is my soul. Can they be the same? Sue Sanson's breathing stagnated. Body. Soul. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she slowly looked back at Xie Yuan. And the 2 Xie Yuans still looked at her with a smile. Are your body and soul the same? Are they the same person? Sue Sanson's heart trembled, and she was a little unsteady. Her voice suddenly trembled, and she asked back, What do you mean? The 2 Xie Yuans suddenly said in unison, Do you like my soul or my body? Tell me, soul or body? Sue Sanson's pupil shrank, and his mind was full of thoughts. So Xie Yuan, do you like me or the original owner's skin? At the same time, Xie Yuan looked at Sue Sanson lying in the snow not far away, and his heart sank. I saw that Sue Sanson's chest was pierced by a sharp ice cone, and streams of blood were gushing out. The surrounding snow was instantly dyed red. No, don't. Xie Yuan was shocked. His Sanson, he couldn't protect his Sanson. Xie Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he collapsed instantly. He quickly picked up the long knife and ran towards Sanson. He had to save her. If he sacrificed his life, he had to save her. Yuan! Are you crazy? Suddenly, Guabangqiao and Shusa rushed out from behind and grabbed Xie Yuan, who was running wildly. Miss Sue has left the temporary protective shield. She is contaminated. What is the purpose of our operation this time? It is to find the relic. It is to save the base. You can't be confused at the critical moment. Don't sacrifice more people in the base for one person. Xie Yuan's hands were entangled by Gua Bangchao and Shu Su. He struggled hard and tried his best to break free. At this time, Wang Yan, Piogui and Peng Li also joined the camp to drag him. There were too many people, and he couldn't get rid of the clamp at all. In the distance, San San, who was lying in a pool of blood, had begun to mutate. His pretty little face gradually became hideous. Soon, fangs grew out, and the corners of his mouth grinned to his ears. No! San San! Xie Yuan screamed in pain. His heart was torn apart. He clenched his back teeth, exerted all his strength, and used his amazing explosive power to directly shake off the 5 people around him, and then he disappeared in an instant. He rushed out of the protection range of the temporary protective shield and rushed to his San San. What base? What more people? In his heart, no one is more important than San San. If there is no San San in the world, what is the point of him living alone? The entire doomsday, to him, is not as good as a San San. Xie Yuan quickly came to Su San San's side and hugged the little girl, who was still bleeding. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, and carefully smoothed the broken hair covering her cheeks. Looking at Su Sansan, who was now ferocious, he still said softly, Sansan, don't be afraid, no one will hurt you. Su Sansan blinked her bright almond eyes with difficulty, grinning with her bloody mouth full of fangs, and shook her head with a wry smile with her last bit of rationality. I am not myself anymore, you. Don't be stupid. Xie Yuan looked up and rubbed her head, just like before, but his eyes were already full of tears. No. No matter what you become, you are still you, and you will always be my best Sansan. After saying that, he pointed at his suddenly longer fangs and smiled. Look. I am the same as you. Don't dislike me, okay? Snap. With a sound, a high-energy knife suddenly flew out and stabbed directly in front of Xie Yuan's eyes. A mutant snow fox with a mouth full of fangs was killed on the spot. Xie Yuan opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Sansan, who was constantly shooting conical snake scales around him, and was stunned for a moment. So, everything just now was an illusion, but how could it be so real? Su Sansan pulled back the high-energy knife, jumped up, and stabbed the high-energy knife directly between Shu Su and Gua Bangchao, who were lying in the big pot. Puff! A mutant snow fox suddenly appeared from the snowfield and flew towards the big black pot, killing it on the spot. Xie Yuan quickly came to his senses, drew the long knife on his back, and immediately joined the battle. Countless silver-white mutant snow foxes kept coming from all directions to surround the 7 people. Su Sansan and Xie Yuan quickly harvested the crops with their knives. At this time, Gua Bangchao suddenly shouted in the big black pot, I won't take the blame. So he opened his eyes, and finally woke up. He was stunned for a moment, looking at the corpses of the strange beasts around him, and gradually realized that the series of blame-shifting, blame-taking scenes he had just experienced were all fake. So he stretched out his hand, took out a fire stick from the air, and immediately joined the battlefield. With the addition of the squad leader of Jiazi class, the pressure on Su Sansan and Xie Yuan was much less. 5 minutes later, Wang Yan, Piogui and Peng Li also woke up one after another. Su Sansan glanced at the Master Shu Su, who was still sleeping unconscious in the big pot, and felt a little disgusted, and sighed silently. Well, okay, Master is always the last one to be rescued. Who let him be a technical talent who needs to be protected? 15 minutes later, the siege of the mutant snow fox was successfully resolved. Everyone was resting in their own whirlwind vehicles, breathing heavily. The attack power of this mutant snow fox was really strange. It could actually induce sleep and control dreams. If they were not strong enough, wouldn't they be eaten by the mutant snow foxes while being trapped by the inner demon? Su Sansan turned her head and looked at Xie Yuan beside her. She was trapped in a dream before, and was almost devoured by the inner demon. Suddenly, for some reason, the 2 Xie Yuans in white clothes in front of her suddenly merged into one, and turned into the familiar black clothes. However, she didn't know what happened. He who was still smiling in the last second suddenly became panicked, and ran towards her with tears in his eyes. Indistinctly, she seemed to hear his choked voice saying to herself, no matter what you become, you are still you. The next second, she suddenly opened her eyes, and saw a mutant snow fox flying towards her with a bloody mouth. So she immediately drew her knife and stabbed. Su Sansan blinked, looked at Xie Yuan, and hesitated to speak. You, what did you see in your dream? Xie Yuan's body froze. The dream made him too depressed and uncomfortable. He closed his eyes, and didn't want to recall the image of Sansan lying in a pool of blood. So he took a deep breath, lowered his head, and stared at the little girl in front of him. Sansan, no matter what happens, I will not leave you. Sue Sanson's heart trembled, and his ears felt slightly hot. At this time, Gua Bangchao pointed at Shu Su, who was still sleeping beside him, and looked at Sue Sanson. What should we do? Sue Sanson had to come back to her senses, shifted her sight to the black pot, and sighed. What can she do? She blinked her big eyes quickly. Oh, let's try it out. So she suddenly shouted at Shu Su. Oh my! How could the ancestral protective shield of the Gongshu family be stolen? As soon as the voice fell, Shu Su opened his eyes wide, and immediately woke up with his teeth and claws bared, shouting, Who? Who stole it? Chapter 371. Everyone quickly told Shu Su what happened before, and then hurriedly began to dissect and test the mutant snow fox corpses on the ground. Ding! Moderate pollution can be used. Ding! Moderate pollution can be used. After several consecutive detection sounds of moderate pollution, it was repeated with severe pollution. Strange. Sue Sanson frowned. The pollution here is so strong that even the energy of Gongshu's ancestral protective shield is being rapidly eroded and consumed. Among this group of snow foxes, there are still so many moderately polluted ones. This is unreasonable. Moreover, the 10 or so detected at the beginning were all moderately polluted, and they all became heavily polluted later. Sue Sanson has reason to suspect that this group of mutant snow foxes are probably all moderately polluted beasts, but because they were exposed to the air for too long, they quickly became heavily polluted. So why is this? She looked around, looking at the vast expanse of white, and couldn't help but have a bold guess. Since the snowfield is seriously polluted, then this group of mutant snow foxes must have a relatively safe habitat, and near this safe habitat, there is probably a real body relic, releasing the power of faith, with enough protection of the power of faith. The mutant snow foxes will naturally not become heavily polluted. So, where is their habitat? At this time, Xie Yuan waved his long knife and opened a lavender nuclear crystal from the head of the smallest snow fox. Xie Yuan retracted the blade and handed the nuclear crystal to Sue Sanson. Sue Sanson frowned slightly and asked tentatively, Dream system? Xie Yuan smiled slightly. Okay. Let's call it Dream System. This was the first time he had seen such a nuclear crystal. Everyone quickly cleaned up the moderately polluted mutant snow fox corpse, and immediately drove their own whirlwind weapons, carrying metal sticks, and continued to move slowly on the snowfield, searching everywhere. Because Sue Sanson said that if the habitat of the mutant snow fox could be found, there was a high probability that the real body relic could be found. However, everyone followed the mutant snow fox's attack path, and searched in the opposite direction for more than 10 minutes. The white snowfield was smooth, and there was not even a footprint or hair, no clues. Everyone was a little discouraged. Suddenly, there was a click sound, as if something had cracked. Immediately afterwards, there was another rumbling sound. In an instant, the snowfield was shaking. In the blink of an eye, the topography of the entire snowfield changed immediately. Countless ice cones fell from the sky. If it weren't for the small stones on the metal sticks trying to block them, the 7-member elite group would have been pierced into a sieve. As the ice cones fell, the snow surface cracked, and the cracks expanded and expanded, forming countless gullies. The gullies continued to tear downwards, and instantly turned into an abyss. Oh my god, this underground is really empty. The 7 people reacted quickly and hurriedly drove their own wind-swept small cars and pots and pans to hover over the cracking abyss. Be careful! Xie Yuan shouted, and saw that the abyss that had just cracked suddenly began to merge rapidly again. Everyone immediately raised their altitude. Bang! With a loud noise, the snow surface merged, but not far away, new cracks began to form. Sue Sanson frowned slightly. In this case, she couldn't rush down into the abyss. If she was not careful, she would be trapped and killed halfway. That would be the end of her. But how could she find the Bulala Palace if she didn't go down to explore? Such a thick ice surface can't be dug manually. This is too inefficient. Sue Sanson's thoughts raced as she drove the somersault cloud through the snow surface that was constantly cracking and merging. Suddenly, a yellow-white figure flashed through the crack. What was that? She immediately stopped the somersault cloud and hurried down. She saw a round, fat head suddenly poking out of the crack, and then suddenly shrinking back. On the big head, there was a brown tentacle. Tentacle? Sue Sanson always felt that it didn't look like a tentacle. Why did it look more like a branch or a plant root? Xie Yuan also caught a glimpse of it and whispered to Sue Sanson, "Let's go take a look." Sue Sanson nodded and immediately drove the cart down to the crack. Pots and Pans was stunned. Although he felt that this move was a bit reckless, he immediately followed. Who let the Gongshu family's heirloom shield be on Sue Sanson? However, even if everyone didn't want to follow, The metal chains tied to them would pull each other, and finally be pulled together. Somersault Cloud dived quickly, and whooshed past by the tentacle that looked like a branch. The moment it passed, Sue Sanson stretched out his right hand, and the light brain quickly scanned. Ding! Mildly contaminated, edible. A mechanical sound resounded throughout the crack. Sue Sanson's eyes lit up, and he was about to grab it with his backhand, but the tentacle suddenly shrank back into the crack wall. Oops, I couldn't catch it. I can't let it run away. Sue Sanson's heart tightened, and a big hand stretched out in an instant, firmly grasping the tentacle. Xie Yuan made a move at the right time, quickly and accurately grasping the handle of the fat-headed beast. There was a sudden kong sound, and the fat-headed beast felt that someone had pinched its pigtails, and immediately twisted its body. Its huge body struggled wildly in the crack wall, shaking the surrounding broken ice. In just 2 seconds, a huge irregular cave was formed in its violent struggle. The fat-headed beast shook the pigtail on the top of its head vigorously, but still felt a strong sense of restraint. It felt bad, and immediately turned around like a top, flying towards the cave behind it. It was when this fat-headed beast turned around at high speed that Sue Sanson finally saw the full appearance of this guy. It turned out to be a big brown worm. Worm? Branch? This is a worm and a root. Sue Sanson took a deep breath of oxygen. I'm afraid it's Cordyceps sinensis? Before thinking too much, the big worm had already quickly drilled into the ice cave. Xie Yuan held the little braid of the big worm on the top of his head with his right hand. The chain behind him pulled a long string of pots and pans. The small train was attached to the wall of the ice cave, up and down, drawing naughty wavy lines, like a rolling train in an amusement park, quickly shuttling through this white tunnel. Not long after the rolling train started, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind everyone. Oh my god! How did the hole in the ice crack start to heal? In less than a breath, the hole healed while the entire ice cave was shrinking rapidly from back to front. Oh my god! This snowfield is starting to eat people. The big copper basin in the last car of the train was immediately in danger. Peng Li, who was sitting in the copper basin, quickly took out a metal vegetable washing board and chopped it hard behind him. Bang bang bang. The vegetable washing board quickly cut the ice surface, and the copper basin barely avoided the ice hole behind him that was closing rapidly. Shrink! Xie Yuan shouted. Everyone immediately understood, and hurriedly tightened the metal chain to minimize the distance between Somersault Cloud and pots and pans. The 5 whirlwind weapons were close to each other, trying to shorten the length of the train. However, the ice cave shrank too fast, and Peng Li in the copper basin was in danger again. Sue Sanson glanced at the cordyceps spirit that was desperately digging a hole under him, and immediately shouted behind him, "Get into the big black pot! Don't exceed the length of this big worm." Then, there were a few pops, and Wan Yin, Piogui and Peng Li, like dumplings, sat in the monitor's black pot in unison. Well, although this black pot is indeed unbearable, sitting in it occasionally should not affect their personal feng shui. The crisis was resolved, and the small train shortened to 2 carriages continued to move forward up and down under the cordyceps spirit's hard digging. More than 10 minutes later, after a long and tortuous rapid descent, there was a whoosh sound, and suddenly, the white ice layer around disappeared, and the eyes were suddenly dark. Then, not far away, there was a sudden duh sound, as if something was rotating very rhythmically. Soon, a soft and solemn voice came from a distance. "Mimi mommy, Mimi mommy, Mimi mommy, Mimi mommy, this is." Someone is chanting. Chapter 372. It was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Not only did Sue Sanson's eyes go dark, but even the Jin warriors including Xie Yuan couldn't see the surrounding environment clearly. And the solemn and soft chanting sound in his ears was still singing slowly. Suddenly, countless soft lights flashed. The orange-yellow flames, like the eternal lamps enshrined in front of the Buddhist shrine, lit up in circles with a small train as the center. In an instant, the night seemed to welcome the dawn, and the world was full of warmth. Sue Sanson hurriedly glanced around, and pieces of colorful prayer flags were floating in the soft light without wind. And under the prayer flags, there were prayer wheels floating in the air, rotating by themselves. Duh, the prayer wheels shook their heads and made a very regular beat. Behind the prayer wheels that circled around the train were high monks wearing red robes, sitting cross-legged, chanting scriptures. The head and face of the living Buddha were looming in the soft light. Sue Sanson blinked his almond eyes hard, but he could not see his true appearance. Mimi mommy, Mimi mommy, the chanting sound stepped on the beat of the prayer wheel, and continued to chant and circle around Sue Sanson and the other 7 people. Xie Yuan suddenly realized that the little braid that was just in his hand suddenly disappeared, and the mutated fat-headed worm was completely gone at this moment. At this time, Wan Yin, who was in the black pot, suddenly sighed, "Oh my! How can there be so many burning fire sticks around? Squad leader, isn't your magic weapon known to be unique?" Su Sanson was stunned. Fire stick? She took a closer look. Oh my god, the surroundings, which were flickering incense oil lamps the previous second, turned into fire sticks with flames on their heads in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Pyogui and Pengli in the big black pot shook their heads at the same time. "Wan Yin, what are you looking at? What's burning around is clearly the firewood pile in the stove. We use firewood piles when we stir the spoon and blanch water, don't we? How can it be fire sticks?" At this time, Guabangchao laughed out loud, denying Pyogui and Pengli's statement. "No, this is clearly a circle of fire nuclear crystals that are releasing energy. I use this thing every time I light a fire in the stove. There is no way I can make a mistake." Su Sanson frowned, watching the soft light around her turn from incense to fire sticks, then from fire sticks to firewood piles, and now from firewood piles to circles of fire nuclear crystals. "Hey! No! Is this a script-killing game of the little match girl selling? How can this scene change so suddenly?" Before Su Sanson finished complaining in his heart, Shu Su, who was in the big black pot, suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at the circles of soft light around him, whispering and trembling, It's a relic." Su Sanson's body paused, and when he looked closely, the fire-type nuclear crystals in front of him immediately turned into small crystals emitting yellow light. Xie Yuan frowned slightly, feeling something strange, so he gently pinched Sanson's shoulder. Su Sanson suddenly came back to his senses, and after another blink, he found that the soft light was still the same as at the beginning, the incense oil lamp. At this moment, the chanting stopped suddenly, and a sneer came from the sky. "Humph! I didn't expect to meet a person with a firm mind." Suddenly, a soft light fell and covered Xie Yuan's head. A sneer sounded. "Donor, I see that you have good roots and a firm mind. Are you willing to convert to Buddhism?" Su Sanson paused. "Convert to Buddhism? There is no need. What if old Xie becomes a monk? What should she do?" Xie Yuan frowned slightly, and his tone was alert. "Who are you?" The soft light suddenly withdrew, and a sneer came from the air again. "Humph! It turns out that you are a layman who can't break away from worldly ties. What a waste of my feelings and my painstaking efforts." Suddenly, the chanting sounded again. Me mommy, Ming me mommy." Shu Su, who was in the big black pot, suddenly became emotional. "So, this is what the ancestors said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I will save all living beings with my flesh." He Gong Shu Su, in this life, actually has such an opportunity to have such a close contact with a legendary monk. Shu Su trembled and suddenly shouted to the void, "Monk, please accept the worship of Gongshu's descendants." In an instant, the surrounding firelight flickered slightly, and the flame suddenly tilted back, as if retreating to a void. Then, an anxious and serious voice suddenly floated from the air. "Hurry up and put your knees away." Shu Su's legs, kneeling in the air, suddenly paused, and immediately froze in place. Guabangchao quickly reached out, and picked up Shu Su, who was about to fall to the side. At this time, a very contemptuous and disdainful snort came from the air. "Hurry up and put your knees away. Young people, don't think that you can fulfill my wish worth 1 million by bowing a few times and offering a few dollars. You think my Buddha is merciful, so I am at a disadvantage. You don't want to embarrass yourself, so you come to embarrass the Buddha? Look at your greedy hearts. There are only $12 in this small merit box, and you want to take 1 million directly from me? Are you trying to force my Buddha to go bankrupt?" My Buddha really overreacted, and was just taking advantage of the topic. But Su Sanson was still quickly into the role, and she rolled her eyes. Turning over, he continued with the next sentence. "Why do we have to take out this 1 million from the merit box? Why don't you tell him the number, and let him buy a lottery ticket directly? This way, it will be good for you, him, and everyone else. Isn't it a merit?" After the mumbling stopped, the chanting sound, as the background music suddenly paused. Su Sanson's eyes jumped. Damn! Did he hear this? In her mind, a more appropriate background music suddenly sounded. The most feared thing is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. Xie Yuan immediately became alert, holding the long knife tightly in his hand, and pots and pans also immediately picked up the weapons in their hands. Unexpectedly, a dazzling golden light suddenly sprinkled on Su Sanson. A voice paused and said suspiciously, "I want to ask you, at the end of the month, I found that the money in the merit box was 1 cent less than the amount recorded in the account book. May I ask, how should I deal with it?" Su Sanson was stunned, and inexplicably felt that this question was very strange. Isn't this a problem that only accountants encounter when closing accounts at the end of the month? How can she, a half-baked medical student, understand the pain of reconciliation and inequity? It is even more impossible to find a solution. The voice in the air suddenly began to urge, and the chanting around gradually became louder, as if the Buddha cast a spell that made everyone feel dizzy and weak. Su Sanson suddenly felt something was wrong, so he tried to speak. How about letting Pin Sisi help you cut it? The disturbing chanting stopped abruptly, and the air was quiet again. The next second, the scene changed, and suddenly, a series of golden figures sitting cross-legged in meditation fell from the sky and pressed down toward Su Sanson's small body. At the same time, a series of powerful voices echoed wildly around. Tell me, who are you? Who are you? How do you know Pin Sisi? Chapter 373. Xie Yuan took a long knife and hurriedly blocked in front of Su Sanson. He watched the golden shadows just press down invisibly, and then disappeared in the air in an instant, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But he immediately frowned and looked at his long knife, and doubts arose in his heart. Who is the Pin Sisi mentioned by Sanson? Can he cut with this knife? And the 5 people, Guabangqiao and Shu Se, who were in the big black pot, looked at Yuan standing upright with a knife with a blank face, and looked at each other. Isn't he called Yuan? Could it be that his full name is Pin Sisi? At this time, the incense around the small train suddenly rose. The prayer wheel that was constantly rotating in the air suddenly stopped, and fell to the ground with a click. The chanting sound slowly started again, and the low chanting sound seemed to have the magic of calming the mind. Su Sanson's thoughts raced. The answer she just said with a flash of inspiration seemed to be a good bet. The monk who spoke here, whether it was a remnant soul or a remnant thought, must have come from more than 500 years ago, before the war. Suddenly, the voice in the air sounded again. Girl, have you ever heard the Great Compassion Mantra? Su Sanson frowned slightly. In her previous life, she had heard the first 3 sentences, so she said truthfully, I only heard the first 3 sentences, and I couldn't listen to the rest. The voice in the air suddenly became stern. Why can't you listen? Su Sanson sighed lightly and spread her hands. Hey! QQ and Wang Yun, I don't have money to recharge my membership. The voice in the air suddenly paused again. After a full minute of silence, it said lightly, Buddha is merciful, and will not save poor ghosts. Su Sanson was speechless. No, she had revealed so many professional terms, how could she prove it? Seeing that Su Sanson didn't respond, the voice in the air coughed lightly and broke the silence. How about I give you a few multiple-choice questions? If you can answer all of them correctly, I will be willing to save you. The person with a destiny? Su Sanson was speechless. This monk's desire to communicate was really strong. He must have been trapped here for too long, so he got sick. So she had no choice but to nod helplessly. Okay, you are the Buddha, you are the greatest. She is not afraid if she has to ask questions. The lights around flickered slightly, and a golden shadow suddenly rose into the air, and a powerful voice sounded, Young man, between working and making progress, what choice will you make? The 5 people in the big black pot immediately began to whisper, working and making progress? Of course it's working. Working pays. It's not only working that can make money. Can't you make money by picking up trash? So it should be making progress. Making progress includes working. Xie Yuan frowned slightly, and his eyes looked at San San beside him. The little girl rolled her eyes, twitched her mouth, and said confidently, choose to burn incense. The lights paused, the golden shadow stagnated, and a light hum was heard in the air, and the shadow disappeared in the next second. Only Shusa asked weakly, is this the right answer? No one answered, but then, another golden afterimage rose into the air, and the second voice sounded, young man, between doing questions and doing things. Before the question was finished, Su Sanson answered directly, choose the method. The golden afterimage snapped and disappeared suddenly with reluctance. Following that, another afterimage followed one after another. Su Sanson was concise, and broke them one by one, between asking others for help and asking yourself for help. Choose to ask Buddha. Between relationships and systems? Choose Buddhism. Between being casual and casual? Choose to go with the flow. Then, between working and being people? Choose to meditate. One question and one answer, one up and one down. In a moment, the winner was decided. Su Sanson put his hands on his hips, curled his lips slightly, raised his eyebrows, and said, humph. This is the Heart Sutra of Workers that I would recite several times every day when I open my eyes before I travel through time. Don't think of stumping me. Just when the 5 people in the big black pot were confused and stunned, Suddenly, the lights came on, and the chanting sounded suddenly. A loud laugh suddenly came from the air. Ha ha ha. It's been more than 500 years. Finally. I finally waited for you. The opportunity has come, and the wish has been fulfilled. Once the obsession disappears, return to Buddhism. In an instant, the chanting stopped, the lights went out, and the world returned to darkness. The next second, circles of crystals suddenly appeared around the train. The crystals were shining with soft golden light. In Sue Sanson's hand, a fist-sized spherical crystal was shining with dazzling light. At her feet, a rusty prayer wheel was lying quietly on its back. At the same time, in the bamboo forest outside Du Fu's thatched cottage, more than 200 genetic warriors of Liming and Jifeng had begun to build metal houses on the cleared space with metal plates purchased in large quantities by One-Eyed Zhang and Xie Yuan in advance. At this time, the bamboo forest once again made a rustling sound, followed by the click-click footsteps. Qin Ergu sighed lightly. Hey, here it comes again. He quickly took out the last giant egg from the mist and shouted to Li Xiao, the deputy captain of the Liming Guard, and Fei Hong, the captain of the vanguard team. Brother Li Xiao, brother Fei Hong. Third sister and brother Yuan said that it's your turn this time. Li Xiao and Fei Hong walked quickly into a metal house, looked at the giant egg in Erga's hand, and their eyes were stern. They took the wild duck egg very solemnly and gloriously, each taking half, and quickly shared it. When the two of them came out of the metal house, each with a mutant chestnut shell on their heads, they saw the wild duck pecking and scratching at the four people of the quartet team, giving them a loving hug. The wild duck patted Yuge and Deshui while pecking at Hu Ba and Shao Jia Ba with its big flat head. It sniffed Hu Ba and Shao Jia Ba with its small nostrils, and its round green eyes turned around, filled with healing energy, so that the duck head with little brain capacity tilted slightly. God is watching. There is a smell of fishy smell on these two little guys. It is exactly the same as when it was young. These two guys will definitely have a bright future. After admiring the four newly hatched ducklings yesterday, and the day before yesterday, the big flat head suddenly turned and stared at the more than 200 gene warriors, who were busy building the base in the open space. What's wrong with these two-legged beasts? Why do they stay in its territory? How can its cubs play happily and freely? Humph. See how I deal with you. The wild duck was very angry, flapped its wings directly, and its golden duck beak suddenly opened. Quack, quack, quack. The two big duck paws tossed back and forth, and it was about to attack the team closest to it. Suddenly, its body paused and its eyes turned, looking at the two boiled eggs that suddenly appeared in front of the metal house. Its breathing stagnated. This familiar scene, it's going to have a baby again? At the same time, in the inner city of Base 903, in the cold wind, second-hand bicycles were walking in the streets of the city in the blizzard. Scar closed the metal mask on his face, and turned on the light brain on his wrist with ease. Hello? Jean Guifeng was cutting vegetables while repeating the lines that she had said countless times today. There are 20 new orders. Who of you is free? Come back, and take the orders. Scar looked at the empty takeout box behind him, and replied weakly, I just delivered the last order. I'll be back soon. Who would have thought that he and his brothers had just arrived in this big base city for a few minutes? They thought that they had finally come to the big city, so they had to go shopping first. As a result, the black-hearted thing Iron Hammer directly gave each of them a mask and a bicycle, saying, you can make money and go shopping at the same time. Is he strolling? This is clearly a race against time. He is doing a thorough survey of the city at lightning speed. Dalba sighed helplessly. Okay, he was a little tired, but he had to say that the nuclear crystals in the number 903 base city were so profitable. He earned hundreds of thousands of energy points this morning. Isn't this too magical? On the small bamboo bed in the Gu Pavilion in the commercial street, Guyun's eyelashes moved slightly, and he finally opened his eyes after lifting his eyelids. The Du family servant, who was sitting on the bamboo bed, and in charge of guarding, was startled and hurriedly notified Grandpa Du and others. 10 minutes later, Grandpa Du, Du Ziding and Du Xiaowei rushed into the Gu Pavilion. Guyun turned his head weakly, put one hand into his pocket, and reached out to Du Ziding, who was closest to him. Du Ziding looked at the mahjong tile that suddenly appeared in his palm, and looked at Guyun in confusion. What is this? Guyun exhaled lightly, closed his eyes slightly, and spoke weakly. Find her, quick! Du Ziding looked at the six in his hand and choked. Find him? Who? Why do you have to find Lao Lu? Swindlers can't get anything done. Guyun rolled his eyes, stretched out his hand, held his breath, and kindly handed the six in Du Ziding's hand to him, and explained speechlessly. It's her. 3-3. Chapter 374. Under the ice of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, Su Sanson and his 7 companions discovered that they were in a solemn and majestic hall by the golden light flashing around them. The hall was surrounded by collapsed gray-white stone walls, countless dark golden shrines, and incense plates scattered on the ground in a disorderly manner, as if they were directly overturned by a strange force. Only the center of the hall, with the 7 of them as the center, and the space extending outward for more than 10 meters, was protected intact. In this absolutely tidy space, dozens or hundreds of rotten cushions were neatly arranged into 6 circles. Next to the cushions, there were rusty prayer wheels, tilted on the ground. On each cushion, there was a mottled crimson cassock, stacked wantonly. In the middle of the cassock, a walnut-sized relic was emitting a soft golden light. In the middle of the 6 circles was the location of Su Sanson and Xie Yuan's small carriage. A bright red cassock was strangely draped over Xie Yuan's shoulders, and in Su Sanson's hand was the relic that was shining brightly. Su Sanson picked up the prayer wheel at his feet, turned his head to look at the cassock on Xie Yuan's shoulders, and rolled his eyes. No, isn't his old Xie still in the mortal world and can't enter Buddhism? Why is this monk still obsessed? Is he going to rob him? Su Sanson had just finished complaining in her heart when a light sneer suddenly floated in the air. She paused, and seeing that everyone else looked calm and was staring at the relic around them with joy, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was an auditory hallucination. Shusa stood up from the big black pot, so excited that he could not control himself, and stammered, "These are all golden elixir relics, golden elixir." Although Su Sanson didn't know what the golden elixir was, she could feel from Shusa's tone that the energy of these relics was probably very strong. As the leader of the exploration team, Su Sanson should make key decisions at key points, so she gave an order directly. "Why are you still standing there? Put it in your pocket quickly." More than 10 minutes later, 7 people surrounded the big sack in Su Sanson's hand, pointed at the golden elixir relics in the sack, and confirmed again, 108? Shusa coughed lightly, and said seriously, "It's 108 golden elixir relics, and there are also 216 pieces of relic fragments." What do relic fragments mean? As a technical talent for this mission, Shusa finally had a place to use his skills. Relic fragments are some small debris formed after each main relic is formed. The main relic is generally used for the base protective shield, and the relic fragments are the main raw materials for the temporary protective shield. Everyone nodded, with an expression of learning something new. Su Sanson hurriedly continued to say to Shu Su, "It looks safe here. Why don't you make a temporary shield and a base shield here first? If we encounter any problems, we can find a solution on the spot in time, and see if there are any other auxiliary materials available here." Shusa nodded, and immediately took off the tool bag on his back and started working on the spot. The first thing he made was a temporary shield. After all, it was a golden elixir that he had never touched before. Such precious materials, if he had no experience for the first time and messed up with shaking hands, it would be more economical to waste a fragment than to waste a golden elixir. Shusa worked hard in the big black pot, and Xie Yuan stood by without blinking, blatantly stealing his skills. 1 hour later, a rough-looking but powerful temporary protective cover was finally produced. Everyone studied and tried it out. Well, the range can be large or small, and it can be retracted and extended freely. Well, the intensity can be high or low, energy-saving and worry-free. Well, the brightness can be bright or dark, and the color can be varied. Su Sanson nodded and turned to look at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan curved his eyebrows and showed a confident smile. This is stealing and understanding. So in the following time, Xie Yuan took the initiative to volunteer to help Shu Su when he was making the base protective cover. With the addition of Xie Yuan, who was very good at hands-on work, Shu Su was even more powerful. The base shield that originally took at least 8 hours to complete was completed in just 2.5 hours. Shu Su raised his eyebrows. This man's polishing and production skills were too strong, so he looked at Xie Yuan beside him hesitantly. "Are you or Pin? Could he be his long-lost brother?" Xie Yuan's mouth twitched, and he simply replied, "Anyway, I'm not Shu or Gong Shu." Seeing that the oxygen content of the oxygen cylinders on everyone's backs had been consumed by 80%, it was about to bottom out. Su Sanson hurriedly asked Shu Su if he encountered any difficulties in making the shield. After getting a negative answer, he called everyone and prepared to find a way to leave. At this time, Xie Yuan suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, "The metal around here has been influenced by the energy of the relic for many years, and has been soaked with a lot of energy. Take it back. Maybe it will be useful." Su Sanson's eyes lit up, And he and Xie Yuan immediately searched the hall again, taking prayer wheels, incense oil dishes, and so on, putting them all into the sack. Guo Chao looked at them, and wondered why the two men were picking up rubbish again. Although he was full of questions, he had been told by old Master Du before he left, so he just did what he was told if he didn't understand. So the four people, pots, bowls, pans, and bowls, also hurriedly joined the packing operation, taking away all the rotten cushions and tattered cassocks that could be taken away, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was rushing around, like locusts passing through, collecting all kinds of supplies in the hall. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. Everyone paused and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a big round, fat head gnawing on the debris in the ruins. On the big head, there was a stupid hair that looked like a plant rhizome. Su Sanson sniffed. Could this big fat worm be eating the ghee that had been deposited in the ruins for more than 500 years? She didn't care about that. She quickly exchanged glances with Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan took a step forward, his figure flashed, and his right hand very skillfully pinched the pigtail of the Cordyceps sinensis again. The fat body of the Cordyceps spirit trembled. Why is it here again? Su Sanson and the others hurriedly closed the mouth of the sack full of supplies, and the wind-spinning train was immediately in place. The fat body of the Cordyceps spirit squirmed back and forth in the hall of the Bulala Palace, and the pigtail on the top of its head was still tightly held. So the big fat head suddenly twisted and flew towards the ice layer on the top of the hall angrily. Crack, crack, the thick ice layer was immediately gnawed out by the fat head, and it was another familiar rolling train journey. When the cold air hit them again, a bottomless crack in the ice layer appeared in front of everyone. Su Sanson was quick-witted and took advantage of the moment when the crack had not yet closed to quickly drive the somersault cloud and drag the big black pot behind him and fly out. At this time, it was already the afternoon of the 5th day of the snowy season in the 336th year of the star calendar. Unknowingly, the 7 of them had stayed on the Qinghai Plateau for 2 full days and nights. Chapter 375. In the wind-whirling train, the 7 people once again held a stagnation element golden hoop in their hands, with ice cone crowns on their heads. In the whoosh wind, they flew into the sky and soon returned to Jianbing Shaowei, which was still hovering in the upper layer of the ice belt. If it weren't for the eternal source core, which could provide Jianbing Shaowei with endless energy, it's unknown how the 7 of them would end up now. Everyone quickly entered the cabin door, and with a whoosh, Jianbing Shaowei rushed directly out of the white Qinghai Plateau. 30 minutes later, everyone finally returned to the Du's UFO parking coordinates and immediately began to divide the stolen goods. The 4 pots, bowls, and pans felt that they had not contributed much, so they were very embarrassed and did not take the initiative to ask the captain, Su Sanson, for them. As for Xu Su, he felt that he had put forward important constructive suggestions at the last minute, and he also thought that the captain, Su Sanson, must be a generous and open-minded man, so he did not lose face and asked for it directly. This credit is in the hearts of the people. Unexpectedly, Su Sanson looked at the 108 golden elixir relics and 216 relic fragments in the sack, waved his hand, and said simply and rudely, "Thank you for your hard work on this trip. For the golden elixir, the Du family and the Shu family will take 4, and for the relic fragments, your family will take 8. She kept an integer so that it would be easier to count in the future. Xu Su choked and looked surprised. He actually shared the same supplies with the Du family? Su Sanson raised his eyebrows. You are just one person, and they have 4 people. You took 4 people's portions. What else do you want? Xu Su was stunned. He didn't mean that, but he just felt that he was a technical talent after all, and he should have some special treatment. Su Sanson rolled his eyes. If you are not a technical talent, can you join this exploration team? Xu Su thought about it. Yes, alas. In fact, he is not a greedy person. The main reason is that he has never seen this golden elixir before. Although there are not many apprentices in their Shu family, there are at least 10 people. With only 4 golden elixirs, it seems that it is not enough to share them with everyone to practice. No, this matter needs to be discussed carefully with the descendants of the Su family, and a long-term plan is needed. After everyone said goodbye, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan drove the Jianbing Shaowei directly to the new base outside the bamboo forest of Du Fu Thatched Cottage. As soon as the aircraft landed, Qin Erge ran over excitedly. Third sister. Brother Yuan. You are finally back. Su Sanson walked out of the cabin door and looked at the neat rows of metal houses in front of him, smiling. Not bad. You are progressing quite fast. At this time, the 4 members of the Sifong team also quickly put down their work and hurriedly ran out of the bamboo forest. Xiao Su. Come on. Come on! Take a look at our newly planted fruits and vegetables. Xiao Su. I really didn't expect. You can actually find such a feng shui treasure land. Xiao Su. That wild duck is so enthusiastic. I almost die of heat every night sleeping under its belly. Xiao Su. Everyone talked at once, too enthusiastic. Su Sanson discussed farming experience with Hu Ba while complaining to the marshal about the troubles of duck-down quilts, and soon integrated into the Sifang team. Xie Yuan looked at San San, who was surrounded by 5 people, and gradually walked away. He was alone, sighed lightly, took a step with his long legs, and quickly followed them. Su Sanson came to the bamboo courtyard behind the red wall, took out the first golden elixir relic version of the base protection shield assembled by Xu Se at the Bu La La Palace from the sack, and then turned on the switch with a snap. A warm golden light flashed, and in an instant, the area with a radius of 100 kilometers around the bamboo courtyard was shrouded in a strong and soft light golden halo. The sharp snow blades falling from the sky were immediately melted into a stream of water vapor when they touched the golden light, and the water vapor disappeared without a trace when it was blown by the strong wind. So powerful, everyone was shocked. Su Sanson hurriedly reduced the scope of the base protection shield to about 10 kilometers in diameter. The scale of the new base was still small, so there was no need to waste it. At this time, Li Xiao and Fei Hong walked quickly and reported quickly in Xie Yuan's ear in a low voice. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan had agreed on the division of labor early in the morning. Liming and Jifeng's group of genetic warriors were all managed and arranged by Xie Yuan. As for her, she only needed to be an idle boss, planting land when she had nothing to do, and going out with the Sifang team when there was something to do. In short, the construction and management of the base were fully handed over to the meticulous old Xie, and there would definitely be no problems. However, being idle is being idle, but the boss is still the boss after all. The scenes that should be witnessed must be witnessed, and the decisions that should be made must be made. So Su Sanson was quickly taken away by Xie Yuan, who finally found an opportunity. Led by Li Xiao and Fei Hong, the two came to a large pit outside the bamboo forest. The pit was a rectangular block with a length of 300 meters, a width of 100 meters, and a depth of about 10 meters. This big pit is neat and tidy, but it is not a swimming pool. It is the task that Xie Yuan gave to Scar at the beginning, to dig a reservoir with running water for the base. Xie Yuan looked at the 2 underground channels connecting the reservoir to the upstream and downstream of the river next to it, nodded to Li Xiao and Fei Hong, and quickly explained a few words. Then, he hurried back to San San and whispered, "When the river water is brought in later, you can put the big water drop." Su San San blinked and said, "Okay." As the boss of the base, she must be responsible for the most critical link of this kind of ribbon-cutting ceremony for the reservoir. So, with a loud boom, a fire nuclear crystal directly exploded the frozen river surface. Under the ice, countless water flows quickly flowed into the underground channel along the gap opened by the metal gate, and then flowed smoothly into the reservoir through the underground channel. Su Sanson stepped on the somersault cloud and solemnly put the giant water core crystal harvested from the bottom of the Tianqi Lake and Shanbai Mountain into the reservoir, under the expectant eyes of more than 200 Jin warriors. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and countless blue particles scattered from the water droplet-shaped water core crystal in an instant, and then quickly merged with the river water in the pool. Xie Yuan raised his right hand, and quickly scanned the water surface with his optical brain. A mechanical female voice suddenly sounded, "Drop. Pollution-free, edible." Everyone present took a breath of cold air. Oh my god! This river water has become pollution-free. Then can they finally take a bath tonight? The little stutterer looked at his stinky feet, hesitated again, and finally made up his mind. There must be a lot of people taking a bath tonight. He shouldn't join in the fun. Well, let's wait until tomorrow. At this moment, a flash of white light suddenly flashed around the bamboo forest. Xie Yuan looked up suddenly, and saw a very abrupt concrete block on the cleaned and tidy open space, which was extremely out of place outside the bamboo forest. And the white light just now came from this concrete block. Li Xiao scratched the back of his head and explained, "Yuan, no, brother Yuan, I haven't had time to report yet. We found 8 strange concrete blocks outside the bamboo forest. They are very heavy, and can't be moved at all." Su Sanson frowned slightly. 8 blocks? She and Xie Yuan hurried forward to check. The two of them quickly circled the bamboo forest on the somersault cloud. Su Sanson looked at the 8 concrete blocks that faintly emitted white light and murmured in disbelief. Bagua formation? There is actually a Bagua formation here? Who arranged it? At this time, the number 903 optical brain on her wrist suddenly received an encrypted message from Du Ziting, Guyun woke up and asked to see you. He said there was something important to discuss. At the same time, in the inner city of base number 103, due to the arrival of the wind and snow season, the pollution of snowflakes escalated. For the safety of everyone and the sustainable use of the energy of the protective shield, except for the normal operation of the major factories, all others were concentrated in 40 tall concentration camps. Half of the concentration camp is occupied by people from the inner city of the base, and the other half is occupied by people from the outer city of the base, as well as people from the shanty towns and refugee camps outside the city. All the genetic warriors in the base must obey the arrangements of the guard station. The absolute command of the guard station is fully controlled by the parliament. In a pharmaceutical factory, in the corner of the inner city of the base, the lights are on, and it is running continuously day and night. Yuang, wearing a cloak and hiding her cheeks in the hood, poured the extremely black holy water in her hand into the reagent barrel. Freshly baked repair potions are quickly sorted, packaged, and labeled on the conveyor belt. 2 days ago, a new generation of all-purpose repair potions produced and launched by the Rose Shu family, a medical giant in the base federation, has been officially sold and distributed among 36 bases. Chapter 376. In the 336th year of the star calendar, at 11 o'clock noon on the 6th day of the snowy season, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan drove the Jianbing Xiaowei through the northwest hurricane belt and successfully landed at the special parking spot for Master Diju in the outer city of base 903. Dahe carried Qin Ergu and the 4 members of the Sifang team, and rushed all the way to the courtyard on the edge of the inner city of the base. This was the first time for the 4 members of the Sifang team to come to the big base city. Su Sanson arranged Qin Ergu to be the tour guide for the 4 people, and handed the 5 people to Tietue and Ulung, and then rushed to Gij in the commercial street with Xie Yuan. Because Du Zidong said in the message, Master Gu calculated with his fingers, something big might happen recently. Since Su Sanson went to Tianqi and Chanbai Mountain, he has been feeling uneasy in his heart, always feeling that there is some terrible danger approaching. She and Xie Yuan parked the big black in the backyard of the Jiuxiang, and then walked quickly to the Gu pavilion opposite. They knocked on the door gently, and heard a weak voice, "Come in, the door is not closed." The 2 pushed the door open, and saw a young man, with a bob haircut lying flat on a bamboo bed in the corner, with a thin plastic hose in his mouth. Guyun smiled and spoke first. "Miss Su, thank you for saving my life." Su Sanson waved her hand. "Anyway, Grandpa Du paid her a reward. It was just saving people. It was a piece of cake. Hee. She just accepted the other party's gratitude with a proud face, and suddenly raised her eyes, and caught a glimpse of Guyun's bob haircut. She blinked quickly, feeling a little guilty. Mainly this hairstyle, it seems to be from her skillful hands. That day, in order to confuse the audience and make it look real, she deliberately played the role of a stylist. While Xie Yuan was feeding Guyun wild duck egg liquid, she worked with both hands at the same time and made a director-level style. Looking at the bob haircut that was completely inconsistent with the master's temperament, Su Sanson felt guilty and his aura was insufficient. He quickly closed and locked the door, and then pulled up 2 small chairs beside the wooden table with Xie Yuan, and sat down obediently. Guyun shook his black bob haircut, raised his finger slowly, and pointed directly at Su Sanson's door. Su Sanson's heart tightened, and he took the initiative to explain, "This style is popular this year. No knots, no oil, free and elegant, just so confident." Ha ha. Guyun was about to stroke Xie Yuan's finger and paused. What does it mean? Not long after he woke up yesterday, he fell asleep again because of his weak body. It was not until 1 hour ago that he woke up again. After supplementing various nutrients, he finally recovered his vitality. So, what does the descendant of the Su family mean? He looked suspicious, followed Su Sanson's gaze, and slowly raised his hand. And Su Sanson obviously reacted too. Oh my god, he didn't even know he had changed his hairstyle? So he immediately exhaled and shouted to change the subject. "Ah! Master Gu, what does the plastic tube in your mouth mean?" Guyun paused with his right hand just as he was about to touch the top of his head, and turned around and reached for the straw at his lips. He smiled and explained, "Oh, I'm getting in for infusion?" Guyun waved his hand and added, "The doctor said I need to get some glucose." Su Sanson followed the extension of the plastic tube and looked at the bag of purple liquid on the bamboo bed. He felt it was a bit strange and familiar, so he guessed, could this purple liquid be grape juice? Guyun nodded, yes, Sucha's purple jade nectar. After saying that, he took another big sip with the straw. Su Sanson's eyes twitched. "Okay, if you like to infuse glucose this way, just do it this way. Even if you infuse dozens more bags, Su Cha will also warmly welcome you. At this time, Guyan pointed to Xie Yuan again and said to Su Sanson, I want to talk to you alone. Xie Yuan frowned slightly, but Sanson said, he is not an outsider, just say it directly. Guyan paused, put the bag of Su Cha in his hand aside, and sat up directly from the bamboo bed, completely without the weak and lazy look at the beginning. Staring at Xie Yuan again, hesitating for a long time, and then solemnly said, Miss Su, do you know that my surname is not Gu? Su Sanson raised his eyebrows. Why does this opening feel so familiar? Shu Su seemed to have started the topic in this way a few days ago. She took a deep breath, looked suspicious, and asked tentatively, You don't mean to say that your last name is Zhuge, do you? Guyan choked. How could this descendant of the Su family be so smart? He took a sip of Su's tea to ease the embarrassment of being exposed, and nodded, confirming Su Sanson's guess. Su Sanson rolled her eyes inwardly. She just guessed casually, but she didn't expect it to be true. But then she thought again. Shu Su can be called Gong Shu Su, so it's reasonable for Gu Yun to become Zhuge Yun. Then suddenly another light flashed in her mind, glanced at the mahjong on the wooden table, and continued to ask, Do you know Bagua? After all, Zhuge Bazentu, in her memory of her previous life, was still quite powerful. Gu Yun was stunned again. How could she even know this? He is the heir of the divine fortune teller, and his main goal is to be unfathomable and unpredictable. This descendant of the Su family is always right in his guesses. How can he survive in the various bases in the future? Su Sanson saw that Gu Yun suddenly had a stiff expression, and knew that he had guessed right again, so he continued to ask, So you put those 8 concretes outside the bamboo forest. When did you go there? And why did you put a Bagua formation there? Su Sanson asked 3 questions in a row, and Zhuge Yun was speechless. No! This train of thought, this reasoning, isn't it a little too smooth? It simply beat him without any resistance. Gu Yun had no choice but to sigh and confess the truth. He started from the 67th day of the Yin season, when he calculated the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, and talked about his stationing in the ancestral land outside the bamboo forest, and also talked about his encounter with her and Xie Yuan, and before leaving the bamboo forest, he reinforced the 8 formations left by his ancestors outside the bamboo forest according to the instructions of the hexagram, in order to continue to guard half of the Du system nuclear crystal inside. Su Sanson swallowed his saliva, very surprised. So you mean, since I entered the bamboo forest, the Du system that has been sealed inside has been sealed inside. The nuclear crystal was completely activated. In order to avoid being discovered, you rearranged a new 8-array diagram to restrain them and prevent energy from spilling out? Gu Yun affirmed, yes. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan immediately looked at each other. No wonder she was always wondering how such 2 large rare nuclear crystals could not be discovered for so many years. It turned out that they were sealed. But, this seal was actually unlocked by her? How did she unlock it? Is it because of the 7-colored pure light in her body? Su Sanson was full of thoughts, and Xie Yuan also had a vague guess. At this time, Gu Yun's voice sounded again. Miss Su, do you know why the war 500 years ago started? And why it ended? Su Sanson shook his head blankly. What does that mean? Gu Yun actually knew the details of the war back then. Gu Yun took a deep breath, and glanced at the hexagram on the stone plate in the bamboo basket. It seems that the time has come, and it is time to unveil the long-sealed veil of history. He opened his lips slightly. The world only knows that there was a war back then, and they also think that after the war, the disaster ended. They thought that humans could finally continue to live. Although the environment deteriorated and pollution invaded, they could at least continue to survive in the world. Little did they know that the war did not mean the end, but only the beginning of all dangers. Chapter 377. The reason why humans have a catastrophe is because the Earth has been targeted by outsiders. The Earth has existed alone in the vast universe for billions of years. After a long evolution, the Earth has gradually evolved from a bizarre fireball to a planet protected by the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The birth of life, the flourishing of plants, and the habitat of animals have made the Earth a vibrant planet. Even though the Earth has experienced countless natural disasters over the billions of years, life can still find its own unique way of survival after adapting to the cruel environment. The Earth also relies on its own powerful repairability to quickly reshape the 5 elements after each natural disaster. As long as the 5 elements start to operate normally, the Earth will soon be able to recover as before. Natural disaster after natural disaster, but the Earth is still green and full of life, and it reproduces from generation to generation. It is this powerful self-repairability that makes the Earth an alternative in the universe, and a target coveted by outsiders. Guyun suddenly chuckled, as if he was mocking himself, and as if he was mocking the world. He looked up and looked at Su Sanson. Do you know why healing nuclear crystals are so rare? Su Sanson and Xie Yuan were stunned, and suddenly had some guesses. Yes, the Earth's powerful self-repair ability is the healing energy. Guyun continued. The healing energy is also the only link that connects and activates the operation of the 5 elements. Guyun stared at Su Sanson and sighed softly. I guess your ancestors should have told you that the Su family is mainly for attack, and Zhuge is mainly for defense. Su Sanson was speechless, muttering to herself. No, she has no ancestors at all, and she is not a member of the Su family, Guyun did not notice Su Sanson's helplessness, and continued, back then, it should be called the Gregorian calendar. In early December of the Gregorian calendar 2023, Zhuge and the ancestors of the Su family calculated that a great catastrophe would come to the world, but they could not understand the deep meaning of the hexagram, so they had to make some arrangements in advance. The Su family recalled all the clansmen scattered around the world within 2 days, preparing to fight the enemy head-on, with the power of long-cherished wishes accumulated for generations. The power of long-cherished wishes? Su Sanson had to interrupt Guyun's narration. Guyun looked at Xie Yuan next to him, thinking that this was a technical timeout that Su Sanson had called for Xie Yuan, so he coughed lightly and patiently explained to Xie Yuan. The power of long-cherished wishes is the strong desire that humans have when facing death. They have the instinct to survive, the regrets of a lifetime, and the understanding of life. After that, he added, the Su family has been practicing medicine for generations, and has long been accustomed to life and death. The patient's dying wish is the strongest and most sincere. Su Sanson held his breath in his heart. What? This is the power of long-cherished wishes? Is it the obsession of humans before death? And, can this thing be used to fight the enemy? At this time, Guyun's voice continued, at that time, foreign races invaded the earth in large numbers. Their masters were very powerful, and extremely evil. It can directly activate the devouring power like the abyss outside the Earth's orbit, and drain all the healing energy of the Earth. The war that year also started with this evil devouring power. At that time, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, black clouds piled up, and black air quickly lingered. In an instant, the sky changed suddenly, and the 5 elements were out of balance. It was also at that moment that the ancestors of the Su and Zhuge families realized that the essence of this disaster was to completely take away all the vitality of the earth. The Su family immediately exerted the power of long-cherished wishes, and tried their best to hold back the healing energy that was constantly overflowing. Seeing the healing energy quickly dissipating in the atmosphere, the Zhuge family felt that it was not good. In order to leave a backhand and preserve the basic elements of the Earth's operation, they immediately summoned the clansmen and immediately set up the formation with the 8 diagrams as the carrier. The formation was performed. While the Su family faced the enemy head-on, the Zhuge family quickly gathered the essence of the 5 elements on the Earth, which is the 5-element nuclear crystal of gold, wood, water, fire and earth that you are familiar with now. After the nuclear crystal was gathered, the Zhuge family sent 5 powerful clan guards to seal the essence of the 5 elements in 5 different places, ready to reopen after the war was over and everything was stable. But as soon as the guards set out, a strange symbol suddenly appeared in the sky. It looked like an oval gate. The gate was forcibly opened from the middle, and a stream of black air invaded. It was a large foreign army that passed through the oval gate and officially landed on Earth. The Su family was unable to split up, so some people had to desperately delay the overflow of the healing energy. And some people immediately took action to quickly seal the oval gate with the power of long-cherished wishes. It was a pity that although the power of long-cherished wishes sealed the main passage of the gate, there was still a lot of black air overflowing from the cracks of the gate. They were like ghostly figures, and after landing on Earth, they quickly carried out indiscriminate attacks. One of the Zhuge family's teams responsible for sealing the essence of fire was attacked by black air, and they almost missed it, causing some fire energy to overflow. But fortunately, the most critical flame heart was strongly protected by the ancestors with their lives. In order to keep the secret of the operation of the 5 elements of the Earth, the remaining 4 teams decided to change their previous strategy. Among them, the guard team that sealed the essence of wood joined forces with a nearby guard team responsible for sealing the essence of Earth, split the wood and earth systems into 2, and then stored them in different places. So there was the later Du family plantation, and half of the Du system nuclear crystals in the bamboo forest now. As for the water system and the gold system, the direction of these 2 teams was not in the central battlefield, so they escaped by luck. But for some reason, these 2 guard teams completely lost contact with the Zhuge family since they set out. The family also investigated and searched for many years. At first, they thought they had encountered an accident or betrayed, but after so many hundreds of years, no one has ever heard of the gold system essence, and there are almost no water system nuclear crystals circulating in the world. So my master and I guessed that even if they encountered an accident, it should be after the seal was successfully sealed. As for whether it was a betrayal, Gu Yun did not continue to talk. It might involve a family scandal, and he did not want to talk about it anymore. Su Sanson listened to Gu Yun's story, her heart pounding. Her first reaction was that the sealed water essence was now lying in the pond beside the bamboo forest, and she had put it there herself yesterday. Then, her thoughts immediately shifted to the first half of the story. What did Gu Yun mean by that? The Earth was invaded by aliens? Foreigners? What did the aliens mean? What about that oval gate? Why did it feel so strange? Inexplicably, in her mind, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a white light above the stagnation element building at that time. The oval shape was similar to the mathematical symbol theta. At the same time, in a basement in the inner city of base number 103, Bai Ding slowly walked out of the blood pool. His body was suddenly surrounded by extremely dense black air. A thin metal mouthpart pierced his scalp and stretched out from the black air in an extremely unnatural way. The mouthpart trembled wildly in the air, constantly emitting a high-frequency sound wave that humans could not recognize. Next to the blood pool, two broken tires in the corner suddenly flashed white light, and a vague image was quickly outlined in the air. It was countless squares, infinitely superimposed and continuously extended. But it seemed that due to insufficient energy, the extended squares flickered and appeared and disappeared. At this time, a series of strange and ultra-high-frequency strange sound waves penetrated the basement through this infinitely extended square tunnel and continued to be sent towards outer space. The sound wave disappeared, and the white light around the two broken tires suddenly dimmed a little, as if a lot of energy had been consumed, and the already vague squares became even more blurred. Yuang's dark and hideous face was hidden in the hood. The corners of his mouth stretched to his ears, and he suddenly laughed excitedly. Chijijiji. He shouted excitedly, "Mother, your mouth parts have finally recovered completely. Can we contact the master?" After the mouth parts continued to tremble in the air for dozens of seconds, the majestic voice of the pendulum suddenly became shrill and ghostly. More than 500 years have passed, and we have finally waited for this moment. The sound wave signal has been sent. Let's see if the master can receive it. Yuang was trembling all over, and his limbs suddenly began to twist strangely, making a rustling sound. Every 30 years, the orbit of the insect star will intersect with the orbit of the Earth vertically, forming the shortest straight line without any obstruction. This year is the perfect time to send a signal to the insect star. I believe that the master will definitely receive our coordinates. The pendulum lamp made a sharp ghostly voice and laughed wildly. We have to make preparations for both situations. The energy on these two tires is not enough. Use it once, and it will be less. If Xie Yuan is unwilling to hand over the key, then we can only let our puppets offer him a feast of slaughter of the century. Shichikachichi. In a dark galaxy tens of thousands of light years away, on an ugly planet full of rolling black gas, a huge insect beast with countless mouthparts on its head is greedily clinging to a giant green spherical crystal. The green spherical crystal is filled with countless healing energies. The life of insect beasts is much longer than that of insects on Earth. But compared to ordinary humans, it can only be said to be very limited, because each insect beast will never live more than 30 years. Whenever the trajectory of the insect star and the Earth is unobstructed and connected across the vast universe, it is a great opportunity for insect beasts to reproduce offspring. As the orbit deviates, the insect beasts will no longer benefit from the healing energy of the Earth, and they will gradually age and die before the insect star and the Earth are connected again. In the past, no insect beast can escape the fate of these short 30 years, until their master brought back this green sphere shining with healing energy. This huge ancient insect beast has at least 500 mouthparts on its head. It drags its old insect body and greedily absorbs the energy emitted by the green light ball. The thick black gas keeps surging around the insect body. It is puzzled, very puzzled. Why has it gained eternal life, but its body is still declining step by step? Could it be that the Su family used the colorful light wave at the end, deliberately buried some hidden dangers? The old insect beast muttered its ugly and evil mouthparts, thinking depressedly and unwillingly. It seems that the living environment of the entire insect star is still too bad. It would be better if the whole tribe moved to a planet that is more suitable for survival. At this time, the air suddenly vibrated, and a long-lost high-frequency sound wave reached its ears. Chapter 378. In the good pavilion of number 903 Inner City Commercial Street, Gu Yun sucked the last bit of grape juice in the bag of Su tea and continued, The war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the Sioux family used their lives and all their long-cherished wishes to completely defeat the elliptical door and successfully prevented the alien army from landing. It's just a pity that the healing energy that was extracted could not be fully recovered. When the huge green light ball was about to disappear, the patriarch of the Sioux family used the power of his long-cherished wish before his death to strike hard, and a small amount of healing energy was instantly gone, scattered in the air, returning to the earth. But most of them were forcibly sucked away by the evil devouring force outside the Earth's orbit. When the alien races disappeared, the Earth also completely lost its green barrier. Countless dark matter in the universe began to project without scruples, and the Earth was polluted. Various elements on the Earth began to alienate, condense, and form various nuclear crystals. Sue Sanson nodded. The Earth was polluted, and then the monk living Buddha, with my flesh, save all living beings story, Gong Shusu's family secrets can also be connected. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that today's conversation was over, but suddenly frowned. No, why did she feel that some key information was ignored? The evil devouring force of the black clouds, the thick black air, and the strange oval gate. At this time, Guyun stood up from the bamboo bed, looked at Sue Sanson with burning eyes, and slowly said, in fact, many details of the war were only speculated by Zhuge ancestor, because all the Sioux family members who actually participated in the war had died on the spot. As for you, the only descendant of the Sioux family. Guyun paused, looking into the void, as if recalling, Master once said that the Sioux family would never fight an unprepared war. I think you are probably the variable and opportunity left by the Sioux family. Guyun retracted his gaze, and without waiting for Sue Sanson to continue, he immediately changed the subject and returned to the previous topic. The war is over, but the crisis has not really disappeared, because those alien races that successfully landed on the Earth, after seeing that the large army failed to successfully invade, they immediately hid. We know very well that this war has not really ended, and the alien races may come back at any time. But the post-war world is full of pollution and holes. Human beings must not rashly stir up bloody storms before finding a way to win. Because the Earth has lost its protective barrier, not only are there alien races secretly spying, but there are also threats from mutant plants and animals. So, some people or families who know the truth of the war also immediately changed their names and hid in the dark. A 500-year-long lurking and tug-of-war has continued until now. Sue Sanson took a breath. The aliens are hiding. There are aliens on Earth. Oh my god. Could it be that the sudden black cloud over base 903 and the vortex that suddenly appeared in the sky when she and Xie Yuan were saving ducks in the reeds were the devouring power? Isn't this a bit too scary? If it is true, then according to this logic, then, the pendant lights aren't they aliens? At this time, Xie Yuan suddenly took out a black crystal from the supply bag on his waist. It was the manipulation system nuclear crystal that opened from the brain of the mutant iron wire worm ancestor. Xie Yuan handed the black crystal in his hand to Guyun and said slowly, "Look, is the energy emanating from this crystal familiar?" Guyun looked at the crystal and was shocked. How could he not be familiar with this cold and evil energy? He almost died under this black energy. Guyun raised his eyes suddenly and asked instead of answering, "Where did you get it from?" Xie Yuan briefly told the story. Sue Sanson exhaled. Okay, I won't struggle anymore. It's confirmed that Bai Ding is an alien. Then a new question arises. Why did Bai Ding want to kill Xie Yuan? What on earth is he looking for? Guyun stood up and took out an ancient stone plate from the bamboo basket. There was fine sand on the stone plate. When the stone plate approached Sue Sanson, the fine sand suddenly began to sink into the hole in the center of the stone plate. Guyun lifted the upper layer of the stone plate, and the fine sand that fell straight from the upper stone plate quickly moved and rotated on the Tai Chi Bagua diagram on the lower layer, forming a circle covering the yin and yang poles. Guyun's breathing stagnated, and he suddenly raised his eyes. You! How can you have such a strong power of long-cherished wish in your body? Sue Sanson blinked quickly, and was also shocked. Power of long-cherished wish? In her body? As if to prove herself, suddenly, a colorful pure light flashed from her chest, and then was quickly imprisoned in the mist by the stagnation element stone. Guyun opened his eyes wide, pointed at Sue Sanson and murmured, "The power of long-cherished wishes. Whatever you wish for will come true. You really are the turning point." What? Sue Sanson was shocked and confused, and kept repeating Guyun's words. Whatever you wish for will come true. She quickly turned her head, and met Xie Yuan's deep eyes. So, her overly strong luck is the power of the long-cherished wish accumulated by the Su family for many years? So that's it. No wonder she can always find some strange things. No wonder she sometimes always feels that the problem that she was still worrying about in the first few days can be solved by chance the next day. So, it turns out that it is the power of long-cherished wish in her body that is blessing her and guiding her. Sue Sanson looked at the mist on her chest again, a very faint colorful light, as elegant as silk. So this 7-colored pure light is the power of the long-cherished wish accumulated by the Sue family for many years? When did she get this power? It seems that since she crossed over, she has been inexplicably too lucky and too smooth. It can't be brought by her soul before she crossed over, right? If she had such a big buff in her previous life, she wouldn't have to work overtime and stay up late every day, and she suddenly crossed over inexplicably. Sue Sanson immediately denied this guess. Could it be that this thing has always been in the original body? Could this be what the lamp is looking for? Why would he, an alien, look for the power of human long-cherished wish? Sue Sanson swallowed his saliva. His big almond eyes widened, staring at Xie Yuan closely. Xie Yuan looked at the little girl's trembling eyes at this moment, habitually raised his hand to touch her little head, and his warm big palm comforted her one by one. Sue Sanson quickly calmed himself down. If this power of long-cherished wish was the original owner's own ability, then this body must be the descendant of the Sue family. Since she is a descendant of the Sue family, she has superpowers and is an alien. This body must have an important mission. Before, Grandpa Du and Shusa said that she was a chance, and now Guyun also said that she was a chance. Yes, from this point of view, she is indeed a chance, but it is true that she is a descendant of the Sue family, but she, Sue Sanson, is a fake. Her soul does not belong to this body. She is a lonely soul who traveled through time. If she has an immune reaction at a critical moment due to the inconsistency between body and mind, and then suddenly fails at this critical juncture of the survival of the Earth, then it will be a big sin. Sue Sanson's thoughts are flying, and she is struggling with herself. She hesitated again and again, staring at Xie Yuan's handsome face with sharp edges for a long time, and her right thumb kept rubbing the tip of her index finger. Ah, finally, she sighed. This matter is of great importance. We can't keep it secret any longer. She closed her eyes tightly, opened them again, took a deep breath, and decided to reveal everything. There is something I must tell you. Chapter 379. Great. Sue Sanson mustered up her courage and finally told the truth. I am not a descendant of the Sue family. The fingers of her right hand were nervous, and the thumb nail was still uncontrollably rubbing her index finger. Suddenly, a warm big hand tightly wrapped her right hand, and the slender fingers with some thin calluses firmly pinched her slightly trembling thumb. Xie Yuan's big hand, strong and gentle, slowly kneaded her small hand. Sue Sanson was slightly stunned, turned her head, and her eyes collided with Xie Yuan's deep and hot eyes. Unexpectedly, Guyun only sighed, glanced at Sue Sanson, and then shook his head. Hey! I understand how you feel now. Thinking back then, when Master wanted to throw this mess to me, I refused 10,000 times. Sue Sanson choked. Oh no! She was ready to continue to reveal big news. Why did the plot suddenly go off track? She quickly withdrew her gaze from Xie Yuan's burning eyes, then turned her head to look at Guyun, trying to refute. No, I'm really not a descendant of the Sue family. This matter is too. We are old, we can't be careless, I tell you. Although this body is a member of the Sue family, my soul. Guyun curled his lips and interrupted Sue Sanson before he finished speaking. Yes, I know. You just want to say that although you are a member of the Sue family, you are in Chao's camp, but your heart is with Han. You are a rebel. Your body and mind are not the same. Back then, he also used this set of I have a lazy and free soul to evade his master, just to try his best to get rid of the mission of the Shuga family. He understands. He understands everything. Sue Sanson choked again. Oh no, why can't this person understand? Sue Sanson was speechless and anxious, and then he saw Guyun stretched out his right hand even more speechlessly, and took out a small brocade bag from his pocket. Guyun opened the brocade bag and sighed secretly. Oh, how come this descendant of the Sue family is exactly the same as himself back then? He really won't cry until he sees the coffin. He suddenly felt a little sympathetic to his master. Guyun stretched his finger into the brocade bag and took out the square brocade handkerchief directly. Here. Take a look for yourself. Sue Sanson stared at the 4 big characters Sheng Min Zai Kun on the handkerchief and a strange Bagua diagram, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. What's the matter? Do you still want to defeat me with metaphysics? Seeing Sue Sanson's disdainful face, Guyun suddenly spoke very seriously. Just tell me, are you Sue Sanson? Stunned by his suddenly solemn voice, Sue Sanson had to nod. Her name is indeed Sue Sanson. The original owner of this body is Sue Sanson, and she was also called Sue Sanson in her previous life. But, so what? Sue Sanson suddenly felt a subtle sense of foreboding. Kuyun exhaled, carefully opened the brocade handkerchief, and then pointed to the Kuingwa of Life Gate in Kuin, and said patiently, "Hey, it's not your fault that you can't understand it. It was only during this coma that I suddenly realized the mystery of this squaw." Sue Sanson looked at the Kuingwa pointed by Kuyun in front of her, and her mouth gradually opened. Kuingwa has 3 horizontal lines on the left and 3 horizontal lines on the right. It's like a horizontal mahjong tile lutiao, and it's like 2 familiar and outrageous Chinese characters. San San, Tai Chi Bagua diagram. Sue Sanson's eyes widened. No way. She, surnamed Sue, given name San San, was the only descendant of the Sue family of Xianin, and now became the Kuin of Birth Gate in Kuin. Her little head couldn't handle so many titles. Kuin is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. Her thin body couldn't resist it all. Sue San San suddenly had 10,000 horses galloping through her mind, and she wanted to refute it reflexively. But she was also called Sue San San in her previous life. This seems really impossible to refute. But, there are thousands of people with the same name in this world. Is it possible that she has recognized the wrong person? She is still trying her best to escape reality. Alas, Sue Sanson sighed in her heart. What kind of good parents would name their child Sanson? She is afraid that it will be difficult for her to find another Sue Sanson in the end of the world. So the life gate in this hexagram really refers to her? Really that her? Seeing that Sue Sanson was completely silent, Kuyun put away the brocade handkerchief and said faintly, "You are both a descendant of the Sue family and the last life gate in the end of the world. Now that the disaster is at hand, mankind is at the moment of life and death again. You take care of yourself and take responsibility." She endured it again, and finally said it out. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Sue Sanson finally digested all the information, calmed down her mood, and went out of the gate of Gu Pavilion with Xie Yuan. At this time, it was dark. As soon as the two stepped out of the door, they saw 6 sneaky figures lingering at the door of the Jiuxiang. "It's here. Why is the door closed? Didn't they say this hot pot restaurant would be open until late? It's closed now. It can't be." The 6 people whispered around the Jiuxiang, while unwillingly prying at the crack of the door and looking inside. Sue Sanson put on night vision goggles and looked at the 6 members of the Eagle team at the door of the Jiuxiang. The corner of her mouth twitched. "How did you find this place?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Fei, Su Ke, Ding Shirong, and the other 3 team members suddenly turned their heads. "Look! I said we were not wrong. Why are you closed? We almost made a wasted trip." Sue Sanson never expected that the 6 members of the Eagle team would actually come to the 903 base city to find them. What did she say in the note she asked Qin Ergu to leave? Oh, that's right. Tell them to come to 903 to eat hot pot. Hey, well, I have to fulfill the promise I made even if I have to kneel down. Xie Yuan took out the key and opened the door of Dijiuxiang, which had been closed for a long time. Sue Sanson led the 6 people in, thinking that he had not been back to base city number 103 for so long, and he didn't know what was going on there now. After all, aliens, the lights are there. The 6 people talked a lot, and Sue Sanson and Xie Yuan learned that base city number 103 had already begun centralized management, and all genetic warriors had to obey the unified dispatch arrangements of the guard station. The 6 eagles were used to freedom, and really didn't want to be controlled by others, so on the first day of the snowy season, as soon as the base policy was introduced, they took the opportunity to drive the aircraft and take a walk. They were also brave and impulsive. The 6 people rolled up their bedding and took their belongings, ready to run to base city number 903 to join their 4-way team. Of course, they came to surrender, but they mainly came to hand in their dividends. After all, the mutant Poppy helped their team successfully complete the arduous task worth 5 million contribution points. At the same time, the informant they arranged in advance to place bets at the gambling table in the arena made a full 160 million. According to the previous agreement, all profits will be divided equally with the 4-party team. Therefore, they came with a huge sum of 82.5 million contribution points to distribute dividends to the 4 parties. However, they finally bypassed the Northwest Hurricane Belt and arrived at the 903 base city and wasted some time at the city gate. After 2 days of tossing and turning, they finally got a visa on arrival and got a temporary residence permit for the outer city. They wandered around the outer city of the base for most of the day, but they couldn't find out where to eat hot pot. Until today, when they looked out at the gate of the inner city, they met a masked guy riding a second-hand bicycle by chance. The guy was in a hurry all the way, and the second-hand bicycle flew in the wind and snow. They vaguely heard the word hot pot from the masked guy, so they immediately shouted in the wind and snow, and finally stopped him a second before he disappeared. Then, with the guarantee of the guy's inner-city household registration, they finally had the honor to enter the inner city. Sue Sanson knew that they must have met the knights, so he quickly turned on the light brain again and asked Jean Guifong to stop taking orders and close the business for one night. Their takeaway nights have been established for so long, and she, as the big boss, has not treated everyone well. Since the Eagle team came today, and the 4 people of the quartet team also came to the 903 base city for the first time, they might as well take this opportunity to get together. First, they exchanged information with each other. Second, according to what Guyan said in the afternoon, the disaster was imminent and they had to deploy quickly. Just as Sue Sanson and the 6 people sat down in the lobby of DGXiang, suddenly, a subtle sound of tiles came from the roof. The sound of tiles was very soft, so soft that Sue Sanson didn't hear it at all, so soft that the 6 people of Feiying thought it was just the sound of ordinary falling snow. When Sue Sanson was about to take off the flowered scarf around his head, his little hand was suddenly held by Xie Yuan. He shook his head gently, and then his figure flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. Sue Sanson frowned. What's going on here? Is someone secretly monitoring? But didn't Du Zedong say that all the people of Napoleon had been eliminated? Is there another force lurking in the dark? Xie Yuan flew and jumped directly onto the eaves of DGXiang. At this moment, there was no one on the eaves. He looked at the slightly crooked tile in the center of the eaves and immediately squatted to check. Under the tile was a metal ceiling that Jiuxiang had specially made for safety reasons when renovating the house. However, at this moment, a pinhole-sized hole appeared on the metal ceiling. Someone was peeping. If the person in the dark was sent by the lamp, then the secret that San was still alive would be exposed. At the same time, in the inner city of base number 903, a shadow flashed quickly and disappeared in the snowy night. An encrypted message was quickly sent to the inner city of base number 103. Yueying lowered her head and looked at the message sent by the spy of the Sidley family in number 903 in her light brain. The nail was exposed, but Xie Yuan was found. There is a short man beside Xie Yuan. The mouth of the lamp trembled and slowly poked its head out from the center of the blood pool. The spy's mocking voice suddenly sounded. The descendant of the Su family is not dead. The master has received the coordinates we sent. The big event is coming. This Su family must not be left alive. Chapter 380. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the inner city of base 903, 2 figures just came out of DGXiang and immediately ran quickly on the commercial street. The figures were one tall and one short. The tall one was very fast, and was obviously a strong genetic warrior. The short one was only about 160 centimeters tall. Although his 2 short legs were constantly moving, the frequency and amplitude were enough for anyone with a discerning eye to know that he was an ordinary person. In the shadows of the inner city, several spies from the Sidley family immediately followed. They risked being exposed and kept passing on information. Xie Yuan quickly scanned with his peripheral vision and soon confirmed the nails hidden in the dark, 3 places, a total of 5 people. He moved faster and pushed his long arms gently, decisively adding a boost to the small figure beside him, and the speed of the 2 people immediately increased. The Sidel spies behind him immediately looked at each other, and the light brain flashed, quickly passing the latest information to Bai Ding. Dwarf, ordinary people run slowly. Bai Ding looked at the news, grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty madness. The Su family really knows some fancy tricks. Send out all the spies to intercept Xie Yuan. Let's see where the Su family can run to. Yueying laughed chi and excitedly accepted the order. Yes. In the inner city of base number 903, Xie Yuan pushed the small figure beside him through the streets and alleys, and fled quickly. As soon as the 2 stepped out of the inner city gate, suddenly, more than 30 blue figures flew out from the shadows. At the same time, a ghostly laugh broke through the wind. Xie Yuan frowned slightly. This was just a normal intensity sound wave attack, which was harmless to the genetic warriors. He did not stop and immediately shot out a dozen flame snake scales from the supply bag. Bang, bang, bang. The blue figure reacted quickly. When the snake scales flew out, and the flames were about to arrive, it immediately erected an isolation barrier to intercept the conical snake scales directly. Xie Yuan drew out his long sword, and the wind and thunder dual-element nuclear crystal on the blade flashed. With a boom, a powerful lightning, under the rolling wind and airflow, chopped towards the 30 or so blue figures around in the blink of an eye. However, these 30 or so blue figures did not rush to attack, but immediately stepped on their toes, and quickly raised their shields to retreat. While retreating, they took out their heavy firepower pistols in their arms, and fired wildly at Xie Yuan in the center. Xie Yuan raised his eyebrows, and immediately his figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand blocked at high speed in the air. Bang, bang, bang. When the metal bullet touched the high-speed wind whirl ejected from the blade, it was directly bounced to the ground by the powerful reverse thrust. The flames bloomed into bouquets in the dark night, and countless metal shells fell from the sky like rain. It was only 10 seconds from the time he stepped out of the inner city gate to now. However, when Xie Yuan turned his head again and wanted to pick up the little figure beside him and continue running, he found that there was no one beside him. And the sound wave attack just now, which was of no use to the Gene warrior, hit the ordinary person beside him accurately. Because the sound wave came suddenly, the brain of an ordinary person would be impacted in an instant, causing the little figure to fail to keep up with Xie Yuan's pace in time. In addition, Xie Yuan drew his sword to counterattack the siege of the blue figure. He was not careful for a while, and did not realize that the person beside him had fallen behind. At this time, the short figure behind him was surrounded by more than 10 Seidel spies. The short figure suddenly paused, clenched his fists, and rubbed his left and right toes lightly on the ground without leaving any trace. There was a hum. It seemed that some energy was activated. He exerted force under his feet, and with a whoosh, this short ordinary person actually disappeared directly on the spot. Chase! More than 10 dark blue figures immediately chased the figure that flashed in the darkness. In the dark night, a pair of short legs that were already flying, under the blessing of a pair of combat boots upgraded with power nuclear crystals, flashed on the streets of the outer city like a wild and unrestrained evil wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flowered scarf wrapped around the head of the small figure swayed wantonly in the wind and snow. More than a dozen Seidel spies secretly thought that it was not good. They didn't expect that this dwarf was actually a speed-type steel cannon. The spies looked at each other, and while chasing hard, they quickly reported the news to the lamp in the number 103 city. The lamp narrowed his eyes slightly, and said sternly, "Send out the speeding team." In the outer city of number 903, snowflakes were flying, and on the dark and silent streets, the roar of the engine suddenly sounded. One after another, the high-end and very cool doomsday speeding cars were coming from all directions, quickly surrounding the short figure running wildly on the street. Paw paw paw! While the speeding cars were surrounding, countless heavy firepower bullets were fired at the small figure in the dark as if they were free. The bullets flew wantonly, and the speeding cars chased madly. The little figure ran all the way, without slowing down, without looking back, and the stagnation element mist bulletproof vest around him helped to block the gunshots. When all the speeding cars finally gathered together and prepared to completely surround the target, they saw this figure suddenly turn around and jump directly into the manhole cover at the door of the public toilet next to it. The Seidel team was stunned. The manhole cover was too small, and their cars couldn't get down at all. After hesitating for a second, the leader suddenly shouted, "Scatter and intercept. She can't stay down there all the time. She has to come out. Guard all the manhole covers in the outer city for me." "Yes." Everyone immediately took the order. Suddenly, there was a whoosh sound, and a DO aircraft suddenly took off from the outer city parking point behind the public toilet. Next to the parking point, next to a round hole with a diameter of less than 1 meter, a manhole cover was rolling and spinning in place, making a buzzing laugh. Fuck. She flew away in a flying vehicle. Bai Ding received the latest news, and suddenly flipped his hand, and thick black air suddenly ran everywhere. Yuing immediately stepped forward and stopped him. "Mother! It will only take a few days for you to recover completely. You must not use your strength at this moment, lest you fail." Bai Ding retracted his hand, and the black air suddenly disappeared. He said sternly, "Let Seidel's airstrike group intercept directly from base city number 911. It must be completely defeated." In the dark night sky, a DO aircraft was swaying in the air at an altitude of 100 meters, moving forward with a swaying. This eye-catching driving skill is obviously a novice. The aircraft finally flew out of the airspace of base city number 903, and was about to enter the uninhabited wilderness area. Suddenly, more than a dozen gray-black high-end UFOs appeared in the sky. The high-end UFOs were flying fast and steadily, approaching the DO aircraft that was pulling wind at low altitude. Boom boom boom. Without giving people time to react, more than a dozen heavy artillery shells flew out without saying a word. There were several more boom explosions. Fire splashed everywhere. Shrapnel flew everywhere. The aircraft was hit by several bullets and exploded directly. Chapter 381. Instantly, window fragments, broken metal pipes, leather seat frames, driver screen remnants, a corner of the display, the edge of the sink, toilet fragments and other items were burning or flying in the explosion. As this pile of messy debris fell one after another, a well-preserved giant plunger and a clever and cute little plunger kept covering their bodies, and were free falling in the air in the stagnation element. At this moment, a mechanical warning suddenly sounded from Chin Ergu's optical brain. Beep. There are still 400 meters to the edge of the temporary protective cover. Ergu quickly poked his head out from under the floral scarf and looked down. Huh. Fortunately, there are less than 300 meters left to land. He strictly followed Yuan's instructions that the aircraft must not be driven above 500 meters above sea level. It turned out to be for this moment. Chin Ergu breathed a sigh of relief, while continuing to enjoy the weightlessness brought by the free fall, and immediately recalled the actions that his third sister had specifically told him before leaving. Key points. Wrap your legs together and clamp them tightly. Hold your hands together and hang them. The main thing is to hit one. He only needs to be responsible for stabilizing it, and the rest will be handed over to Brother Yuan. Chin Ergu quickly simulated it in his brain again. At this time, the big and small plungers were less than 100 meters away from the ground. Ergu hurriedly turned over and looked at the black shadow that suddenly flashed in the wilderness, and he was happy. Brother Yuan came to pick him up, so he opened his hands wide and aimed at the figure below. His brain couldn't help but flash through the key points of the action again. Xie Yuan's upright body was tall and slender in the dark night. His pair of sword-like eyebrows and long eyes were like the eyes of a nightingale in the wind and snow, sharp and alert. And at his waist, the light belonging to the light of dawn was constantly emitting a faint light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The faint light was very faint, but it was trying its best to resist the increasing pollution during the snowy season. This was the single-person protective shield that he and Su Sanson had used before. Xie Yuan looked up and looked at the big and small leather plungers that were constantly spinning in the air with the wind. His mouth twitched, and he opened his arms neatly. With a pop sound, the big and small leather plungers fell steadily into a solid and warm embrace. Chin Ergu immediately followed the movements instructed by the third sister, and clamped his hands around Xie Yuan's neck. The big head wrapped in a flowered scarf couldn't help but drill into the broad chest, and the two short legs with extremely muscular lines were separated, just about to clamp Xie Yuan's strong waist. With a muffled groan, Chin Ergu's wrists hanging on Xie Yuan's neck suddenly felt painful, his hands loosened, and the whole person was thrown to the ground. Ergu was startled and immediately took a breath of cold air. It's over. His optical brain had officially announced that he had completely left the temporary protective shield on the aircraft in the last second. Now he failed to stick to Brother Yuan. Isn't he now directly exposed to the pollution? Woo, the end of the world superstar, the plunger man, has completely fallen like this? Xie Yuan glanced at Chin Ergu, who was still stunned in the same place, and directly picked him up, like a big chicken. He urged unhappily, "Hurry up. Follow me." Chin Ergu was stunned. Why are you still walking? He is about to become an infected body. Seeing his melancholy expression, Xie Yuan said speechlessly, "Didn't you take the general education class at the base? Aren't all mini protective shields of the same specifications? It can protect 10 or 20 people at a time, no problem at all." Chin Ergu opened his eyes wide. What? Then the third sister. Xie Yuan choked, didn't expect that he would go to San to learn from him. Damn it! Xie Yuan coughed lightly. If the truth of this single protective shield was exposed in front of San, wouldn't his tall and upright image be directly destroyed? He struggled with himself for only 0.01 seconds, and immediately made up his mind to deceive. This is a secret between us, understand? Don't let your third sister know. Chin Ergu nodded, not quite understanding. So that's it. Since it's a secret between him and Brother Yuan, it's a secret between men. It must not be leaked to any woman. The tall and short figures quickly disappeared into the night. At the same time, at the gate of the inner city of Base City number 903, more than 30 dark blue figures were lying on the ground in all directions, and the metal folding fan bones were fiercely inserted into the heart of each spy. On a quiet commercial street in the outer city, more than a dozen dark blue figures were hiding in the dark. Suddenly, a brush came through the wind and pierced their temples directly. Class C and Class B, led by their respective squad leaders, quickly cleaned up the battlefield. In the most remote corner of the outer city, a number of high-speed cars were madly speeding towards the east gate of base number 903. Sidley's high-speed car team has been completely exposed. For now, they have to evacuate quickly. When the first car was past the east gate, everyone in the car team breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Du family has not reacted yet. Unexpectedly, a huge metal spoon suddenly appeared behind the open East City gate. Then, there were 9 consecutive bang 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 violent collisions. 9 high-speed cars that had no time to brake were directly shoveled into the air by the ticket ghost with a big silver spoon. 2 seconds later, there were 9 consecutive bang 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 falling sounds, and the high-speed cars fell to the ground and smashed together. Before everyone could react, a huge black pot suddenly flew from the sky. Bang! The black pot opened its big mouth and fell directly on the pile of cars. Guabangchao took the fire stick and lit the fire neatly. The cooks from the kitchen team immediately appeared and showed their skills. At this moment, the real Su Sanson was sitting in Good Pavilion, greeting the knights, the employees of DGXiang, the people of the Sifong team and the Flying Eagle team, eating hot pot, and sitting at the small wooden table in the corner, looking at Guyuan and Old Master Du who were eating and drinking, with a speechless face. Hey, no! Didn't you say that you would discuss business while eating? You guys are so busy, how? Can you start the next serious topic? At this time, the new light brain in Su Sanson's hand suddenly flashed, and it was Xie Yuan who reported that he was safe. The hanging heart finally fell. Tonight, Xie Yuan brought her professional stand-in, Qin Ergu, to perform a fake death and shell-shedding drama for the lamp. One reason was to lure out the spies, who were still hiding in the dark in the city of base number 903. Secondly, it was to create a time difference for Su Sanson and others to discuss the big plan here. Since the spy could find De Jiuxiang, Sanson's identity as De Ji must have been exposed, and the Du family, who had close contacts with De Ji, would obviously be included in the key targets. If you want to discuss important matters concerning the survival of mankind with Guyuan and the Du family, you must lead them away and pull out all the nails. 5 minutes later, Guyuan and Old Master Du, who were half full, finally put down their chopsticks, and did not let down Xie Yuan and Er Guzi, who risked their lives to fight for the interview opportunity for them. The 3 of them exchanged information quickly. Su Sanson looked at Old Master Du's wrinkled peach blossom eyes, and frowned slightly. You mean, the base's destruction every 30 years may not only be due to the beast tide, but also man-made? Old Master Du nodded. Guyuan played with the feathers in his hand and analyzed. If the pendant can not only control humans, but also control the beast through the black air, then the bases that have broken into the city for hundreds of years may have been done by aliens. Old Master Du took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly turned. This annoying alien. Why do they do this? They have already stolen the healing energy. Why don't they give up? Su Sanson suddenly said, to get something? To gain some kind of power? Guyuan raised his eyes suddenly. What do you mean? Su Sanson paused and organized his words. I remember Shusa said that as soon as the war ended, the earth was polluted. Without the protection of the relics, all the old people died on the spot, and the adults could not resist the pollution and became infected. Only teenagers under the age of 10 can survive. Because they have resistance. They have active enough self-metabolism and repair capabilities. In theory, humans, as well as all life on Earth, are naturally immune from birth, or the ability to repair themselves and regenerate cells. You said, this ability is very similar to healing energy? Guyuan seemed to have caught a clue, and then added, you mean, the aliens want to steal the healing energy of the Earth for some reason. And the aliens left on the Earth, because the healing energy was taken away from the Earth. They don't have enough healing energy, so they want to get it from humans? Su Sanson nodded and continued to present evidence. During the wind season, you fought with the pendulum lamp, you were injured, and I guess he was also injured. So in order to treat the wounds, 2 more bases were added this year, and the city was broken. Of course, it was also because Bai Ding got the news of wild duck eggs through Sion's uncle, and later wanted to slaughter wild ducks. However, she did not reveal this piece of evidence for the time being, because the base breaking the city was enough to explain the motive. Old Master Du was stunned. So, getting the cell growth and repair ability in human blood is for eternal life. Su Sanson suddenly spoke. If Bai Ding is an old monster who has lived for more than 500 years, he must know more about the details of the war than us. Why does a city have to be broken every 30 years? What does 30 years mean? At this time, Scar, as Xie Yuan's mouth, was finally able to interrupt. Maybe their lifespan is only 30 years, maybe they are looking for something, and that thing can only be opened once every 30 years. Su Sanson suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That oval gate. They want to open the gate again, and let the alien army land on the Earth again. Chapter 382. In the corner of Gu Pavilion, Su Sanson, Scar, Guyuan and Old Master Du were thinking wildly and reasoning. Suddenly, a ding-dong doorbell sounded. Inside Good Pavilion, there was a sudden silence, and everyone immediately put down their chopsticks and made all kinds of faces. Good Pavilion has installed all-around high-level soundproofing equipment. People outside can't hear the sounds inside, and people inside can't hear the footsteps and conversations outside. Oh! It's really a double-edged sword. Su Sanson frowned slightly. Logically, if Xie Yuan and Qin Erge came back, she would definitely receive the news in advance. It's so late. The whole commercial street is now under martial law by the Du family servants. Who could it be? Scar waved to everyone, signaling everyone to stay calm. He pulled out a heavy firepower pistol that Xie Yuan had confiscated from base city number 404 from his waist, walked quickly to the door, and looked out through the cat's eye. The three people were all genetic warriors. He pressed the door handle lightly, and with a click, the lock cylinder popped out, and the door slowly opened. Shu Se and his two assistants were about to step into the door, when a heavy fire pistol was pointed at their foreheads. He choked and panicked. What's going on? Didn't you say that we should come here to eat hot pot? He and Pots and Pans had just worked hard to bypass the Northwest Hurricane Belt and landed in the inner city of Base 903, when Guo Bangchao suddenly ran away with his teammates in a hurry, saying that there was an urgent task to deal with. So he had to go alone, carrying a bunch of golden elixir relics and relic fragments, to meet up with his two assistants first. Who knew that just as he was about to lie down, Guo Bangchao sent a message saying that you had asked him to come to Gige in the commercial street to eat hot pot, but he hadn't even eaten the hot pot yet, and he had to prepare to be shot. When Grandpa Du saw that it was Shu Se, he was about to speak and signaled to let the person in. But he was decisively stopped by Su Sanson. Although Xie Yuan said that Shu Se would come later, after all, the things being discussed now were too confidential, so it was better to be careful. What if this person was possessed by the pendant lamp? So she immediately stood up, slowly walked to the door, and looked Shu Se up and down. Shu Se was speechless, staring at Su Sanson, and suddenly heard the other party ask a puzzling question. If I ask you to chop a knife, who would you choose to help? Shu Se's eyebrows moved, which was to confirm his identity, so he blinked and said bluntly, Brother Pin. Su Sanson was stunned. Huh? Shu Se quickly added, Hee brother. This time it was Su Sanson's turn to be speechless. Although, this answer is also. Okay. The alarm was lifted, and Shu Se and the other two successfully entered Good Pavilion. Everyone resumed the excitement of eating hot pot, except the Eagle Squad. Suku, the technical master of the Eagle Squad, suddenly looked horrified and embarrassed, and quickly turned sideways and hid behind Ding Shirong. Ding Shirong and Yao Fei had a bad feeling and looked at each other immediately. At this time, Shu Se suddenly opened his eyes wide and walked quickly to their table. He said with a firm and happy tone, Xiaoke? Suku saw that he could not escape, so he had to turn his head slowly and answered with a surprised and tangled face, Big brother. Shu Se immediately stepped forward, pinched Suku's shoulders with both hands, and said excitedly with tears in his eyes, Xiaoke, Big brother finally found you. For so many years. You have suffered. Ding Shirong looked at Shu Se, then at Suku. Are they brothers? Shu Se had a quick conversation with Suku, and then he knew that when he was a teenager, he was too naughty and ran away from home in anger. Who knew that he was kidnapped by a cloak monster as soon as he reached the outer city of the base. After being kidnapped, he was transported directly to the number 103 base city. When entering the base city, the young and ignorant Suku was quite clever. He took advantage of the gap when the cloak monster reported the news and sneaked into the scavenger team. He hid for several days, and was finally rescued by the current captain Yao Fei. It was at this time that he gradually realized that Gong Shujia might be targeted by bad guys. Later, in order to repay his gratitude and not bring disaster to Gong Shujia, he changed his surname, followed Yao Fei, and joined the Flying Eagle Squad. Shu Se quickly calmed down. No wonder, since Suku's accident, his father led the whole family to move, and began a nomadic life, and became more low-key and cautious. Shu Se calmed down and introduced him to everyone again. This is my brother, Shook. Su Sanson's mouth twitched, Shook, the Shook who flies a plane. Then Shu Se turned sideways, and showed the two assistants behind him. This is my assistant, Beta. Su Sanson's mind buzzed, Beta who drives a tank? Fortunately, the development of things did not continue to be outrageous, because Shu Se pointed to another assistant and introduced, this is the assistant, Alpha. Huh. Su Sanson breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you only brought two assistants, otherwise, if there was another Omega, she would really have to re-examine the basic setting of this doomsday, With Shusa joining in, everyone's topic immediately shifted to the golden elixir relic and the protective shield. According to Shuka's description, if the person who abducted him back then was the cloak monster under Bai Ding's command, then it means that the aliens may have noticed the Shu family's ability and want to start with the protective shield to completely cut off the human race's survival. In this case, the existence of the golden elixir relic must be kept completely secret for now. It must be regarded as the last hope of human survival. Old Master Du narrowed his wrinkled fox eyes and suggested, "It seems that we'd better form an assassination team immediately to get rid of Bai Ding in advance before the alien army lands, so as to eliminate future troubles." Not appropriate. Be careful. Unexpectedly, Guyun and Scar objected at the same time. Guyun took the lead in explaining, "I am considered to be someone who has fought him head-on. You may not understand that his ability is too powerful and too evil. Sending a single high-level gene warrior to fight is just a meaningless sacrifice." As he spoke, his peripheral vision was tightly locked on Su Sanson, because he knew very well that he was at an absolute disadvantage when he fought with Bai Ding that day. If it weren't for the seven-colored pure light, he would have died suddenly. Therefore, there may be only one person who can really fight against Bai Ding. And she is also the only way out for mankind. As soon as Guyun finished speaking, Scar also added, "Bai Ding's power in base city number 103 should not be underestimated. On the surface, he can use the military force of the Reform Party and several family forces that support the Reform Party. In secret, there is also a team of loyal shadow troops. The speed and endurance of this cloaked shadow army are amazing, unlike humans." At this time, Xie Yuan and Qin Erga finally returned successfully, and everyone continued to dig deeper and analyze this topic. At nearly 12 o'clock midnight, an urgent report suddenly came to Grandpa Du's optical brain. The medical representative of the Rose Shu family had arrived at the outer city of Base 903, saying that there was a newly developed repair potion that they wanted to promote throughout the city. Su Sanson frowned suddenly. Rose Shu family, one of the running dogs of the power of the lamp. Newly developed repair potion? Xie Yuan immediately had an ominous premonition. This repair potion might be what the Brotherhood has been secretly researching. Scar's heart trembled. After he took down the Brotherhood, he felt that the whole thing was strange. He always felt that the case had not been completely over. Now I figured it out. This horrifying experiment was successful. The repair potion is fake. The real purpose is to infiltrate the human brain and parasitize or manipulate the person who applied the potion. After listening to Xie Yuan's advice, Old Master Du decided to agree on the surface first, but secretly obstruct in order to avoid alerting the enemy. However, base city number 903 can be so hypocritical. But what about other base cities? Base city number 103 needs to cross half of the Earth to base city number 903. Before this, have other base cities accepted the sales promotion of Rose Shu pharmaceutical representatives? If this repair potion can really damage the human brain and be controlled by the pendulum, then the consequences are simply unimaginable. The alien race that has been silent for more than 500 years has suddenly started to move frequently. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt vaguely, a war is coming. This secret meeting lasted until 3 a.m. After everyone dispersed and prepared to have a good rest, they took their positions and devoted themselves to the subsequent preparations for the war. After everyone left, Du Zidong and Du Xiaowei hurriedly came to take Old Master Du home. Du Zidong walked into the Gu pavilion quickly. Seeing Guyun preparing to sort out the Zhuge family secrets overnight, he hesitated for a while, but still clenched his fists and said, "Master Gu, I know you are very busy now, but I have always had a knot in my heart. I am worried that after the war, there will be no chance again." So, Guyun raised his head from a pile of information, took a sip of su tea on the table, and asked back, "What do you want to calculate?" Du Zidong was a little embarrassed. 8 characters, marriage. Guyun blinked. "You and Su Sanson?" Du Zidong was touched in the heart, a little embarrassed, but still nodded. "I give you my 8 characters first, hers." He was interrupted by Guyun before he finished speaking. "No need. Hers, you two are not suitable." Du Zidong was stunned, incredulous. "Why? I haven't given you the horoscope yet. How can you be so sure?" Guyun rolled his eyes and pointed at his feet. "Isn't it obvious? Your horoscope is inward, her horoscope is outward. Your horoscopes are totally incompatible. You better give up as soon as possible." "Are you kidding? Do you think he is blind? Today, he has been a light bulb in front of Su Sanson and Xie Yuan for the whole afternoon. If it weren't for the fact that there was too much information to communicate, he would not want to generate electricity by himself and illuminate others." At this time, Su Sanson, who was holding Xie Yuan's hand and just walked to the big black in the backyard of Djiuxiang, was about to get in the car, but was suddenly stopped by Du Xiaowei. Du Xiaowei slightly straightened her chest and complained angrily, "I was rejected again just now." Su Sanson exhaled a foul breath and was speechless. "It's already this time. Why are you still thinking about confessing with your love brain?" Du Xiaowei seemed to see her contempt and explained, "I'm afraid that everyone will die in the end, leaving regrets." Su Sanson and Xie Yuan were both slightly stunned. Xie Yuan suddenly couldn't help but squeeze Sanson's little hand. And Du Xiaowei was still immersed in her own unwillingness. "You said, I am the daughter of the Du family, with fair skin, beautiful long legs, rich, beautiful and family background. I took the initiative to lick him Qin Ergu every time. Why did he still reject me again and again? Why am I not worthy of him?" Su Sanson's mouth twitched slightly, hesitating. This, it's hard to judge. Chapter 383. The next day, the 336th year of the star calendar, the 7th day of the snowy season, 9 a.m. Old Master Du received reports from the Du family auctioneers scattered in various bases that the new repair potion produced by Rose Shu has been officially approved for listing in 24 base cities. Currently, only 11 base cities, including number 211, 985, 996, and 007, have maintained long-term mutually beneficial and friendly cooperative relations with number 903 base city, and have not yet expressed their attitude. Old Master Du immediately issued instructions to the auctioneers. These 11 allied bases must be cautious and resolutely prevent the listing and circulation of the new repair potion, but they must also do enough superficial work and not alert the enemy. The Du family auctioneers scattered in the other 24 base cities have been attacked several times since last night, and many casualties have occurred. They had to go underground immediately, hide, and continue to observe the latest developments of each base city in secret. After receiving the news, Su Sanson, Xie Yuan and Gu Yun immediately had an ominous premonition. If Bai Ding uses the repair potion to control a certain number of humans and organizes these humans into his puppet army, then what they are about to face is not only the war between alien races, but also the fratricide between humans. The secret that alien races are about to land on the Earth can no longer be concealed. They must unite all human forces as much as possible to fight against foreign enemies together. However, among these forces, how many are Bai Ding's puppets, and how many have been deceived by him and have already turned against him and formed an alliance with him? Several people immediately adjusted the plan made last night, changing the strategy of assassination first, then war to a comprehensive plan of lobbying, assassination, and preparation for war in 3 parallel lines. The key matters of lobbying and uniting the living forces of each base were completed by the Du family. Scar led the Dawn and the Gale Guards to carry out the assassination operation to disrupt the enemy's vision and slow down their pace. The real preparation for war was completed by Gu Yun and Su Sanson and others. They needed to find the 5 elements essence that Zhuge's family sealed in various corners of the world more than 500 years ago, as soon as possible to welcome the final war. Because Gu Yun said that if the alien army came at that time, he could take the opportunity to summon back the healing energy belonging to the Earth from the time and space gate through Zhuge's 5 elements and 8 formations. This is the final backhand left by the Zhuge family, and to successfully open this ancestral 8-array diagram, the essence of the 5 elements must be used as the source of the array. So the moment of alien invasion is not only a crisis for mankind, but also a key opportunity for the Earth to regain its life. According to yesterday's speculation, if every 30 years is the best time for aliens to land, then Bai Ding will definitely try every means to open the elliptical door immediately before the end of this year's snowy season. And this year's climate has begun to become strange. No one knows when the snowy season will end early, and when Bai Ding is ready to open the door. So, there is not much time left for them. They need to find the sealed fire flame heart and the entire gold essence as soon as possible. According to the ancestral precepts passed down from generation to generation by the Zhuge family, at that time, the Zhuge guards were divided into 4 groups, and the fire team was attacked by aliens, resulting in the leakage of a large amount of fire energy. It was not easy to save the flame heart at the cost of the lives of the team members. The guard team had to temporarily change their strategy and modify the pre-agreed sealed place. And this modified sealed place was not transmitted back to Zhuge's family in time. In other words, Gu Yun did not have the specific seal coordinates in his hand. Su Sanson paced back and forth. If she was the captain of the fire team, what would she do when faced with an attack and a large number of team members died? It must be to ensure the completion of the mission first. But there were heavy casualties and many crises. In the case of uncontrollable risks, she would definitely choose the most efficient and safest way to complete the mission, so they will most likely choose a place that meets the conditions nearby to seal it. Xie Yuan said so. Yes, seal nearby. This is also Su Sanson's idea. So, where was the exact location where Shuga's team was attacked? The team was attacked, and a large amount of fire energy overflowed. Now, where on Earth is the most abundant in the storage of fire nuclear crystals? Xie Yuan and Su Sanson immediately looked at each other. The mysterious desert. Guyun also nodded, and immediately took out the requirements of the Zhuge family for choosing a place to seal the fire essence, which was rarely visited pure and young. Su Sanson quickly opened the map and looked at the area of the mysterious desert with her thoughts flying. Because the changes in this area were too great, she didn't react before, but now she looked at it carefully, she was shocked. Isn't this the Taklamakan Desert in a certain Xinjiang? How did the area of this desert expand so much, almost covering the entire southern and northern Xinjiang, as well as several neighboring countries of Yin country in the previous life? So, in the Taklamakan Desert, which place is pure and young, suitable for sealing the fire flame heart? Su Sanson kept thinking, and suddenly, an idea flashed. Volcano, Flame Mountain, time was running out. Su Sanson, Xie Yuan, Guyun, and Qin Ergu immediately boarded the Jianbing Xiaowei and headed for the Lost Desert east of the Northwest Hurricane Belt. In the inner city of Base 903, in a Chinese-style courtyard with pavilions and towers, Du Zidong paced back and forth in the corridor while instructing the Du family servants to make overall defense deployment for the base. Du Xiaowei's eyes twitched as she looked at her brother, who was walking back and forth with his feet spread out like a clumsy duck. She couldn't stand it any longer. Brother, the war is about to start. What are you doing? Du Zidong practiced the devil's steps, with his feet turned outward, and said mysteriously, You don't understand? I am enduring humiliation for the future of the Du family. At the same time, in Bay City number 103, Wu Feng, as the former captain of the Dawn Guard, should have been held accountable by the military court after losing the entire guard, but was saved by the Conservative Party. Not only was he not impeached by the parliament, but he continued to stay in the guard. On the surface, he became the deputy director of the guard together with Yueying, who was nominated by the Reform Party's Lighting faction. In fact, he was to lead the 12 guards in the guard, who had secretly defected to the Conservative Party. Bay City number 103 originally had 36 guards, but after the two top guards, Dawn and Gale, were killed at the same time, only 34 were left. Among the remaining 34 guards, Wu Feng had successfully won over 12 guards after lobbying in the past few days. Of the remaining 22 guards, 12 of them also completely followed Yueying's lead. Therefore, the last 10 neutral guards will become the important objects of competition between the Baiding and the Conservative Party. The Xuanwu Guard led by Gao Xian is one of the 10 neutral guards. On the second floor of the guard station, in the metal conference room, Wu Feng looked serious. While looking at the list in the light brain, he shouted to the outside, Next! This is a surprise check on the physical and mental health of the genetic warriors carried out by Wu Feng in the name of his deputy director. The reason is that the weather has changed suddenly in recent days. Snowstorms and wind disasters have occurred frequently, and the guards have been fighting disasters for many days. In order to check everyone's mental state and ensure the future combat capability of the guards, the Conservative Party believes that it is necessary to conduct a large-scale physical and mental health spot check. Of course, this is just a superficial reason. The real purpose is to check how many of the Conservative Party's gene warriors are being secretly controlled by the lights. Wu Feng sat in the middle of the conference room, looking at the gene warriors, who came in quickly, and said seriously, Name, guard, number. The gene warriors answered one by one. Wu Feng glanced at the big data in his mind, and whispered, before moving into the single dormitory, Who did you share a room with? The gene warrior was stunned. Isn't it a physical and mental health check? Why does this question feel so weird? But he still answered truthfully, with Daming, DeLuan and DeBung. Wu Feng called up the information of these three people, and said indifferently, How many moles are there on DeLuan's buttocks? The gene warrior choked, Wipe. How did the deputy director know that he knew DeLuan's buttocks so well? After the air was quiet for a moment, he answered slightly embarrassedly, 3. As soon as the voice. After the test, Wu Feng handed over a confidentiality agreement. The test is over, this is a confidentiality agreement, sign it. The gene warrior signed with a puzzled look on his face, and then heard Wu Feng continue, From today on, all food, clothing and medicine must be collected from me. Do you understand? Yes. In a basement in the inner city of base number 103, the pendulum lamp was soaked in a pool of blood, and the spy's mocking voice sounded, "How is the progress of Rosh's promotion?" Wang looked at the market feedback data and said truthfully, "During the snowy season, everyone's frequency of going out has dropped sharply, and the probability of injury has dropped significantly, so the probability of using new repair medicines is not high." The pendulum lamp turned its slightly stiff head and sneered, "Then find something for everyone to do. We need enough gene warriors to form a puppet army." A few hours later, 36 base cities in the base federation sounded the first level alarm at the same time, and the beast tide raided. Chapter 384. A dark green footbath-shaped aircraft slowly landed on the Wasteland 5 kilometers outside the south gate of Base 103, and Scar and the 4 members of the Sifong team quickly left the hatch. The outside of the hatch was already covered with snow, and thick snow had piled up. The 5 people had just used the stagnation element small stones to protect the footbath, and suddenly, they heard a series of buzzing sounds from afar. Scar frowned slightly. "What's going on? It's snowing heavily." Then, Base 103 suddenly sounded a level 1 alarm. "It's a beast tide." Scar and the 4 members of the Sifong team looked stern, and immediately ran quickly towards the sewage outlet outside the south gate. After turning around in the sewer, the 5 people finally passed through the secret passage and came to the utility room of the public toilet outside the shantytown that Qin Ergup had arranged in advance. Scar looked at the several sets of Xuanwu Guard combat uniforms that Gao Xian had prepared in advance in the utility room, as well as the small notes left under the combat uniforms, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The 5 people changed into the combat uniforms of the Xuanwu Guards, and quickly scanned the contents of Gao Xian's note. Knowing that the centralized management of base city number 103 had become more stringent since they left, they felt something was wrong. At the same time, when the first level alarm of the base sounded, the entire guard station was immediately fully armed, and 10 guards were sent out first to quickly gather towards the south gate where the beast tide was coming. These 10 guards are naturally the neutral faction represented by the Xuanwu Guards, who have not yet clearly stood on their side. Scar and the 4 people of the quartet team stayed in the public toilet for about 30 seconds. Seeing that more than 1,000 guards had quickly gathered in their direction, they immediately took the opportunity to rush out and quickly merged into the Xuanwu Guards, who were leading the charge while the chaos was in full swing. Scar's figure flashed and quickly came to Gao Xian's side. He patted the other's shoulder lightly, and in Gao Xian's surprised eyes, he quickly made a few gestures, and then led the 4 members of the 4-way team to accelerate towards the wasteland outside the South City Gate. These more than 1,000 guards will become the frontline camp against the beast tide. At this time, the small ice crystals that were originally falling in the sky suddenly turned into large flakes of goose feather snow. The snow is heavy. The guards on the front line immediately turned the energy of the temporary protective shield to the maximum. But these flakes of goose feather snow were not only not optimized and filtered by the energy of the temporary protective shield, but became tougher and sharper. "Be careful, it's a mutant robe butterfly," Gao Xian reminded loudly. The mutant robe butterfly usually appears in the snow season. Their wings are as white and light as snowflakes, and they can easily hide in the wind and snow. From a distance, it looks like flakes of goose feather snow fluttering in the air. From a distance, the snow looks like goose feathers, but in fact, it is like a pair of sharp wings like steel knives. The most terrifying thing about the mutant robe butterfly is that they are highly toxic. Once touched by the mouthparts, the silver-white venom will immediately enter the human blood and kill instantly. The resistance of the Gene Warrior is slightly stronger, but it must also use the repair potion to clean the toxins in the wound within 30 minutes after being poisoned, otherwise it will die. Damn it, the lights are deliberately trying to make everyone increase the frequency of using the repair potion. Scar winked at Gao Xian, indicating that she should try to delay the large army. And he and the 4 people of the 4-party team will fight the first battle. They must do their best to ensure that the guard members are not injured by the mutant robe butterfly, and reduce the frequency of using the repair potion as much as possible. Although Gao Xian was somewhat puzzled, he looked at Scar's determined eyes, and nodded in agreement without saying anything. At this time, the Xuanwu Guards, who were led by Gao Xian as the frontline vanguard, saw that there were suddenly 5 more people beside their captain. The 5 people pulled out a metal plate from their backs in unison, and the metal plate quickly slid a distance in the snow, and then flew straight into the air with a whoosh. Scar and the 4 members of the Sifong team each stepped on a wind-whirling flatbed cart that Duyan Zhang worked overtime to make, and under the cover of the stagnation element mist, they flew directly towards the mutant cloak butterfly army that was approaching rapidly in the air. The Xuanwu Guards looked at the 5 people in the air, first jumped up, got on the board neatly, drifted in the snow, and then bent in the air. This elegant and outstanding figure, this smooth and flowing movement, this smooth and perfect S-shaped air drift. The memory sealed in my mind was suddenly awakened, and someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god! These 5 people must have asked Sister Banshee for special training. Damn! So scheming. I haven't even learned how to bend yet, but they can already fly. Fuck. I also want to be Sister Banshee's last disciple." The Xuanwu guards were exclaiming, and the 5-member Banshee group in the air suddenly flashed and immediately dispersed, surrounding the army of mutant cloaked butterflies and forming a pentagram. Scar took out a flashlight-like thing from his arms, and his index finger slid lightly, and suddenly a pink light shot out. Gao Xian immediately shouted loudly, "Shade glasses." The more than 100 members of the Xuanwu team responsible for the Vanguard charge immediately put on shade glasses. The pink light passed through the huge army of cloaked butterflies and shot directly at Hu Ba, who was opposite to Scar. Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils, and quickly took out the reflector from his pocket. With a move of the reflector, he successfully received the pink light. The lens in his right hand tilted slightly, and the pink light immediately passed through the middle of the mutant cloaked butterfly army and reflected to Yuge, who was diagonally opposite him. Yuge moved quickly, and the reflector of the same specification in her hand quickly and accurately caught it. The pink light instantly passed through the tail of the cloaked butterfly army and reflected to the commander diagonally opposite her. As soon as the reflector in the commander's hand appeared, the pink light was immediately passed to the little stutterer at the end of the pentagram. The little stutterer stretched out his arm, and the pink light shone through the lens in his hand again, passing through the entire cloaked butterfly army camp and reflecting back to the source of the pink light, Scar. In the blink of an eye, a light pink 5-pointed star of light instantly interspersed the army of mutant cloaked winged butterflies in the air. The pink flashlight in Scar's hand was an illusion weapon made by Xie Yuan using the pink illusion core crystal that Su Sanson dug out from under the soil layer of the mutant giant shocking. The pink light in the sky was like a charming and beautiful net, instantly outlining a charming and vivid illusion among the army of mutant cloaked winged butterflies. All the strange beasts illuminated by the pink light would instantly immerse themselves in the pink illusion that they most expected in their minds. I don't know what the mutant cloaked winged butterflies are looking forward to most in their lives. Scar and his 5 companions saw that as soon as the pink 5-pointed star took shape, the mutant cloaked winged butterflies in front of them suddenly began to spin in place in the pink light. The pink beam of light was like a spotlight on the stage of a musical, soft and gorgeous. The snow-white wings of the cloaked winged butterfly, like a fan-shaped gyroscope, fluttered and danced gracefully. What a big butterfly dance performance! The mutant cloaked winged butterflies gradually indulged in their own difficult dance moves, and for a moment, they actually forgot the original purpose of their army's invasion. Gao Xian saw that the beast tied in the air suddenly stopped its advance, and immediately raised his arms and shouted, "Electric shock guns ready! Fire!" Crackling. Bundles of high-intensity electric currents took the opportunity to mercilessly sweep at the mutant cloaked winged butterflies, who were still immersed in fantasy. Hua la la. Countless mutant cloaked winged butterflies were electrocuted and black smoke came out before they approached to attack. Accompanied by bursts of burnt fragrance, butterflies suddenly rained on the white snowy day. At this time, a small mutant cloaked winged butterfly hiding far away at the end of the army suddenly had a wisp of black air lingering around it. The black air was well hidden between the black smoke. Chapter 385. Pop! With a sound, a fire bullet suddenly came through the wind, and the mutant hidden winged butterfly, which was surrounded by black air, was shot in the head and burned into a fireball directly, falling straight from the air. The marshal blinked his bright eyes, put away the sniper rifle, and muttered to himself, "What a scheming butterfly, hiding at the back and pretending to smoke." The black air in Biting's palm suddenly disappeared, and he spat and said coldly, "This damn Xuanwu guard." It actually broke his beast-tied deployment directly. It seems that the guards of Base 103 have to be given some special treatment. If he doesn't get hurt, his puppet army won't be able to wait. On the Jianbing Xiaowei, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Guyun stared at the golden light in the energy converter under the driving screen in amazement, and said in surprise, "The core of Yongyuan? How can it be here with you?" Su Sanson's mouth twitched. Why can't it be here with her? Isn't she the opportunity that everyone talks about? This opportunity has a little treasure blessing. Is it difficult to understand? Su Sanson was too lazy to explain, and said nonsense. If I say that this is the Su family's ancestor, it was handed down, do you believe it? Guyun pursed his lips. How is it possible? Your ancestors didn't have this thing at that time. Su Sanson was stunned. What does that mean? He had to tell the truth. This is what we happened to dig up in the Lost Desert before. Guyun choked, a little envious and jealous. This is the core of Yongyuan. Just by chance, you can dig it up? Ah. He sighed lightly and secretly complained. The power of the Su family's long-cherished wish is indeed not to be underestimated. So what is the origin of this thing? Su Sanson suddenly became curious. Could this also be an existence similar to the essence of the metal, wood, water, fire and earth? Guyun took a deep breath, set up the 100 Schools Forum again, and began to perform a ritual. He only heard him say that after the war, our Zhuge family gathered the 5 elements in order to leave a backup. Of course, there were other families on Earth at that time, who also activated the ancestral secrets and left a backup. It is said that this eternal source core was created by a chieftain, who lived in the desert in the southwest corner of the first continent at that time. He led his people to extract all the energy essences on the Earth and perform rituals to gather them. According to the records of the ancestors of the Zhuge family, after the formation of the eternal source core, the Earth's energy suddenly mutated. Before the war, common energy disappeared in an instant. Fortunately, at the same time as the conventional energy disappeared, due to the instantaneous penetration of dark matter and pollutants in the universe, many ordinary rocks on the Earth also mutated, so there are now energy system nuclear crystals and nuclear crystal mines. And this tribe called Shada Clay Ball, because of the formation of the eternal source core, caused the geological climate of their ancestral desert to change suddenly, and they could no longer survive, so they had to migrate. Under the protection of the power of faith transformed by a local venerable, this tribe rushed all the way, heading north overnight, and soon arrived at the current location of Base 903. At the same time, when they successfully migrated to the location of Base 903, our Zhuge family's team responsible for sealing the essence of the wood and earth system also arrived there. At that time, the location of Base 903 was still an abandoned city. Fortunately, there was a place called Notre Dame de Bali in the area, which could provide the power of faith to protect humans, so there were still many survivors in the ruins. However, not long after the Zhuge family's wood and earth team arrived, the local abandoned city was hit by an infected riot, followed by an endless beast tide. In order to protect the innocent, the Zhuge family's team and the Saudi-A's Sticky Ball tribe suffered heavy casualties in the process of fighting riots and resisting beast tides again and again. When the team leader was dying, he found a simple-minded Yin country tribesman in Notre Dame and entrusted him with half of the wood and earth essence in his arms. The Yin country child had a pair of beautiful fox eyes and seemed to be less than 7 years old at the time. The captain didn't want to entrust the essence to him, but among the survivors in Notre Dame, there were not many Yin country bloodlines, and they were all half-grown children, and this 7-year-old boy was already the oldest. The captain struggled for a while, and thought that the essence should be left in the hands of the Yin people to be at ease, so he found the little boy and told him, "From now on, your surname is Du, and these 2 pieces of jade are the heirlooms of your Du family." The child was ignorant, but he had experienced the disaster and witnessed countless lives and deaths. He had been forced to grow up and had to become strong, so he nodded hard. The captain endured the severe pain of the wound and took his last breath. He took out a 4th-grade Chinese exercise book from his pocket. The pages of the exercise book were incomplete, and many places were soaked with sweat, blurring the handwriting. This exercise book belonged to his daughter. Before the Zhuge family issued the call for action, he happened to be at home tutoring his daughter's homework. Unexpectedly, the catastrophe suddenly came, and the world was in chaos. The captain handed over the exercise book that he had protected all the way to the child, and told him to remember the culture of Yin and remember that he was a Yin, and then he slowly closed his eyes. The child's ignorant eyes were filled with tears. He looked at the first page of the exercise book, which read, "Du Fu, courtesy name Zime, 2 orioles sing in the green willows, a line of egrets." Because the paper was damaged, the child didn't know what was behind the word egrets. In the exercise book, there was also a USB flash drive entrusted to him by a friend. The USB flash drive contained complete information about genetic drugs. Later, Saudi Ball continued to migrate eastward with the remaining 10 tribesmen, but they didn't expect that they would never be heard from again. Guyun told this history, and Su Sanson was quite touched. It turned out that the origin of the Du family began like this. No wonder they value their name so much. Thinking of the origin of the eternal source core mentioned by Guyun, it suddenly dawned on her, in this end times, the reason why no one mentioned oil, coal, and natural gas is that these energies have become part of the eternal source core. Then she rounded it off. Wouldn't she have inherited Saudi Arabia's crude oil assets? This. It's quite embarrassing. Maybe she can now top the hub's list of the richest people in the end times. When Su Sanson's thoughts were scattered, she couldn't help but look down at her chest, which contained the colorful power of long-cherished wishes. So, all of this was guided by the ancestors of the Su family in the dark. Xie Yuan drove the Jianbing Xiaowei and stopped at the easternmost end of the Lost Desert according to Su Sanson's request. According to her memory of her previous life, the Flame Mountain is located in the northeast of the Taklamakan Desert. Although the Lost Desert shown on the map now is larger and wider than the Karamazan Desert, the Flaming Mountain is still located in the eastern part of the desert. No one has ever entered the Lost Desert in the snowy season, so no one knows what is going on inside. Not sure whether the positioning function of the aircraft will still fail immediately after entering the Lost Desert like in the hot season, Xie Yuan still parked the aircraft on the Gobi Desert at the edge of the desert for the sake of caution. The four people got off the plane quickly, and used the stagnation element small stones to protect Xiaowei in a few seconds, and then looked at the Lost Desert not far away at the same time. I saw that above the golden desert that was constantly rolling, there were still wisps of hot air steaming. Above the hot air, there were pieces of snowflakes, slashing down like flying knives. When the snow knives flying in the sky touched the heat waves rising from the desert, ice and fire melted instantly. Less than 10 centimeters away from the sand layer, the snow knives were immediately evaporated into wisps of bright white smoke. The white smoke and hot air were entangled and lingered, and under the northwest wind, they were wrapped around each other and scattered. What is certain is that the temperature in the Lost Desert is still very high. It is just that such high temperature may only stay below the sand layer, and above the sand layer, because of the impact of wind and snow, the temperature in the air is no longer hot, but it is filled with gray-white mist. That is the pollutant released in the blizzard. Xie Yuan fiddled with the new temporary protective shield made of Jin Dan fragments in his hand, and raised the energy value by 1 level. This is the first Jin Dan temporary protective shield that he independently completed by learning the technology of Gong Shusu. After experiencing it, user Su Sanson concluded in one sentence, "A good shield is a must-have for home travel." Luckily, on this snowy day, all the Gobi rock sand snakes have entered hibernation. Now, there is nothing but snow on the Gobi Desert except rocks. The four people walked quickly to the border of the Lost Desert. Without saying anything, Guyun waved his right hand, and a feather fan immediately floated in the air. Qin Erge raised his hand and patted his shoulder. He was not tall enough, so he didn't pat him very hard. He immediately made the second best choice, patted Guyun's arm, and shook his head at him. "Put it away quickly." "Put it away. It's not needed. Don't waste the energy of the rare nuclear crystal." Guyun raised his eyebrows. This is the wind-swirling feather fan passed down from his Juga family. It's powerful. How can it not be used? Guyun was wondering when he saw Qin Erge raising his plunger and waving it in the air a few times, and then saw Xie Yuan taking out a salt mine crystal and throwing it in the air again and again. At this time, Su Sanson took out 2 strange things from the cloth bag on her chest, which looked like transparent plastic packaging bags. Such packaging is almost impossible to see in the end of the world. There are 3 golden balls in each plastic bag. Su Sanson opened the Ferrero chocolate balls that she accidentally found in the trunk of the car in the stagnation element building, and introduced them to the others with a mysterious look. "It will probably take a while. Come on, drink some nutrient solution first, and then try this." She hasn't eaten chocolate for a long time, and she has been a little greedy recently. Xie Yuan, Qin Erge and Guyun, each showing off a tube of sauce-flavored nutrient solution produced by Dews, began to fiddle with the golden tin foil in their hands curiously and nervously. Su Sanson put the whole Ferrero chocolate sprinkled with coconut flakes in his hand directly into his mouth. While feeling the long-lost silky and sweet taste in the cavity, he kept signaling the 3 people with his eyes. "Like me, you can taste its essence in 1 gulp." The 3 people looked at the coffee-colored balls sprinkled with coconut flakes in their hands, and were about to put the whole thing into their mouths. Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in the desert in the distance. The 4 people looked up immediately, and saw huge unknown spheres vaguely appearing in the thick snow fog and sand dust. Guyun looked at the brown-yellow ball that became clearer and clearer in the sand fog, and the surface of the ball was soaked by snow foam. He looked at the brown-yellow ball in the distance, and then looked at the coffee-colored ball in his palm. For some reason, I feel a little bit like it." Then, when the other 3 people flew up and immediately pulled up their combat masks, a soul-stirring breath mixed with heat and frost instantly lingered in his nose. Guyun frowned slightly, and quickly threw the brown ball into his mouth. The dense and silky texture quickly spread between his lips and teeth. At this moment, he finally saw the unknown ball in the sand mist. "Oh my god! Why do I feel like I am surrounded by a pile of dung?" Chapter 386. In the Lost Desert, Guyun sat behind the second hump of the mutant camel, the desert ship, and looked at Su Sanson, who was sitting between the two humps in front of him, and Xie Yuan, who was sitting in front of the first hump. He looked to the side, and saw Qin Ergu, who was running on a huge pile of dung with his short legs, feeling the sand mist, and the rumbling thunder behind him. He couldn't help but pull up the protective mask, and his mind kept replaying the scenes from 1 minute ago. He hadn't come to his senses yet. This descendant of the Su family actually tamed a desert beast. The desert ship was full of spirituality, so it was barely understandable that it could be tamed. But how did the group of black-armored beasts behind him, who were so powerful and kicking the dung with great fanfare, become obedient? Just relying on the green glowing plunger in Erguzi's hand, why did he not believe it? This ability to control beasts seemed even more ridiculous than playing mahjong in the sky. Guyun sat at the back of the desert ship, frowning, emotional, and his chest was still full of storms. As for Xie Yuan, he raised his long sword forward, and on the blade, a pollution-free high-purity salt crystal hung by spider silk swayed in front of the mutant camel's big eyelashes. He strictly followed the direction given by Su Sanson, and with his super sense of direction, he led the mutant camel to move quickly towards the northeast of the Lost Desert. The mutant camel's huge paws kept tumbling on the sand, and the strong wind in the air blew the hair on its head, sometimes to the right, forming a haystack, and sometimes split in the middle, leaving two pieces of lard tiles. Under the leadership of the shit god Qin Ergu, the dung beetle army diligently followed the mutant camel, providing sound effects and pulling out the dung circle. 1 hour later, everyone looked at the vast expanse of yellow sand around them, and at the same time blinked their eyes expectantly, looking at Su Sanson. Su Sanson smiled awkwardly, swallowed his saliva, and explained, "The general direction must be right, otherwise, look for it again?" Guyun shook the feather fan in his hand, drove away the heat waves around him, and reminded, "Otherwise, activate the power of your long-cherished wish. Whatever you wish for, it will come true. Why don't you make a wish right here?" Su Sanson's mouth twitched. Didn't she try to activate it? When she just entered the Lost Desert, she had already started to pray silently, okay? But the colorful pure light in her body never obeyed her command. It always came out when it wanted to, and when it didn't want to come out, it felt like it could be suffocated to death in its chest. I have silently prayed for no less than 800 times, but the power of this long-cherished wish has never responded. Su Sanson spread his hands and complained helplessly. Xie Yuan thought about it and suggested, "How about you just say your wish, or sing it, just like every time you go on a mission, sing a hymn to the goddess of luck." The hidden microphone master, Qin Ergu, suddenly had bright eyes. Since he learned a few hymns from his third sister, he felt that his name as the plunger hero has become more outstanding and loud. As long as he played a BGM accompaniment in his mind every time he appeared majestically, the whole aura immediately changed, and the movements of his hands were smooth and smooth. Qin Ergu immediately agreed. "How about singing the song you choose, Wadon? I choose Wama. Welcome the sunrise, send off the sunset." Su Sanson was speechless, but soon, the team set off again with the song "Where is the road? The road is under your feet." At this time, the dumb army that had been following the team at the end suddenly stopped, and then suddenly accelerated, directly passing the desert ship and the extra-large dung under Qin Ergu's feet, and rumbled straight to the right front. Guyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be? This is the power of long-cherished wish calling? The plunger in Qin Ergu's hand flashed green, and he seemed to have a sense of destiny that guided the direction. Could it be that the hymn just now worked? Xie Yuan looked at Qin Ergu, who ran away with a large army, and hurriedly led the mutant camel to catch up, and then adjusted the range of the temporary protective shield of the golden elixir to the maximum. If Ergo gets impulsive and accidentally rolls away, then they can only take the big dung pile back to Lao Qin as a souvenir. When the mutant camel hurriedly caught up with Qin Ergo with its big feet, following the rolling sand fog, they saw Qin Ergo standing alone, with circles of dung piles scattered around, forming a big circle. On each dung pile, a stupid dung beetle was waving its front limbs excitedly. Su Sanson didn't understand, and followed the dung beetle's front limbs to look towards the center of the dung pile circle. Oh my god, an open-air dung field. I don't know which alien beast tribe built this large-scale infrastructure. Judging from the quality, it was the kind that had just been completed. It was noisy. This, I'm sure it's not the power of Su Sanson's long-cherished wish. Qin Ergo looked at the plunger in his hand that was flashing green light, and his heart trembled silently. Well, this damn sense of fate. It was really the shit god calling. 10 minutes later, after the dung beetle army had finished their feast, the thunder started again. In the rolling sand fog, the four people set out again to find the flame mountain. In the sandstorm, Everyone looked at Su Sanson again. Guyun suggested again, "Is it because the wish we made before was not sincere enough, or?" Su Sanson was speechless. She was not sincere enough. This was a prayer and a hymn. The hymn was divided into multiple parts of duets and a chorus. Thinking back to when she was scavenging, she didn't do so many gimmicks. How can she not be sincere? This is not a question of attitude at all. This can only mean that the power of long-cherished wish in her body is not under her control at all. How can she, a fake, arbitrarily activate the power of long-cherished wish that can only be used by the blood of the Su family? Ah! I have said long ago that she is not a descendant of the Su family, not a descendant of the Su family. At the critical moment, there will definitely be trouble. This Yuga Yun just doesn't believe it, and he insisted that she was passive and shirking responsibility. Alas, now she finally dropped the chain. Su Sanson secretly complained, but on the surface, he continued to pray devoutly and tirelessly. God! Save me. Let us find the Flame Mountain quickly. Oh no, it doesn't matter if we can't find the Flame Mountain, just find the Fire Flame Heart. At the same time, Guyun, who was sitting on the back seat of the mutant camel, also took out the Zhuge family's ancestral stone plate from the bamboo basket on his back. The fine sand was sprinkled and swam quickly on the stone plate in an instant. He wanted to use the Zhuge family's divination method to see if he could find some clues. After all, this was the secret sealed place chosen by the ancestors of the Zhuge family. In principle, he should be able to sense it. Chapter 387. The fine sand kept moving on the stone plate, never stopping. Guyun frowned slightly. Could it be that the heat wave magnetic field of the Lost Desert would not only interfere with the locator signal, but also affect the divination method of their Zhuge family? Just as he stared at the stone plate and fell into deep thought, the stone plate in his hand suddenly tilted, and his body quickly leaned back due to inertia, and the desert boat under him suddenly accelerated in an instant. The mutant camel didn't know what was going on, and it ran wildly in the desert without any warning. Guyun shook his body, and saw the fine sand that finally stopped on the stone plate, and he was overjoyed. The direction pointed by the stone plate was exactly where the mutant camel ran. It seems that this is the divination method of their Zhuge family. After more than 10 minutes, the 4 big feet of the mutant camel gradually slowed down and finally stopped slowly. Everyone saw countless dark green plants covered with thorns growing in the fine sand layer in front of them. The mutant camel was blinking its cute big eyes, quickly lowering its proud and stubborn head, sticking out its long tongue towards the thorny plant, and then rolling it up with ease, and then began to chew. This? Su Sanson sighed lightly. Well, maybe it was because the dumb army was eating voraciously just now that the mutant camel was hungry. Xie Yuan took advantage of this opportunity to quickly take out a water core crystal from his waist, put it into the sealed water bag, and called on everyone to quickly replenish water. When the mutant camel was full and burped with satisfaction, it was already 30 minutes later. As everyone was preparing to move forward, Su Sanson's heartbeat suddenly slowed down and her pupils became dilated. Boom! 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 A colorful light flashed across her chest, and she finally heard the long-awaited call in her mind. Come on! Come on! I'm here! 3 seconds later, her eyes became clear again. Xie Yuan, Guyun and Qin Ergu all stared at her intently. With the blessing of the colorful light, there will definitely be no more mistakes. Su Sanson waved his hand and pointed, right front. Boom! The sky was filled with dust again, and clouds of dust were rolled up. One after another, the dung balls were marching forward behind the mutant camels. Soon, everyone could clearly feel that the temperature around them was rising rapidly. At the edge of the Lost Desert, the rising air waves from the sand layer, and the heavy snow falling from the sky began to vaporize, and blend at a height of 30 centimeters from the sand layer. At this moment, the altitude of the vaporization layer of ice and snow around has risen to 8 to 10 meters above the sand layer. Continuing forward, the altitude of the vaporization layer will continue to rise. Hot, really hot. The sudden scorching heat tightly wrapped around Su Sanson's body, like a foot of white silk locking his throat, and like a piece of plastic wrap tightly wrapped around his head and face, suffocating and driving him crazy. The large army continued to move forward for about 10 minutes, and the desert ship and the dumb army behind them had to stop because they could no longer withstand the terrible heat. Su Sanson was dazed, his brain was almost roasted, he shook his head, and weakly took off the wind-whirling cart on his left arm. Xie Yuan jumped up and hugged Su Sanson, who was about to be steamed on the spot, and could be taken out of the oven directly. He quickly got on the board, held her little head, and continuously fed her with unpolluted high-purity salt water in the water bag to replenish her rapidly consumed physical strength and quickly evaporated water. After Qin Erga got off his special mount, he sat on the wind-type feather fan of the Shuga family with Guyun. I take San San up to cool down. Xie Yuan drove the somersault cloud and immediately rose to a place about 100 meters away from the sand layer. The wind-type feather fan carried Qin Ergu, who was also a little unconscious due to the heat, and followed closely behind. Blowing the biting cold wind above the vaporization layer, the suffocating heat wave that lingered around them was finally completely dispelled. Su Sanson and Qin Ergu, two non-genetic warriors, finally got a breath and completely returned to their senses. After resting for 5 minutes, Su Sanson looked at the high-temperature area below that was completely covered by heat waves and white fog, and frowned slightly. Although it is cool at this height, the sight is completely blocked by the fog, and the scene below cannot be seen clearly. What can I do? If I want to see clearly, I have to go down. But if I go down, it will be too hot, and my brain will be roasted and not clear again. How can you have both? Xie Yuan seemed to see Su Sanson's dilemma, and he whispered, "Don't you always say that only children do multiple-choice questions, and adults want both?" Su Sanson opened her big almond eyes, thinking that she was only 16 years old in this body, and she didn't know if she was an adult, so how could she have both? Xie Yuan rubbed the little girl's head, and didn't explain any more. After transferring Su Sanson to Guyun's wind feather fan, he pulled out the long sword on his back, and drove the somersault cloud alone towards the white fog area that was constantly steaming below. Xie Yuan took out a wind nuclear crystal from the material bag, put it into the nuclear crystal slot on the blade, and immediately waved the long sword quickly between his arms. The strong wind whirl on the blade immediately spread out in all directions with Xie Yuan as the center. In the blink of an eye, a hole with a diameter of about 2 meters was forcibly cut out in the thick white fog. The 3 people sitting on the feather fans took advantage of the blank area cut out by Xie Yuan and quickly looked down. They saw holes with thick white smoke coming out one by one, densely spread over the sand layer. In the sand hole under the white smoke, there seemed to be countless fiery red flames rolling and leaping. Su Sanson took a deep breath and exclaimed, "So many lava caves." At this time, an urgent call came from her mind again. "Here! I'm here!" Su Sanson pointed to a slightly raised sand dune not far ahead and urged, "In front, in that sand dune." And on the sand dune in front, waves of thicker white smoke were constantly steaming up, and quickly merged with the snow fog in the vaporization layer, making it difficult to tell whether the white smoke was fog or smoke for a while. Guyun controlled the wind feather fan and flew quickly to the top of the sand dune, while Xie Yuan drove the somersault cloud alone, still chopping the white fog that blocked the view below for everyone. In the center of the sand dune was a cave entrance made of reddish-brown rocks. Gulp! Gulp! Below the cave, waves of fiery red magma were surging and churning. "We're here! It's here, the flaming mountain buried by the sand." The call in Su Sanson's mind became more and more urgent and enthusiastic. At the same time, the 36 base cities in the base federation were constantly recruiting troops and launching attacks on the beast tide outside the base cities. The snow in the snowy season is falling even harder. The blade-like snow knives are getting bigger and bigger, falling mercilessly from a height of 10,000 meters, constantly impacting and consuming the energy of the protective shields of each base. Not good. Alarm. The energy of the temporary protective shield is about to run out. Many guards on the front line of the beast tide gradually discovered that their temporary protective shields seemed to be unable to stop the sudden intensification of the snow knives in the sky. Report. Team 2 and Team 3 of the base have suffered heavy casualties and need to be treated as soon as possible. Report. Half of the members of the Vanguard Guard are injured. Please prepare the repair potion as soon as possible. In the base federation, more than a dozen base cities with relatively weak military forces have suffered heavy casualties. The new generation of repair potions that the Rose Shoe family has continuously transported to the front line are being purchased and consumed rapidly. Chapter 388. Above the Flame Mountain in the Lost Desert, Su Sanson looked at the red magma that kept rolling at the bottom of the cave and frowned slightly. Before in Tianqi, because it was a lake, it was relatively easy to go down to the bottom and extract the essence of the water system. But now, the cave is filled with magma. It is like trying to get a chestnut out of a fire if you want to take out the flame core. What should you do? While Su Sanson was thinking, Xie Yuan had already driven the whirlwind cart back. He only heard his low and magnetic voice and calmly analyzed. It should not be a problem to use the stagnation element as protection, but the temperature at the bottom of the cave is too high, and the whirlwind cart will definitely not be able to penetrate deep into it. It is easy to go down, but it may be difficult to come up again. Guyun nodded, agreeing with Xie Yuan's opinion, and further added, "The people who go down are obviously unable to use the power of nuclear crystals because they are always shrouded in the mist of stagnation elements, so they need external forces to help complete the final step of coming up." The two of them talked and soon discussed a specific implementation plan for going down to the Sea of Fire. Sue Sanson, who was left aside, felt completely ignored, so she coughed lightly. "That, I think." Xie Yuan turned his head, pinched her little hand, and whispered, "You stay up there. Just like the last time when we took the essence of the water system." Gu Yun looked at the two of them, sighed lightly, and silently lit a candle for Du Ziting. Ziting, your fate will probably never be together." After Gu Yun and Xie Yuan discussed it, Xie Yuan directly took two small stones with a diameter of about 1.5 meters from the top of the long sword, and placed the small stones in the pockets on the chest and thigh of the combat uniform respectively. Under the stagnation factor, without giving Sue Sanson a chance to react, he jumped directly into the fiery red magma that was rolling in the cave. Gudong! A thick magma flower exploded instantly. Sue Sanson's little heart tightened. Although she knew how powerful Xiao Shirtu was, if something went wrong, her old Xie would be dead. Time passed by minute, and it was exactly 10 minutes since Xie Yuan entered the magma. He and Gu Yun also agreed in advance that no matter whether they succeeded in getting the fire flame heart, they must return immediately after 10 minutes. According to the plan, Gu Yun quickly took out 2 mahjong tiles from the bamboo basket on his back, one for the west wind and one for the north wind. He closed his eyes, and the energy of the materialized nuclear crystal in his chest was suddenly released. A distant voice came from the horizon, "Northwest wind. Blow." He threw 2 mahjong tiles into the air quickly. In an instant, 2 powerful whirlwinds gathered from the northwest at a high speed, and immediately blew away the thick white fog below. The magma rolling and leaping in the flame cave immediately appeared in front of him, but Xie Yuan was not seen on the surface of the lava flow. Gu Yun frowned slightly. "What's going on?" Qin Erge clenched the plunger. "Where is Brother Yuan?" Sue Sanson's heart trembled. "Where is Xie Yuan? Why didn't he show up on time?" She suddenly had an ominous premonition, clenched her small fist tightly, and her heart was anxiously beating wildly. At the bottom of the flame cave, deep in the magma, Xie Yuan's eyes were red, and he was tightly bound by tongues of netherworld fire. Less than 5 minutes after he fell into the lava, these tongues of fire suddenly shot out from the bottom of the cave. Xie Yuan dodged quickly in the magma, and soon avoided the first wave of fire tongues. Unexpectedly, as he continued to dive, the hot magma around him suddenly changed and turned into long red tongues, flashing the netherworld fire, tightly wrapping his limbs and body. However, the moment the tongues touched the mist of the stagnation element, they were immediately imprisoned. Xie Yuan waved his arms vigorously, trying to use the power of stagnation to pull the tongues of fire directly from the bottom of the cave. However, the roots of the tongues of fire were tightly connected to the bottom of the cave. Xie Yuan kept pulling hard, and the tongues of fire were still firmly rooted in the bottom of the cave. No, the agreed 10 minutes are almost up. If he fails to return to the surface of the magma on time, San and the others will definitely be anxious. Moreover, the oxygen carried in the stagnation element is not enough for him to continue consuming like this. Xie Yuan gritted his teeth, preparing to tighten his muscles, swing his arms, and try to retract. Suddenly, a colorful light flashed from Sue Sanson's chest, and then the flames tightly wrapped around Xie Yuan began to twist like red snakes. In the blink of an eye, countless red flames shot out from the bottom of the magma, tightly wrapping Xie Yuan's body. The flames kept surging and gathered quickly. After a few seconds, a huge fire snake with red flames all over its body suddenly flew out. Pop! With a bang, the magma splashed, and the red flame snake broke out of the magma. In the fire snake, Xie Yuan was tightly wrapped in it. Sue Sanson shouted, "It's out! Hurry!" Gu Yun immediately threw out another 2 mahjong tiles, one for the east wind and one for the south wind. A southeast whirlwind quickly rose around the red flame snake at the entrance of the Flame Mountain Cave. The red flame snake was quickly swirled by the southeast wind to the sky above the vaporization layer. As the temperature gradually dropped, the red flame snake quickly condensed and shrank, and in an instant it shrank back into the mist of the stagnation element. Xie Yuan looked at the red flame snake that suddenly shrank to the size of a palm in front of him, and immediately reached out to grab it firmly. At the same time, he quickly put the 2 stagnation element small stones in the pocket of his combat uniform back to the top of the long sword. Qin Erge on the wind-swirling feather fan was quick-witted, and quickly reached down with the plunger. With a pop sound, the plunger was firmly attached to the blade of Xie Yuan's long sword. With the help of the southeast cyclone, Qin Ergu used all his strength and pulled hard, and Xie Yuan was successfully sent back to the somersault cloud. "Are you okay?" Su Sanson asked anxiously. Xie Yuan handed the red fire snake in his hand to her, smiled, and shook his head. "It's okay. Don't worry too much." After the 4 people got the fire flame core, they immediately sat on the desert boat and stepped on the dung to retreat to the edge of the lost desert. At the same time, in the inner city of Base 103, the energy detector on a high tower suddenly issued a beeping monitoring alarm. Wang hid in the hood, looking at the wave graphics captured on the energy detector, and immediately knocked on the door of Biding's office. "Fire? Such a strong energy fluctuation. Why has it never appeared before?" Biding muttered to himself. The first was on the 67th day of the Yinji, when the fluctuation of the key was detected, and then a strange circular overlapping ripple, followed by the Yongyuan core, and then the extremely powerful water energy, and now the fire again. For some reason, a bad feeling arises spontaneously. Bai Ding narrowed his eyes slightly, looked in the direction of the lost desert, and said sternly, "Shadow is out, go check it out immediately." "I'm afraid all this has something to do with Xie Yuan." Chapter 389. After a series of thunderous roars, Su Sanson and his 4 companions successfully returned to the edge of the lost desert. It must be said that the desert ship and the dumb army are quite gifted in recognizing the way. Xie Yuan took out 2 high-purity, pollution-free salt crystals from the bag of supplies, and fed them into the mutant camel's mouth. The mutant camel lowered its proud head, blinked its bright big eyes, and let Xie Yuan fiddle with its hair on top of its head, while chewing the salty snacks in its mouth, with its nose pouting, making a crisp crunch sound. Xie Yuan quickly calmed the mutant camel, waved to it, and watched it quickly disappear in the yellow sand, and then took 3 or 2 steps back to Su Sanson's side. At this time, the shit god Qin Ergu was still nagging his brothers. "Remember, in the future, you must eat less overnight meals, understand? If you can get ready-made, try to find ready-made ones. Don't treat yourself too badly every day." Su Sanson rolled his eyes while listening. "What's the matter? It's not fragrant if it's overnight, right? Could it be that your brothers are still worried that nitrite will cause cancer?" Qin Ergu waved the plunger in his hand, and he and his brothers finally completed the farewell ceremony, looking back every 3 steps. Suddenly, a round black dot appeared on the horizon. Xie Yuan's clairvoyance, which was blessed by the double yolk egg, immediately alerted, and ran back to the Jianbing Shaowei on the Gobi Desert in 3 or 2 steps. Together with Gu Yun, he immediately imprisoned several large rocks with the stagnation element, and covered Shaowei in the temporary rock pile. The 2 hurriedly pulled San and Qin Ergu up and hid. The black spot on the horizon gradually grew larger. After a while, Su San and the other 4 saw a high-level black flying saucer from the gap in the rock pile, gently landing on the edge of the lost desert. As the hatch opened, more than 100 cloaked monsters wearing black hoods came out one after another. They seemed to have clear target coordinates, and flew straight to the depths of the lost desert. Su San frowned slightly, looked at the red flame snake trapped in the mist in the cloth bag, and exchanged a quick glance with Xie Yuan. It seems that the pendulum lamp has detected the fluctuation of the fire flame heart. Xie Yuan pursed his lips, pondered for a while, and immediately communicated with the 3 people using lip language. At this moment, the sound of booming thunder was heard. The 4 people in the rock pile immediately turned their heads to look. Suddenly, a huge sandstorm started without any warning at the edge of the lost desert. "What's going on?" Everyone was stunned. They saw that the army of dung lumps that had just left, and had not rolled far away, suddenly went crazy. They were like chicken blood and rolled straight towards the more than 100 cloaked monsters, and the more than 100 cloaked monsters were also very strange. They seemed to hate these dung lumps very much. They put on masks and ran away, and immediately drew their guns and fired with panic on their faces. "Is this afraid?" Bang bang bang. A heavy firepower bullet flew straight towards the dung lumps in the sandstorm, like a dense net. Puff! Puff! The bullets sank deep into the dung lumps, and were directly imprisoned in them. What a solid dung beetle! The stupid and reckless army of dung beetles, ignorant and fearless, are extremely fierce. They are not afraid of the power of bullets at all, just keep kicking their legs to move forward, very brave. Su Sanson turned his head with a strange expression and looked at Qin Ergu. Qin Ergu scratched his head, and was also very puzzled. Before he left, he only told everyone to try to find something good and fresh to eat, and didn't pass on any other essentials about the dung bucket. Seeing that the dung beetle army was about to run away after the cloaked monster, Xie Yuan hurriedly called a few people, immediately turned out of the rock pile, pulled up Sanson, jumped onto the somersault cloud, and chased after it. Gu Yun's ancestral feather fan flew into the air again, pulled up Qin Ergu, and immediately followed. The battle was imminent, and the enemy took the initiative to deliver it to the door again. Meeting his fate, when not to fight now. Each of the 4 people had a small stone of stagnation element to protect in front of him. Xie Yuan drew out his long knife quickly, and the blade pierced the cloak monster's brain. Every time Xie Yuan killed a cloak monster, the stagnation element stone in Su Sanson's hand immediately sealed the corresponding heavy firepower pistol. These pistols are equipped with life detection self-destruct devices and must be controlled in time. The 2 of them worked together and had a lot of fun harvesting. On the Fengxian Yushan side, Gu Yun immediately threw 4 white boards to the edge of the desert. The white boards grew infinitely in the air and stood upright on the edge of the desert, like thick city gates, blocking the cloak monster's way back to the Gobi Desert. Are you kidding? There is no signal in this lost desert. How could the cloak monster get out of the signal blind spot and tip off the alien dog thief who was hanging the lamp? Qin Ergu returned to his superstar throne again, holding up a plunger to command the army, poking with a metal stick, and sucking lightly with a leather bowl. While harvesting heads, he also followed the instructions of his third sister, and Yu Ange, and immediately confiscated the heavy firepower pistols in the hands of the dead into the mist. Half an hour later, everyone looked at the more than 100 heavy firepower pistols piled in the mist, and stared at the corpses with black gas in the sand layer, frowning slightly. Are they also aliens? Qin Ergu was very curious. Or just puppets parasitized by the pendant lights? Gu Yun touched his chin. It could also be puppets parasitized by other aliens. Xie Yuan speculated. Su Sanson suddenly thought of the ancestor of the iron wireworm that parasitized the orchid mantis, and suddenly made a bold guess. Maybe their entire alien race is a group of parasites from other galaxies? After the 4 people said goodbye to the dumb army again, they immediately returned to Jianbing Xiaowei. Xie Yuan walked to the black metal flying saucer of the cloak monster in 2 or 3 steps, quickly checked it, put the 5 stagnation element stones on the 5 signal transmitters, and then packed them up and took them away with ease. Gu Yun stared at the metal flying saucer in Xie Yuan's hand with his eyes wide open, unable to utter a word for a long time. This. Is this okay? Su Sanson saw that he was making a fuss and looked a little disgusted, so he taught him. This is called environmental protection, recycling. Do you understand? Change its name and dress it up again, and it will be a hero again. Yes, looking at such a high-end black metal flying saucer, Su Sanson's mind has instantly flashed several names. Indian flying pancakes, or Oreo. So Jianbing Xiaowei with Oreo on his head, quickly took off under the blessing of the Eternal Source Core. They successfully got the Fire Flame Heart in the Lost Desert, and picked up a big item for free. Now they only have one last task left, the Gold Essence. According to the ancestral documents of the Zhuge family, the team responsible for sealing the Gold Essence that year went directly north with the Water Team. The Water Team needs to go to the purest and most tranquil waters for sealing, so Zhuge ancestor chose Chanbai Mountain Tianqi. The sealing requirement for the Gold Essence is to choose a supreme place that symbolizes status and power. Power and status supreme. Su Sanson kept repeating these words in her mind. Her first reaction was the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang near the Terracotta Warriors, but the direction was wrong. The Zhuge family set up a formation at the mouth of the Yangtze River to gather the essence of the 5 elements, so if they went north, they could not go to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang in the west. Then, it can only be the political center of Yin State at that time, the imperial capital, so Xie Yuan immediately drove the Jianbing Xiaowei and flew straight to Panjiayuan, the historical coordinate point that Su Sanson had kept before. Chapter 390. 1.5 hours later, Jianbing Xiaowei slowly landed on the ruins of Panjiayuan. A thick layer of snow had already accumulated. As soon as the 4 people got off the aircraft, they were besieged by the infected. For a moment, conical snake scales, long knives, plungers and mahjong tiles flashed in a mix. After a burst of chaos, Su Sanson and the other 4 quickly finished their warm-up exercises. While harvesting the nuclear crystals in the heads of the infected, they looked around. Looking far away, all they could see were the ruins of the city covered with snow. What a huge ruin! Qin Ergu sighed, and hurriedly threw the nuclear crystals in his hand into his bag of supplies. Su Sanson sighed secretly. What are you talking about? This is the great imperial capital, the imperial capital where traffic jams can last until dawn the next day on a snowy day. Xie Yuan looked to the northwest, and saw that in the middle of the large ruins, there seemed to be a square area surrounded by a circle of dark red waste bricks. With this square area as the center, There seemed to be a circle of vacuum areas at intervals. Su Sanson followed Xie Yuan's gaze. Although her eyesight could not see that far, she knew that he had noticed Zijin City by looking at where his eyes were fixed. As for the circles of empty areas in Captain Xia's eyes, they must be the first, second, fifth, and sixth ring roads of the great imperial capital. Ah! Really, there is one more ring than the Olympic 5 rings. No wonder Xiaoye used all his strength to drive the car onto the 5th ring in his previous life. Su Sanson quickly shook off the overly divergent thoughts in his mind, stared at Zijin City, and thought silently. Could it be that the place that symbolizes supreme power and status is the Qianxin Palace in Zijin City? Or is it the Tian'an Gate Tower on Chang'an Street outside Zijin City? At this time, the stone plate in Gu Yun's hand suddenly began to vibrate slightly, and the fine sand on the stone plate actually began to rotate for no reason. Gu Yun frowned and walked back and forth along the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north with the stone plate. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the west. When he turned the stone plate completely to the west, the fine sand suddenly flew into the air quickly, and above the stone plate, an arrow pointed directly to the sky. What does it mean? Gu Yun pursed his lips tightly, looking at this sudden 3-dimensional hexagram, confused. This is the first time that the fine sand has given an indication beyond the 2-dimensional plane. Su Sanson looked at the west where Gu Yun was facing, and tried hard to recall the subway map of the imperial capital in his previous life. The west of Panjiayuan was definitely not on line 10. He stared at the arrow given by Shisha again. Up, in the air, in the sky. What does it mean? The sky? Su Sanson's eyes lit up. My God, it can't be the altar of heaven to the west of Panjiayuan. The altar of heaven, the place where the emperor worshipped the sky. It is indeed supreme and majestic. Xie Yuan saw Su Sanson's round almond eyes, sparkling. Knowing that he had found a new idea, he whispered, "What did you think of?" Su Sanson pointed to the west and said, "I guess it should be there." Gu Yun looked at the 3-dimensional hexagram on the stone plate, then looked at the west, and asked doubtfully, "Did your long-cherished wish power come true?" He didn't see the 7-colored pure light. Could it be another mistake? Su Sanson quickly organized his words. "My long-cherished wish power didn't come true. But didn't your Zhuge family's ancestor give me a hint?" As he spoke, he pointed at the stone plate. Gu Yun didn't quite understand. This hexagram clearly pointed to the sky. How did it change to the west? He was still standing there in confusion when he saw Xie Yuan and Qin Erge following Su Sanson and walking directly to the west. Oh, no, he is a professional fortune teller. Well, shouldn't the final right of interpretation of this hexagram be in the hands of his descendants of Zhuge? Aren't the descendants of the Su family responsible for making wishes? 10 minutes later, the 3 of them, led by Su Sanson, finally arrived at the ruins about 3 kilometers west of Panjiayuan. Su Sanson looked at the white snow in front of her, not sure if she had found the right place, and was about to dig on the spot to see if she could find some special markers. She just took a step forward with her left foot, and suddenly, something around her was slightly bright under the snow. Gu Yun immediately stopped and quickly scanned the area. The glimmer just now seeped out from under the snow and flashed away. It just came from 8 directions. Could it be? It was the Bagua formation set up by the ancestors, just like the 8 pieces of concrete outside the bamboo forest. If so, wouldn't Su Sanson's move just now be equivalent to breaking the formation directly? Gu Yun suddenly remembered that the Bagua formation of the ancestors was not found near the magma cave in the flame mountain of the Lost Desert. It seems that the team responsible for sealing the essence of the fire system at that time did suffer heavy casualties, and it is estimated that they could not even gather enough people to set up the formation. Gu Yun hurriedly took out 8 Bagua talismans that his master had drawn on yellow paper from the bamboo basket. He quickly recited the formation formula in his mouth and threw his right hand into the air. The moment the 8 talisman papers rose into the air, they immediately turned into 8 afterimages and dispersed, just sinking into the 8 places where the glimmer just lit up. Su Sanson turned his head. So, we found the right place? Although Gu Yun was reluctant to admit it, after all, the hexagrams on the stone plate were not interpreted by him, but the facts were in front of him, so he had to answer in a roundabout way to save the last bit of face of his Zhuge family. I found the 8 diagrams left by my ancestors. So I reinforced it a little. Su Sanson nodded. That means they found the right place. The essence of the gold system must be sealed here. Otherwise, why would the Zhuge family waste resources and set up the 8 diagrams barrier here? She originally wanted to dig a little to see if she could find some blue tiles and red walls, or a plaque with the 3 big characters Qinyan Hall engraved on it to confirm whether she had gone to the wrong place. After all, she had gone astray before. Thinking back then, she was supposed to go to Sanxingui, but ended up taking everyone directly to Quanjai Alley. Thinking about it, it was speechless. But now it's good. Although some relics related to the altar of heaven have not been dug out, the Shuga family's barrier is the best proof. Sue Sanson continued to walk forward. Now that she had found the right place, she only needed to know which point to start construction. It was strange. The plot had already developed to this stage. Why didn't the colorful light in her chest react? Shouldn't there be a little call in her mind now, giving her some appropriate hints? Sue Sanson was thinking about it while walking slowly on the white snow without any method. Suddenly, there was a booming sound of breaking the ground, followed by a huge and majestic ancient stone wall rising from the ground in an instant. The blue-gray stone wall, with the shiny blue-green glazed tiles on the top of the wall, was like a huge arc-shaped cage, tightly surrounding Sue Sanson and the other four. Then, 7 blue-green stone sculptures, about 5 meters wide and 10 meters high, bang 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 fell from the sky and blocked Sue Sanson and the other four. The 7 blue stone sculptures, with their eyes wide open and domineering, stared directly at the 4 dwarfs in front of them. Chapter 391. Sue Sanson looked up at the 7 blue-green stone sculptures in front of him, and felt that they looked familiar. A handsome young man riding a big rooster, a big-headed dragon that looked like a husky, a big peacock with a long cape, a humpback lion with eyes as big as copper bells, a pony with its head held high and its legs a little thick, a pony brother with similarly thick and short legs, Emma number 2, a creature with tusks on its head but only a big head. Sue Sanson was searching quickly for the limited memories of his previous life, when suddenly a loud noise sounded in the air. Oh my god! She actually said I was a handsome boy? I'm obviously an immortal. An immortal? She even called me a husky. How can a dragon look like a husky? It's totally unreasonable. I'm a phoenix, not a peacock. Are my eyes really like copper bells? No one has ever said that I look like Sheriff Black Cat. She actually had the nerve to say that my legs are short. She doesn't even look at herself. I'm a Pegasus with wings, and I don't usually rely on my legs. Don't mention it. She actually thought we were brothers. One is a Pegasus, and the other is a seahorse. We are completely different species. There is a barrier to hybridization. Woo woo woo. She said I only have a big head. Sue Sanson thought she was hallucinating and quickly turned to look at Xieyuan, Guyun and Qin Ergu. Seeing that the 3 of them were also surprised, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued to complain. No, are these 7 big stone sculptures so fragile? She even suspected that they were carved with colored glaze in their previous life. Oh my god! She actually called us fragile. We are made of the finest clay. Fuck. When has our roof beast ever been humiliated like this? Why are you still arguing? Just do it. Show her what we are made of. Suddenly, the 7 blue-green stone sculptures in front of them came to life. With 2 whoosh sounds, the immortal riding the phoenix flicked his long sleeves and immediately rode the phoenix to the sky. The Pegasus flapped its wings and suddenly soared into the sky. The seahorse immediately dived and quickly drilled into the snow layer. The sitting lion roared to the sky, kicked its legs and pounced, rushing towards the 4 dwarfs. Sue Sanson opened his eyes wide and looked at the blue-green stone sculpture that suddenly came to life. His memory suddenly began to return rapidly. Isn't this the exorcist beast carved on the ridge of the palace roof? This. How can it be so eloquent? Fly and run. The beast on the roof of the Temple of Heaven. Sue Sanson and the other 4 hurriedly drew out their weapons and quickly entered combat mode. Bang! Paw! Bang! Pooh! The 4 people kept slashing at the beasts that were rushing at them from all directions, from the sky to the ground, and the sound of weapons colliding was heard in the silent snow. Time passed by minute, Xieyuan's figure flashed, and his long sword kept swinging in the air. After cutting off the long horn on the head of the drooping beast, the blade immediately raised up and easily cut off the flying hoof of the Pegasus above his head. Sue Sanson held the high-energy sword in one hand, bent his knees and turned to stab behind him, and swung his other hand forward with all his strength. At the same time, the 4 conical snake scales directly pierced the blue-green glaze layer of the mythical beast, and the high-energy sword went straight into the eyebrows of the humpback lion behind. Guyun threw out 4 little chickens, which flew up into the sky and pecked at the phoenix riding immortal. The feathers in his hand were like sharp swords, flying towards the phoenix beast that was circling in front of him with a cloak. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix riding immortal and the phoenix beast were broken into pieces and fell. Qin Ergu, without saying a word, picked up the plunger in his hand and poked the dragon beast in front of him with eyes as big as copper bells. The copper bell was accurately covered by the leather bowl. Ergu twisted his wrist, and the copper bell fell to the ground with a plop. The dragon beast jumped in shock. In theory, these 7 beasts are so fragile that even if they are made of high-grade clay, they can't resist a beating. The strange thing is that within 1 second after they were broken, they could be resurrected immediately on the spot. Su Sanson and his 4 companions were trapped in this high wall. They chopped, stabbed, and poked, but the beast on the roof shattered and came back to life, came back to attack, attacked and shattered and came back to life. This cycle continued for 3 hours before they knew it. It was almost dark, but Su Sanson and his 4 companions were still fighting monsters. Hey, no, will this ever end? Gu-yun was really a little tired. The key was, why is he, a fortune teller who has just recovered from a serious illness and makes a living by selling his brainpower and talking, doing martial arts work all the time? Moreover, it feels like this martial arts work has no technical content. It's just a waste of time and energy. Ouch. I'm so tired. Su Sanson is also exhausted. It's been a long time since I had such high-intensity mindless physical training. The key is that if you don't fight, this divine beast with such a big body will hit you directly, and you will definitely be injured. Let's use the stagnation element stone. It's hard to imprison it, but it has end lives and can be resurrected immediately. The mist of this stone is not big, and this beast is strong. It can fill the mist with one head. It can't handle it at all. Su Sanson panted and hurriedly reached into the cloth bag on her chest and dug back and forth. At this critical moment, she really thought of herself as Doraemon. Suddenly, her fingertips touched a hard object in the cloth bag, and her eyebrows raised. A sly smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She shouted, "Use your fingers to hold up your eyelids. You must not close your eyes and sleep. You can't blink." As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Yuan thought of something and immediately put away the knife to hold up his eyelids. Qin Erge listened to her third sister the most. He hurriedly pulled back the plunger and followed his brother Yuan's example, and decisively pushed his eyelids with 2 fingers. As for Gu-yun, the tacit understanding was relatively poor. After all, it was also his first time to go on a mission with Su Sanson. Although they were unfamiliar, fortunately, they had the morning trip to the Lost Desert as a foundation, and they had also seen the tricks of the Dumb Army and the mutant camels. Although the intuitive action of holding the eyelids was indeed a bit weird, but the reaction was fast enough. Just at the last moment of the big move, he forced his eyelids with his index finger. The next second, a faint purple light suddenly shot out from Su Sanson's palm. She held the pale purple dream nuclear crystal from the head of the snow fox on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau in one hand, and quickly put the other hand on the bridge of her nose, and used 4 fingers to hold up her eyelids to prevent herself from closing her eyes and falling asleep and entering the dream. When the purple light suddenly appeared, the world seemed to suddenly become quiet. With a few bangs, the blue-green beasts that were originally flying around suddenly burst and disappeared like bubbles. Then, a snoring sound of hum, was heard in the air. The snoring sound came one after another, echoing infinitely in the gray stone wall around. At this time, Su Sanson and the other 4 people who were holding their eyelids saw that on the snow in the middle of the gray stone wall, there were 7 roof beasts about 30 centimeters high and 10 centimeters wide lying in a mess. They were the normal-sized roof beasts in Su Sanson's memory. The blue-green glaze on the skin of the beasts had long been mottled due to wind, frost, rain, and snow. The strange thing was that these 7 beasts closed their eyes at the same time. Ah-ha! Gu-yun yawned so hard that he almost couldn't hold it back, and was about to close his eyes and fall asleep. He quickly rolled his eyes, and complained in his heart, "Oh my god! What kind of attack method is this? It's simply hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 800. Su Sanson was speechless and retorted in his heart, "You are so capable, you should have gone up just now, or I should wake up the 7 of them for you. You can play again?" Gu-yun was speechless and continued to be hysterical in his heart. "Oh my god, do you think I'm not going to start? You have to give me a chance to go up. I haven't started yet. Hey! Wait a minute. Whose voice is this? Why can't I hear my own voice?" Su Sanson also rolled his eyes. Is he tired? He can't even hear his own voice. It turns out that you are the one complaining? Su Sanson just finished complaining in his heart, and his face froze. Oh my god. Why do I feel like my complaints are also being broadcast? She quickly turned her head to look at the 3 people behind her. Qin Erge supported his confused eyes with 4 fingers. First looked at Gu-yun, who looked like he had seen a ghost, then looked at his third sister who looked dazed, and sighed quietly in his heart. I didn't expect that the third sister is so good at talking. What should I do? I don't think I can learn. Who is talking? Why can't I hear my own voice? I'm not talking. Qin Erge was completely shocked, and his sleepy mind immediately became half awake. Su Sanson was a little torn, and he silently lit a candle for himself in his heart. He raised his eyes, and slowly looked at Xie Yuan, who was staring at him not far away. It's over. Will old Xie dislike my chattering? Oh my god! Why did I say this? Ah! I'm dying! Xie Yuan slightly curled his lips, his eyebrows curved, and a sweet feeling rose in his heart. The little girl is so cute. I want to. Ah? What's wrong with me? No! How can there be my voice? Captain Xie was also not calm, and his ears were completely red. He hurriedly explained, No! That's not what I meant. Ge Yun, who didn't mind making trouble, continued to say in his heart, That's not what I meant. That means Su Sanson is not cute. Captain Xie was speechless, and the more he explained, the worse it got. No, Sanson is so cute. But, hey! I haven't even officially confessed yet. How can you say such explicit words? Hey! Xie Yuan. You are really... Ah! Why do I hear my own voice again? No. Calm down. After hearing all of Xie Yuan's thoughts, Su Sanson's cheeks suddenly felt hot, while Qin Erge next to him was motionless, as if struck by thunder, and was instantly stunned. Xie Yuan? What was Brother Yuan talking about just now? He. Turned out to be Brother Yuan? The BGM in Su Sanson's mind suddenly rang out uncontrollably. It's messed up. I'm really confused. How could this be? Fart just like that. Ah! Why can the BGM be released publicly? The key is that I have changed the lyrics. How can it still be the original singer's voice? Chapter 392. Qin Erge was still immersed in the explosive news he had just heard, and felt that his little heart could not bear it. Brother Yuan. However, the endlessly repeating voice in the air was more than just the two words Brother Yuan and Brother Yuan. Su Sanson finally waited for the BGM in her mind, and after the song was finished, she immediately turned on the world's strongest brainwashing mode. Rich, democratic, civilized and harmonious. Rich, democratic, civilized and harmonious. Rich, democratic, civilized and harmonious. While she kept reciting the core values of socialism in her heart, she quickly looked around. The circular high walls, the blue-gray stone bricks, and the blue glazed tiles. What else is there in the Temple of Heaven besides the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests? Su Sanson suddenly had an idea. Oh my! It's the Echo Wall. Echo Wall? Xie Yuan, who was still embarrassed and annoyed in the last second, couldn't help but ask in his heart when he heard the sound echoing in the air again. Ge Yun stood aside and frowned slightly. Is the Echo Wall an ancient heritage? Why has my Shuga family never heard of it? Su Sanson didn't care what the other three people were thinking at this moment, and could only continue to analyze along his own lines of thought. Could it be that the Echo Wall of the Altar of Heaven has also undergone some mutation, turning into a strange wall that can echo the human voice? Echoing the voice? Altar of Heaven? Brother Yuan. Xie Yuan and Ge Yun immediately turned their heads to look at Su Sanson, while Qin Erge was still immersed in his own thoughts. Su Sanson met their gazes, blinked, and had to quickly correct the thoughts that had been accidentally exposed just now. Ah! Yes! This is the Altar of Heaven, where the ancestors worship the sky. This Echo Wall, in the records of the Su family, only mentioned that it can transmit sound waves back, but I didn't expect it to be able to publicly broadcast the true thoughts of human beings, which is also amazing. Ha. Ge Yun nodded silently, thinking of the three-dimensional hexagram indication given by the fine sand on the stone plate before, and suddenly realized, it turns out that the arrow pointing to the sky indicates the meaning of the Altar of Heaven. No wonder. Xie Yuan muttered to himself. Su family. Records. Didn't San say that he was not a member of the Su family? Su Sanson breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Fortunately. I reacted quickly enough, almost. It's about to be exposed. Before the word time travel could be uttered publicly, she immediately stopped the car in time. Ah. Can't think about it. Prosperity, democracy, civilization and harmony. Prosperity, democracy, civilization and harmony. After Su Sanson quickly brainwashed himself, he quickly diverted his attention and patted Qin Erge, who was still in a daze. Oh. Come back to your senses. What's unacceptable about this? Brother Yuan is Brother Yuan, isn't it good? Don't you worship both Brother Yuan and Brother Yuan? Look. Now the two idols are combined into one. From now on, there is no need to worry about who is the first in your heart. This is a good thing. Qin Erge's eyes suddenly lit up. That makes sense. Third sister is awesome. Su Sanson saw that Xie Yuan had picked up the roof beast that was dozing on the ground and imprisoned them all in the mist, and then he quickly put away the Lavender Dream nuclear crystal. The four people's eyelids were finally freed. But at this time, Qin Erga's self-confused voice once again echoed in the air. So now Brother Yuan has become Brother Yuan, and the secret that Brother Yuan asked me to keep before has also become. It became the secret that Brother Yuan asked me to keep. Su Sanson raised her eyebrows, and her doubtful thoughts were successfully broadcast. Secret to be kept? What secret? Qin Erga was startled and quickly covered his mouth, but the echo wall continued to broadcast. It's over. I almost exposed the secret of Brother Yuan's mini protective shield on his waist. Su Sanson was stunned, and slowly looked at the light of the dawn on Xie Yuan's waist. The echo wall instantly sounded her doubts. Mini protective shield? Didn't they say that this is a single person? Xie Yuan's body stiffened, and he felt a thunderbolt hit him. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous sound rang out in the echo wall. Then, Captain Xie felt that he was completely broken. Qin Ergo! Shut up. Ancestor! Qin Ergo must have kept his mouth shut, but his brain had been completely blown up. He couldn't stop at all. What should I do? What should I do? This is a secret between men. I can't let my third sister know. I can't say it. I can't say it. Gu Yun, who still thought the scene was not chaotic enough, continued to make up for it quietly. Which one? What kind of single-person protective shield is this? I've never heard of one of this specification. Su Sanson looked at Captain Xie, who was completely petrified on the spot, and she understood inexplicably. Her little face suddenly turned red, and she quickly changed the subject and coughed lightly. Since this is the echo wall, then the altar of heaven where the ancestors worship the sky is not far ahead. I didn't expect Xie Yuan to be so dull. Before the word slutty was released, it was immediately replaced by a series of rich, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. Another round of exposing each other's shortcomings and self-explosion. Finally, the four tortured people were really scratching their heads and hearts by this wave after wave of subconscious attacks. At this moment, they actually released the same voice at the same time. We must leave this broken place quickly. For different voices, but telling the same words, the loud quartet suddenly echoed infinitely in the echo wall. There was a rumbling sound, as if some mechanism was completely triggered, accompanied by the echo of, "Get out of this shitty place. Get out of this shitty place. Shitty place. Shitty place." The grayish-blue wall around Su Sanson and the other three suddenly slowly descended. After a few seconds, the echo wall actually retreated back into the snow layer very consciously. For people, you look at me, I look at you. Each of them blinked their eyes, and immediately tacitly muttered in their hearts. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, they looked around and found that the air was still quiet. Except for the whistling wind, there was nothing unusual. Everyone was completely relieved. God has eyes. Finally, the freedom to complain is restored. It turns out that as long as everyone present thinks the same sentence in their hearts, they can immediately unlock the siege of the echo wall. The switch of this echo wall is really unique. After Su Sanson quickly figured out the reason, he hurriedly took the 3 people and ran towards the south of the echo wall. She also suddenly thought that a few hundred meters south of the echo wall was the main venue for emperors of all dynasties to offer sacrifices to the heavens, the circular mound. Su Sanson had not run a few steps when her heart suddenly stopped. Boom! 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 A colorful pure light finally shot out from her chest. As her pupils were dilated, a long-awaited call rang in her mind. Come on! Come on! I'm here! At the same time, in a secret room underground in the inner city of Base 103, the pendant lamp walked out of the blood pool, and the shiny black mouth on its forehead trembled wildly in the thick black fog. Yuang hid in the hood and shouted excitedly, "Mother! Congratulations on your complete recovery!" The pendant lamp laughed shrilly and wildly, and its arms were spread wide, and a stream of thick black air instantly rose up and flew out along the gap in the secret room. Come on! My children! Come back to my arms! In the primitive wilderness outside base city number 103, black air was roaming everywhere, and the thick snow suddenly began to turn over. In the frozen soil, under the snow, countless hibernating insects and beasts woke up and opened their eyes. They broke out of the ground in groups, and quickly attacked base city number 103. Scar, the quartet team, and all the members of the Black Tortoise Guard were sneaking around in the inner city, searching for the traces of the lights. They needed to launch a sneak attack before the war. Unexpectedly, at this time, the base city suddenly sounded a level 1 alarm again. Not good. It's another beast tide. Chapter 393. Altar of Heaven, Circular Mound. Su Sanson followed the call in her head, and walked slowly in the snow. Every time she took a step, a golden light would appear under her feet and then quickly expand outward, extending into a golden halo. As she walked upward, circles of golden ripples gradually spread outward, layer upon layer, solemn and sacred. The snow on the ground was gradually melted by the golden light, and soon the broken and mottled bluestone slabs on the ground were revealed. The bluestone slabs had 3 layers from bottom to top, like a giant 3-layer cake, and the edges of each layer were made of white marble stone fences. Above the white fence, auspicious clouds were suspended in the air, and coiled dragons were flying in the clouds. Sue Sanson climbed up the steps, and quickly came to the most central area on the top floor of the circular mound. In the central area, under a large round stone slab, a strong golden light was trying to burst out. Bang, bang, bang. The stone slab was shaken by the impact of the golden light, making a series of muffled sounds. Sue Sanson hurriedly stretched out his hands, and moved the stone slab with force. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light rushed straight to the sky. In an instant, the snowflakes around stopped suddenly, and the entire Tianzitan was immediately shrouded in golden light. Just when the golden light was about to fly to the clouds, a white light suddenly flashed around Tianzitan, and a powerful controlling force bounced the golden light firmly back to the ground. This is the 8-formation diagram left by the Zhuge family. Fortunately, the 8-formation diagram was reinforced by Gu Yun in advance, otherwise another strange phenomenon would fall from the sky and attract the attention of the pendant lights. Sue Sanson looked at the pit under the stone slab, and his eyes twitched a little. She never expected that this golden essence with such a high level and strong atmosphere would be a fist-sized golden turtle. This. Could it be the legendary kingly aura that symbolizes supreme authority? Although she felt a little disgusted, her status was there. It was really not easy to neglect it. Sue Sanson quickly put the golden king into the cloth bag, and then preserved it with a mist of stagnation elements, and then lowered her eyes, and looked into the pit. There was something inside. She quickly reached in and dug it out. 10 seconds later, she looked at the bundle of bamboo slips made of gold in her hand, and was very curious. Xie Yuan, Gu Yun and Qin Erge frowned at the same time. Is this bundle of chopsticks a little too square? Sue Sanson opened the golden bamboo slips, and a few large characters first caught his eye. 5,000 years. Oh my god, is this a book that records the civilization of Yen State for 5,000 years? Sue Sanson hurriedly continued to unfold the scroll, and the Chinese characters instantly flew out as if they had souls. Since Pengu opened the sky, Hui shot the sun, Jingwei filled the sea, Yugong moved the mountains, Yao and Shun's rule, the beginning of abdication, Qin Huangdang and Hanwu, Sui, and Tang humorous. As the Chinese characters were revealed one by one in the golden bamboo slips, a series of golden and grand historical scenes were continuously displayed around Sue Sanson and the other 4, like a 5D movie, real and dreamy, as if they were there. Everyone felt dazzled and shocked. The surrounding golden light continued to bloom, and scenes echoed endlessly. Sometimes bells and drums were ringing, incense was burning for sacrifice, the emperor climbed the stairs, and the ministers bowed. Sometimes war drums thundered, horns blew, thousands of horses galloped, and iron armor clanged. Sometimes they played music, played the zither and brewed tea, chanted poems, and made couplets, and talked a lot. Just when the 4 people felt that they were about to get lost in this vast historical torrent, Sue Sanson suddenly came back to his senses, and hurriedly put away the golden bamboo slips in his hand. In an instant, the golden light disappeared, and the scene was annihilated. Xie Yuan, Gu Yun and Qin Ergu, whose pupils were about to be completely scattered, gradually regained their clarity. At the same time, night had fallen in the number 103 base city, and more than 30 guards of the base guard station, and all the Jin warriors, who were uniformly recruited, had been quickly dispatched to the 4 gates in the east, west, south, and north to resist the night attack. Waves of beasts, under the dark night sky, mercilessly launched suicide attacks on the base city wall. Scar raised the pink flashlight in his hand, and looked at the surging insect tide outside the pentagram range, frowning. No, if this goes on, there will definitely be a lot of casualties. This damn lantern will never stop until it achieves its goal. In addition to base city number 103, the other 35 base cities were also attacked by the insect tide in retaliation. Old Master Du sat in the Chinese courtyard of the inner city of base number 903, looking at the war reports from various places on the optical computer, and his wrinkled peach eyes narrowed slightly. Had the personnel and supplies sent to various bases for support arrived? Uncle Zhong nodded respectfully. They have all been ambushed, and all the old versions of repair potions that can be used in the Du family warehouse have also been dispatched to various base cities. Old Master Du nodded slightly. He has done everything he can. Next, it depends on the human opportunity. This insect swarm raid on the entire base federation lasted until the next morning before it gradually ended. Star calendar year 336, the morning of the 8th day of the snowy season. In a basement in the inner city of base 103, Bai Ding stroked the 2 broken tires in the corner and laughed shrilly. At this time, Yue hid in the hood, walked quickly into the basement, and reported with his head down, "Mother, the casualties in each base city last night were heavy, but the number of people using the new repair potion in each base city was less than 100. Less than 100 people? What are these freeloaders like Rose Shu, Seidel, and Napoleon doing?" A burst of black air suddenly flew out from Bai Ding's body, and on his hideous and terrifying face, a pair of dark compound eyes revealed bursts of cold light. Wang reported hesitantly. For some reason, a large number of old version repair potions suddenly appeared in the wounded camps of all frontline troops. Our new version repair potions were directly replaced. Bai Ding narrowed his eyes slightly. A large number of old versions? Is it Xie Yuan? Or the Du family of number 903? The mouthparts on Bai Ding's forehead trembled wildly. It originally thought that there was no need to rush. With so much blood, it could be consumed slowly before the end of the snow season. It could break a city a day and take a few more baths with the children. But now, since someone thinks his life is too long and repeatedly destroys its plan, and is so eager to die, it has no choice but to fulfill their wish. Notify the shadows distributed in various base cities to destroy the protective shields of all base cities at 12 o'clock tonight. Wang trembled with excitement. "Mother, are you saying that we are going to open the door to the master tonight?" Bai Ding gently stroked the 2 broken tires in the corner and whispered, "The energy on the tires is still too little. I am afraid that if you want to completely open the door, you still need to get the key. Leave the humans in City 103 as bargaining chips. I want to see what Xie Yuan is going to choose at that time." Wang respectfully accepted the order. Yes. At the same time, in 35 base cities, 35 supersonic aircraft quickly took off and were heading towards base city 103 at high speed overnight. Inside the aircraft, the advanced genetic warriors who had used the new repair potion were staring blankly, with black air coming out of their eyes, quietly waiting for the call from the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 394. In the outer city of base number 103, under the metal wall next to the south gate, Scar was alone, panting and resting against the wall. Last night, he and the 4 members of the Sifong team guarded 1 gate each to minimize casualties. 5 people, for gates, and the extra stutterer was assigned to Huba. Although the 5 people brought the stagnation element Little Stone and charged in the vanguard, the scale of the insect tide this time was too large. After one wave was eliminated, another wave came, which was endless. Many gene warriors were inevitably poisoned or seriously injured. Fortunately, Liming and Jifeng, the bastards, arrived in time with the Du family servants and the old version of the gene medicine supported by the Du family. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how many people would become puppets after this war. What's even more annoying is that the Jiazi class of the Du family, led by Liming and Jifeng, has searched the entire inner city of the base all night, but they didn't find any trace of the lights. It's really a ghost. What's the situation in the bamboo forest now? Scar drank a tube of nutrient solution and asked Li Xiao, who had just distributed the old version of the repair potion to the wounded. Li Xiao whispered, 30 people stayed behind, and the rest of the brothers were sent to other base cities. Scar nodded. Fortunately, when they discussed the strategy before, they expected this to happen, so they made preparations in advance. Where are Captain Xia and the others? Have they returned? Li Xiao shook his head. I don't know. When we set out, they hadn't returned yet. Scar took another sip of water and wiped his sweat. You should rest quickly too. There is still a battle to fight. The 6 members of the Flying Eagles, who were leaning against the other side of the south gate, returned to base city number 103 with Li Xiao and his friends last night. Just kidding. There are so many friends in base city number 103, how could they just stand by and watch? So they resolutely followed back and joined the battle. Yao Fei never expected that the 6 of them just packed up their bedding and went to base city number 903 to have a hot pot with the Sifong team. As a result, before the hot pot started, the little brother Suku, who had been raised since childhood, became someone else's little brother. The key point is that while eating hot pot, they were inexplicably involved in a world war concerning the survival of mankind. Ding Shurong had a sad face and kept complaining in his heart. It is said that the Sifong team is very evil. As long as you get involved with them, things will become uncontrollable. See, The captain refused to listen and had to get close to them. Now, it's just a meal, but the result is... The end of the world is coming. Yao Fei was speechless. He looked at the balance of billions of contribution points in his brain listlessly, and instantly, he was like a shot of chicken blood. He immediately cheered up and encouraged the exhausted team members beside him. Cheer up. At this time of life and death for mankind, we must go all out. The Eagle Squadron finally made a fortune in the last competitive mission and became billionaires, but they haven't spent any of the contribution points yet. This base city number 103 must not be breached. The Eagle Squadron instantly ignited their fighting spirit. For the remaining contribution points that have not been spent, we will defend to the death. The new base outside the bamboo forest of Du Fu Thatched Cottage. Su Sanson, Xie Yuan, Gu Yun and Qin Ergu just returned in the early morning. As soon as they got off the aircraft, they saw Du Ziding and Gong Shuso and others who had been waiting for a long time outside the metal house. The end of the world is coming, and Su Sanson no longer concealed the coordinates of the new base in the bamboo forest. Du Ziding took the initiative to step forward reluctantly and offered the other half of the Du family's half of the country, the other half of the Du series nuclear crystal, while Gong Shuso took his 2 assistants and hurriedly worked overtime with Xie Yuan to do technical work. Su Sanson and Gu Yun immediately discussed the use of the 5 elements Bagua formation and how to maximize its effectiveness. Yes, they wanted to use this formation to snatch back the healing energy stolen by aliens more than 500 years ago. The early arrival of the snow season has fully demonstrated that the ecology of the Earth is completely unstable. If there is still not enough healing energy protection, it is hard to imagine what the Earth will become in a few years, and it is unknown whether humans at that time can continue to survive as hard as they do now. After a busy night, several people also learned about the current battle situation in each base through the battle report in Du Ziding's light brain, and knew that the Beast-Tide army had temporarily retreated. It's just that I don't know why this Beast-Tide war was suddenly paused. However, the auction staff of the Du family lurking in each base also took advantage of last night's battle to roughly find out the lackeys in each base, who were bribed or instigated by the lights. They, and the members of the Dawn Gale sent to each base, have secretly cleaned up and executed these human traitors since early this morning. Su Sanson also took advantage of this rare truce to take a nap and rest. The calm before the storm is always long and anxious, but it must be said that it is indeed quiet enough and a good time to catch up on sleep. In the 336th year of the star calendar, on the 8th night of the snowy season, night fell again. The gates of base city number 103 were closed, and Scar held his breath and concentrated, paying full attention to the movements outside the city, ready to fight again at any time. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. He looked up suddenly, and it was Wu Feng. Wu Feng glanced around with his peripheral vision and whispered, "This afternoon, 35 aircrafts have been parked at the official parking spot in the inner city. About 3,000 high-level Gene warriors have arrived in the inner city, and black air is coming out of their eyes. And just now, the Reform Party dispatched all the troops in the inner city to completely surround the concentration camp. I feel that the inner city may be in chaos, but we can't find the lights." Scar frowned and was about to speak when another black shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner. It was Xie Yuan. Wu Feng looked at the person in front of him, and was only surprised for a moment, and then he immediately recovered his composure. Xie Yuan said softly, "Long time no see. I heard that the guards can no longer enter the inner city. I hope that the Conservative Party's hidden forces can protect the civilians in the concentration camp as much as possible." Wu Feng nodded. He also learned about the alien identity of the pendant from Scar not long ago, and successfully persuaded the Conservative Party's top leaders to join this battle to protect humanity. However, he still reminded, "The pendant has been looking for you. The news that Ryu found out is that they have been looking for a key. This thing seems to be very important to it." Xie Yuan tried to figure out the key mentioned by Wu Feng, and his figure quickly disappeared into the night. 5 minutes later, the first level alarm of base city number 103 sounded again. The Beast-Tide army attacked again. The genetic warriors guarding the city gates immediately picked up their weapons and prepared to attack. However, tonight's war will be more difficult than last night, because the old version of the repair potion provided by the Du family has been consumed by nearly 80% in yesterday's Beast-Tide. At the same time, in the concentration camp area of the inner city of the base, more than 3,000 puppet troops, with black air in their eyes, suddenly stopped moving, as if they had received some orders, and immediately turned around at the same time, rushing towards the gate of the concentration camp like beasts. Chapter 395. Bang! 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 The metal gate of the concentration camp was banged loudly by the puppet army. The ordinary humans hiding behind the gate, huddled in fear, screamed, "Ah! It's a beast tide! The beast tide is coming! Mom! Mom! I'm scared! I don't want to die! I don't want to die yet! Quick! Block the gate!" There was a commotion in the concentration camp. At this time, a full-bodied voice suddenly shouted, "Shut up!" Then, dozens of figures who had been hiding in the crowd suddenly ran out from all corners. They were the Gene Warriors secretly planted by the Conservative Party in each concentration camp. In order not to be discovered, they had been hunched over, wrapped in their own small quilts, and lurking silently. The Gene Warriors of the Conservative Party were about to block the metal gate with their bodies, but unexpectedly, dozens of Gene Warriors of the Reform Party suddenly flew out of the crowd. The Gene Warriors of the Reform Party immediately drew their guns and pointed them at each other. The leader of the Conservative Party's undercover team narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you sure you want to work for the alien race by Ding?" The Revolutionary Party's genetic warrior curled his lips slightly, and his black and white eyes suddenly turned up, and the dark pupils were instantly filled with black air. "Damn it! They are puppets. Half of them block the door, and the other half come at me." The leader of the Conservative Party's undercover team gave an order, and the battle inside the concentration camp started immediately. Pa pa pa! Heavy firepower bullets flew in the air. In the underground secret room, countless black air rose from Bai Ding's palm, and he suddenly grinned and laughed heartily. "Fight me! Humans, today is your death." Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above the inner city of Base 103, and layers of black air quickly lingered, and a huge vortex formed in an instant. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan, who had been hiding in a corner of the east street outside the base, heard the movement and looked up suddenly. The two looked at the dark vortex that suddenly appeared in the sky, frowning. "The lights are finally taken." Su Sanson took a deep breath, touched his chest, and hurriedly prayed in his heart, "The power of long-cherished wishes. The big boss has appeared. Please show your spirit quickly." Xie Yuan clenched the long knife in his hand, and was about to fly and chop directly into the air. Suddenly, in the vortex, an evil voice of a spy sounded, "Xie Yuan, I know you are in the city. Hand over the key obediently, otherwise all mankind will be buried with you." As soon as the voice fell, a low sneer suddenly came from the horizon. "You alien dog thief! How dare you play moral kidnapping on human territory? I think you haven't figured out the meaning of the words Bamanongfu." Gu Yuwei closed his eyes, and waved his hands vigorously in the air, and 14 pieces of paper instantly flew into the air. A distant voice slowly sounded in the sky, all the same color, a dragon. In an instant, the pieces of paper in the 14 mahjong tiles were immediately intertwined, and instantly turned into a huge green dragon, flying towards the vortex in the sky. "Humph! You are not dead yet." The pendant sneered, and the vortex immediately began to rotate. Woo! Woo! A huge suction force immediately enveloped the green dragon. Just when the vortex was about to touch the dragon's head, there was a loud bang. With a sound, the green dragon suddenly exploded in the air for no reason. Guyun raised the corners of his lips, and uttered a one-word formula lightly, "Bang!" Then he immediately opened his eyes, flashed, and disappeared on the spot. In the underground secret room, the pendant lamp felt the materialized energy that suddenly disappeared in the night sky, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Want to escape? Then it depends on whether you have the ability." Guyun's figure was running quickly in the outer city of base number 103. He needed to reach the coordinate point discussed with Su Sanson last night, as soon as possible to set up the formation, and set up the hexagram. And the vortex force created by the pendant lamp in the sky is not so easy to get rid of. While Guyun was moving quickly in the outer city of base number 103, he occasionally shot a few mahjong tiles into the air, and intermittently murmured various one-word formulas of the long-standing inheritance of Yen country civilization. While Guyun and Bai Ding were fighting, Xie Yuan quickly led Su Sanson and successfully broke through the inner city gate, and quickly shuttled through the streets of the inner city. They needed to seize the opportunity, when Guyun restrained Bai Ding, and find its hiding place as soon as possible. On the other side, Wu Feng, Ri Yao, and the conservative general, Wei Zheng, also quickly advanced towards the resident concentration camp to support the conservatives' hidden team. 3 waves of people, each doing their own job. While driving the somersault cloud at low altitude, Su Sanson quickly thought about what Bai Ding had said just now. What exactly is the key? Is it the mechanism or energy to open that door? Why is it so sure that this thing is on Xie Yuan? But during this period of time, she and Xie Yuan have been checking and testing in various ways. In addition to discovering the colorful pure light on her body, and the healing energy obtained by the two of them from eating wild duck eggs, they really have no other special energy. So what exactly does this key refer to? It can't be the power of the 7-color pure light long-cherished wish, right? Sue Sanson first ruled out this possibility, because it is completely unreasonable. How could the power of the long-cherished wish of the Sue family be the key to open the door of the alien race? It's more like the password lock of the door of the alien race. Wait a minute. Lock? Sue Sanson's thoughts were flying, as if some clues flashed in his brain, but before he could catch them, the whirlpool in the night sky once again heard the sharp and provocative voice of the pendulum lamp. Xie Yuan. Stop struggling. I have never had much patience, so hand over the key quickly. Sue Sanson and Xie Yuan were also speechless. What on earth is this thing? Can the user describe the needs more clearly? Otherwise, they are willing but unable. Of course, whether there is willingness, it is definitely not, but the strength is really insufficient. Just kidding. Even if they really have such a key in their hands, they will definitely not hand it over obediently. What are you thinking? The palm of Bai Ding, which is full of black air, curled up slightly, frowned and pondered. Why don't you answer? Is Xie Yuan not in base city number 103? Impossible. Could it be that the key is not in Xie Yuan's hand at all? Outside the concentration camp, more than 3,000 puppets smashed the door and climbed over the wall. In the concentration camp, the Conservative Party's hidden team and the Reform Party's puppets fought back and forth, and the battle was in full swing. Many civilians who were afraid of death kept screaming wildly and hiding in the corner. Of course, there were also brave and ambitious people who, with their passion, carried their own wash basins, attacked left and right, and barely cooperated with the Conservative Party's hidden team. At the 4 gates outside the base, the guards and the genetic warriors recruited from the public were struggling to resist the insect swarms that were coming back from outside the city walls. In the underground secret room, Bai Ding glanced at the latest news sent from his mind and raised his lips slightly. Since Xie Yuan doesn't cooperate, all of humanity will have to pay the price for his wrong decision. The shadow troops that had been ambushed in various base cities in advance immediately raised their laser cannons after receiving the order and directly bombarded the most critical energy release device of the base shield in front of them. In an instant, the shields of the only 36 base cities left in the base federation failed at the same time. Chapter 396. After completing the mission, the cloaked monsters excitedly exposed their mouthparts on their foreheads, opened their mouths wide to their ears, and laughed evilly. Suddenly, there were a few puffs, and flying knives shot out from the corners and stabbed directly into the brains of the cloaked monsters. At the moment when the white light of the base protection shield disappeared, warm golden light suddenly rose in the center of each base and immediately enveloped the entire base city. Shuo Wu of the Gale team held the golden elixir protection shield in his hand steadily, threw the last flying knife, and solved the last cloaked monster, and sneered, "Fighting with us humans? Go back and practice for a few thousand years." In an instant, 36 base cities were simultaneously covered by the protection of the golden elixir power. These golden elixir protective shields were made overnight by Gong Shusu, his assistants Alpha, Beta, and Xie Yuan, in order to prevent the pendant from jumping off the wall and not caring about human affairs. No, it's not caring about insects. The pendant in the underground secret room noticed something was wrong and was furious. Countless black air suddenly emerged from its chest, and the vortex above the number 103 base city instantly expanded several times, and countless black clouds spread rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge vortex quickly rotated towards the sky above the concentration camp, and powerful suction forces, mixed with the northwest wind, wandered freely between dozens of concentration camps. Walala. The metal roofs and walls of the barracks were swept up by the wind, shaking, and were about to be uprooted and rolled into the air. Wei Zheng and Ryu immediately organized the various hidden teams of the Conservative Party, and united all the residents to try their best to contain the metal walls that were shaking back and forth and creaking on the ground. At the same time, in the other 35 base cities of the base federation, those lackeys and traders who had been hiding in the dark and had been controlled by the pendant lights in advance suddenly rolled their eyes, and black air lingered between their pupils. These puppets flashed in the crowd and suddenly slaughtered civilians wantonly. I didn't expect that the pendant lights had a backup plan. The members of the Dawn and the Wind, who were ambushing in the crowd, together with the Du family servants, no longer hid their whereabouts, and immediately showed up to fight back and quickly protect the civilians. Above the concentration camp in the inner city of base number 103, the black vortex was spinning rapidly, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Countless metal roofs finally couldn't withstand the suction force, and were lifted up by force, rolling up and rising quickly. Ah! The ordinary people in the concentration camp screamed in fear. Some children who were lighter in weight were swept up by the whirlpool and blown into the air. Woo woo woo! Ah ah! Cries for help and screams were instantly mixed up. The Conservative Party's Gene warriors ignored the attack of the puppet army and quickly pulled back the children who were swept up in the air. Hold on to the wall. Protect yourself. The captains of the Conservative Party's lurking team shouted loudly in the panicked crowd. In the basement, the lamp holder grinned from ear to ear and laughed wildly. There is no point in struggling. Humanity. Destroy it. It opened its arms, and a stronger suction force immediately enveloped the concentration camp. Since you have left a backup for the protective shield, I will send you to heaven. The mouthparts on Biting's forehead began to tremble with excitement. At this time, 5 rays of light suddenly shot out from the 5 corners of the base's edge in the outer city of the base. Golden, dark green, pure white, red and dark brown. Guyun stood at the coordinate point that he and Sue Sanson had discussed in advance last night, with his eyes slightly closed and his arms wide open, and he quickly recited the Zhuge family's secret formula. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The sky and the earth are divided into upper and lower, and the sun and the moon shine on the present and the past. The 5 elements' essence shone brightly and flew towards the giant vortex in the sky. In an instant, a 5-element formation composed of the essence of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth immediately blocked the vortex. The 5-element formation, like an extremely firm screen, firmly blocked the top of the concentration camp area. The 5 elements reappeared, and life was immediately seen. Bai Ding was shaken by this sudden accident, and his chest trembled. Suddenly, a dark liquid spurted out from the mouth on his forehead. Damn it! Is this the backhand left by the Su family back then? Humph, don't even think about it. Bai Ding flipped his palms, and countless black air emerged again. The puppet army gathered in the concentration camp suddenly received Bai Ding's order. Their bodies paused for a moment, and they immediately turned their heads and looked in a certain direction of the outer city of the base. Then, the puppets flashed, and they actually gave up the concentration camp and started running towards the outer city of the base. As soon as the puppets withdrew, the civilians in the concentration camp finally got a break. However, because Guyun had activated the 5 elements formation in advance, he had to expose his coordinates under Bai Ding's eyes, and became the new target of the puppet army. But at this moment, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan, who were driving the somersault cloud and searching in the inner city, finally sensed the familiar black air in a dark underground tunnel. Xie Yuan did not dare to delay, and immediately drew out the machete on his back and chopped it hard at the bottom of the tunnel. Boom! The bottom of the tunnel was violently split by the thunder energy. In an instant, countless black air spread out from the cracks. Be careful! Xie Yuan's figure flashed, and he hurriedly pulled Su Sanson behind him. Dozens of cloaked monsters suddenly rushed out from the corner, and their long mouthparts flashed dimly in the dark tunnel. Wang stared at her ferocious compound eyes, and made a squeaking sound. Xie Yuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan were too lazy to talk nonsense, and they drew their swords and started fighting directly. Bang bang bang. Countless heavy firepower bullets instantly intertwined in front of the two. However, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan had already fully armed themselves in the midst of stagnant elements, and were not afraid of these pediatric firepower attacks at all. Wang narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. However, it was only stunned for less than a second, and then quickly stabilized its mind, immediately shaking its mouthparts and emitting high-frequency sound waves. The sound waves drove the surrounding air, which continued to tremble, and the tunnels around it immediately began to shake wildly. In just a blink of an eye, the stones in the tunnel fell one after another, and the walls collapsed rapidly. It actually wanted to bury the two alive. The high-energy knife in Su Sanson's hand swept across the head of the cloaked monster mercilessly. Looking at the tunnels that were about to collapse around her, she immediately shouted to Xie Yuan, "Hold your eyelids." Xie Yuan quickly thrust his right hand behind him, and after directly blowing up 3 heads, he quickly reached into the pocket of his combat uniform with his left hand, and 2 metal clips for drying clothes were quickly clamped on his eyelids. While Su Sanson propped up his eyelids, he immediately took out the lavender dream-related nuclear crystal. In an instant, purple light filled the air, and the cloaked monsters around him suddenly stopped moving, fell to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. The tunnel that was about to collapse finally stopped shaking at this moment. Xie Yuan kept moving, picked up the long knife, and continued to headshot. But when he swung the knife in front of Yuang, An extremely evil devouring force suddenly swept towards him. Yuang's pair of compound eyes hidden on the top of his head were showing a mocking sneer without blinking. Its compound eyes actually had no eyelids and could not be closed at all. Miscalculated. Chapter 397. Wang was feeling very proud. Pa! A high-energy fire knife suddenly flew out and stabbed directly into the pair of compound eyes that were still open. Xie Yuan slowly came back to his senses, and the strong devouring force suddenly disappeared. It was just strange. Why was that feeling so familiar, as if he was approaching the abyss in the stagnant element building with his eyes open? Xie Yuan didn't have time to think about it, and directly stabbed Yuang's head again. At this time, in the underground secret room under the tunnel, most of the black air emitted by the pendant lamp had been firmly locked by the 5 elements formation under the vortex. While mobilizing all the puppet armies in the city to rush to the source of the materialized energy, where Guyun was, it stared closely at the 2 broken tires in the corner of the secret room. The pendant lamp narrowed its eyes slightly, and made a quick decision. In this case, it is better to do it today than to wait. If we wait any longer, I am afraid that more accidents will happen. It would never allow any accidents to happen to the Zerg's plan. It retracted its big palm, and the dark vortex in the night sky suddenly disappeared. Then, it waved its arm, and quickly probed the 2 broken tires in the corner with its fingertips. A stream of black air quickly lingered between the broken tires. In the blink of an eye, a faint white light flashed around the broken tires. The swing light increased its force, and injected more black air into the 2 broken tires. The shrunken tires seemed to be filled with evil spirits, and suddenly swelled up. The faint white light suddenly became brighter, as if it wanted to burn all its energy at this moment. In an instant, a ripple that was clearer than before was continuously emitted along the underground secret room towards the dark night sky. Countless squares, infinitely superimposed, and continuously extended. Although the ripples were much clearer than the last time, the swing light was still not satisfied. While he was constantly urging the space power in the broken tire, he muttered to himself, "Where is the key?" At this time, in the stagnant element building far away in city number 107. Under the dark, bottomless pit, a faint white light suddenly flashed. Then, the small building, which was not very solid, began to shake wildly. A few seconds later, a deep, dark, unidentified object slowly rose from the bottom of the pit. At the same time, Su Sanson, who was standing at the bottom of the tunnel, suddenly felt that there seemed to be 2 forces in her body, fighting fiercely. This familiar burning feeling was exactly the same as before she fainted in the bamboo forest. Not good. She suddenly had a premonition that she was going to fail. Su Sanson's face was pale, and her back bent uncontrollably. Xie Yuan was shocked, hugged her, and drove the somersault cloud to the open space outside the tunnel. Su Sanson took a deep breath of the cold air in the air, constantly calming the energy collision in his chest. At this time, the 2 saw a strange oval object suddenly rising above the number 103 base city. This thing was dark all over, full of holes, and faintly flashing white light in the thick night. The white light was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, as if it was struggling to support basic operations due to insufficient electricity. Su Sanson opened her eyes wide, regardless of the discomfort in her chest, and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, that legendary alien gate." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a ray of white light suddenly appear in the middle of the oval gate, and a mathematical symbol she was familiar with, theta, suddenly appeared in the night sky. Theta. It was the light she had accidentally noticed in the stagnation element building. Everything happened too suddenly. In a flash, a bold guess rose from her mind. Could the alien race's time and space gate be the stagnation element? She looked at the small stone hanging on her chest in disbelief. The dark surface was covered with holes of all sizes. The material was exactly the same as the oval gate in the night sky. Oh my God! Could it be that the small stone she had always regarded as a treasure was actually the secret gate of the alien army? While Su Sanson was surprised, she immediately realized the contradiction. But in the midst of the small stone, time. It seemed to be completely solidified. In other words, there was no concept of time in it at all. How could it be a door of time and space? It's unreasonable. Just when she was puzzled, she heard a creak. The oval door in the night sky suddenly began to shake. The horizontal line in the middle of the oval seemed to be trying to extend upward and downward, as if trying to open the door. Creak! Creak! The sky kept making harsh friction sounds. I don't know if this oval door was too weathered and in disrepair, causing the door to struggle several times, but it just couldn't open. Su Sanson struggled to endure the 2 forces that were still colliding in her chest, and carefully observed the oval giant door in the sky. You don't know until you see it. If you look carefully, she was shocked again. It was all because the door appeared too suddenly, so she didn't have time to observe the details just now. Only now, after taking a closer look, did I finally realize that this ugly black door seemed a little incomplete. There was a piece missing in the east, and a corner missing in the west. There seemed to be several gaps of equal size on the edge of the door frame, and the shape of these gaps looked strangely familiar. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan, who was hugging her, looked at each other tacitly, and said at the same time, "Duckbill." Oh my! These uniform-sized and neatly cut gaps are actually in the shape of a duckbill. Yes, the wild duck was stagnating in this small building, but it did not miss the small stones behind the car arhut. It turned out that this wild duck was so fierce that it actually bit the door frame directly with its mouth. The lights in the underground secret room constantly stimulated the power of time and space on the broken tires. It frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. Although there is little space-time power on this tire, it shouldn't be so that there is not even a crack. It clenched its palms and directly urged all the remaining space-time power in the broken tire. Suddenly, the elliptical door in the sky made a loud clang sound, and a not-so-big crack finally cracked from it. Instantly, countless black air flew out from the gap. In a dark galaxy tens of thousands of light-years away, on an ugly insect star full of rolling black air, a huge ancient insect beast with mouthparts on its head looked at the space-time crack that suddenly appeared in front of it, and immediately made a crazy grinding sound. "Children, your mother has finally sent a call." Its mouthparts vibrated rapidly, and it kept issuing orders to the surroundings. "Yes, Master. Got it, my lord." On the insect star, countless insect beasts were scrambling to run into the space crack. Guyun's eyes flashed, looking at the time and space gate that suddenly appeared in the sky, and immediately took out the stone plate from the bamboo basket. He quickly pinched his fingers on the stone plate, and a huge 8-array diagram quickly rose into the air with the stone plate as the center, superimposed on the previous 5-element array, forming an unprecedented 5-element 8-diagram array, and tightly surrounded the elliptical gate in the air. Su Sanson gritted her teeth and endured the burning sensation in her chest, insisting on getting down from Xie Yuan's arms. The two drove the wind-spinning flatbed cart and headed straight for the elliptical gate in the sky. This was the division of labor that she and Guyun had discussed last night. Once the elliptical door was opened, she and Xie Yuan would be responsible for cleaning up the aliens that landed on the Earth, and Guyun would need to take the opportunity to take back the healing energy belonging to the Earth from the gap. Su Sanson and Xie Yuan each held a weapon, and quickly strangled the black air that continued to overflow from the gap. The moment the black gas appeared on the Earth, it immediately turned into ugly big bugs with mouthparts on their heads. The strange thing is that as Su Sanson got closer to the elliptical door, the two forces that kept colliding in her chest became more and more intense. Who? She kept adjusting her deep breaths, gritting her teeth to endure the discomfort in her chest, and her forehead was full of sweat. "I take you down to rest." Xie Yuan noticed her discomfort and immediately stopped her. "No! I can still hold on." Su Sanson took out the isolation nuclear crystal from the cloth bag, used the isolation energy to quickly block the black gas's way, and continued to encircle and suppress the insect beasts that kept pouring out of the gap in the gate with Xie Yuan. The two men slashed with their swords, not missing any of the big bugs that landed on the Earth. Guyun was concentrating on pinching his fingers and quickly absorbing the healing energy on the other side of the gap. However, at this moment, in the inner city of Base 103, thousands of puppets with black eyes had completely surrounded the coordinate point where Guyun was. Su Sanson looked at the traces of green energy floating in the gap, frowned unsatisfied, and was very anxious. Why is the absorption efficiency of the healing energy so low? It will take a long time to recover it in such a meticulous way. This gap is so unstable, it seems that it can't last too long. Alas, this gap is still too small. If it can be opened a little wider, it will be better. Just suck a wave directly. And the best solution is to fight quickly and decisively. This fleeting thought just flashed through her mind, and suddenly, a colorful pure light shot out from her chest. Then, another white and dazzling light burst out from her chest like a sharp sword. The stone plate in Guyun's hand suddenly rose to the air automatically, and countless fine sands quickly moved on the stone plate. In the upper stone plate, the fine sand quickly formed an energy ripple that Xie Yuan and Su Sanson were very familiar with, and countless rings connected end to end overlapped infinitely. This is the mysterious power that has always existed in Su Sanson's body. The rings formed by the fine sand continued to overlap, and with a click, the upper stone plate suddenly rose automatically, and countless fine sands quickly flowed to the lower layer along the hole in the middle of the stone plate, and the rings that were originally connected end to end gradually dissipated, and finally fixed in a standard perfect circle. The fine sand formed a perfect circle, with a faint colorful light. This turned out to be the energy ripples that symbolize the power of long-cherished wishes. However, at this moment, on the Bagua map on the lower layer, the fine sand quickly overlapped and moved. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a ripple composed of countless squares, infinitely overlapping, and continuously extending. Guyon opened his eyes wide. This is two energies separated. And the pendulum lamp in the basement suddenly opened its compound eyes excitedly, and laughed in surprise. Key. Chapter 398. Under the dark night sky, Sue Sanson was suddenly enveloped by a powerful force. In an instant, the sky spun, and the stars moved. She seemed to see the hazy Milky Way, the vast universe, the birth of stars, and the annihilation of planets. This is. Shocked by the grand and fantastic scene in front of her, she habitually frowned and was about to look around. Suddenly time stopped, the universe stagnated, and countless planets stopped rotating in an instant. She couldn't help but stretch out her right hand and wanted to touch it. At this time, two deep gates suddenly appeared in front of her. The deep gate was ethereal and illusory. In the bottomless doorway, it seemed that countless energy was constantly vibrating. Sue Sanson stretched out her index finger uncontrollably, and lightly tapped the gate on the left. Instantly, countless images flooded into my brain like a torrent of information. This is an unforgettable memory fragment. On September 11, 2019, a world-renowned electric car brand founded in the continent of me officially established a wholly owned subsidiary, X-Space, and announced a groundbreaking great project to the world, the Hyperlink Project. A few months later, under the vigorous promotion of CEO Nyosi, the X-Space project finally successfully launched the 55th autonomous satellite orbiting the Earth, and the Hyperlink project came to a perfect end. This is a world-renowned super-large project, which aims to protect the Earth in all directions while exploring the universe as deep, far and wide as possible, and ultimately realize interstellar immigration. The vision is grand, and the goal is beautiful. It's just a pity that after the deployment of the Hyperlink project was completed, CEO Nyosi insisted on his own way and violated the taboo principle repeatedly emphasized by scientists, the dark forest law. Note 1. The universe is like a dark forest, and every civilization is a hunter with a gun, sneaking quietly, but absolutely cannot make any sound. All hunters must be careful enough, because the forest is full of hunters lurking like them. Once someone makes a sound and exposes his coordinates, the hunter will immediately become someone else's prey and be threatened and besieged by other civilizations. Not only did Nyask fail to protect the Earth carefully enough, but he also desperately sent signals to the dark universe through 55 satellites orbiting the Earth, completely exposing the coordinates of the Earth in this vast and dangerous dark forest of the universe. Such an abrupt and overconfident signal was soon captured by the insect star tens of thousands of light years away through the power of time and space. So the Earth officially became a delicious prey in the eyes of the Zerg. The insect star, a planet located in the dark galaxy, has been in chaos for a long time. The magnetic field of the dark galaxy is very chaotic, and the insect star often faces impacts from various meteorites in the universe. The dark galaxy is very far away from the Earth. In theory, the weak signal sent by the star chain is impossible to reach the insect star smoothly. However, coincidentally, the insect planet was hit by a strangely shaped elliptical meteorite not long ago. The meteorite was completely black, covered with holes of various sizes, and emitted bright white light from time to time. After several studies and trials, the insect beasts discovered that this was actually a door that could travel through time and space. So the insect beasts used this elliptical door to start their cosmic journey. The first stop was to lock onto the blue planet, Earth, which actively exposed its coordinates and also contained rich healing energy. The entire invasion plan of the insect beasts was not reckless or impulsive. This is a group of patient and intelligent aliens. In order not to alert the enemy, they first sent a vanguard of 1,000 insect beasts to land on Earth through the time-space gate to explore the path. Because the first opening of the time-space gate was chosen in the desert uninhabited area in the central and western part of the Mi continent, and the gate only lasted about 3 seconds from opening to closing, so this landing was very secretive. After the insect beast vanguard successfully landed, under the leadership of their mother, in order to integrate and understand human civilization faster and better, they directly selected 1,000 miles continents for the first round of parasitism. After months of observation and learning, the insect beasts constantly changed their parasitic objects and had a preliminary understanding of human civilization. They found that this planet is not only full of healing energy, but also can effectively isolate various polluting radiation in the universe. and its revolution and rotation orbits have very natural stability and safety. Unlike the dark galaxy where their insect star is located, it will encounter various large meteorite impacts from time to time. There is no doubt that this is an excellent habitat. A month later, it was the presidential election in the United States. In order to more effectively control humans, the mother of the insect beast immediately selected one of the presidential candidates, the lantern, as its next parasitic object. The parasitic process was simple and smooth. The mother of the insect beast used her new identity to start a war in the human world, attempting to start an unprecedented world war and let humans consume themselves. At that time, they, the insect beasts, will open the door of time and space again and directly occupy the magpie's nest. However, it was unexpected that it did its best to instigate. Although the countries on Earth have indeed been in war in the past few years, and the multilateral situation between major powers has become increasingly tense, a world-class war that satisfies it has not yet arrived. The advanced troops of the insect beasts have been lurking on Earth for 4 years without knowing it. The time came to December 12, 2023 in the Gregorian calendar. Bai Ding did not want to waste time anymore. The number of humans was too large. Instead of waiting for humans to slowly consume themselves, it would be more effective to let the insect beast army far above the insect star land in large numbers and directly annihilate them. So on December 12, 2023, Bai Ding urged his divine power to open the elliptical door of time and space. The time-space gate once again appeared in the desert uninhabited area in the central and western parts of the Mi continent, and the Zerg army officially landed. This time, the time-space gate was opened directly without any cover, and countless insect beasts far above the insect star rushed into the earth from the gate. It was just that this landing was so powerful and the time-space gate was open for too long, which soon triggered the alarm of Starlink. In an instant, countless high-energy shells directly bombarded the desert uninhabited area of the Mi continent. Of course, among these bombing shells, there are many people who fish in troubled waters. Those countries that have been deeply persecuted by the Mi continent's hegemony want to take advantage of the fire. They are under the pretext of clearing out alien forces, but in fact they are taking the opportunity to vent their resentment that they have endured for many years. The bombing intensified, and soon, several nuclear bombs were launched at the same time, and the continent of America sank. Bai Ding saw that the situation was not good, so he temporarily closed the door of time and space, boarded a military plane, and came to another superpower in the Eastern Hemisphere, Yin country, to prepare for a second landing. Learning from the lessons of the desert landing, Bai Ding believed that the landing site should not only be sparsely populated, but also have sufficient shelter. This time, it chose a dense forest somewhere in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. When the door of time and space opened again above the forest, they never expected that they would be directly besieged by a group of people who claimed to be members of the Su family of the Immortal Sect. This siege was completely different from the one on the Mi continent. Previously, it was a firepower confrontation with hot weapons, but this time, it was closely pursued by mysterious colorful lights. Although this landing did not set off a huge momentum, like the explosion, the Zerg army, and the gate of time and space were silently blocked in this strange colorful light. Not good. The Lord of the Insect Beasts, who had been sitting behind the gate of time and space, and behind the Insect Star army, saw that the situation was not good and immediately changed his strategy. He urged the evil devouring power in his body, and forced a hole in the colorful light shield, and then hurriedly followed this gap to directly start extracting the healing energy on the earth. Since the landing was blocked, just steal the home. Note 1. The Dark Forest Law is selected from the three-body problem. Chapter 399. Instantly, green light flickered on the earth, and countless healing energies began to flow into the gate of time and space with this powerful devouring force. In an instant, mountains collapsed, storms rose, waves surged, and sand and dust rolled. The Earth's protective barrier was directly hit hard. The Su family members gathered under the gate of time and space were shocked, and the clan leader Su Wensheng shouted, "Concentrate!" The long-cherished wish is revived. Seal the gap. Thousands of Su family members immediately held their breath and tried to release the long-cherished wish power they had accumulated in the hospital for many years, trying their best to stop the loss of healing energy. At the same time, the head of the Shuga family also received an urgent message from Su Wensheng. Immediately prepare for the worst. The head of the Shuga family, Shuga Yu, had a cold look in his eyes, and immediately summoned the Shuga clan members to activate the 8 formations diagram and gather the essence of the 5 elements to preserve the last ray of hope for the earth. After the Su family members successfully blocked the time and space gate again, the insect beast master on the insect star obviously did not expect to encounter such strong resistance on Earth. The mouthparts on its forehead kept trembling, and countless black air kept churning. The Bai Dang, who had been secretly lurking in the depths of the dense forest, led the remaining 500 Zerg advance troops to launch a sneak attack on the Su family. The Su family was immediately attacked from both sides, seeing that the colorful light shield was once again devoured by the power, and a gap was torn open. The Yin army waiting outside the forest had to attack immediately, and quickly annihilate the exposed Zerg parasites. In order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Mi continent, the firepower output of the Yin army has been maintained at a tepid state. Neither nuclear weapons can be used to destroy the ecological environment, nor can high-energy weapons be used to attract the attention of neighboring countries. The bullets ruthlessly penetrated the bodies of the Zerg parasites, but these parasitized humans had completely lost their independent consciousness, and were not afraid of the damage and pain caused by thermal weapons, because they had long been reduced to the walking corpses of parasites. The war lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Except for those Zergs whose heads were directly blown up and died on the spot, other parasitized humans, like zombies, continued to attack the Su family. Human limbs were scattered all over the ground. In the intermittent period, the healing energy on the earth had been sucked away, and the surrounding mountains and forests had been polluted by various dark matter in the universe. The Yin country army that came to support died on the spot, because they could not withstand the impact of cosmic pollution. Many family members also died of excessive blood loss. When the dawn rose again, the remaining 300 or so Su family members looked at the blood-stained mountains and forests, and finally aroused the determination to fight to the death. All the remaining descendants of the Su family, led by the clan leader Su Wensheng, at the last moment of their lives, burned the power of the long-cherished wishes of the Su family before they died, and made a last wish to the colorful pure light: seal this door forever, preserve the last glimmer of life for the human world. In an instant, as if receiving a strong call, countless colorful pure lights gathered here from all corners of the earth. They were the unwillingness and stubbornness left by the billions of humans who died from pollution in the past 2 days at the last moment of their lives. The powerful and strong colorful pure light, carrying the heavy and resolute long-cherished wishes of mankind, immediately rushed to the oval door in the sky. I saw rainbows spinning and flying over the space-time gate. In the blink of an eye, a strong white light representing the power of space-time flew out from the oval gate. The white light struggled and jumped in the colorful pure light, like a grasshopper trying to escape from a cage, jumping desperately. Oops! The insect beast master far away on the insect star looked at the space-time gate that was closing quickly in front of him, and said inwardly that it was not good. It immediately released its last bit of devouring power, trying to sweep away the last 10% of healing energy on the earth. However, how could the power of long-cherished wish, which was condensed by burning the will of all human life, easily fulfill the wish of this ugly insect beast? The powerful 7-color pure light, while firmly imprisoning the space-time power extracted from the oval gate, drew out a beam of pure light, strongly intercepting the green healing energy tightly wrapped by the devouring power of darkness. Pa! With a loud noise, the 7-color pure light and the devouring power collided violently. The devouring power was completely dispersed, and the green healing energy was knocked out. Another boom. With a loud noise, the time and space gate was completely closed, the white light dissipated, and the oval gate that had been drained of all the time and space power by the 7-color pure light was like a dark abyss that had lost time and space. It kept rolling in the sky, and then fell straight to the ground. Bang! A 5-story multi-story parking lot had to catch the oval gate that fell from the sky with tears. This is the stagnation element building located in city number 107 more than 500 years later. At the same time, the seriously injured pendulum saw that the gate of time and space was completely blocked, and roared in anger. It knew that the strong white light was the power of time and space, and it was the key to open the gate of time and space. So it risked its life, and set a final blow to the colorful pure light in the air. Bang! The colorful pure light was shaken by the sudden attack of the pendulum, and the struggling power of time and space took the opportunity to release some energy. There were only 2 swoosh sounds, and a faint white power of time and space completely got rid of the restraints, like 2 meteors that finally regained their freedom, and they couldn't wait to fly across the sky. Then, there were 2 pops, and the 2 weak forces of time and space, by chance, hit a shared bicycle abandoned on the side of the road directly. God's power from heaven. The 2 broken tires of the shared bicycle that were about to be scrapped were reborn. Bai Ding spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he fainted, he stared at the trajectory of the 2 white lights until he confirmed their final landing point. Then he slowly closed his eyes. And the healing energy that was intercepted by the 7-color pure light before also followed the strong wind, and finally, like a green lightning, struck a duck shed in the Juawei duck neck breeding base located in the suburban area of Han City in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. Only 2 shocking screams of "Ga" were heard, hitting the sky and resounding through the clouds. Thus, a generation of the end-of-the-world old duck king was officially born, and the devouring power dispersed by the 7-color pure light turned into wisps of black gas in the sky, like a kite, with a broken string, drifting wantonly. After finally escaping from the dead and gathering together again, it was suffocated by a lucky iron wire worm. And in the mountains and forests in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River, some died and some fainted. Only the 7-colored pure light in the air is still constantly wrapping the power of time and space in it. The white light is struggling in the rainbow, and it is infinitely entangled and fused. Seal this door permanently. Seal this door permanently. Retain the last glimmer of life for the human world. Retain the last glimmer of life for the human world. In the 7-colored pure light, the strong wishes of the Su family before their death are still echoing, fermenting, shouting, and wailing. Finally, when the 7-colored pure light and the power of time and space are constantly confronting and merging, the Su family, with the will to survive of billions of humans before their death, successfully activated the power of time and space in the 7-colored pure light. In an instant, time flows backwards and space is cut. A brand new parallel time and space is recopied and formed in a higher dimension of the Earth. In that brand new parallel time and space, time returns to September 11th, 2019, in the Gregorian calendar, the starting day of all tragedies. Fortunately, on this day, in the parallel time and space, there is no Starlink plan and no Zerg landing. It's just a pity that humans seem destined to encounter a catastrophe. The disaster did not disappear just because it was in a parallel time and space, but it just changed its form. Soon, in mid-December 2019, a global epidemic originated from a mountain forest in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River in Yin country and began to ravage the entire human world. Countless Su family members fought at the forefront of medical treatment. They tried to save the human world at the cost of their own lives. Fortunately, although the human world paid a heavy price for this catastrophe, after years of hard work, it finally won. In the original world, because of the establishment of a parallel time and space, the power of time and space wrapped in the colorful pure light consumed more than half of its energy. The white light, that finally settled down, completely surrendered to the strong power of long-cherished wishes, and was quietly sealed in it. This seal lasted for more than 500 years. Until one day, in the hot season of the 336th year of the star calendar, Xie Yuan led the Dawn Guard to perform a cleaning mission in the 001 Wasteland. The long sword accidentally swung in the mud, and a small transparent crystal that was colorless, tasteless, and invisible was accidentally hung on the top of the blade of the long sword. This small crystal is the power of time and space sealed by the power of long-cherished wishes, the key. Chapter 400. Su Sanson's brain was hit hard by this sudden flood of information. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. So, this is the cause of the end of the world, the beginning of all disasters. She quickly digested all this, and her index finger uncontrollably pointed at the deep door on the right. Instantly, the door in front of her was full of light, and then, through the door, she actually looked into a pair of very familiar eyes, which were her eyes. They were the eyes that belonged to her, Su Sanson, before she traveled through time. In the door, the figure that she was very familiar with was wearing a white coat of an intern doctor, sitting at the desk in the hospital, looking into the void with a look of horror, and looking at her. In a flash, countless information converged, and she understood everything in an instant. She was not dead. She was still interning in the hospital. It's just that, the original her contained the original owner's soul. Her souls had been swapped with the original owners. Su Sanson suppressed her shock and thought quickly. She was not dead, and the original owner was not dead either. She fought for the original owner in this apocalypse, while the original owner was doing internship work in her own parallel time and space, so she felt the power of time and space flowing in her body. Does that mean she still has a chance to go back to her original world? The bold guess just came up, and with a pop, the door on the right suddenly closed. In an instant, the Milky Way dissipated, and the universe was in chaos. Another round of spinning. Su Sanson blinked, looked at the dark night sky, and the flash of white light and colorful pure light from her chest, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Xie Yuan was standing on the wind-whirling cart at this moment, staring at her anxiously. Su Sanson's brain was overwhelmed with too much information, and she felt as if she had experienced a century. However, in fact, the end of the world had only passed for less than a second. There was no time to explain, and there was a loud crash sound, and a tall figure suddenly broke out of the underground tunnel. An ugly creature with a metal mouthpart on its forehead was grinning and emitting black air, flying towards her and Xie Yuan quickly. Bai Ding laughed excitedly and shouted wildly, "The key is in your hands." Xie Yuan saw that the situation was not good, and immediately picked up the long knife in his hand and chopped at Bai Ding. Suddenly, lightning and thunder roared, and the wind whirl suddenly rose. This was an attack that gathered thunder and wind in one knife. Bai Ding did not slow down. It flipped its palm lightly, and a strong swallowing vortex appeared in front of it, easily blocking Xie Yuan's knife. "Separate your actions, I hold him back." Xie Yuan lightly scratched the board with his right foot, and Somersault Cloud immediately split into two, splitting into two small wind-swirling boar cars. Su Sanson nodded, not daring to delay for a moment, and immediately turned around and rushed towards the oval gate in the sky. "Humph! Don't even think about taking the key away!" Bai Ding shouted, and immediately shot countless black air towards Su Sanson's back. Xie Yuan flew up, swung his long sword horizontally, and immediately blocked all the black air. "Let's talk about it after passing me first." "Humph! Xie Yuan, you are looking for death. Who will live, and who will die is still uncertain." Bai Ding and Xie Yuan immediately entangled together. As for Su Sanson, she needed to use the gap that Xie Yuan had fought for her to help Gu Yun, and quickly get the healing energy belonging to the Earth back from the insect star. Through the memory of the fragment of time and space just now, she has successfully locked the specific location of the healing energy. Just behind this door, in the nest of the Lord of the Insect Star, there is a giant sphere with a green light. Through the optical brain, Su Sanson quickly shared her plan with Gu Yun. Gu Yun immediately made fine adjustments to the 5 elements Bagua formation, and promised that as long as this time and space door can be completely opened, even if it only stays for 3 seconds, he has the confidence to completely lock the healing light ball into the formation. Su Sanson looked at her chest, and immediately drove the somersault cloud to quickly approach the oval door, and kept silently in her heart. "The power of long-cherished wishes, the vitality of mankind, is for my use. Listen to my orders." Whoosh, a dazzling white light, wrapped in colorful pure light, flew out of her body. White light hit the oval gate in the night sky, and with a slight creak, the space-time gate in front of him suddenly opened slowly. In an instant, countless black air shot out from the gate. Su Sanson immediately threw out the isolation weapon in his hand, laid a substantial net in the sky, and pulled out the high-energy knife on his waist, attacking the insects and beasts in the net crazily. Gu Yun looked at the suddenly opened space-time gate, his eyes were stern, and his fingertips quickly began to pinch the formula, and a huge formation full of mysterious atmosphere immediately circled around the space-time gate. Gu Yun closed his eyes slightly, his lips slightly raised, and kept reciting the secret words of the formation. In these 3 seconds, he must risk everything and do his best to snatch back the healing energy that belongs to the Earth. They have actually rehearsed this plan many times. Although some unexpected events occurred today, fortunately, the general direction has not deviated substantially. What Gu Yun has not said is that in these short 3 seconds, he must devote himself to the 8 arrays diagram and cannot be distracted at all. Before he closed his eyes, he quickly glanced at the puppet army flying towards him not far away, and his mouth slightly pulled, revealing a bitter smile. Shuga 8 arrays diagram. If there is a life gate, there must be a death gate. Since the life gate is in Kun, then he will guard this death gate. He, the descendant of Shuga, died for the world and for the people without regrets. The 5 elements and 8 diagrams array was set up, and the healing light ball next to the insect beast's nest, as if it had received a call, immediately turned into a surging stream of light, and flew back to the Earth through the open time and space gate. The ugly old insect beast master, seeing that the situation was not good, immediately activated the devouring power in his body, trying to stop it. When the thick devouring black gas, like ugly tentacles, tightly entangled with the healing energy, suddenly, a vigorous and powerful reaction force actually shook the black gas directly out. Gu Yun closed his eyes slightly, feeling the healing energy that was constantly flowing back, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His mission was finally about to be completed, but at this time, Gu Yun was completely surrounded by thousands of irrational puppets. Death Gate is completed, and Life Gate is opened. Gu Yun silently recited the secret words of the formation again, releasing all the materialized energy at once, and directly utilized the last second of the 5 elements Bagua formation to the extreme. With the return of the last healing energy, Gu Yun also opened his arms, and prepared to die. At the same time, Su Sanson saw that the healing energy had returned smoothly, and hurriedly activated the power of time and space sealed in the power of long-cherished wish in her body. In an instant, the sky spun, time stopped, and the blurred Milky Way and the vast starry sky appeared in front of her again. This time, 3 deep gates appeared in front of her. Behind the newly added third gate was the ugly and dark Zerg nest. Sue Sanson lowered her head slightly and looked at the white light that kept surging in her chest. She could clearly feel that the brightness of this white light had greatly weakened. Does this mean that the energy is about to run out? Sue Sanson noticed that the power of time and space was rapidly passing, as if it would completely disappear in the next second. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at the hospital office behind the second door. There was her familiar world and familiar life. There was herself. Sue Sanson's right hand uncontrollably wanted to reach the long-lost office in the second door. Feeling the remaining time and space power in her body, at this moment, she was very sure in her heart that as long as she wanted, she could use this remaining time and space power to return to December 12, 2023, to that parallel time and space, and to her original world. Sue Sanson took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and slowly closed her eyes, as if she had made a difficult decision. She spread her arms and began to recite in her heart again. The power of long-cherished wishes, the vitality of mankind, use it for me, listen to my command. In an instant, white light flashed in Sue Sanson's body. She wanted to use all the space-time power in her body to realize this last wish. With a loud clang, the elliptical door in the night sky suddenly closed up and down. This space-time door connecting the insect star and the Earth was completely closed in an instant. At the same time, a huge propulsion swept across the entire dark galaxy, sending this ugly insect star full of evil spirits to a giant black hole deep in the universe. Before the insect star touched the edge of the black hole, it began to collapse infinitely due to the strong gravitational force. A few seconds later, the insect star was completely destroyed. No! Bai Ding looked at the space-time door that suddenly closed not far away, and shouted at the top of his lungs. An unprecedented huge vortex suddenly appeared in the night sky, turning clouds and mist. Xie Yuan's eyes were stern, and he took out the golden bamboo slips that Sanson dug out from the circular mound of the Tianzitan from his arms, raised his arm, and unfolded it. Instantly, a surging torrent of human history rushed out from the golden bamboo slips, immediately covering the Ping Ding in front of him. From Pangu creating the world to Hui shooting the sun, from Jingwei filling the sea to Yuan mending the sky, from Yugong moving mountains to Dayu controlling floods, from Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu to the Three Kingdoms. Countless light and shadow pictures, layered on top of each other, dazzled the Ping Ding and made him dizzy. For a moment, he seemed to be immersed in the scene and gradually lost himself in this grand human epic. Humanity? Civilization? The Ping Ding had a dull look in his eyes, and muttered to himself. The black air around him swayed back and forth, and gradually lost its direction. Xie Yuan raised his long sword high, and while the Ping Ding was unconscious and completely submerged in the vast civilization history of Yin State, with a whoosh, the blade flew out and stabbed directly into its brain. Bai Ding's pair of scarlet compound eyes were suddenly filled with black and red dirty blood, revealing the fear of facing death. In the last moment before the death of life, he finally realized the tenacity of human beings and the immortality of civilization. In the outer city of the base, in front of the door of the internet celebrity toilet on West Street, Guiyun opened his arms slightly, with a determined face and a determined heart to die. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly floated in the air. "Who are you posing for with this look?" Qin Ergu shouted angrily, but his hands did not stop moving. He saw his knees slightly bent, the plunger pressed down violently, and then pulled it up hard. With a boom, an unprecedented fountain of shit shot straight in all directions, like a volcanic eruption and a violent mountain torrent. Guiyun's nostrils moved slightly, sniffing the sudden smell of shit in the air, frowning and slightly opening his eyes. At this moment, he really couldn't concentrate on going to his death, because a large wave of unknown fountains was gushing towards him. Guiyun's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he wanted to open his mouth. Fortunately, he held back. Yes, the shit god Qin Ergu, who had descended from the sky at some point, opened the sewer pipe in the manhole cover of the internet celebrity toilet on West Street at lightning speed. Instantly, countless yellow and white filthy things, like fireworks, were spraying and attacking the puppet army that was surrounding them from all directions with Guiyun as the center. The magical thing is that these puppets with black air all over their bodies, when they came into contact with this fountain from the sky, the ghostly evil black air around them was directly extinguished after a few sizzling sounds, just like being poured down by heavy rain. The puppets, each of them bathed in the yellow and white rain in a daze, their eyes gradually regained clarity, and they felt the intoxicating smell in the air with a dazed look. This? Is this what the master often said? Yellow and white filth can remove evil spirits? Guyun's 3 views were severely damaged. He always thought that yellow and white things referred to gold and silver, or 2 rare nuclear crystals, but he never expected that it actually referred to the rice fields in the sewer? Filth. Remove. Evil spirits. Is that what it means? Guyun looked at Chin Ergu with an incredible look on his face, and Chin Ergu threw him a little guy wink, and hurriedly pulled up the protective mask again, and explained proudly. The third sister said that this is the death door she picked specifically for you. Oh no, she calls this the shit door. How is it? Are you satisfied? Guyun looked at the internet-famous toilet on West Street behind him, with a dull face. Could it be that the reason why Su Sanson insisted on this place, when discussing the coordinate points of the formation last night, was because of this? Hey! No! How did she know that there would be a death gate in addition to the life gate? This is the secret of his Shuga family. How can this descendant of the Su family know everything? Hey! No! Then how did she know that this yellow and white filth could exorcise evil spirits? Guyun was shocked. Shocked. In fact, how could Su Sanson know what yellow and white, what filth? She simply found out that when she met the cloaked monsters in the Lost Desert, they were particularly afraid of the Dung army led by the Dung beetles, so she had a little doubt. In addition, when she and Xie Yuan used the strange black manipulation system nuclear crystal before, every time they needed to return to their souls, they had to pour this unspeakable unknown liquid to forcibly terminate the consciousness possession, so she gradually came up with such a bold guess, since the energy of this manipulation system nuclear crystal comes from alien insects and beasts. Then the magical object that can suppress the black air of these insects and beasts is probably the unknown mixture in this toilet. Otherwise, why is there only a toilet in this doomsday, but no squat toilet? It's unreasonable. Since Chin Ergu was the first to verify Su Sanson's great conjecture, he immediately passed this major achievement to other bases. So that night, in each base, there was a strong smell of ecstasy and vitality. After Xie Yuan's swift knife completely ended the light swing, the insect tied outside the major bases suddenly lost their leader and direction, and finally gradually stopped attacking. Su Sanson looked at the oval gate in the sky that had returned to darkness, breathing heavily. Just now, she had consumed too much energy to close the door of time and space, and send the insect star away completely. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with the gate, she suddenly heard 2 screams of quack, quack from the horizon. Then she saw a huge wild duck flapping its wings, being lifted up into the air by a weak and helpless metal cart. Oh! It's to the right, not to the left. Lao Qin looked at the one-eyed Zhang who was operating the remote control of the cart without any method, and was speechless. God knows, they set off 3 hours ago, driving the 4th-generation remote-controlled Windwhirl trolley developed by one-eyed Zhang. Originally, I thought that with such ample time, I would be able to rush to the battlefield to help. Who would have thought that this one-eyed Zhang was actually a level 10 road idiot? He ran around here and there, but he couldn't find the right path. The key is that he is a road idiot, but he is also a sucker for people, and he insists on operating it himself and breaking through himself. It's really pitiful. The wild duck chased and fluttered in the air, but finally, it was still a step late. Looking at the enemy camp that was doomed, the wild duck had nowhere to vent his anger, so he had to shout twice, and his big flat mouth bit the oval gate in the air, and it was a crunch, crunch. So, the oval spacetime gate gradually turned into a meteor shower in the mouth of the hard-mouthed wild duck, and completely disappeared. The gate of time and space disappeared, and what came in return were small stones of different sizes. Xie Yuan drove the somersault cloud and hurriedly flew up to the sky, hugging Su Sanson, who was still slightly dazed. Su Sanson was suddenly pulled into a warm and strong embrace, and her eyes suddenly felt sore, and countless tears flowed out uncontrollably. I can't go back. I can't go back anymore. She used all her space power to save the world. Xie Yuan listened to her sobbing, and then thought about the things they had experienced since they met. How could he not understand what this meant? It turned out that she didn't belong here. It turned out that she finally chose to stay here. Xie Yuan stroked the little girl's head, patted her back gently, and kept comforting her. After a long time, when Su Sanson finally stopped crying, he slowly spoke. Sanson, tomorrow will be better in the end of the world. I want to hold your hand and grow old together. Su Sanson sobbed, raised her arms, and hugged Xie Yuan tightly. Gently wake up the sleeping heart, and slowly open your eyes. Look at the vast end of the world. Is it still turning around with difficulty? The wind is unfeeling, blowing our hearts, letting the tears on our faces dry with the memory. Looking up to find the wings in the sky, migratory birds appear with their traces. bringing news of famine in the distance and the ruthless war still existing. The snow in the distant mountains is falling, burning the hearts of humans, melting true feelings into notes, and expressing distant blessings. Sing your passion, stretch out your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Let me have your sincere face. Let our smiles be full of hope and pride, and offer pious prayers for tomorrow. Believe that tomorrow will be better. Chapter 401 Extra. After the war, although the healing energy successfully returned to every corner of the earth, the pollution of more than 500 years cannot be completely eliminated in a short period of time. It can only be said that the balance of the earth has been stabilized, and the ecology has not continued to deteriorate. Under the protection of the healing energy, the climate, environment, and vegetation are getting better little by little. However, the protective shield is still a necessity for human survival. Sue Sanson and others, who established a new base in Du Fu Thatched Cottage, formally submitted an application for membership to the Base Federation after the war. At the beginning, it was jointly opposed by more than 20 bases, but Sue Sanson was not afraid. She was holding 200 Gened and Relics protective shields. Was she afraid of these people? If you don't agree, then sorry, she will take all the civilians away directly. So the Gened and Relics protective shield that Liming and Jiefeng temporarily opened during the war will have to be taken back with apology. Holding the Gened and protective shield is like completely strangling the lifeline of each base. After recognizing the reality, the bases that raised objections have extended olive branches one after another, not for anything else, but to sign a long-term lease contract for the Gened and protective shield with Sue Sanson. Therefore, the number 33 base city centered on the bamboo forest of Du Fu Chaoang was officially established and successfully joined the Base Federation. Sue Sanson obtained various materials, talents, and technologies from various bases through the rental of the Gened and protective shield, and the number 33 base city is also being built with each passing day. 2 years later, the Earth's ecological environment is still recovering steadily. Although the speed is slow, the trend is still good. In the Sue Tea Experience store in the outer city of Base 903, Merchant A took a big sip of the juice in the cup and curiously asked the punk rivet-style waiter beside him, "Hey, is your 30% discount only available today? Can't it be held for a few more days?" The waiter shook his head, but said with a smile, "Be content. The price of our Sue tea has not increased in the past few years. If the big boss didn't have a happy event today, you can't even think about this 30% discount event." Merchant A's keen sense of smell instantly smelled a hint of gossip, and he lowered his voice and said, "Hey, what's the happy event? Such a big event?" The waiter thought about the employee announcement he received this morning. "All employees, this month's salary will be doubled." He answered mysteriously, "Of course it's a big happy event." In the inner city of Base 903, in a Chinese-style courtyard with pavilions and towers, Du Xiaowei looked at Du Ziteng, who was diligently practicing ballet steps in the room, and was speechless. She took 2 or 3 steps forward, shook the invitation in her hand, and said, "Brother, take a break. Life is not just about the present. There is also the wedding invitation sent by Yue Guang." Du Ziteng had just made a straight step, and suddenly heard the word wedding invitation, and suddenly stopped. "Hey, this day has finally come." In the inner city of Base number 33, Xie Yuan, wearing a straight black uniform, looked at Sue Sanson in a white dress. His eyes lit up, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. This is the first time Sue Sanson wears a skirt. She looks very good. His little girl has finally grown up. Xie Yuan stepped forward and directly hugged her by the waist, his deep eyes finally no longer suppressed. He was so excited that he was a little overwhelmed. "San San, the ceremony is about to begin." Sue San's almond eyes were curved, and on her ring finger was a ring that Xie Yuan had polished for her personally. She nodded with a smile. "Okay. This is the 3rd year since she traveled to the end of the world. The world is really getting better. She is good, and he is even better." In the hot season, under the glittering sunshine, in a flying vehicle full of people, Jean Guifeng gently patted the microphone in her hand, stood in the center of the cabin, and was excited. "Hello, hello, hello everyone. Welcome to the Phoenix King ship. I am the gold medal tour guide of this war journey, Phoenix King. Today, we will follow the route that the heroes of the end of the world fought against foreign enemies 2 years ago, and walk the road of the war back then." "Okay. Great. I am looking forward to it." Cheers immediately rang out in the cabin. "What's in your hand?" A 7-year-old boy suddenly widened his eyes, and looked at the card in the hand of a 5-year-old girl next to him. His heartbeat accelerated, and he was very shocked. The 5-year-old girl suddenly heard a cry of surprise, and felt the burning gaze from the upper left. She reflexively retracted her palm and quickly hid the card in her pocket. She was so familiar with such obvious covetousness. The 5-year-old girl turned her head slightly and smiled proudly and arrogantly. This is a precious limited edition flash card, a hidden character. Humph, what? I just won't show it to you. When the 7-year-old boy heard the 4 words hidden character, he immediately opened his mouth and was completely defeated. Sure enough, he was not wrong just now. The character on the card was the sole character in the Doomsday Hero card, the Plunger Man, the Shig God who successfully turned the Death Gate into the Shig Gate in the war against foreign enemies, the Plunger Man. The 7-year-old boy's heartbeat accelerated, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He frowned, his back teeth were clenched, and his fist hanging at his side tightened and loosened, and tightened again. After going back and forth for several minutes, he finally let out a breath, and looked back at the 5-year-old girl with a resolute look. After a while, he made the first major decision in his life. How about I use 10 Mahjong God calculators to exchange for your piercing man? The 5-year-old girl rolled her eyes, waved her hands, and said with disdain, no. The 7-year-old boy looked angry, and kept calculating all his assets in his little brain. He gritted his teeth, and continued to raise the price. Add 3 more Black Armored Beast Army. Seeing that the other party still did not respond, the little boy further added, the one with the leader of the Black Armored Beast Army. A tug-of-war with gunpowder lasted for about 2 hours. At the end of the negotiation, we don't know whether the little boy successfully exchanged the Mahjong God calculator plus Black Armored Beast Army plus Black Armored Beast Leader cards for the piercing man in the little girl's hand. But what is certain is that the first stop of the war journey has arrived. Jean Guifeng raised her hand and waved a small pennant while introducing the background information and precautions of the first stop, the Temple of Heaven. In a moment, tourists who decide to visit the Echo Wall can come to me to sign up when they get off the spaceship. This attraction requires an additional fee of 1,000 energy points per person, or 1,000 yuan, which can be transferred by optical brain or settled by nuclear crystal. Yuan is the currency unit of base city number 33. At this time, a couple shyly walked up to Jean Guifeng. The man was muscular, but he was a little embarrassed. His cheeks were slightly red, and he said, well, I heard that there is a couple experience special at the Echo Wall. We want to sign up. Jean Guifeng raised her eyebrows. She didn't show it on her face, but she had already quietly lit 3 incense sticks for the couple in front of her. In this case, it's really not his fault. 1 year ago, the situation in the base Federation gradually stabilized. As everyone's life gradually improved, in order to generate income for base city number 33, Su Sanson suddenly had an idea and created such a special tourist route. Among them, the Echo Wall is an important tourist attraction. In order to highlight the characteristics of the attraction, she also made a special slogan for it. Do you want to hear the true words from his or her heart? Love him her, give him her an unadorned adventure. Isn't it an adventure? This special attraction has been open for more than a year, and I don't know how many couples who are preparing to register have been separated. Jean Guifeng coughed lightly. He still adhered to the principle of rather destroy 10 temples than destroy a marriage, and cautiously reminded, are you sure? The muscular man nodded sincerely. Jean Guifeng sighed inwardly. Okay, it seems that he had to take the rent that fell from the sky today. Couple's special show needs to be booked separately, which is another price. 50,000 energy points per minute. How long do you plan to book it? The man thought for a moment. 3 minutes? Forget it. Just 5 minutes. Jean Guifeng raised her eyebrows slightly, showing her courage. He nodded, accepted the huge sum of money for the two with tears in his eyes, and then handed the man a private booking card. The card said that when the time comes, the two of them must silently recite the 4 characters Phoenix Kingship Riders in their hearts at the same time, and they can successfully exit the private booking of the Echo Wall. 3 days later, with a chi sound, the aircraft full of tourists landed steadily at the Phoenix Kingship Riders' special berth in the outer city of base number 33. Jean Guifeng waved a pennant, and continued to explain with a microphone while walking. Thank you for your support along the way. The tourist commercial street of base number 33 is in front of you, and it is also the last shopping point of this war journey. In the commercial street, there are all kinds of shops with delicious food, drinks and fun. When paying, you only need to show the Phoenix Kingship Riders group code to get a special discount of 12% off. In the outer city of base number 33, the prosperous and noisy tourist commercial street was crowded with people. Opposite Dijiuxiang and Xucha, in a shop with a signboard of Zhuge Pavilion, Zhuge Yun was drinking Xucha, complaining in his heart, hey, the last group just left a few minutes ago, why is there another group coming? They don't give him any time to breathe. Hey! Xiaoyun, there's something wrong with this table. Come and change it for us. Old Master Du opened his wrinkled peach blossom eyes, anxiously and impatiently shouted to Zhuge Yun on the first floor. Zhuge Yun rolled his eyes, and quickly turned on the light brain. Suehua, go and see what's wrong with the mahjong table in the Tianzi No. 1 private room. If it can't be repaired, just change them a machine mahjong table. The mahjong table is a new gadget made not long ago by One-Eyed Zhang according to Su Sanson's suggestion. It has not been officially launched yet. After changing the table, Lao Qin sat down next to Grandpa Du and looked at the 6 straight card that had just been printed. He shouted, "Gang!" Grandpa Du gritted his teeth secretly. He didn't know who this old guy borrowed from today. His luck was too good. In the foot massage and nail shop next to Shuga Pavilion, Hu Bai excitedly held the nail clippers in his hand and cut off the gray nail on his thumb with great excitement. He walked to the shop in 2 or 3 steps. At the door, he warmly greeted the tour group brought by Jin Guifeng. Do you want to experience manicure, foot washing, massage, or one-stop service? The little stutterer was helpless in the ingredient room, mixing the foot washing medicine package while counting down in his heart. Oh, it's only 2 days of vacation. Why does it feel longer than 2 years? I have to endure another whole day before the Sifang team can go on a mission again. I don't know when he will be able to prepare this foot washing medicine package. Yugu and De Shuai stood in front of a massage room. Yugu was responsible for female guests, and De Shuai was responsible for male guests. Seeing tourists coming, the two immediately greeted them with a smile. Are there any parts that need to be massaged more? Are there any special requirements for strength? The two quickly entered the tourists' requirements on the display panel, and saw several massage robot arms, which had already started to work tirelessly. In front of the public toilet, about 300 meters outside the foot massage and nail shop, Qin Ergu was surrounded by a group of little brats with a heroic face. What is this in your hand? Can it really summon the shit god? You are not lying to us. Shouldn't the plunger be in the lost desert with his army of black armored beasts? The little brats asked all kinds of questions, and Qin Ergu was surrounded by a group of little brats. The dog was very proud, but he had to suppress his inner joy and hold it in. The third sister said that people should be low-key, and heroes should pay more attention to hiding their identities. As the saying goes, great people hide in the city, so it was really difficult for him to be happy in his heart. But this secret joy did not last long, and he saw a group of tourists walking quickly towards the metal house next to him. He looked stern and hurriedly stopped them. Hey! That's the antique toilet over there, you have to pay extra. The free one is on the opposite side. The tourists looked at the squat toilets in front of them. Curious, it turned out that this was the legendary antique toilet, so they heard a series of bold words, one after another. How much? This pit, I'm squatting today. Chapter 402 Extra. After leading the tour group, Jin Guifeng hurried to the bamboo forest courtyard in the inner city of base number 33. He was in a hurry to find Su Sanson to settle the commission for this war trip. As soon as he reached the gate, he was stopped by the captain of the Dawn Guard, Li Xiao. Oh, don't go in, the big boss is not here. Jin Guifeng waved his hand, bypassed Li Xiao's arm, and said nonchalantly, Su Sanson is not here, but the second boss must be here. He did the same when he looked for Xie Yuan. How could Li Xiao once again stretch out his arm and block his way? The second boss is not here either. What? How could Xie Yuan not be here? If he is not here, who will make the final decision on so many things in this base? Li Xiao raised his chin to the right. Look, the government building outside the red wall. Just find Captain Xiao. Jin Guifeng pouted. If it was just to settle the commission, it would not be impossible to find Scar. But he still wanted to talk about the kickbacks. Jin Guifeng was a little unhappy. Where did they go? When will they come back? Li Xiao looked mysterious. I don't know, I can't tell you. Jin Guifeng rolled her eyes. TSK. Didn't they just go on a honeymoon secretly? As if no one knew about it. He turned and ran directly to the foot massage and nail salon on the commercial street. He had to ask the people of the Sifang team about Su Sanson's whereabouts. The blue sea was rippling with soft waves. Wow! Wow! Waves washed the reefs on the shore one after another, making rhythmic sounds. Under a huge parasol, Su Sanson lay on the cushion in a bikini, listening to the gurgling water and the waves, feeling so comfortable. Xie Yuan, wearing beach pants and bare-chested, walked out of the metal tent in the center of the island with 2 large plates of cut fruits. Su Sanson heard the sound, turned her head, and looked at the tall and strong figure of the man, who was gradually approaching from a distance, and sighed in her heart. Hey, although there is no Maldives in this end times, there are strong men. Well, with this calculation, she still did not lose out by traveling through this time. Thinking of last night, she couldn't help blushing again. I'm really glad that the healing energy in my body is still sufficient, otherwise she might not be able to get out of bed today. The physical strength of the super high-level Gene Warrior is really not to be underestimated. Sue Sanson smiled secretly in her heart, and quickly lowered her head to glance at herself. Well, fortunately, now she has finally grown up, and old Sia's future will definitely not be bad. What are you thinking about? Xie Yuan approached, put the 2 large plates of fruit on the low table under the parasol, and laid down next to Sue Sanson. Sue Sanson used a metal toothpick to pick up a piece of peach, enjoying the rich juicy feeling in her mouth while smiling and replying, I was thinking, this peach looks very sweet. Is it a new variety? Xie Yuan turned his head and stared at her plump lips, his eyes darkened. Well, the newest variety, I want to try it too. As he said that, he directly hugged her slender neck and pressed on her. After a long time, the peach meat and peach juice in Sue Sanson's mouth were swept away by the invader, and Xie Yuan's slightly hoarse and low voice still echoed in his ears. Nothing is sweeter than this. After eating some fruit for a while, the 2 of them lay on the cushions and chatted. Want to snorkel? Xie Yuan suddenly asked. Is the sea dangerous? Sue Sanson's eyes were full of eagerness. Xie Yuan smiled and rubbed her head habitually. I go down and take a look first, wait. 10 minutes later, Xie Yuan broke out of the sea. Wet water drops dripped from the ends of his hair, along his superior jawline, through the sexy Adam's apple, and fell directly on his collarbone. Sue Sanson was watching with great interest, and the water drops on Xie Yuan's body were evaporated by the fire energy. It's okay down there. Bring small stones and a temporary protective shield of Gene Dan. It won't be a big problem, Xie Yuan said as he put on goggles and diving equipment for Sue Sanson. The diving equipment was specially made by Sue Sanson in advance, so that she could experience the reality of a honeymoon in the Maldives and the end of the world. The Maldives, of course, sank to the bottom 500 years ago, but fortunately Xie Yuan found this isolated island in the sea for her. Everything was ready, and the 2 of them went into the sea together. Although Sue Sanson had never really dived in her previous life, she still paid a lot of attention to the videos of diving bloggers. The sun was very good today, and the ultraviolet rays passed through the slightly undulating sea level, and actually directly refracted colorful colors. Under the leadership of Xie Yuan, she took the lead in passing through clusters of swaying mutant corals. They were like blooming flowers, competing for beauty, so lively, and each flower was as big as a basin, and among the flowers, there were countless elves running back and forth, like a grand talent show stage, and from time to time there would be showgirls shyly but vigilantly showing their heads, as if they were afraid of being selected. It turned out that the underwater world of this end of the world was also so beautiful. Sue Sanson was delighted. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the water, and the outer edge of the mutant coral suddenly welcomed a transparent crystal with a light pink halo. Those pink crystals were like mushrooms that had lost their way, floating aimlessly in the water, and like umbrellas that were blown by the wind, completely lost their direction under the rain. It was a mutant jellyfish. Sue Sanson was slightly startled. I'm afraid it's poisonous. Just as she wanted to pull Xie Yuan and run away reflexively, a huge figure suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea, a large black mass, and rushed straight towards them. This thing came suddenly, a pitch-black mass, like a deep pool that appeared out of thin air. With a splash, the light pink mutant jellyfish scattered, like a disillusioned bubble, and disappeared in an instant. And the huge figure, in just a blink of an eye, broke through the dark deep pool and came straight to Sue Sanson. This. She looked at the giant creature in front of her with eyes bulging like light bulbs and full of strange ideas, and couldn't help but be shocked. A squid that loves diving? It must be said that this squid really loves diving. When the ink dissipated, it dived and continued to dive deep into the sea. It seemed that the sudden appearance just now was purely to say hello to the 2 of them. Sue Sanson quickly hooked Xie Yuan's little finger, signaling him to follow quickly. Following the big guy, it will definitely be interesting. The 2 of them moved smoothly, and dived all the way along the waterway weighted by the squid. After a while, they passed by the sponge grandma, who could squeeze juice, met the horn-growing pie dying on his head, saw the octopus brother who loved to work, and visited the turtle hermit, who had achieved the right result. Sue Sanson, who was dazzled and his brain was almost not working, suddenly heard a song coming from afar. What is that? After exchanging a glance with Xie Yuan, the 2 of them followed the direction of the song and swam slowly. As the distance gradually shortened, the beautiful song seemed to become clearer and clearer. I am like a fish in your ocean, just to wait for the beautiful sunshine with you. After swimming through 4 seasons, the flowers are still fragrant, waiting for you to play in the middle of the sea. Sue Sanson was confused, looking at the group of mutant dolphins in front of her who were rolling happily, and she hesitated for a moment. This song was made by this group of dolphins? This is probably not trying to mutate directly into a mermaid? Before she could think of it, she suddenly felt dizzy, and waves rolled towards her and Xieyuan. The next second, Sue Sanson felt that she was wrapped in a huge vortex. She was in the center of the vortex, like a small boat, floating back and forth, up and down. Then, under a strong push, there was a wow sound, and the dazzling sunlight fell from the sky, and the sea water beside her splashed waves. Sue Sanson was actually pushed out of the water. Pa! When she drew a parabola in the air and fell back into the sea due to gravity, the vortex immediately followed and wrapped her whole body again. It was not until then that she finally had the opportunity to see clearly that she and Xieyuan were actually being carried by this group of playful mutant dolphins, jumping and rolling on the sea wave after wave. They seemed to like playing with themselves. The mutant dolphins threw Sue Sanson and Xieyuan out of the sea again, and repeatedly touched and stroked their long legs with their pectoral fins like small wings. Are they envious of their long legs? Sue Sanson felt that this plot was a little familiar. She didn't want to be a prince in a fairy tale, and it was even more impossible for her old Xie. Until the sunset, the two successfully returned to the reef shore of the island with the help of the mutant dolphins playing with each other. Sue Sanson looked at the mutant dolphins, who wanted to follow them, and continued to jump on the rocks. He finally confirmed in his heart, these sea slickers, don't they really think they are Disney's runaway mermaid princesses? Sue Sanson was speechless. While stroking the big head of the mutant dolphin, he taught it unhappily, tell me, isn't it good in the sea? What's there to envy about these long legs? The mutant dolphins were in high spirits. How could they listen to advice? They just twisted their bodies back and forth and made the dolphin sound of een een een. She was actually worried that these silly kids were too obsessed. After returning, they would get some strange nuclear crystals from the depths of the sea, and then really give themselves 2 legs, and directly mutate and evolve into amphibians. If this mermaid comes ashore, the world will be in chaos. After all the gifts of fate require a painful price. So she persuaded them earnestly, look, you are born vocalists. There is no need to go ashore and become a dancer just for a leg. Isn't it good to be a vocalist? Since you have successfully debuted, just focus on your career. Don't be greedy all day long. After much persuasion, Sue Sanson finally persuaded these vocalists, who dreamed of becoming dancers, to go back. The setting sun was half hanging in the west, and the orange-red clouds dyed half of the sky. The sea with waves was like a young girl in love, with blush on her cheeks. Xieyuan pulled Sue Sanson and walked slowly on the reef beach. The tall and straight figure of the man enveloped Sue Sanson, and the soft afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her delicate and pretty face. In Xieyuan's deep eyes, all her eyebrows, smiling face, and those seductive lips were reflected. Xieyuan bent down and couldn't help but kiss her. No, not enough. He wanted a deep kiss. Sue Sanson climbed on his chest with both hands and raised her toes desperately, but she was afraid that she couldn't reach it. At this time, a whale broke through the wind and passed straight along the skyline, completely tearing apart this beautiful romance. Aw, third sister. Save me. Xieyuan gritted his teeth, and Sue Sanson rolled his eyes. The two raised their heads in resentment and anger, and saw Qin Ergu waving a plunger in a hurry, followed by the equally embarrassed Sifong team and Jean Geifinger, who was tossed around on the Windwhirl cart. Sue Sanson sighed, and was about to ask, why are you here? Unexpectedly, Qin Ergu drove the Windwhirl cart desperately, waving his hands and shouting, third sister. It's bad. There are so many fish. Big fish with wings. Sue Sanson frowned slightly, and saw that there was indeed a large group of unidentified creatures behind the Windwhirl cart of several people. Countless wings were flapping back and forth in the sky, and they were really flying fish with wings. Oh my god, whose nest did this careless team poke again? Sue Sanson was speechless, and pulled Xieyuan and quickly joined the escape. Unfortunately, their speed was not enough to shake off the flying fish behind them. Hearing the sound of the wings approaching quickly from behind, Sue Sanson's heart was pounding, and he hurriedly looked back. Oh my god, what the hell is this? How come there are 6 eyes on each fish head? Sue Sanson was shocked. Is this the legendary 6-eyed flying fish? Damn it, why is it the end of the world, and she still has to face the 6-eyed flying fish? Sue Sanson complained wildly, while dragging Xieyuan to change the route directly. The BGM in his mind sounded uncontrollably again, Love really needs courage to face the six-eyed flying fish. Su Sanson, who was given courage by Sister Jingru, decided to pull Xie Yuan and fight directly. 10 minutes later, looking at the six-eyed flying fish torn into pieces on the ground, and the people of the four-party team sitting around, Su Sanson finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the sunset was completely coming to an end. She looked at the sunset glow that was about to disappear in the sky, and her heart was so unwilling. No one can disturb her honeymoon. She turned around and jumped lightly towards Xie Yuan, holding his neck tightly with both hands. She didn't care whether there were spectators around. She closed her eyes and kissed Xie Yuan's lips before the last ray of red glow disappeared. Captain Xie was ecstatic. He lifted San San up with both hands, opened his lips slightly, and then deepened the kiss. Splash! A column of water rushed up to the sky behind the two of them. The water splashed, flew to a height of dozens of meters, and then fell down like a fairy scattering flowers. The light pink glow dyed the scattered water droplets into pink bubbles. In the bubbles, the two kissed passionately. When the sun completely set and night finally came, the island under their feet suddenly made a long hum. As the waves rose and fell, it actually began to move slowly on its own. It turned out that this small island was found by Xie Yuan specifically for Su Sanson, a whale that turned into an isolated island. The moon was hanging high in the night sky, and on the back of the whale that turned into an isolated island, there were inexplicably several more metal tents. When the snoring sounds came one after another, in the tent in the corner, Xie Yuan turned over and pressed hard again. Su Sanson's hair was slightly messy, and she was sweating. She put her hands on the man's chest and protested, "No, I have to be on top."